Inhung, could you possibly hurry up? Putting on a formal suit is taking far too long. Will we even make it to the art exhibition? Dressed in a sleek black suit, Inhung stood before the mirror, adjusting it meticulously. Pleased with how he looked, considering he rarely donned such Adarino more than 10 occasions in total. This event, being a grand exhibition, prompted him to retrieve the suit from the depths of his wardrobe to let it breathe. Responding promptly to his friend's impatient call, he remarked, "Oh, I know. Stop urging me, it's not like we're skipping out." As he approached the door, ready to twist the handle and step outside, a sudden pang of discomfort surged through his head. He gently rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Hey, can you please hurry up? Stop dawdling." These nagging thoughts were swiftly dispelled by the urgency of his friend's voice, and he made his way to the entrance. He soon spotted a striking figure anxiously waiting at the door. "Do you have any idea how long you've been in there?" "Here, take this motorcycle cap," his friend said, tossing him a black and gray biker hat. The two then mounted their motorcycles, both clad in green ninja attire. As they sped down the bustling streets, the roar of their engines echoed through the thoroughfare, the streetlights illuminating the dimly lit path. Upon reaching a traffic light, another fleeting headache struck Inhung, casting doubt on his well-being. He resolved to visit a hospital after the exhibition, unaware that this outing would lead him to depart from this world and step onto a different stage entirely. Upon arriving at the exhibition venue, he was taken aback by the grandeur of the massive structure. Although the government had assured the public that all the masterpieces from renowned artists would be displayed, the scale of this exhibition was indeed monumental. As they entered through the grand doors, the two presented their invitations, and the ticket inspector allowed them to pass. Once inside, they were astonished to find themselves in a corridor resembling an aquarium, albeit devoid of any significant aquatic life, save for a few ordinary fish. However, the true focus was not on the fish, but on the masterpieces crafted by the artists and the meanings they embodied. "Wow, there are so many paintings. This exhibition truly dwarfs the previous ones," Inhung exclaimed, noticing that the artwork was cordoned off by barriers. As he gazed at the famous pieces encased in glass, he recalled a moment when a journalist had questioned the government about potential threats from criminals attempting to steal the artworks. The government had calmly explained that these pieces were protected by special mechanisms. Any significant movement or disturbance would trigger a bulletproof glass barrier, ensuring the safety of the artworks as they were securely transported to a storage area. It seemed the government had indeed taken extensive precautions. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by his friend, who playfully tapped him on the head. "What are you doing? You've been daydreaming this whole time. I don't care, you can explore on your own. I'm going to wander around." Inhung, momentarily taken aback by his friend's antics, had intended to chastise him, but found that he had already vanished into the crowd, leaving Inhung with no choice but to pursue him later. As he observed the artwork, he saw a mix of abstract pieces, oil paintings that exuded beauty, and celestial scenes that inspired limitless imagination. Yet, he felt indifferent toward the deeper meanings behind them. His gaze fell upon a painting of sunflowers, 3 blooms, nestled in a pot. The artwork seemed to draw him in, and he stared at it for an extended time. When he finally discerned the painting's significance, he was once again lost in contemplation. "In my eyes, there is only you." This was the language of sunflowers. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. 9527 is loading the host. Please prepare for what is to come. 5070. 100 system binding with the host successful. I will now prepare you for your journey to another world. In 1 minute, this location will be detonated by criminals. Inhung found the voice perplexing. "Who are you? What do you mean by preparing for what is next?" The system offered no response. He initially dismissed it as a figment of his imagination, yet it felt all too real. Just as he pondered this, the sound of explosions erupted around him. Startled, he turned to the outside, where explosions resonated from various directions, flames igniting the nearby barriers. "Oh no, this isn't a hallucination, it's all too real." The paintings triggered their protective mechanisms, encasing themselves in bulletproof glass as they were escorted to the lower passage. Inhung wasted no time and sprinted towards the exit as the building began to collapse, a pillar crashing down in his path. "Damn it, it seems there are no other exits." While he surveyed the scene, another pillar fell, crushing him beneath its weight. The heat radiating from it was unbearable, causing him to gasp in shock. This is the end. His consciousness began to fade, engulfed by the flames, his limbs losing all sensation meanwhile. His friend, realizing Een Hung had not yet emerged, doused himself with water and attempted to rush back in. But as the final explosion rocked the building, it crumbled, leaving him frozen in disbelief. According to police investigations, the explosion was orchestrated by criminals attempting to steal the artwork, and the suspects had yet to be apprehended. Host 9527 is pleased to guide you to the stage of another world. As Een Hung's consciousness gradually detached from his body, his soul began to drift into an alternate realm. Chapter 2. Destiny was sealed from the very beginning. Een Hung's soul descended onto a ground shrouded in somber hues, resembling water, yet distinctly not. The moment he stepped upon it, ripples akin to those on a liquid surface emanated beneath his feet. Greetings, Een Hung. How do you find yourself in this current state? Een Hung, sensing an unusual lightness in his body, felt nothing else amiss. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? And what was that cacophony of explosions just now? A peculiar man, garbed in black attire reminiscent of ancient clothing, emerged from the shadows. Een Hung scrutinized the stranger, questioning the very essence of his surroundings. Are you admiring my attire? I simply have an affinity for vintage fashion. Do not take offense. You have already perished, and I shall escort you to another realm. One could say I have saved you. As Een Hung surveyed the dimly lit environment, an epiphany struck him. That sharp pain on the road was your doing, wasn't it? By the way, where exactly are you taking me? 9527, the man replied with a smile, gazing at Een Hung before continuing. Indeed, I need to extract your DNA. As for the reason, I cannot say. I am merely following orders. You are destined to encounter a girl for whom you would willingly sacrifice your life. It seems you have not forgotten the words of the sunflower. Leaning closer, his voice entwined with an eerie cadence. In my eyes, there exists only you. Een Hung's pupils dilated momentarily, yet he quickly grasped the situation. You've been surveilling me from the outset, prying into my thoughts. Naturally, such revelations do not astonish me, but why would I be willing to die for a girl? That, my friend, is a mystery for you to unravel. I am merely your guide. 9527 responded. He then shared a tale of a world steeped in magic, igniting Een Hung's interest. After all, a different realm meant a different language, and upon arrival, he would naturally adapt. With 9,527's assistance, spending just a minute with the girl would yield 5 transformation points. Transformation points? What might those be? While Een Hung could grasp the concept of magic, the notion of transformation points perplexed him. After all, he had never encountered such a term. These are akin to a marketplace where you can exchange for abilities from any world, provided you possess sufficient transformation points. For instance, if you wish to acquire skills from a world of ninjutsu, you can do so upon exchange. Upon hearing this, Een Hung's excitement surged. So, as long as I have enough transformation points, I can obtain anything? Yes, it appears you comprehend quickly, 9527 remarked, snapping his fingers, causing the ground beneath to illuminate brightly. A beautiful girl's visage materialized at his feet. Her pink hair and innocent countenance adorned in a pink and black ensemble, embodying the essence of a youthful maiden. 9527 began to elucidate her identity to Een Hung. This is Wen Shirong. When you arrive in the alternate world, it will be her moment to summon her familiar. However, because of you, she can only form a pact with you and cannot summon any other familiars. This is likely the reason for your summoning to this world. Een Hung pondered why his presence would inhibit her from summoning. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing the answer would likely elude him. Once you enter, you will become her familiar, inseparable from her side. You can also exchange for whatever you desire, accompanied by the girl. Doesn't that seem like a double boon? Just revel in your fortune, young man. Een Hung regarded the man before him with a hint of exasperation. However, now that he was deceased, there was no escape. He finally posed the question everyone would dare to ask. What if I refuse to go? Your soul will be shattered. 9527 answered candidly. Een Hung immediately donned a resolute expression, proclaiming, It is my duty to protect the fair maiden. I shall cherish the life that awaits me. It seemed that everyone present shared a mutual sentiment of disbelief. Chapter 3. The explosion of Wen Shirong. The ritual to summon you has yet to commence, but within this alternate space, you can observe Wen Shirong's activities, ensuring you are not left in boredom. The scene transitioned to a castle-like structure, leading directly into a corridor that opened into a room with facilities not dissimilar from those of the real world. As Een Hung beheld Wen Shirong still slumbering in her bed, he mused that this experience felt remarkably authentic, her rhythmic breathing enhancing her already enchanting visage. lost in contemplation. He was abruptly interrupted as Wen Shirong awakened. Appearing somewhat disoriented as she began to tidy up, she made her way to the classroom, where the teacher had already taken their place at the podium. Listening to the teacher's introduction, Yin Hang learned that Wen Shirong was in her second year. The instructor, known as Bruce, was their new teacher for the semester, proficient in earth magic. Yin Hang turned to 9527, asking, how many types of magic exist in this world? Must one advance in grade to learn them? 9527 shook his head, replying, I have already stated, I am merely following orders. How could I possibly know the intricacies of the world within before you even enter? Yin Hang, feeling somewhat exasperated, chose to ignore 9527 and continued to observe the unfolding events. The teacher posed a question to the class. Does anyone know the 4 elemental properties of magic? A boy, holding a rose and exuding an air of overconfidence, stood up. Water, fire, earth, wind. How fortuitous that I share a connection with the teacher. We are both earth attribute users. Please remember me. Teacher, my name is Pushara, he declared, placing the rose in his mouth. Yin Hang shuddered at the boy's self-assuredness, realizing that even in a parallel world, there were still individuals of such caliber. He resolved to keep his distance from him once he entered. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noted that the teacher, unaffected by the boy's demeanor, smiled back at Pushara. Your earth magic is indeed vital. As we stand upon soil.to provide the class with a preliminary understanding of earth magic's applications, I shall demonstrate by transforming a stone into another substance. With that, he retrieved a stone and a wand. Reciting the incantation. As he spoke the spell, the stone gradually lost its original hue, replaced by a golden sheen. A buxom girl gasped in astonishment. Is that gold? The teacher promptly clarified. That is not gold. It is copper ore. The similarity in color leads to the misunderstanding. Yin Hang's emotions oscillated wildly in the alternate space. What a disappointment. I thought we could turn stone into gold. Imagine the riches. Have you forgotten? 9527 remarked, observing Yin Hang's dismay. Once you enter the marketplace, you will find everything you seek. Will you still worry about finding gold? Suddenly enlightened, Yin Hang exclaimed. Oh, how did I not consider that? He scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. Now, I would like to invite the girl sitting at the far right to come forth and attempt. Yin Hang's attention shifted to Wen Shirong, who appeared to be engrossed in writing something in the corner. Me. She inquired, pointing to herself. Yes, my dear, what is your name? When Shirong. As her classmates realized she was to wield magic, they hastily implored the teacher. Teacher, perhaps we should let someone else T or Y.It seems dangerous. The buxom girl stood, asserting, yes, teacher, let me have a go instead. When Shirong's expression darkened with irritation. Teacher, what do you mean? If you want me to perform, let me do so. Hey, what's with that attitude? This girl is quite endearing when she's angry, Yin Hang mused, growing increasingly intrigued by her. As when Shirong descended from the podium, her classmates instinctively distanced themselves from her. All right, Wen. Focus your attention on the stone. That is the key to transforming it into brass. Upon hearing the instructions, she raised her wand, reciting the same incantation as the teacher. At first, the stone shimmered with a golden hue, gradually radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. It was then that Yin Hang understood why her peers had tried to dissuade her from attempting the spell. The classroom erupted into chaos, enveloped in smoke. The classroom had essentially exploded, leaving the teacher unconscious on the floor. Yin Hang could only press a hand to his forehead, utterly speechless. This girl truly is formidable. She has unwittingly unleashed explosive magic. After the incident, when Shirong was summoned to the principal's office, emerging 10 minutes later. As she descended the staircase, she encountered Xiao Nianhua, who stood at the edge, wearing a bemused expression. Hey, when Shirong, you made quite the ruckus. Didn't you receive any punishment? When Shirong merely brushed past her, continuing forward. I received no punishment at all. Why not? Xiao Nianhua questioned, unable to fathom how such a commotion could go unpunished. Because the teacher instructed me to perform the spell, so the fault lies with them. Hearing that when Shirong faced no repercussions, Xiao Nianhua scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Regardless, tomorrow marks the day for summoning familiars. At that moment, do not falter in your attempts to summon, or else there will be quite a spectacle to behold. When Shirong gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on Xiao Nianhua before her. I am certain that I shall summon a familiar far more formidable, one with greater understanding than yours. Just you wait. Having declared this, when Shirong turned on her heel and departed, Xiao Nianhua, behind her, erupted into laughter, causing Wen Shirong to quicken her pace. As night fell, when Shirong changed into her pajamas and collapsed onto her bed. Reflecting on the bravado she had just displayed, murmuring to her pillow. Had she known, she wouldn't have boasted so recklessly. Yin Hang, overhearing her words, was instantly unsettled. What? Am I truly that weak? 9527. When I am summoned. Can you not grant me some extraordinary abilities? If you wish to indulge in daydreams, then go to sleep. However, since you are so intent on gaining strength, I can provide you with a trial card. Though it lasts merely 10 minutes, the cost, however, is that upon arriving in the other world, one side of your body will sprout tiny arms and cause some discomfort. Fear not, they will disappear shortly thereafter. Triggered at the moment of signing the contract, a so-called equivalent exchange, Yin Hang felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Although he was reluctant to endure such pain, the desire to avoid being looked down upon compelled him to agree. Very well, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the other world. With that, 9527 vanished into the darkness. Observing the darkness that enveloped 9527, Yin Hang glanced at Wen Shirong, who lay on the bed. The wager they had made echoing in his mind. A powerful familiar, indeed. Chapter 4. The familiar is Yin Hang in the blink of an eye. The next morning arrived, and all members of the magic court gathered on the grassy field outside. Today marked the day for these students to summon their familiars. An elderly gentleman clad in robes of magic clapped his hands to gather the attention of the crowd. Students, gather around me. The summoning of familiars is your first examination as second-year newcomers. I hope you all manage to summon the familiars you desire, since familiars are meant to accompany their summoners for a lifetime. Failure in this examination could result in expulsion. Wen Shirong silently vowed that this time she would summon the mightiest familiar, her grip tightening around her staff. Out of nowhere, Xiao Nianhua appeared before Wen Shirong. I have high hopes for you. Wen Shirong, make sure to summon a familiar more impressive than mine. Wen Shirong rolled her eyes at Xiao Nianhua. Just stronger than yours, that's all. She began to feel a twinge of anxiety. For she truly was uncertain if she could summon a powerful familiar. Soon, many began summoning their familiars. Some were animals, others mythical beasts, while those yet to summon grew increasingly anxious, fearing they might conjure something bizarre that would be bound to them for life. Yin Hang, observing all of this from the other world, found himself intrigued by these familiars. How vibrant and diverse they are. These familiars appear truly extraordinary. Yin Hang noticed a certain average-looking boy nearby. I wonder what this lad will summon. Before Pu Xiula summoned his familiar, he uttered numerous banalities, which made Yin Hang's eyelids twitch. The elderly gentleman soon grew impatient with Pu Xiula's incessant chatter. Enough with the trivialities. Summon your familiar already. With a flourish of his wand, Pu Xiula began to chant the summoning incantation, causing the ground to tremble and a large hole to appear. The moment Yin Hang witnessed Pu Xiula's familiar emerge, he could no longer contain himself. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. A turnip head. Truly fitting for an average boy like you. It's as if it were tailor-made for you. Yin Hang could hardly stifle his laughter, for the familiar bore an uncanny resemblance to a gopher from his childhood cartoons. 9527, observing Yin Hang's uncharacteristic behavior, began to doubt whether he was still the composed Yin Hang from yesterday. Host, please remain calm. It will soon be your turn. First, select your desired temporary ability point. 9527 then presented a shop interface before Yin Hang. Reminiscent of a game screen from which to choose. As Yin Hang scoured the abilities, he stumbled upon the blood wheel I. 9527. What is this blood wheel I? Does it not only grant abilities, but also alter physical states? 9527 nodded. Hurry and make your selection. It's almost your turn. After a moment's contemplation, Yin Hang resolved, I suppose I can only use the 3 Comas Jade for now. Let's go with that. Seeing Yin Hang had made his choice, 9527 expressed relief that he was not dragging his feet. Good. When you enter, simply communicate your desires with your thoughts. Yin Hang nodded and resumed watching the unfolding events. At that moment, Xiao Nianhua had summoned a fire dragon hatchling, which was exhaling warm air. The teacher marveled. A fire dragon. It appears this is quite a remarkable creature. He then turned his gaze towards Wen Shirong, his eyes filled with derision, as if to say she was destined to lose. Are there any students who have yet to summon? Everyone else has already conjured their familiars. Not yet. Teacher. Miss Wen Shirong has not summoned hers. Xiao Nianhua reminded the teacher, causing all eyes to fixate on Wen Shirong. Undeterred, she sauntered to the center of the lawn and began reciting the incantation, wielding her staff, beseeching for the mightiest familiar to be granted to her. As Yin Hang watched, 9527 gently tapped his shoulder, prompting him to turn. What? Before Yin Hang could finish his sentence, 9527 shoved him forward. As Wen Shirong completed her incantation, an explosion erupted, and smoke billowed forth. The crowd was momentarily blinded by the sudden haze, coughing as they struggled to see. Xiao Nianhua had foreseen such an outcome. When Shiron's perspective was different, within the smoke, she discerned a figure resembling a human. When the smoke finally cleared, she gazed at her summoned familiar. Disbelief etched across her face. What? A human? Gasps erupted from those present. Whispers filled the air as they speculated about this seemingly ordinary individual clad in unfamiliar attire. Yin Heng, sitting up, clutched his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. 9527, Udon as he looked at the gathered crowd. The expletives he had intended to unleash were swallowed back. When Shirong's face twitched, unable to accept the reality. This is a powerful and empathetic familiar. Who exactly are you? Yin Heng quickly realized she was addressing him and introduced himself. My surname is Qin. My given name is Yin Heng. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yin Heng sensed that his words were not in English, but he could not discern their nature. Uffed. Haha. When Shirong, you truly are something else, summoning a commoner as your familiar and claiming it to be powerful. It's utterly pathetic. Xiao Nianhua, watching the spectacle unfold, could not contain his laughter. Yin Heng recognized her as the woman who had wagered with Wen Shirong yesterday. A grin unconsciously spreading across his face, anticipating the moment of vindication. This is merely an accident. All right, just a fluke. Wen Shirong, flushed with embarrassment, turned to the teacher. Teacher, please allow me to summon once more. This incident was an anomaly. Yet the elderly gentleman firmly denied her request, stating that the summoning ritual could only be performed once. Should you choose not to forge a contract with him, expulsion would surely follow. However, treating a human as a familiar is indeed peculiar. To be honest, the teacher had never encountered a familiar that resembled a human so closely. Ancient texts described familiars as bizarre and varied, regardless of whether the familiar is human or otherwise. As long as it has been summoned, it qualifies as a familiar. Its diversity is hardly surprising. When Shirong gasped at the teacher's words, must I truly contract with him? Very well. When Shirong, please proceed with the next part of the ritual. Otherwise, expulsion is all that awaits you. With a sigh, when Shirong turned to Yin Heng, you ought to be grateful to me, for your forthcoming life will be unlike anything you have ever experienced. What do you mean? Yin Heng was perplexed by Wen Shirong's words. She then recited the contract incantation. When Shirong, pledge my magic as a guarantee, I beseech the divine to bestow blessings upon him, allowing him to become my familiar. With that, she closed her eyes, her alluring lips slowly moving towards Yin Heng's. At that moment, Yin Heng panicked, desperately calling out to 9527 in his mind. Hey, 9527, you never mentioned that a contract required a kiss. You tricked me. Hey, such a wonderful girl is offering her first kiss. Why not savor the moment? And now you blame me. You should just enjoy it. 9527 responded with an exasperated tone, implying that Yin Heng was being ungrateful. While Yin Heng continued to grumble about 9527's comments, when Shirong's warm kiss had already made contact with his lips. The teacher approached as the final step was completed. Excellent. The contract is finalized. Congratulations, host. The contract has been completed, and you are awarded 500 transformation points. Would you like to use the temporary card? 9527's voice echoed in his mind. And Yin Heng suddenly recalled that switching eyes would cause bleeding. Thus, he decided to endure the pain from the contract and give that girl a taste of reality, promptly agreeing to use it. The temporary card has been activated. The transformation of your body structure will now commence. Yin Heng felt an unusual sensation coursing through him as he curled up on the ground, the pain in his eyes intensifying. Rest assured, this is merely the marking of the familiar symbol. This will pass shortly. When Shirong calmly reassured him. My eyes. Yin Heng cried out in agony. His eyes? When would contract magic cause such pain in the eyes? As when Shirong finished speaking, she noticed numerous black little hands sprouting from one side of Yin Heng's body. His eyes oozing blood, yet obscured from clear view by Yin Heng himself. The teacher, astonished by the scene before her, realized that the familiars varied greatly in appearance, rendering the spectacle somewhat less remarkable. With the appearance of runes on his wrist, the little hands on Yin Heng's body vanished, and his eyes transformed into 3 deep grooves resembling jade. Yin Heng silently cursed the damned system. This was unbearably painful. Slowly rising to his feet, he gazed forward, discovering that his vision had significantly improved. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Was this truly a commoner? It certainly did not seem so, especially given the state of his eyes. When Shirong, observing Yin Heng, was equally startled by those bloodied orbs. Unconcerned with the commotion, Yin Heng strode directly towards Xiao Nianhua, who, sensing danger, retreated hastily. In a state of panic, Xiaonianhua shouted towards Wen Shirong. Hey, what does your familiar intend to do with me? In Heng's pupils constricted as the woman's eyes mirrored his own, yet she remained still. To outsiders, she appeared unaffected, but within her gaze, she grappled with the torment she most dreaded. After using up his strength, In Heng collapsed, and the woman ultimately succumbed, kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with terror. Wen Shirong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could this truly be an ordinary human? Chapter 5. Was In Heng treated like a dog? In Heng groggily opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings. Was this a room? And what was this peculiar sensation? As he looked around, shock washed over him. Goodness, how could a dignified man of 7 feet be sleeping on straw? You're awake. Wen Shirong stood at the doorway, observing him, summoning you, a commoner, was quite unexpected. In Heng regarded the girl before him, fully aware that it was no accident. Actually, I believe this is not a coincidence. Wen Shirong, ignoring his remark, she began to undress. In Heng's face flushed at the sight. Why are you undressing? Can't you do that somewhere else? I'm right here. Wen Shirong looked at him, puzzled. Why can't I change in front of you? Don't forget, you are my familiar now. Saying this, she tossed her clothes at him. By the way, remember to wash these. As my familiar, it's your duty. What? Why am I suddenly a servant? And what's with this underwear? Wen Shirong remarked, somewhat exasperated. Can you not understand? This is what familiars are supposed to do. And don't forget to prepare my clothes for tomorrow. In Heng attempted to protest, but Wen Shirong snapped her fingers, instantly dimming the room. Realizing that arguing was futile, he swallowed his words, inwardly cursing the damned system. Are you sure this is the girl I should devote my life to? Her attitude is completely off. I see you're growing more anxious. In Heng, you've just met. Isn't that quite normal? What boy doesn't like this sort of thing? Just enjoy it in silence. Indeed, they had just met, and it was perfectly normal for them not to know each other well. In Heng shook his head. I'm not like that. By the way, how much transformation value do I currently have? If you don't tell me, I might forget. To avoid lingering on the topic, he shifted the conversation. Currently, you have 1,300 transformation points. The standard ability requires 500 points, while altering physical structure requires 1,000 points. These can also be modified through upgrades. In Heng understood this and opened the shop interface. After all, he was a fire type. All else was secondary. His eyes lit up upon seeing an array of ninjutsu scrolls, spotting Chidori and Shadow Clone, each costing only 1,000 transformation points. Host exchange successful. Usage methods have been engraved in your mind. He felt the seals in his consciousness. He began to practice. The Shadow Clone required seals, but Chidori was much simpler, needing hardly any seals at all. Just as he was about to try it out, he realized he was in a girl's room and decided against it. Never mind, I'll try again tomorrow. Feeling as though his arm was bound by something, he glanced at the iron chains on his wrist and sighed. I'll just ask this girl to unbind me tomorrow. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto In Heng's face. He awoke, recalling that he needed to prepare clothes for Wen Shirong. He rummaged through the wardrobe, gazing at the intimate garments, feeling compelled to take them. As a girl of her stature would likely not retrieve them herself. Approaching the bed, he pulled back the covers to find Wen Shirong slowly awakening. What's wrong? Gazing at her lovely face and soft voice. In Heng's heart involuntarily raced. It's time to get up. Here are your clothes. Please put them on. Only then did Wen Shirong remember that he was the familiar she had summoned yesterday. Help me dress. In Heng was taken aback. She was indeed the kind of girl who required assistance with dressing, and he stomped his foot in frustration. When nobles have servants, they don't dress themselves. Do you want to eat or not? You. With no choice, In Heng helped Wen Shirong into her clothes. Now can you please remove these chains? The clinking of the chains reminded In Heng that he needed Wen Shirong to unlock his cuffs. Enough with the noise. I get it. You're not allowing anyone peace in the morning. With that, Wen Shirong retrieved a key and unlocked In Heng's cuffs. Observing her closely, he found her quite adorable. What are you looking at? Noticing his gaze, In Heng quickly turned his head away. In nothing. He flexed his wrist, feeling a slight discomfort. Let us go. It's time for breakfast. Wen Shirong opened the door and walked ahead. Entering the dining hall, In Heng noted the long table and the grand architecture. Following Wen Shirong, he spotted Xiaonianhua, controlled by his Sharingan, and couldn't help but smirk at her before continuing to follow Wen Shirong. The woman, previously engaged in conversation, shivered at his smile, not wishing to relive yesterday's ordeal. Her friends noticed her distress and inquired, what's wrong? Nothing. I probably just didn't sleep well last night. Faced with the delectable spread before him, In Heng salivated. Why are you just standing there? Pull out a chair for me. Oh, right? As Wen Shirong's familiar, he had no choice but to comply. By the way, Wen Shirong, where's my seat? Wen Shirong pointed to the floor. Huh? On the floor? Yin Hang stared at the ground, his expression one of disbelief. These are what nobles eat, and since you are a familiar, you'll have to eat on the floor. Staring at the solitary piece of bread on the floor, Yin Hang felt tears welling up. What is this? Just a piece of bread. With no other sustenance available, he reluctantly consumed it, tears in his eyes. After breakfast, when Shirong led Yin Hang outside, he observed many second-year students seated at tables with their familiars, seemingly engaged in various activities. What are they doing? Since they all summoned familiars, the second-year freshmen have a day off to bond with them. That moment, a woman approached, looking at the pair before her. Yin Hang recognized her as Qiao Nianhua, the one who had wagered with Wen Shirong, accompanied by her fire dragon. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What brings you here?" After all, she was the first to witness his illusion and should be terrified. Yin Hang was puzzled as to why she would seek him out. Ignoring him, Qiao Nianhua focused on Wen Shirong. Did you pick up a commoner off the street and use smoke and mirrors to pass him off as a familiar? The events of yesterday still fresh in her mind. She felt no hatred, merely a desire to mock Wen Shirong. How could that be? I have no idea why summoning a familiar resulted in this guy. It was merely an accident. Wen Shirong, feeling irked by Qiao Nianhua's direct hit, found herself growing increasingly annoyed. This woman. Stop dawdling. Bring me a cup of tea. Yin Hang, startled by Wen Shirong's command, stood there as if short-circuited. Gradually coming to his senses, okay. After serving Wen Shirong her tea, he began to wander around, captivated by the architecture. Suddenly, a floating familiar startled him, causing him to stumble back and accidentally bump into a maid, sending pastries tumbling to the ground. Quickly, Yin Hang helped the maid pick them up and place them back. The maid's gaze inadvertently fell upon the runes on Yin Hang's wrist. Those runes on your wrist. You must be Wen Shirong's familiar, right? Confused, Yin Hang wondered how so many people recognized him just 2 days after arriving in this world. Huh. You know me. Of course, it's common knowledge that a commoner became a familiar. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xie Saida. Just like you, a commoner, but a maid. The voice of 9527 echoed in Yin Hang's mind. This world distinguished between commoners and nobles based on their ability to wield magic, which explained why the girl before him lacked magical prowess. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yin Hang quickly grasped the situation. Hello, Xie Saida. I'm Qin Yin Hang. Hey, where's my pastry? The familiar voice made Yin Hang glance to the side. At that moment, Xie Saida wanted to say that when the pastry fell to the ground, Yin Hang picked it up and walked over. After all, this fellow was the typical average guy, surprisingly still had time to flirt. Yin Hang presented the pastry before Pushara, respectfully stating, "Here is your dessert. Please enjoy." He observed as this average guy took a bite. Chapter 6. Let's duel. The moment Pushara consumed the pastry that had fallen on the ground, Yin Hang could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth curling upwards, bursting into laughter. That piece had fallen on the ground. You fool. Ha! Upon realizing the nature of the pastry, Pushara hastily spat it out. How could you, a servant, do this? Wait a moment. You are Wen Shirong's familiar. Pushara glared at the man before him, irritation evident in his voice. It seems your familiar lacks a noble education. Yin Hang regarded the man with disdain. I must admit, I have never encountered such a tedious matter before. A duel. What? A duel? Yes. I challenge you to a duel. How dare you serve me a pastry that has fallen on the ground? This is unforgivable. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Wen Shirong. Yin Hang soon realized that this duel represented a battle of dignity between men. Yet, with his capabilities, he felt no fear. Ha ha, just don't cry when I defeat you. All right? I shall await you at the dueling grounds. With that, Pushara stormed off in a fit of anger as Yin Hang contemplated how to utilize his newfound abilities. He was suddenly struck on the head by a punch. What are you doing, Yin Hang? Yin Hang, seeing the furious Wen Shirong, felt somewhat aggrieved. What have I done wrong? Wen Shirong, how could you so casually accept a duel? Do you not understand that commoners cannot defeat nobles? You must come with me to apologize. Perhaps you may be forgiven. After saying this, Wen Shirong grabbed Yin Hang's hand, intending to find Pushara and offer an apology. I refuse. Yin Hang shook off Wen Shirong's grasp, glaring at the crowd. After all, who wouldn't he be angered by being asked to concede before the fight even began? Where is the dueling ground that average guy mentioned? A chubby boy from the crowd pointed in a direction. After all, who doesn't love a spectacle? Thank you. Yin Hang. Wait. Wen Shirong's face was nearly flushed red with anger. How could a commoner dare to challenge a noble? Upon arriving at the dueling ground, In Heng discovered a throng of spectators and made his way through the crowd. Pushara, noticing In Heng approaching, expressed admiration. You have not fled in disgrace. Commendable courage. Wait, Pushara, you should know better. Dueling is prohibited at the academy. When Shirong pushed through the crowd, positioning herself protectively behind In Heng. True, but it does not state that dueling with a commoner is forbidden. When Shirong paused, realizing that indeed there was no such rule at the academy. Seeing the expression on Wen Shirong's face, Pushara's gaze took on a teasing glint. So, Wen Shirong, could it be that you are developing feelings for your familiar? Wen Shirong was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, flustered, impossible. Yet even so, he is still my familiar. Who would wish to see their familiar beaten to a pulp? In Heng, exasperated, regarded Wen Shirong. What do you mean by beaten to a pulp? Do you lack confidence in your own familiar? Regardless, the duel had commenced. Pushara waved a rose, causing petals to fall and revealing a magic circle, summoning a mechanical creation. This is my creation. It will engage you in single combat. The mechanical entity swiftly approached In Heng, delivering a punch to his abdomen. In Heng, caught off guard, gasped at the pain. You bastard! That hurts. In Heng roared, his arms gradually enveloped in electric energy. Pushara, seemingly unaware of the impending danger, continued to taunt. It appears I have shown you too much mercy. You have yet to kneel. When Shirong rushed over, assessing In Heng's injuries. I told you, commoners cannot possibly get away. In Heng interrupted Wen Shirong, slowly rising to his feet and scoffing at the mechanical creation before him. It seems your contraption isn't particularly formidable. Pushara frowned, believing In Heng was merely putting on a brave front. Still boasting. With that, the creation launched another punch at In Heng, who did not evade but instead smirked. Listen closely to the sharp cry of the thousand birds. In Heng's arm crackled with lightning, transforming into a spike, and upon contact with the creation's fist, the mechanical arm was obliterated. What do you say now, Pushara? In Heng gathered the energy of the thousand birds, charging toward the creation, which was instantly torn apart upon contact. Pushara began to panic. Impossible. This cannot be. How can a commoner wield magic? He summoned more creations. In Heng derided him, leisurely preparing his seals. This is not magic. This is ninjutsu. In Heng unleashed his shadow clone technique. Care to guess if these clones will use the thousand birds as well? As he spoke, each clone crackled with electricity, gradually forming the sharp cry of the thousand birds. Without a doubt, these creations would soon be reduced to scrap. In an instant, In Heng appeared before Pushara. Will you surrender, average guy? Refusing to yield could result in a shocking experience. Pushara's eyes were filled with terror. I concede. Seeing Pushara in such a feeble state, In Heng instantly lost interest. Tsh, how boring. I thought you would continue to boast. When Shirong, observing the spot where In Heng had been struck by the mechanical creation, anxiously asked, Are you all right, In Heng? Rest assured. Of course I'm. Before In Heng could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. 9527 sighed. This kid needs to realize that attempting to show off requires some common sense. Using his abilities so frequently without sufficient mental fortitude will inevitably lead to fainting. In Heng, are you okay? When Shirong fretted over In Heng, attempting to carry him back to the dormitory, but finding him too heavy, she resorted to levitation magic to transport him to the room. When In Heng awoke, he found himself on a bed, enveloped in the sweet fragrance of a girl. As he rose, the pain in his body caused him to gasp. Why does my abdomen still hurt so much? That mechanical creation was truly something. Ah, you're awake. In Heng. Siesida approached, carrying bread and milk. Miss Siesida, what brings you here? Noticing that In Heng seemed unaware of the events of the past few days, Siesida explained that Miss Wen Shirong had asked her to bring him food. Over the past few days, it has been Miss Wen Shirong caring for you. A few days? Have I been unconscious for so long? Siesida nodded in affirmation. In Heng's gaze fell on Wen Shirong, who was sleeping in a chair, and he recalled the language of sunflowers. I think I understand something now. Chapter 7. The affection of Qianyanhua. This Wen Shirong, despite not having fully recovered, had cared for him for so many days. It was no wonder so many clothes remained unwashed. Why is it so difficult to wash girls' clothes in this world? 9527 interjected. Kid, you should count your blessings. Most people wouldn't have such treatment. Also, I should clarify why you fainted. Did you think using your abilities wouldn't consume your mental energy, since the shop can alter your constitution? It can also enhance your mental capacity. Is that so? Let me take a look. I haven't studied the shop. In Heng opened the shop interface, Locating the section for altering physical attributes, he discovered that one must reach level 5 in mental capacity to use abilities freely without fainting. The first upgrade cost 1,000 alteration points, while the maximum requires 10,000. Seeing the current 5,000 points, he sighed. Well, I understand. I can only accumulate them slowly. After all, I don't want to faint in the middle of a fight. As In Hung pondered, a sharp pain pierced his ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you doing daydreaming instead of washing clothes? Are you going to class or not? When Shirong, irate, tugged at In Hang's ear. Hurry up and finish washing the clothes. Then come with me to class. Stop dawdling. In Hang held his ear, nearly in tears. He wished to protest, but knew he couldn't. After all, she had cared for him for several days, with no other choice. He hurriedly finished washing the clothes and accompanied Wen Shirong to class. At that moment, Qiao Nianhua observed the two at the door, her gaze toward In Hung shifting slightly. Today, the teacher discussed how the 4 magical attributes could be combined to unleash greater power. Determined by the magician's level, the more attributes one could combine, the higher the level. The teacher asked who knew the classification of combinations. A girl with golden hair stood up. I know. Teacher, combining 2 attributes is level 1. Combining 3 is level 2. Freely combining 4 types of magic is level 3. The girl's response was entirely correct. In Heng contemplated the 1,000 birds. If paired with the fireball, could it unleash even greater power? I believe most of us can only master one type of magic. Teacher, I think among us, there is one student whose magic invariably results in an explosion, Qiao Nianhua remarked, glancing at Wen Shirong. Capturing the attention of the entire class, In Hang looked at Wen Shirong, pondering whether the explosions were merely a result of miscasting spells or if it was a natural aptitude for explosive magic. When class concluded, Wen Shirong took In Hang to stroll down the corridor. Alas, Wen Shirong, I comprehend the reason behind the explosive nature of your magic. It appears that both your attributes and your spells are characterized by an explosion. Ha ha ha. In Hung cast a teasing glance at Wen Shirong, unaware that she had already gritted her teeth in frustration. Oh, why are you not responding to me? Wen Shirong, I have concocted a unique self-introduction just for you. May I share it with you? Very well. Please proceed. Wen Shirong regarded In Hung with a calm demeanor, as she was uncertain of the peculiar notions he might express. Ahem, Wen Shirong is a mage who can only cause explosions and knows nothing of true magic. Despite her singular talent for explosions, she is indeed a wonderful girl. You scoundrel, I ask this how you address your own master. Wen Shirong trembled with rage, her head filled with dark lines of annoyance. Wen Shirong, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Anger can lead to wrinkles, you know. In Hang sensed a wave of murderous intent enveloping him, realizing he might have gone too far with his jest. What did you say? You rascal, I shall punish you by forbidding you from eating 6 times. Upon hearing those words, In Hang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Did that not equate to starving him? No, dear lady, I cannot go without food for 6 times. I would surely perish. In Hang clung tightly to Wen Shirong's leg, pleading desperately. I have said no, and that is final. Your words hold no weight. However, this is someone else's room. At that time, I was dragged in while asleep. If I mess up someone else's room, it would surely implicate you. My dear, very well. You do seem to care for me a bit. I shall let this matter rest for now. Seeing that Wen Shirong's anger had somewhat dissipated, she let out a sigh of relief. Wen Shirong also recalled that tomorrow appeared to be a holiday, prompting her to urge In Hung to retire for the night, as they would need to rise early the next day. Indeed, In Hung had truly been unfortunate today, with laundry duties and being beaten up. 9,527 chuckled. You, my lad, have been schooled by a girl? Haha. In Hang felt a wave of frustration. You useless system. Not only do you fail to assist me, but you also sit back and enjoy the spectacle. I'm not neglecting you. It's just that I cannot aid you at the moment. It's merely a consciousness of assistance. Who told you to sleep so soundly that someone dragged you into their room? By the way, tomorrow you should be able to fully replenish your mental energy. Your transformation points should be nearing 8,000. In Hung suddenly remembered that hadn't he checked how many transformation points he had accumulated. Opening the panel, he saw 8,015 points, realizing he would soon be able to use his abilities without restraint. Wen Shirong then led In Hung outside. Mount up. Where are we going? In Hung looked at the magnificent steed before him. Unsure of Wen Shirong's intentions that we are embarking on a journey. You will know once we arrive. Wen Shirong mounted first, and In Hung climbed onto the horse behind her. All right, hold on tight, we are off. In the room, Qiao Nianhua observed In Hung preparing to leave with Wen Shirong and hurriedly followed them. In the blink of an eye, They arrived at the marketplace. In Hung, like a curious child, gazed around, and just as he was captivated, when Shirong pulled him into a weapon shop. Hey, what are you doing, my lady? In Heng nearly lost his balance from being yanked, but fortunately, his stability held firm. What do you mean? I want to see what weapons you fancy. After all, as a familiar, one cannot be without a weapon. In Hung looked at the dazzling array of weapons lining the walls. His eyes wide, yet he was certain of what he desired. When Shirong turned to the shopkeeper and inquired, "Do you have any swords of superior quality?" The shopkeeper led when Shirong to a storage room and indicated that these swords were priced at 50 gold coins. In Hung's gaze fell upon a sword in the corner, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. "Excuse me, is this the Kusanagi sword?" He picked it up for a closer inspection. The shopkeeper explained. "This is not the Kusanagi sword. It is merely a sword of better material." However, In Heng disagreed. Having truly encountered the Kusanagi sword, he turned to Shirong. "Miss, could you buy this sword for me? As long as it suits you well, you may have it." Saying this, she paid the shopkeeper 50 gold coins and left the shop with In Hung. He held the Kusanagi sword, unable to take his eyes off it. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Nianhua was trailing behind. How infuriating! How can Shirong buy gifts to curry favor with In Hung? No, I must also buy him a sword, the best one. That evening, Xiao Nianhua entered Shirong's room. Brandishing the magical sword she had purchased for 200 gold coins, In Heng's eyes sparkled upon seeing this sword. "Wow, Miss Qiu, this sword looks to be of excellent quality. Of course, it is undoubtedly superior to your shabby sword. Do you like it?" When Shirong regarded Xiao Nianhua with disdain, "What are you doing, Xiao Nianhua? What do you mean by this?" Xiao Nianhua crossed her arms, feigning innocence. "What do you mean? I simply happened to pass by the weapon shop and found this sword capable of storing magic. So I bought it for In Heng." She then scrutinized Shirong from head to toe. "Unlike you, who cannot even use magic, I fear that sword would become scrap metal in your hands." "What do you imply? I believe you are merely vying for attention, showing interest in my familiar." As they spoke, both women raised their wands, ready to clash. Ladies, isn't fighting against the academy rules. In Hung wiped the sweat from his brow. Aware that if a fight broke out, his life could be in jeopardy. Since In Hung has spoken, let him declare which sword is superior. "Why me?" "Because the argument arose over your sword." When Shirong glared at In Hung in frustration, In Hung picked up both swords for comparison. Although the magical sword was significantly better than the Kusanagi sword, it was a gift from Shirong. After all, one should not bite the hand that feeds. "Hey, In Hung, have you made up your mind?" When Shirong's gaze bore into him, as if suggesting that declaring a preference for Xiao Nianhua would result in dire consequences. Feeling the weight of her stare, In Heng felt a chill run down his spine. "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Qiu. While I believe this sword is indeed excellent, I prefer the Kusanagi sword that I personally chose." When Shirong's expression shifted to one of irritation as she glared at Xiao Nianhua. "Did you hear that? In Heng favors the sword I purchased." "Humph, that is not even his choice. What does it have to do with you?" "You." Observing the escalating tension, In Heng quickly interjected, "It's getting late. Miss Qiu, you should return and rest. There is much to do tomorrow." He gently ushered Xiao Nianhua out, closing the door behind her, and silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Outside, Xiao Nianhua seethed with frustration. Vowing, "I want to give up." In Heng. Chapter 9. Regaining CS Saida. What the heck? Not only did I have to do laundry late at night, but now I must wash this nightgown too. And what else with the silk needing to be washed gently? This is impossible. In Heng felt the chill of the water and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He heard footsteps approaching from behind, gradually getting closer, and his vigilance heightened. "Who is there? Ah, did I startle you, Mr. In Heng?" CS Saida retreated a couple of steps, having come to check on him after noticing he had been squatting for quite some time. It's you, CS Saida." Seeing a familiar face, In Heng relaxed, then suddenly had an idea. "CS Saida, aren't you a maid? Could you help me wash this nightgown? I really don't know how to wash Shirong's clothes." CS Saida agreed with a smile and began explaining how to wash the garment without damaging it. "Thank you so much, CS Saida. Otherwise, I would surely be scolded again today." Feeling pleased to have assisted In Heng, CS Saida felt a warmth in her heart. It's just a small favor. There's no need for thanks, Mr. In Heng. In Heng placed Shirong's nightgown in the basin and stood up to look at CS Saida. "Then I'll take my leave for now, CS Saida. I need to return the clothes to Shirong." CS Saida nodded, watching his departing figure, her expression dimming. As In Heng walked through the corridor outside, he was about to return to his room when Xiao Nianhua opened her door. She leaned against the doorframe, clad in her nightgown. Oh, if it isn't Yin Hung. What a coincidence. Upon seeing her, Yin Hung immediately recalled the image of when Shirong whipping him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Since you have no business, I shall take my leave. As he attempted to walk away quickly, Xiao Nianhua grabbed his arm. Actually, I intended to give you that sword, as it seems useless to me as a magician. Hearing that he could obtain something for free, Yin Hang's eyes lit up, and he ceased his struggle. Really, you truly intend to give it to me while when Shirong is away? Xiao Nianhua smiled pleasantly, pulling him into her room. Huh. Wait. I only want to see the sword. Yin Hung looked at the magical sword displayed on the door and began to admire it, while Xiao Nianhua remained closely beside him. To be honest, I feel this sword could enhance magical usage. Yin Hung began to realize that this woman clearly had an interest in him. Curiosity struck him. With so many dashing nobles pursuing her, why would she choose a familiar? By the way, Miss Qiao, may I ask you a question? Xiao Nianhua gazed at him with intrigue. That I've noticed you have many suitors, some even more outstanding than I. Why do you choose only me? Because you, Yin Hung, are unlike the others. They lack what you possess. Oh, could you offer an example? After a moment of thought, Xiao Nianhua replied, well, for instance, you come from humble beginnings, possess a stubbornness that sets you apart, and your looks are quite charming. Albeit similar to others. As she evaluated him, Yin Hung's expression grew increasingly grim, prompting him to stand abruptly. I understand. Miss Qiao, I shall take my leave now. Xiao Nianhua was baffled as to why he was in such a hurry to exit after her words. Wait a moment, Yin Hang. Did I say something wrong? Perfect timing. Here is your sword back. With that, Yin Hang clutched Wen Shirong's nightgown and strode out of Xiao Nianhua's room, returning to Wen Shirong's quarters. Yin Hung, why are you so slow with the laundry? When Shirong stood with her hands on her hips, eyeing him. Didn't you say to wash it gently? It took a bit longer. Yin Hung subconsciously rubbed the back of his head. Observing his demeanor, when Shirong said nothing further and simply nodded. As morning arrived and it was time for class, when Shirong instructed Yin Hung to wait outside. Why? When Shirong, I'm not like the other familiars. When Shirong frowned, acknowledging that the classroom had a strict no familiar policy and previous exceptions had only been made a few times. That a rule is a rule. You shall remain outside like the other familiars. Yin Hung, feeling helpless, thought of accumulating more transformation points, pondering why they were so difficult to amass. Resigned, he agreed and noticed many familiars gathered outside, waiting for their masters to finish class. Naturally, Yin Hung would not remain idle. He invoked 9527 in his mind. Hey, 9527, why have you been silent? Now that when Shirong has left me here, at least chat with me a bit. Yin Hung, if you have time for idle chatter, why not use those transformation points to enhance your physical attributes? Oh, right. Yin Hung often forgot about the ability to exchange points. He opened the panel and observed, 11,000 transformation points. It seems I can transform my eyes into Sharingan. He maximized his mental power but recalled that changing his eyes would involve bleeding, and considering he was still outside, he temporarily dismissed that thought. After applying his transformation points where necessary, he naturally felt a different sensation in his body. With nothing else to do, he began to wander around. As he strolled, he was tapped on the shoulder and turned to find the head chef. Oh, isn't this Yin Hung? What a coincidence. Would you like to come to the kitchen for a bite? Yin Hung smiled and agreed, as the morning fare had left him unsatisfied. Upon entering the kitchen, he began to devour the food ravenously, praising the chef for the delicious dishes. Thank you so much, head chef, for treating me. The chef chuckled, remarking that the food was merely leftovers from the nobles, and he was free to enjoy it. While munching on bread, Yin Hung scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of Siesida. Why haven't I seen Miss Siesida? Siesida has been assigned to work for a noble family of Mach. Didn't she tell you? Yin Hung shook his head, genuinely unaware. However, Siesida had been a source of assistance for him in recent days, and her sudden departure left an inexplicable pang in his heart. The chef sighed in resignation, saying she went there for work is a mere pretext. It's just an excuse for marrying a new concubine. All right, everyone, get moving. Yin Hang, lost in thought while holding his bread, returned to his room that evening and inquired of Wen Shirong about the noble's concubine issue. Concubine, noble of Mach. That family holds considerable status among the aristocracy. It seems they indeed follow such practices. Although Wen Shirong was not well versed in these matters, She knew enough to respond that "Is that so?" In Hang's gaze revealed a different emotion. The voice of 9527 echoed in his mind. "I just gathered information. It appears that a noble from the Mog family has taken an interest in Siesida and wishes to marry her. It's truly a pity for the girl. She clearly has feelings for you, yet cannot pursue them." "What did you say?" "Siesida likes me." In Hung, taken aback by 9527's assertion, hurriedly denied the notion. "In Hung, I've told you. You're quite dense. That girl looks at you differently. Haven't you noticed? Regardless, you should focus all your attention on Wenshiro." Hearing this, In Hung felt a surge of irritation and mentally shouted at 9527, "Then why have you been nagging me so much earlier? Even if I cannot reciprocate Siesida's feelings, I cannot allow her to be forced into marrying a noble." 9527 chuckled at In Hang's words, amused by his protectiveness. "Well, suit yourself. This is your concern. I am merely providing you with information." In Hung made his way to the garden area, where he spotted Pushara flirting with a blonde girl and approached him. Just as Pushara was about to make a move, he caught sight of In Hung, his body tensing as he assumed In Hung had come to confront him. Stepping back a few paces, "Pushara, I'd like to ask you a few questions." He pulled Pushara aside to inquire about the Mog family's address. In Hung, "Why are you asking about that?" Although Pushara was puzzled by In Hung's motives, he relented and provided the address. "You needn't worry about that. Thanks, Pushara. I owe you one." At hearing this, Pushara sighed in relief, glad that In Hung wasn't seeking trouble, especially after the last incident. In Hung glanced at the Kusanagi sword in his hand and hurried towards the route Pushara had indicated. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Wenshiro had prepared dinner for In Hung but was growing anxious at his absence. Where has In Hung run off to? Is he not interested in dinner? At that moment, Xiao Nianhua wheeled a food cart over to Wenshiro. "In Hang isn't with you?" Xiao Nianhua scanned the area, searching for In Hung. Wenshiro, glancing at the food on the cart, questioned Xiao Nianhua. "I recall you didn't eat this much, did you? Who said this was for me? Look at what you've given In Hang: bread and milk. It's just too meager." Wenshiro frowned. "Do you think it's polite to casually feed another's familiar? TCH, now that I want to feed someone, I can't even find him." Listening to their conversation, Pushara interjected, "Speaking of In Hung, he seems to have just asked me for the Mog family's address." "Ah." In Hung went to the Mog family. When Shirong realized why In Hung hadn't come for dinner and why he had inquired about the noble's concubine issue, Xiao Nianhua teased, "See, it's definitely because you've been feeding him such simple fare that he couldn't bear it anymore." Thinking of heading to the Mog family for something better, Pushara waved his hand dismissively as if the Mog family would accept someone like In Hung. Only when Shirong understood that In Hung intended to reclaim the maid, she hurried out of the cafeteria and towards the stables. That fool. In Hung arrived at the entrance of the Mog estate. Opening his panel to reveal he had 10,000 transformation points, enough to exchange for a decent pair of Sharingan Mangeki. With that thought, he collapsed to the ground, heart-wrenchingly covering his mouth as his eyes began to change. Chapter 10. When Shirong's intervention with eyes that bore traces of blood, In Hang staggered to the entrance of the Mog estate. Still struggling to adjust to his new vision, gasping even as he walked, leaning against the stone pillar at the gate, he fumbled to regain his composure. "Hey, who are you? And what are you doing here?" The patrolling guard, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the entrance and discovered In Hang leaning against the pillar. In Hang, eyeing the guard, felt the urge to eliminate him but recognized his precarious state and shifted his raised hand, which had been poised for attack, into a greeting. Hello, I merely seek an audience with the master of the Mog family." The guard called for another patrolling guard to escort In Hung inside. Meanwhile, a noble from the Mog family was conversing with Siesida. "Siesida, are you comfortable in this environment?" "It's fine, Mr. Imo." The noble stepped closer to Siesida, whispering in her ear, "I didn't bring you here to do menial tasks. You should have known that by now." Siesida's face revealed unease, yet was laced with resignation. However, this state of discomfort did not last long, as the guard outside knocked on the door. Prompting the noble to inquire, "What's the matter?" the guard reported, "A person named Qin In Hang wishes to meet you." The noble expressed confusion, having never heard that name before. Upon hearing Qin In Hang, Siesida's eyes widened in shock. The noble, nonetheless, accepted the request to meet with In Hung to discern his intentions. What a peculiar request. "Begone. It's already a considerable honor for me to tolerate your trivialities." In Hung, nearly drawing his blade at the noble's arrogant words, restrained himself. Wait, Mr. Amo. If you allow Saida to return to the academy, I would be willing to do anything for you. The noble frowned. What is your relationship with her? Why are you so insistent on bringing her back? In Heng hesitated, wanting to assert that Saida had feelings for him, but found it too direct. We are colleagues, helping each other in our work. The noble scoffed. Ah, so you are merely a servant from the academy. Regardless, Saida cannot be your concubine. As long as you ensure her return, I am willing to fulfill any request. Who said she is to be a concubine? Saida is a formal servant of our family. In Heng discerned that the noble's initial statement was false, yet the latter half rang true. Isn't she still a candidate for becoming your concubine? How I treat my servants is none of your concern. You are truly a strange person. In Heng was so enraged that he trembled, stepping forward to confront the noble, but was met with a weapon raised by the guard. Did you consider Saida's wishes? You're forcing that girl against her will. You bastard. The noble was somewhat incensed after being inexplicably berated at length, and then scolded by the young man before him. You ignorant commoner dare to insult a noble. If I do not teach you a proper lesson today, it would tarnish the dignity of my nobility. With that, he seized a large staff from beside him and prepared to strike at In Heng, who in turn infused his sword with lightning, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. At that moment, Saida burst into the room and knelt before the noble. I apologize, Mr. Mott. My friend has been quite offensive, and I am willing to do anything for you. Just please forgive him. Saida, do you truly wish to remain here? Come back to the Magic Academy with me. Staying here is not your desire. Hearing this, Saida trembled, but soon realized it was impossible, and his gaze slowly dimmed. Enough. If you wish for Saida to return, it is not without solution. You just said you would do anything for this servant. Correct. In Heng, sensing a glimmer of hope, hastily interjected. Yes, I did. Mr. Mott then approached a bookshelf and spoke. I am quite fond of collecting books, and there is one in particular that I cherish. Just tell me where that book is. Noticing In Heng's eagerness to get to the point, Mott smiled slightly. That book is a family heirloom of the Chusli Fire family. I have heard it is in the possession of a girl at your academy. The daughter of the Chusli Fire family. Upon hearing the name of that family, memories rushed through In Heng's mind. Qiao Nianhua? All right, I understand. You are not to lay a finger on Saida until I retrieve the book. With that, In Heng swiftly exited the manor, making his way directly to the academy. Damn it. Why must I be entangled with the sworn enemy of Wen Shirong, that frivolous woman? A sudden clatter of hooves approached from the opposite direction. In Heng saw Wen Shirong riding toward him, and his first instinct was that she had come to find him. However, in order to save time, he called out to her, Wen Shirong, over here, upon hearing his voice. Wen Shirong halted her horse and questioned him. In Heng, what on earth are you doing? Why did you run to the Mott Manor? Enough, Wen Shirong. Let's not discuss that now. We need to return to the Magic Academy. Wen Shirong, somewhat puzzled and unsure of In Heng's intentions, did not press further. Upon returning to their quarters, In Heng helped Wen Shirong change into her nightgown. You know that Mott is a high-ranking noble? You really should avoid provoking him. In Heng wanted to express that Saida wished to stay at the academy, but he remembered that Wen Shirong might respond that it was all fate. I understand. Wen Shirong, all right, let's get some rest. We have classes tomorrow. Watching Wen Shirong drift into slumber, In Heng stealthily approached Qiao Nianhua's room and knocked gently on the door. Seeing In Heng take the initiative to visit excited Qiao Nianhua, who eagerly pulled him into her room. In Heng then stated his purpose. He needed the Chusli family heirloom for exchange. Heirloom? Are you referring to this book? As she spoke, Qiao Nianhua used levitation magic to bring the box behind In Heng to her. This is my family's heirloom, but upon examination, I found it of no use. My family said it was my dowry. In Heng felt a wave of relief, as it seemed the item was not very important to her. Would you be willing to give it to me, Miss Qiao? Qiao Nianhua nodded in agreement. In Heng reached out to take it, but Qiao Nianhua wrapped her arms around his neck. However, I have one condition, In Heng. You must go out with me. Hearing this, In Heng angrily broke free from Qiao Nianhua's embrace, trembling. You foolish nobles. Why do nobles have the right to choose, while commoners do not? Such a violation of another's will is something I cannot partake in. I see no need to obtain your book any longer. With that, In Heng stormed out, heading straight to Wen Shirong's horse. However, the horse seemed resistant to him. Filled with rage, In Heng used his blood wheel to control the horse toward the Mott Manor. Qiao Nianhua, still perplexed by In Heng's furious reaction, quickly made her way to Wen Shirong's room. Hey, Wake up. When Shirong struggled to open her eyes, Hamin Heng, what are you doing? Upon realizing that the person before her was not In Heng, she became fully alert. Xiaonianhua, what are you doing here? Let us not discuss that now. In Heng has run off to the Mott Manor again. What? How is that possible? When Shirong exclaimed, looking at the empty floor in anger. What is that fool trying to do? Can't he just behave? Being her master is exhausting. All right. When Shirong, we need to hurry over. Since when Shirong's horse was taken by In Heng, she could only ride on Xiaonianhua's horse alongside her. As In Heng arrived at the manor's entrance, his pent-up anger found no outlet. Gripping his kusanagi sword as he marched toward the guards. Who are you? You come here. Before the guard could finish his sentence, In Heng had already incapacitated him. The voice of 9527 repeatedly reminded In Heng that he must not cause any fatalities, as they were nobles, and any mistake could implicate when Shirong, with no other choice. In Heng had to force his way in this manner, heading straight to the center of the hall. Mott, come out. Many guards appeared in the central hall as Mott descended from the upper floor. Hey, what are you doing shouting and causing a ruckus at this hour? Did you manage to obtain that book? In Heng coldly smirked as he drew his kusanagi sword. Indeed, I have it. You shall witness it from the road to the underworld. As electricity crackled along his arm, Mott looked on in astonishment. You, a commoner, can wield magic? Do you not realize that drawing your sword gives me the right to execute you on the spot? Then let us see you try, you ignorant fool. Seeing this, Mott brandished his staff and conjured water magic. I have never seen such a foolish commoner before. With that, he summoned a torrent of water to strike at In Heng. But to In Heng, who possessed the blood-wheel eye, this was mere slow motion, and he easily evaded it though. So it can transform like this. Just then, the water transformed into sharp ice spikes, which In Heng shattered with his kusanagi sword. Just as he was about to break the last ice spike, when Shirong entered, using her magic to eliminate the final ice column. When Shirong, why are you here? As the Chidori in In Heng's hand slowly dissipated. He had intended to charge at Mott, but when Shirong's presence was unexpected, suddenly realizing something, he glared at Xiaonianhua. Miss Chio, did you tell the young lady that I came here? Xiaonianhua, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze. With no other option, In Heng, recognizing that when Shirong had arrived, had to relent. Fighting could not continue. Upon understanding when Shirong's intent, Mott sat down in a chair. These matters must be handled by the principal of the academy. When Shirong, deeply apologetic, said, I apologize, Mr. Mott. Due to the urgency of the situation, I had to intrude upon your estate. In Heng is my familiar, and as his master, it is my responsibility for not managing him properly. I am willing to accept any punishment. In Heng, feeling helpless, thought that had he known it would implicate when Shirong, he would have agreed to Xiaonianhua's request. To fantasize about killing a noble is a grave crime. You shall await your family's punishment. Wait, Mr. Mott. I know you have a fondness for a book from our family. I wonder if you could forgive us for this offense. Xiaonianhua quickly retrieved the book from her cloak. Huh? Are you a member of the Chusli Fire family? Yes. I apologize for the late introduction. Mott eagerly took the book and began to browse through it. When Shirong, filled with concern, asked, Is this truly acceptable? Isn't this an important family heirloom for you? Xiaonianhua waved her hand dismissively. It is of no use to me. I do not particularly want it. All right. The book is now yours. Can we consider the punishments waived? And Siesida returned to me. Mott gestured to the guards behind him. Of course. Release Siesida. The group then escorted Siesida back to the academy. Thank you, In Heng. You risked everything for me. In Heng scratched his head, replying, If there is gratitude to be expressed, it should be directed toward Miss Chio, as I hardly contributed anything. That also includes your efforts, In Heng. She moved slowly in front of In Heng, standing on her tiptoes to place a fleeting kiss on his cheek, a blush appearing on the young girl's face. Sie. Before In Heng could finish, Siesida dashed into the dark corridor, disappearing from his view. 9527 teased. Well, I didn't expect your charm to be this effective. In Heng retorted, Stop with the idle chatter. You were of no use when needed. Chapter 11. Familiar Performance Showcase. In Heng, do you not possess any talents to showcase? In Heng looked at Wen Shirong with a puzzled expression. Why must we perform? As a familiar, what need have I for talent? He questioned, as familiars were meant to assist their masters, not to perform. When Shirong shook her head in exasperation. I nearly forgot. Tomorrow is the familiar selection. What is that? Yin Heng was perplexed by the concept of the familiar selection. Was it merely to identify the strongest familiar? He felt compelled to perform admirably, yet hesitated to inquire further on my lady. What exactly is this familiar evaluation? Upon hearing the term evaluation, Yin Heng instinctively thought of PETS. It was an annual event for second-year freshmen to showcase their familiars to everyone. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Then I suppose I need not participate. After all, performing can be quite troublesome." "How could you not participate? This is an event that every newcomer must attend," he was reminded. He certainly did not wish to embarrass himself in front of others, especially considering his previous mishap with magic. Observing the melancholic expression on Wenshirong's face, he began to understand that this matter weighed heavily on her. He had initially assumed she possessed many talents. Given her uniqueness compared to other familiars, during their time in the alternate space, he had witnessed her being ridiculed simply because she was a girl who could not wield magic. However, now that he was present, there would be no one to mock Wenshirong. After all, he was the powerful one. My lady, I believe that with a day's time, I might acquire a new skill." Upon hearing these words, a joyful smile graced Wenshirong's face. "Really?" Yin Heng nodded affirmatively, assuring her that he would master a skill within the day. As she beamed with happiness, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Yin Heng's Kusanagi sword. "Hey, Yin Heng, you can wield a sword, right? Why don't you perform a swordplay demonstration for everyone?" Yin Heng hesitated, realizing that if no one were to spar with him, it would lead to an awkward situation. However, the notion of using his shadow clone technique was enticing. He wondered if it would be permissible to utilize magic for the performance. "Can I use my familiar abilities on stage?" "Of course. The main objective is to showcase your talents," came the reply. With the knowledge that he could indeed use his abilities, his confidence surged. Yin Heng stepped outside the dormitory, pondering how to present his swordsmanship in a manner that would elevate Wenshirong's reputation. What should he do? After all, creating a performance that would astonish the audience was no easy feat. Yin Heng, what are you mumbling about? Siesida's face suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Watching him intently. Siesida, what a coincidence to see you here. With her proximity, Yin Heng recalled Siesida's intimate gestures from the previous day, leaving him flustered and scratching the back of his head. "Are you troubled about the familiar selection, Mr. Yin Heng?" His surprise was palpable. He was unsure how she had learned about the evaluation. "Did you hear about it, Miss Siesida?" "Haha, it's not that I heard. But rather I noticed many people striving to secure the championship in this selection." Yin Heng realized he needed to step up his efforts, as this reward would serve as a recognition of his abilities. "Oh, by the way, I heard that the princess will be attending this year's familiar performance." The princess? Yin Heng pondered, recognizing that this must refer to a member of the royal family, as nobility was typically referred to as young ladies. Why would a princess visit such a modest academy? Indeed, I heard she insisted on witnessing the familiar selection in person. As she spoke, Siesida led Yin Heng to the practice area where everyone was honing their skills. At first glance, he spotted Xiao Nianhua training with a red dragon, producing flames of various shapes. "Miss Siesida, is there any special reward for the champion this time?" "It seems to be a small crown, which is said to be prepared for the familiar's master and will be personally placed upon the champion's head." This appeared to be an opportunity for recognition, and for Wenshirong's sake. He was determined to give it his all. Yin Heng was curious about the princess's motives for attending. It seemed she had a specific purpose in mind. "Mr. Yin Heng, we are also quite busy with this event, so I must take my leave." Yin Heng's thoughts were drawn back by Siesida's words. "Miss Siesida, then until we meet again." "Yes, do your best." With that, Siesida departed. As night fell, the principal was overseeing the guarding of the treasure vault, employing a binding spell to secure the doors. Rumors had circulated that the infamous thief Hook intended to steal the destruction staff, necessitating thorough preparations. Even high-level sorcerers would find it impossible to breach this barrier. "You must guard this place well. We cannot allow Hook to make off with the destruction staff." Once the principal was satisfied with the arrangements, he departed with a sense of relief. Outside, a shadow observed this scene before turning to leave. The next morning arrived, marking the princess's visit to the academy. As no one had ever seen what the princess looked like. Everyone eagerly awaited her arrival. As the carriage came to a halt, a figure emerged, donned in a white gown complemented by a purple cloak, her exquisite features prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. Yin Heng inquired of 9527 about the princess. "This princess is not just any noble. She is the king's daughter. Moreover, I discovered that she and Wenshirong were childhood playmates, having grown up together. No wonder Wenshirong was so eager for him to showcase his talents. It was all due to her connection with the princess." In Heng turned to glance at Wen Shirong, who, the previous day, he had resolved to impress with his skills. He planned to utilize shadow clones to engage in a mock battle, emulating the fighting styles from a certain world of ninjas. Later that evening, upon returning to his room, Wen Shirong stood with her hands on her hips, asking, "In Heng, are you truly prepared for your performance? Fear not, my lady, with the ability to showcase my skills. This will significantly broaden the scope of my performance. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. Tomorrow, I shall witness your prowess." In Heng smiled knowingly, confident that the performance would leave the audience astounded. As the third morning dawned, anticipation filled the air regarding the familiar showcase. The audience erupted in applause as Qiu Nianhua's fire dragon dazzled them with its unique flames, while some took advantage of their petite frames to dance gracefully to the music. In Heng scoffed, "These are mere child's play. My lady, just wait and see. Soon you shall no longer be looked down upon by these individuals." Wen Shirong appeared a bit anxious, fidgeting with her clothing. "Oh, really?" In Heng offered her an encouraging glance, and soon the teacher called out Wen Shirong's name. "All right, let us go. Give it your all." Together, they ascended the stage. Wen Shirong was visibly nervous, her grip on her clothing tightening. "Allow me to introduce my familiar, Qin In Heng." A voice from the audience interrupted. "He's just a commoner, right?" Ha ha ha. The laughter rippled through the crowd, prompting others to join in. Hearing the mocking laughter, Wen Shirong became flustered, while In Heng merely patted her shoulder, declaring, "Enough. You may all be quiet now. What follows will astonish you all." Wen Shirong stepped aside, eagerly awaiting to see what talent In Heng would unveil. As he summoned a shadow clone. Murmurs of disbelief spread through the audience. How arrogant. He is just a commoner. What could he possibly perform that is impressive? Is this even magic? In Heng grinned as he listened to the crowd's chatter. "I shall now demonstrate my swordsmanship. However, with no one to spar with, I must hone my skills solo." With that, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, while his clone executed the Chidori technique. The crackling of electricity resonating in the ears of the audience. In an instant, the two In Hengs charged at one another, creating a dramatic display. As the audience gasped in amazement, the performance drew to a close. In Heng pierced his shadow clone with the Chidori, marking the end of the show. The applause erupted, and when In Heng glanced at Wen Shirong, he was taken aback to see a radiant smile on her face. One he had never witnessed before, it was a smile so genuine. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, a figure clad in black plotted to steal the destruction staff. Chapter 12. The arrival of the black-clad figures. The black-clad figures began to wreak havoc at the door, only to discover it was fortified with a high-level binding spell. Dismissing the magic, one of them scoffed, "If magic won't work, then we shall proceed in another manner." With that, they prepared to commence the awarding ceremony. Hearing the commotion outside, the black-clad figures realized their time was running short and hurried outside the castle, employing summoning magic. The ground trembled as a stone golem slowly emerged, following the black-clad figures' commands. The golem swung its fist at the castle walls, only to be thwarted by the binding spell, which created an invisible barrier. "Curse it. I thought physical attacks would suffice, but this old man has planned meticulously." The black-clad figure found himself at a loss, contemplating the situation, when by chance, Wen Shirong and In Heng strolled by. The black-clad figure immediately noticed them. "In Heng, since when did you learn magic? And what on earth is that doppelganger of yours?" "My lady, since we are both familiars, it is only natural for me to know a bit of magic, isn't it?" Wen Shirong was about to respond when she caught sight of the towering figure before them. "Is that a magic puppet?" In Heng questioned, observing the stone golem before him. "Is this someone else's familiar, or is it crafted from earth magic?" He scrutinized the colossal figure, noting its size was comparable to that of the Susanoo. Though its expression appeared rather vacant, "This is not magic, this is..." Wen Shirong attempted to explain but was interrupted by the black-clad figure's voice. "You two have such poor luck to encounter me at this moment." As the stone giant reached out to seize the two individuals, a cry of caution rang out, "Be careful, young miss." In that moment, In Heng pushed Wen Shirong aside, only to be grasped by the stone giant himself. Struggling against the dark-clad figure, In Heng shouted, "What do you intend to do, you fiend? Run, young miss." In a state of urgency, he opened the shop panel. Noting that the 5,000 transformation points he possessed had upgraded his Sharingan to the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Blood streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, prompting the dark figure to express his bewilderment. "What's wrong with you, kid? Don't tell me you can't endure this. You haven't even exerted yourself yet." In Heng, in agony, clutched his eyes. While Wen Shirong, witnessing the blood flowing from his eyes, grew anxious. "In Heng, what has happened to you? Let him go at once." She began to chant his spell, launching a fireball at the stone giant. However, the magic inevitably resulted in an explosion. Do not engage in futile struggles. By the way, is that fire magic? Ha ha ha. As the stone giant extended its other hand towards Wen Shirong, she continued her incantation. But this time the spell veered off course. The giant's hand hovered in midair as the dark figure noticed cracks appearing in the castle walls. Could it be that the explosion can bypass the binding magic? Not wishing to waste time, the dark figure redirected the animated puppet toward the fractured wall. With a mighty swing, the stone giant struck the wall, creating a substantial breach. Have you played enough yet? Yin Heng's bloodied eyes had transformed into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, fixed intently on the dark figure. It seems your eyes are rather special, the figure remarked. Slowly, skeletal forms began to materialize around Yin Heng, gradually coalescing into a Susanoo. Though it could only maintain a half-formed state for now, the dark figure scoffed. Do as you please, but it may be too late to counterattack now. Unbeknownst to them, the dark figure had already acquired the destruction staff. Though I know not what magic you wield, I shall accept this item, until we meet again. Ha 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 ha. With that, the dark figure employed a smoke-like magic. The fog thickening beneath his feet, Yin Heng watched helplessly as the figure vanished into the mist. By the time the others arrived at the treasury, the destruction staff had long since disappeared, leaving behind only the words inscribed by the dark figure on the wall. I have taken the destruction staff. I shall make good use of it. Alias, Phantom Thief Hook. The principal could only gaze at the scene with helplessness. So it was stolen again. The guards sent to investigate returned with nothing to report. Yin Heng inquired about the identity of the dark figure. What about 9527? Well, since they wore a cloak, I couldn't see their face clearly. I need to see their face to analyze any data about them. Yin Heng sighed, recalling how lightning had proven ineffective against the stone entity, compelling him to upgrade his Sharingan to activate the Susanoo. Only to find the pain unbearable. Wen Shirong furrowed her brow. This magician can control such a large puppet. They must be a high-level sorcerer. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to Yin Heng with concern. Did that dark figure do something to you? Your eyes started bleeding after encountering them. Well, Yin Heng struggled to concoct a plausible excuse. Surely he couldn't admit to having purchased a Sharingan from the shop and activating the Susanoo. I must have been affected by her magic. Ha ha. Ha ha. Unsure of how to fabricate a story, he began to ramble. Wen Shirong, observing his peculiar explanations, couldn't help but feel perplexed. By the way, will the country take the dark figure's attack on the academy seriously? Young miss, seeing that Wen Shirong remained skeptical, Yin Heng quickly shifted the topic. Naturally, this cannot be overlooked. The nobility will be summoned to investigate. Relieved that the change of subject was effective, Yin Heng's mind was occupied with thoughts of the dark figure's true identity. Chapter 13. The true identity of the dark figure. Due to the incident involving the dark figure, Wen Shirong, Yin Heng, and Qiao Nianhua were summoned to the principal's office. Qiao Nianhua's presence was merely for the sake of excitement, while Wen Shirong, as an eyewitness, was tasked with investigating the dark figure. The principal's secretary accompanied the three, delivering a report. Following an investigation at the academy and tracing the path of the puppet, it was discovered that the dark figure's hideout was a small cabin deep within the forest. Your efficiency is commendable, secretary, the principal remarked, pleased at the swift identification of the dark figure's whereabouts. To reclaim the academy's honor, the institution planned to send the three of them into the depths of the forest to defeat the dark figure and retrieve the destruction staff. I wonder if the three of you are willing to undertake this mission? They all agreed eagerly, with Yin Heng eager to uncover the true identity of the dark figure, especially since he felt disgruntled about not having landed a hit on them during their last encounter. Following the secretary's arrangements, the trio boarded a carriage, with the secretary leading the way. Along the journey to the forest, they engaged in light conversation. Qiao Nianhua drew closer to Yin Heng, the softness of her presence causing him to blush. Miss Qiao. We're a bit too close. Qiao Nianhua. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so close to someone else's familiar? Seeing Qiao Nianhua so near to Yin Heng sparked a flare of indignation within him. Qiao Nianhua responded with a challenging gaze. What if I'm close to Yin Heng? He's a person too, entitled to romance. And what will you do when we encounter the puppet? Your spells always result in explosions. Mind your own business. I've told you, those were mere accidents. Wen Shirong retorted, engaging in a verbal spar with Qiao Nianhua. Accidents? I think you simply lack the ability to wield magic. You're just making me laugh. Wen Shirong. You. Caught between the two? Yin Heng interjected. All right. Can you two ladies not argue at this moment? Can we not have a moment of peace? Upon hearing Yin Heng's plea, they both turned their heads away in silence. Soon, they arrived at their destination. A small wooden cabin loomed before them. Yin Heng proposed to investigate the interior personally, instructing the others to remain outside. Peering through the window, he noted that apart from the broken window, the cabin appeared abandoned, as if it had not been inhabited for a long time. There is no one inside. You can come in now. The two outside, reassured by Yin Heng's words, let out a sigh of relief. I'll keep watch outside. You two search inside, Wenshirong said, scanning the area around the cabin while Yin Heng and Qiao Nianhua began their search. Observing the disordered state of the cabin, Yin Heng felt little concern as he rummaged through the space, while Qiao Nianhua wore a look of disdain. This place is a mess, aside from this simple bed, which is somewhat clean. The rest is in dire straits. While searching, Yin Heng's gaze fell upon the bedside cabinet, and he approached it with intent. After rummaging through it, just as he suspected, he found something. Miss Qiao, I've found it. Where did you find it? Yin Heng replied as he opened the box. I discovered it in the bedside cabinet. To be honest, just as he was about to continue, Wenshirong's panicked scream interrupted him. Wenshirong! Yin Heng rushed outside, only to find a puppet had appeared, while Qiao Nianhua began to chant a spell to cast fire magic. The flames caused no damage to the puppet. Noticing that Wenshirong was missing, he frantically scanned the surroundings until he spotted her behind the puppet. Holding her wand, she was chanting a spell. What are you doing, young miss? Stop at once. Yin Heng shouted as he dashed towards her. The puppet sensed the disturbance and turned to face Wenshirong, but the magic remained ineffective. I will not flee, Yin Heng. As a noble, I cannot run away. The puppet's massive hand swung toward Wenshirong, who persisted in her incantation. Yin Heng quickly reached her side, scooping her up and darting aside just as a large pit appeared where she had been standing. What are you doing? He swiftly slapped Wenshirong and demanded, You fool, have you lost your mind? What does it matter if you are a noble? If you die, what is the point? Do you value your life less than your honor? Wenshirong, covering her face in disbelief, looked at Yin Heng, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have always been looked down upon. Being scorned for not being able to use magic. It hurts so much. This marked the first time Yin Heng had witnessed Wenshirong in such a state, but he realized this was not the moment to indulge in emotions. He immediately lifted her once more. And sure enough, the puppet's hand left a clear imprint where she had stood. Wenshirong continued to speak in Yin Heng's embrace. If I really ran away, I would always be looked down upon. She buried her face in his chest, her sobs echoing softly. It's all right. Young Mississippi, you will not be looked down upon. After all, you have me. Yin Heng carried her out of the puppet's reach. Qiao Nianhua, please take care of the young miss. I'll be back shortly. Hey, pull yourself together, Wenshirong. Though taken aback by his words, Qiao Nianhua quickly moved to comfort the tear-streaked Wenshirong. Yin Heng slowly approached the puppet. You are but a relic of a bygone era. Go ahead and perish. Yin Heng's eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope as the Susanoo spread around him. This time, I can fully unleash my true form. You wretched clod. As the Susanoo fully manifested, it bore a titanic stature akin to that of the magical puppet. Drawing forth the colossal sword of Susanoo, it struck the puppet's form, instantly causing the stone to begin crumbling. Yet, the puppet swiftly began to regenerate the shattered parts using the surrounding stones. Yin Heng soon realized that as long as there were stones nearby, the puppet could restore itself, just as he contemplated swiftly ending the puppet. A sharp pain pierced his eyes, and the Susanoo began to slowly regress in form. Confounded, Yin Heng inquired about the situation from 9527. What is happening? 9527. Isn't my mental power at its peak? Why can't the Susanoo maintain its form for even a minute? It's not an issue of your mental power. Rather, last time you were too hasty in adjusting the Sharingan state, and it hasn't recovered since, thus it cannot endure for long. Observing Yin Heng before her, Wenshirong began to question how he had acquired such peculiar magic, only to notice that the strange barriers surrounding him began to dissipate as if something had gone awry. Panic surged within her as she spotted the destruction staff before the wooden house and hastily rushed towards it. Hey, Wenshirong, what are you doing? Qiao Nianhua, seeing her dart towards the wooden house, hurried after her. How infuriating. Yin Heng had not anticipated a complication at this moment, inadvertently catching sight of Wenshirong running towards him. He was taken aback upon noticing the destruction staff in her hand. Wenshirong, what are you doing? Why have you come back? Wenshirong brandished the destruction staff, only to find it utterly ineffective. Hey, what is going on? Why isn't it working? The puppet turned to see Wenshirong wielding the destruction staff, and, disregarding Yin Heng, reached out towards her. Wenshirong. Yin Heng, with no time to ponder further, dashed to her side and seized the destruction staff. Just as I suspected. From the very beginning, I felt that outer shell was eerily familiar. What began as mere speculation is now fully confirmed. Yin Heng retrieved his coat, Realizing that the so-called destruction staff was nothing more than a rocket launcher, aiming it at the puppet's head, he fired, and with the ensuing explosion, a gaping hole appeared in the puppet's head, causing its body to gradually disintegrate. In Hung was perplexed as to how a rocket launcher had appeared in this world, lost in thought, when Shirong gazed at In Hung, captivated by his expression. In Hang, sensing her gaze, looked down at her. What is it? Upon being discovered, when Shirong turned her head away, Xiaoyanhu rushed over, embracing In Hang. Are you all right, In Hang? It's my fault for not keeping an eye on Wen Shirong. Wen Shirong watched Xiaoyanhu's actions with exasperation directed at the two of them. Meanwhile, the rocket launcher, which In Hung had carelessly discarded, was picked up by someone, drawing his attention. Miss Secretary. Thank you, In Hung. Although I have acquired this staff, its usage poses quite a headache for me. In Hang suddenly realized "So you are the one in the black cloak. No wonder I have yet to see you until now. You are the one manipulating the puppet, aren't you? You are quite astute, In Hung. But I regret to inform you that you shall not survive this day." With that, she raised the rocket launcher, aiming it at the three of them. In Hang merely chuckled coldly. "Oh, is that so?" Retrieving the Kusanagi sword from his waist, he strode directly toward the secretary. After all, In Hang believed that killing her outright would be too merciful. Seeking death, the secretary pressed the switch, only to discover that the destruction staff was utterly ineffective. What is going on? Why is there no response? This thing only has one shot, you fool. With that, In Hang knocked Hook unconscious and, upon returning to the academy, unceremoniously tossed him into the national prison. To this day, everyone remained astounded, never suspecting that the secretary by the principal's side was, in fact, a figure in black. The three conveyed the truth to the principal. Yet the destruction staff was destroyed by In Hung under the pretext that it had been used by the figure in black. I have a general understanding of the situation. You have all worked hard. Today our academy will host a gala, so everyone should take the opportunity to unwind. Hooray! I adore galas. Xiaoyanhu exclaimed joyfully. At the evening gala, In Hung found himself on a balcony, savoring the gentle breeze and reflecting on the recent tumultuous events. 9527, in a deadpan manner, remarked, "You're feeling sentimental now? At the gala, everyone will be donning formal attire. Don't you look forward to seeing Wen Shirong in her gown?" In Hung shook his head, as memories of Wen Shirong's words made him long for greater abilities to protect her. Just then, Wen Shirong's voice broke through his thoughts. "In Hang, what are you doing here?" "I'm just enjoying the breeze." "My lady, how about you?" In Hang was taken aback by Wen Shirong's stunning appearance. She looked extraordinarily beautiful, akin to a captivating figure stepping out of a painting and standing before him. What's wrong?" Wen Shirong felt a flush creep upon her face under his gaze. "I find you to be exceptionally lovely today." This compliment caused her cheeks to redden further. At that moment, the light shifted to a warm hue, and music began to play. Observing this scene, In Hang urged Wen Shirong to attend to her affairs. Silent, Wen Shirong raised her right hand. This left In Hang, who was about to resume enjoying the breeze, puzzled, unsure of her intent. "Mr. In Hang, would you honor me with a dance?" Realizing her request, In Hang hesitated but explained that he was not adept at dancing. It's all right. Just follow my lead. The two began to dance. And when Shirong spoke up, "In Hang, you're not from this world, are you? Those spells are not of this realm, are they?" In Hang was taken aback. Recognizing that he could no longer hide, he decided to come clean. "You are correct, my lady. These abilities do not belong to this world, nor do I." Upon his admission, when Shirong realized that her suspicions had been validated, initially dubious, her doubts had deepened after witnessing the unfamiliar magic during the previous familiar selection. And today's events had confirmed her beliefs, proving that he was indeed not of this world. "So, do you wish to return to your own world?" In Hung shook his head. "My lady, I came here for you. I was not summoned in the traditional sense, though it is indeed the case." Upon hearing this, a smile illuminated Wen Shirong's face, unbeknownst to her that a place had already been carved for In Hung in her heart. Chapter 14. Investigating the nobility. Congratulations, Wen Shirong, on capturing the figure in black. Wen Shirong humbly replied, "This achievement is equally yours, In Hung." Today, In Hung and Wen Shirong were specially invited to the palace by the princess. The princess gazed at In Hang with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Mr. In Hang. Without your contribution, we might not have apprehended this thief." In Hang, feeling bashful, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "You flatter me. From now on, I entrust you to take care of Wen Shirong, Mr. In Hang." Hearing the princess's words, In Hang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the princess would entrust the friend he had known since childhood to his protection. "Hey, Your Highness, I don't need Mr. In Hang's protection, all right?" The notion of having In Hang, her familiar, safeguard her maid when Shirong questioned her authority as a mistress. The princess smiled at her. My dearest friend. I have witnessed Mr. In Heng's capabilities firsthand. With him by your side, I am at ease. 9527 chimed in with a playful tone. Well, In Heng, who would have thought you would earn the princess's recognition? Dog system, can you not find a single good thing to say about me? In Heng retorted at 9527. By the way, when Shirong, I actually have something to ask of you. Your Highness, please feel free to command. The princess elaborated on the significance of the task with a smile. I would like you both to spend some time living among the common folk. Live among the common folk? In Heng, and when Shirong exclaimed in unison. Yes, I have recently heard reports of nobles mistreating the common citizens. I am aware of the mock incident, and I find it deplorable. With that, the princess handed a royal certification to Shirong, requesting her to investigate the matter while posing as a commoner. Naturally, when Shirong agreed, In Heng, however, began to worry. After all, could Wen Shirong, hailing from nobility, truly adapt to the life of a commoner? Thus, he took Wen Shirong to a shop for commoner's attire. And when she donned the garments, her face was filled with disdain. This is so dowdy, In Heng. My lady, this is the attire of the common folk. In Heng sighed in resignation, having anticipated her reaction. Next, we must acquire a horse. With that, when Shirong headed towards the horse market. Wait, my lady, we only have 400 gold coins. If we spend it all, we'll be left with nothing. In Heng lamented, feeling as though he were on the verge of tears. It was evident that Wen Shirong had never experienced the life of a commoner. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Shirong conceded. You're right, let us find an inn instead. With that, she turned towards the noble inn. Unable to bear it any longer, In Heng scooped Wen Shirong up and headed in the opposite direction. In Heng, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to find an inn? Why are you carrying me? In Heng looked at Wen Shirong in his arms with exasperation. The nobleman at the young lady's place charges 200 gold coins per day. Don't you have any consideration for our finances? However, I simply cannot sleep in such a cheap lodging. In Heng is well aware that to fulfill their mission, he must be prudent with his spending. Very well, young lady, I shall handle this matter for you. As we cannot afford to be extravagant with our funds, Wen Shirong, visibly frustrated, retorted, I do not believe it. I will find a way myself. With that, she broke free from In Heng's embrace and strode purposefully in a certain direction. Hey, young lady, where are you going? Just don't follow me. In Heng, exasperated, could only cover his forehead and silently follow behind her. As evening fell, In Heng observed Wen Shirong sitting in the center of the square. Lost in thought, realizing something was amiss, he hurried over. Young lady, what troubles you? By the way, what have you done with your money all day? The sun is setting. We at least need to find a place to stay. Wen Shirong, unable to meet his gaze, murmured softly, I lost it all. Even though her voice was barely above a whisper, In Heng heard her clearly. Upon understanding the situation, he was taken aback. What, young lady? Why on earth did you go to a casino? Wen Shirong averted her gaze and stammered, but he said the winnings could double. So I thought. In Heng realized that a sheltered flower like her could hardly adapt to the harsh life of a wildflower. He pondered their next course of action, for if they could not find accommodation tonight, they would have to sleep on the streets. Just then, a strange man approached them. My dear lady, have you encountered some difficulties? The pair turned toward the voice, and In Heng nearly choked on his own breath. What manner of creature was this? A muscular man wearing lipstick, prancing about. This was truly a caricature. The flamboyant individual continued. Do I not appear to be a villain? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Daika, and I own a nearby inn. Would you care for my hospitality? This introduction only heightened In Heng's wariness, and he instinctively shielded Wen Shirong behind him. Although he found the man peculiar, the prospect of accommodation sparked a flicker of hope. However, there was one condition. Pointing at Wen Shirong, Daika stated, I require her assistance in my establishment. In Heng, hearing that the condition involved Wen Shirong, interjected, Mr. Daika, may I inquire what this condition entails? He awaited Daika's response, hand poised at his waist where his sword rested. After a brief explanation, In Heng understood that Wen Shirong would merely need to don a maid's outfit and serve guests, while he would be tasked with washing dishes. He deemed this arrangement not overly unreasonable, as assisting as a maid was somewhat humble. Thus, he accepted the terms, sheathing his sword. Wen Shirong, however, was indignant. In Heng had agreed on her behalf before she could voice her decision. In Heng, before she could refuse, he had already pulled her into the inn. Young lady, given our financial situation, this is the only option. Surely you do not wish to sleep on the streets. At this, Wen Shirong hastily shook her head, for a noble such as herself could not be seen sleeping outdoors. In Heng scrutinized the inn's interior, Noting that there were 10 maids, all quite attractive, Daika led Wenshirong to a changing room. Presenting her with a white maid's uniform to try on. In the lobby, he gathered the maids and announced, "Ladies, I have splendid news. Our family is welcoming a new member. Her name is Wenshirong." In Heng leaned against the doorframe, observing as Wenshirong emerged clad in the white maid's outfit. Daika recounted her tragic backstory, detailing how she and her brother, In Heng, had fled from a broken family. The maids expressed their sympathy for her plight. Wenshirong, feeling nervous, introduced herself, "I am Wenshirong, and I hope to receive your guidance." In Heng watched, entranced, noting that no matter what she wore, she always looked stunning. Yet, he began to worry for her. He hoped she could adjust, for if any guests overstepped their bounds, he would not hesitate to intervene. Daika beckoned In Heng to the kitchen to wash dishes. And he nodded in agreement, following him inside. "Hey, new girl, come help wash the dishes." In Heng observed as a girl called out, "I'll be right there." These tasks posed no challenge for In Heng, as his childhood experiences had long accustomed him to hard work. "Your sister is truly adorable," the girl remarked. "Oh, is she?" he replied, somewhat awkwardly, fully aware that they were merely playing roles, and feeling that awkwardness was normal. The girl continued washing dishes as she introduced herself. "I'm Jessica. What is your name?" "Hello, Miss Jessica. I'm Chin In Heng." "In Heng? That is quite a unique name." In Heng smiled awkwardly. "Many people find my name curious, so I'm used to it." Wenshirong turned to observe the two conversing and felt a pang of jealousy. That fool. The kitchen had a counter that allowed her to see what was happening inside. As night fell, guests began to arrive in droves, and the staff became increasingly busy. Wenshirong approached a guest with a bottle of wine, but felt uneasy as she said, "Good evening, this is the wine you ordered." The inebriated guest gazed at her with a drunken smile. "What are you doing, miss? You need to pour me a drink." Wenshirong frowned, in disbelief that she, a noble, was reduced to serving wine to commoners. When the guest persisted, she suppressed her rising anger, reminding herself that this was her task and she must endure. Reluctantly, she poured the wine for him. The guest's gaze wandered to her figure, and he remarked, "What a lovely lady, though a pity about your assets." Unable to contain her fury any longer, Wenshirong snatched the wine glass from his hand and splashed the contents onto his face. The guest, startled, snapped back, "You little minx, what are you doing?" Just as Wenshirong was about to unleash a torrent of indignation about her noble lineage, Daika rushed over to defuse the situation. "I apologize, dear guest. She is new and likely still adjusting." In Heng hurried over, taking Wenshirong away from the scene, for any further commotion would lead to trouble. After a long day of work, they returned to their room. Wenshirong began to vent her frustrations. "What nonsense is this? I a noble, serving wine to commoners." In Heng ruffled her hair, smiling as he reassured her, There, young lady. Things are gradually improving, are they not? At least we have a place to stay now." Wenshirong glared at her surroundings. This resembles a storage room, not a noble's quarters. After all, it was a budget inn, lacking the opulence of noble accommodations. "Oh, young lady, I've noticed that many nobles frequent this place. We can earn money, have a roof over our heads, and gather information. What a splendid arrangement." In Heng, concerned that Wenshirong might be uncomfortable sleeping, ensured there was no dust on the bed. Wenshirong shot him an annoyed glance. "You chatted so merrily with that girl. Of course, you think it's fine." "Girl?" In Heng queried, confused by her tone, but Wenshirong quickly turned her head away. "It's nothing." In Heng observed Wenshirong's peculiar behavior, unsure of how to respond. "All right, let us get some sleep, young lady. Tomorrow holds much to be done." In Heng, "Do you truly expect me to sleep in such a place?" Seeing that Wenshirong remained hesitant, he gently pushed her onto the bed and tucked her in. "Now, sleep well. You've worked hard today." Wenshirong, wrapped in the covers, revealed only her curious eyes and half her face. In Heng, "How did you adapt to this environment so quickly?" In Heng, resting with closed eyes, replied slowly, "Young lady, I have experienced this kind of life before, so it is not strange to me. Every family's rise begins." F9527 Just also a teasing remark. Wenshirong saw you getting along so well with that girl named Jessica and felt a twinge of jealousy. You ought to maintain some distance from other females now that you have Wenshirong. In Heng, too, found it hard to believe. How could that be? Their relationship is clearly not that strong at the moment. It's likely just the guest venting their frustrations on me. TSK. In Heng, how can you be so oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart? When you touched Wenshirong's head, didn't you notice that she didn't resist? Never mind, conversing with you is truly exhausting. I shall continue to gather information about this world. In Heng, upon reflection, realized that Wenshirong didn't seem to mind those intimate gestures at all. Could it be? Oh, You're awake? Jessica approached, holding a glass of water. Her eyes glinting with curiosity as she regarded In Heng. In Heng felt a shiver at Jessica's gaze. In truth, you and Wen Shirong are not actually siblings, are you? Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. Miss Jessica. Oh, come on. In Heng, don't pretend. Anyone can see it. By the way, are you two a couple? Immediately, a gossipy expression appeared on Jessica's face, leaving In Heng somewhat flustered, but he could not divulge the nature of his mission. Miss Jessica, I believe you are truly mistaken. Jessica responded with a knowing look. After all, she is a noble, isn't she? Serving dishes is an effortless task for commoners, yet for her, it would be rather challenging. Moreover, her demeanor exudes a grace that commoners lack. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, In Heng sighed and nodded, yet he refrained from revealing the mission's reality. Upon seeing In Heng nod, Jessica's curiosity intensified. It is simply implausible for a noble to be here working without financial need. Could it be that you have some secret mission? I actually find such matters fascinating. I beg you, please tell me. I promise I won't breathe a word. In Heng outright denied Jessica's assumptions, yet his explanations only served to reinforce her beliefs, and she slowly inched closer to him. In Heng, flustered, exclaimed, Please do not come any closer. Miss Jessica, have some decorum. What are you doing, In Heng? Wen Shirong, having overheard the commotion for quite some time, rushed into the room. In Heng immediately jumped off the bed and began to explain. It is not what you think, miss. This is the shopkeeper's daughter. Her name is Jie. However, Wen Shirong walked straight towards In Heng as if she hadn't heard, delivering a kick to his abdomen. Thus, In Heng was dragged away from Jessica's room by Wen Shirong. Jessica looked on, bewildered, as the two departed. Wen Shirong, somewhat irritated, lamented that she hadn't received any tips that day and was displeased that In Heng was so close to another girl. At that moment, a plump figure appeared at the entrance, and Daika hurried over to greet him. It was Lord Qionu. Welcome. Qionu teased. Business seems to be thriving today. Daika promptly replied, It's just a bit better than usual. No need for explanations. I'm here as a customer today. Daika had intended to mention that the place was fully booked, but Qionu waved his hand, and his subordinates understood, retrieving a grand staff. The guests, recognizing the cue, departed, leaving only Qionu and his subordinates in the tavern. Wen Shirong noted that he was a noble, undoubtedly wealthy, and decided to seize this opportunity. In Heng, hearing the noise, peeked out to search for Wen Shirong and sighed in relief upon seeing her still in place. Jessica explained to In Heng that man is Qionu, the tax officer here. Everyone fears being taxed again, so no one dares to provoke him. He expects his needs to be met without offering any tips, which is why no girl is willing to serve him. In Heng was not surprised at all. He was certain this was one of the many forms of oppression faced by commoners. His eyes widened in alarm as he noticed Wen Shirong approaching Qionu with a drink in hand, an ominous premonition rising within him as he gripped the Kusanagi sword at his waist, ready to rush out and sever this noble's hand. Upon seeing Wen Shirong, Qianu's gaze involuntarily drifted to her chest, appearing somewhat disappointed, and he teased Daika, Why would you hire a flat-chested girl? I thought she was a man. Wen Shirong's anger ignited upon hearing this remark, but for the sake of money, she suppressed her fury. Meanwhile, In Heng, clutching In Heng, found himself taken aback by the unexpected embrace. Feeling quite flustered, however, out of courtesy, he merely returned the hug briefly before extricating himself from Qianu's confident embrace. Meanwhile, Wen Shirong cast a somewhat jealous glance at In Heng. He felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the expression on Wen Shirong's face, realizing that trouble was imminent. By the way, I am returning to my hometown in Tabata. Upon hearing this, Wen Shirong was puzzled as to why Qianuo chose not to go home but instead to a friend's house. Before she could ponder further, Qianuo hurriedly boarded the carriage, her gaze lingering on In Heng with an air of reluctance. In Heng, I wish you a joyful summer vacation as well. Upon hearing this, In Heng's sense of foreboding intensified, internally lamenting why Qianuo could not simply keep her remarks to a minimum. Sure enough, within mere seconds, Wen Shirong angrily kicked In Heng in the stomach. You fool. Oomph. In Heng doubled over, clutching his abdomen on the ground, fully aware of what was coming. Upon returning to her room, Wen Shirong immediately began to order In Heng around, her anger still palpable. Take all these clothes and wash them. If you fail to do so properly, don't even think about having a meal. In Heng seemed taken aback by the magnitude of Wen Shirong's fury. Faced with the pile of clothing, he could only feel a sense of helplessness. Yes, I will do it right away. Miss Dottie hefted the heavy laundry and stepped out of the room. Wen Shirong gritted her teeth, glaring at the direction in which In Heng had departed. This foolish boy, Why is he so charming with every woman he encounters? Am I not? When Shirong quickly realized she was inexplicably upset with Yin Hung over such matters, and the thought drove her to a state of agitation. This idiot. He is truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Yin Hang, oblivious to when Shirong's jealous sentiments, was unaware that had he heard her words, he would be far from calm. I must draw a clear line with Qiao Nianhua. Otherwise, the young lady will surely drive me to despair. Before Yin Hang could finish his lament, he overheard a commotion nearby. What are you saying? It was merely a misunderstanding, Mengmo La Shi, recognizing the familiar voice. Yin Hang turned to see the blonde girl and Pu Xiaola engaged in a heated argument. Resembling a scenario where a girlfriend was upset and her boyfriend was attempting to placate her, the blonde girl was angrily shouting at Pu Xiaola, "I've had enough of your excuses. You always associate with other girls. Do you even care about me?" Pu Xiaola hurriedly attempted to explain. Mengmo La Shi, please let me clarify. Before Pu Xiaola could finish, Mengmo La Shi stormed past him toward the dormitory. With Pu Xiaola urgently following, eager to set things straight. However, the girl was resolute in her refusal to listen. Yin Hang watched the unfolding drama, half expecting the girl to slap Pu Xiaola. But he soon realized he was overthinking the situation. Never mind, I need to finish washing the young lady's clothing quickly. Otherwise, she might reappear and tug at my ears again. Meanwhile, Mengmo La Shi returned to her room and locked the door. Rejecting Pu Xiaola's attempts to gain entry, she slowly began to experiment with the forbidden potion. After all, Mengmo La Shi was displeased with Pu Xiaola's flirtatious demeanor towards every girl. So she intended to concoct a love potion that would ensure Pu Xiaola only had eyes for her. Phew. Finally, it's ready. Huh. Is it already afternoon? Mengmo La Shi had not anticipated the complexity of the potion. Having encountered several failures along the way, yet she had managed to complete it. Now, all she needed to do was wait for the evening to invite Pu Xiaola out. Chapter 17. The Love Potion Drunk by Wen Shirong? That evening, Yin Hang lay on the grass beside the dormitory, gazing at the inky sky adorned with twinkling stars, which added a unique beauty to the tranquil night. He then opened the shop interface. Observing the over 10,000 transformation points, and exchanged them for skill scrolls of all elemental abilities in this world, realizing that relying solely on Raichu would not suffice. Flipping to another page, he found the Sharon gun, Kamui, and called out to 9,527 in his mind. Now that I possess the kaleidoscope, can I still accommodate another Kamui? 9527 responded affirmatively. Of course, you can switch between them freely. Yin Hung discovered that 9527 only spoke when it had important information or assistance to offer, remaining silent otherwise. He decided to convert points until he reached 10,000 to make the exchange. As Kamui's phasing effect would be immensely beneficial for him, despite the high consumption associated with Susanoo.as, Yin Hang gazed at the starry sky. A girl's visage suddenly appeared before him. Mr. Yin Hang, are you enjoying the night sky? Upon recognizing it was Siesida, he greeted her and sat up, noticing the tea and snack she held with a hint of curiosity. Siesida, are you really having a late-night snack? It seemed you had a long day too. Siesida shook her head. Not at all. I wanted to invite you to share some snacks, as I found the night sky particularly beautiful tonight. At this, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Yin Hang, feeling a bit hungry himself and appreciating the stunning night sky, they began to chat leisurely on the lawn. On the other side, Mengmo La Shi had set up a table outside the dormitory. Complete with drinks, waiting for Pu Xiaola, she then retrieved the love potion she had concocted earlier that afternoon. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hearing a voice behind her, Mengmo La Shi quickly gripped the potion. Wanting to avoid detection. I apologize for summoning you out so late, but the night sky is truly magnificent. Pu Xiaola pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing at the moon as he spoke sweet nothings to Mengmo La Shi. Mengmo La Shi felt somewhat speechless, knowing full well that such words were likely directed at other girls too. She interrupted Pu Xiaola. Let us drink first. Allow me to pour for you. The potion concealed in her palm was poured into Pu Xiaola's goblet, blending seamlessly with the drink, showing no visible change in color. Isn't that when Shirong? Pu Xiaola turned to see Wen Shirong emerging from the dormitory. Appearing quite agitated, Mengmo La Shi shook her head, as she remained unaware of Wen Shirong's intentions for being out at this hour. Wen Shirong muttered angrily to herself, that fool. Where could he be at this hour? Then she spotted Yin Hang and Siesida seated on the grass, sharing snacks and engaged in lively conversation, both laughing heartily. Upon seeing this, Wen Shirong instinctively halted. Her gaze dimming unnoticed by her, she quickly turned and hurried back to the dormitory. As she made her way back, thoughts of Yin Hang's cheerful smile ignited a flame of unnameable frustration within her. What is this? Is this a date? He is merely a familiar. Why does he enjoy enticing other girls so much? When Shirong soon realized her inexplicable urge to flee and her sudden anger towards In Hung. Although she could not comprehend why, she was undeniably infuriated. She noticed Pu Xiu La and Meng Mo La she engaged in animated conversation, her irritation flaring even more as she strode directly toward them. Hey, when Shirong, what brings you here? Meng Mo La she observed when Shirong's demeanor and sensed something was off. When Shirong, ignoring her, snatched the drink from Pu Xiu La's hand. I'll take this cup. Thank you. Meng Mo La she watched in horror as when Shirong downed the drink containing the love potion in one gulp. She drank it. What's wrong, Meng Mo La she? Pu Xiu La. Noticing Meng Mo La she's changing expression, felt puzzled, as it was merely a cup of drink. Meng Mo La she waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she was fine, yet deep down, she feared for when Shirong. Chapter 18. A different when Shirong In Hang and Xie Sida were engrossed in conversation, during which In Hang learned about the history of this world. Xie Sida mentioned that it was getting late and decided to take her leave. Indeed, time has flown by. Miss Xie Sida, I shall also return. Good night, Mr. In Hang. As In Hang rose to head toward the dormitory, he opened the door to find when Shirong seated on the bed. Seemingly having awaited his return for quite some time. In Hang, where have you been? When Shirong regarded In Hang with a mixture of annoyance and frustration. Miss, you're still awake? Did you not notice how beautiful the stars were tonight? When Shirong, her expression devoid of emotion, stared at him. Yes, quite beautiful indeed. Had it not been for when Shirong's awareness of In Hang's stargazing with other girls, she might have genuinely believed the night sky was exceptionally lovely. What's wrong, miss? In Hang sensed an unusual tone in her words. Before when Shirong could elaborate, her face visibly flushed, and she swayed slightly. In Hang quickly noticed her odd behavior and asked, Miss, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red? Just as In Hang reached out to touch her forehead, when Shirong abruptly lunged into his embrace, pounding on his chest in a fit of indignation. In Hang, you blockhead, fool, scoundrel. In Hang was thoroughly bewildered by her actions, staring at her tear-filled eyes, unsure of how to respond. Is being with me so dreadful? Must you seek out other women for food and stargazing? What do they have that I lack? In Hang, already perplexed, was left even more bewildered. What on earth is the matter, miss? When Shirong clung to In Hang like a koala, refusing to let go, her mouth incessantly chattering. How could I still like you so much? She exclaimed, her voice choking with emotion, leaving In Hang even more bewildered by her transformation, although a flicker of joy sparked within him upon hearing her words. He quickly realized that they were not genuine, and his gaze dimmed with understanding. Meng Mo Lakesai pushed open the door, revealing the golden-haired girl who had caught In Hang's attention earlier. The worst had indeed come to pass for Meng Mo Lakesai. It's over. I knew it, she muttered. Listening to Meng Mo Lakesai's description, In Hang grasped the situation at once. It sounded alarmingly like an aphrodisiac. Some coincidences had led to when Shirong consuming it, and her first target had fortuitously been him. What? Meng Mo Lakesai, are you trying to make me drink a love potion? Meng Mo Lakesai seemed to forget that Proxila was also present and grew flustered when her plan was exposed. It's not my fault. You're so fickle, flirting with other girls even when you have me. I just hope you're not playing both sides. Proxila listened to Meng Mo Lakesai's words, her expression revealing a sense of disbelief. How could that be? Meng Mo Lakesai, my love belongs solely to you. In Hang sighed in exasperation, taken aback by Proxila's shamelessness. Hey, can you two save the flirtation for later? Right now, we need to figure out how to bring when Shirong back to her senses. Meng Mo Lakesai waved her hand dismissively, indicating the effects would wear off soon. How long is soon? In Hang was skeptical, knowing that this was an aphrodisiac meant for a man of dubious morals. A month. Or perhaps a year. In Hang gazed at Meng Mo Lakesai, contemplating the possibility of confronting her with 1,000 birds if she were not a friend of when Shirong. To his surprise, the next morning, as he prepared to do laundry, when Shirong clung to him once more. Mississippi, can you let go? I need to wash my clothes. No. You're just going to go on a date with another girl? Absolutely not. In Hang sighed, observing the unfamiliar yet familiar when Shirong before him. While he wished for her to remain so attached, he recognized that this affection was induced by the potion, not a true reflection of her feelings. Fine, miss, I'll take you along, he relented, realizing that if he were to be embraced, he would be unable to wash his clothes. Upon hearing that In Hang would not abandon her, a joyful smile spread across when Shirong's face. I knew In Hang loved me, he. Thus, as In Hang washed clothes, when Shirong watched beside him, an unprecedented scene for him. He felt compelled to seek out Meng Mo Lakesai for an antidote. Approaching noon, after lulling Wen Shirong to sleep. He made his way to Ming Mo Lakesai's room, where 9527 chattered incessantly. Isn't this version of Wen Shirong quite delightful? Why would you want to change her back? In Heng sighed, explaining that this was the influence of the aphrodisiac and not a reflection of Wen Shirong's true self. He could not manipulate another's thoughts. Arriving at Ming Mo Lakesai's door, he kicked it open, unaware that Pruxilla stood just behind it. The door slammed against her, leaving a sizable bump on her forehead. Hey, Ming Mo. Hurry up and give me the antidote. Ming Mo Lakesai, understandably irate, protested, You can't just barge into someone's room. And don't call me Ming Mo. That's none of my concern. Just give me the antidote. Wen Shirong is in this state, and I see no reason to respect you. Pruxilla, still nursing her pain, chimed in. Yeah, In Heng, that's really rude. In Heng glared at Pruxilla, his irritation mounting. What? Do you want to duel again? With a crackle of electricity, his arm shimmered with the shadows of 1,000 birds. Pruxilla, sweat trickling down her brow, quickly sidled up to Ming Mo Lakesai, suggesting it would be better to comply. While I do have the antidote, I can't brew it here, Ming Mo Lakesai admitted. After all, the antidote required a specific ingredient that was currently unattainable. What do you mean? Not possible. Isn't there an antidote? In Heng was perplexed by their lack of foresight. Why leave no escape route for yourselves? What is wrong with you all? Why are you yelling? We can't find the necessary recipe, so we can't make it here. And what is this recipe? Is it something rare? Ming Mo Lakesai elaborated that the antidote was a part of a water spirit's essence, making it difficult to acquire. Let us go find the water spirit that I told you it's hard to obtain. It is a massive water spirit, and getting a part of her body is no easy task. Seeing Ming Mo Lakesai's reluctance to take him, In Heng resorted to threats with the aphrodisiac. By the way, I understand this aphrodisiac is a forbidden potion, right? What would happen if I reported this to the dean? Ming Mo Lakesai, I'm giving you one chance to rephrase your words. I hope to hear a satisfactory answer. If the Academy discovered her developing a forbidden potion, the consequences would be severe. I know. I'll take you to get it. Relieved that he had achieved his goal, In Heng sighed, for this version of Wen Shirong felt so foreign. All right, we'll set off tomorrow morning. I hope you won't be late, Ming Mo Lakesai. After In Heng departed, Ming Mo Lakesai began to fret, realizing that obtaining the ingredient would be a daunting task, with no certainty of success. Chapter 19. The search for the antidote as usual. The following day, Wen Shirong clung to In Heng like a koala, but he deemed it dangerous to ride like that. He instructed her to sit sideways in his embrace instead. Thus, the three set off on their quest for the antidote. According to Ming Mo Lakesai's description, they would reach a lake called Legulian after traversing a hill. Throughout the journey, Wen Shirong incessantly inquired if In Heng loved her. And he patiently responded. He recalled that once she obtained the antidote, she would no longer behave this way, and his heart sank deeper with the thought that he could not truly understand her feelings. What is going on? Why is there water here? In Heng noticed that they had stumbled upon a village, now submerged, likely due to flooding. Are there really water spirits here? In Heng was skeptical of Ming Mo Lakesai's claims, as the surroundings did not seem conducive to the presence of water spirits. Of course, she's just angry. What? Angry? In Heng questioned, perplexed as to why a water spirit would harbor such feelings, especially with an abundance of water sources. She only comes out at night. We'll wait here for a while. As night fell, Ming Mo Lakesai produced a silver needle, crouching down to prick her finger, allowing her blood to drip into the lake. What are you doing? A summoning ritual. In Heng realized that summoning spirits required a blood offering. Noticing Wen Shirong had dozed off, he tightened his embrace, fearful she might slip away. By the way, Ming Mo Lakesai, is the recipe the tears of a water spirit? Ming Mo Lakesai shook her head. No, it's a part of the water spirit's essence. If we anger her, we won't only fail to obtain the antidote. Our lives could be at stake. After a while, the surface of the lake began to stir, and a column of water rose, gradually taking on a humanoid form. Ming Mo Lakesai introduced herself, reminding the water spirit that she was the little girl with whom she had formed a contract years ago. Water spirit, I have a request for your assistance. A request. I wish to create an antidote for the aphrodisiac, which requires a part of your essence, so could you? I refuse. Ming Mo Lakesai did not expect the water spirit to reject her so swiftly. Observing the unfolding events, In Heng felt a surge of urgency. Why? Please, water spirit. This antidote is incredibly important to me. I'll do anything you ask. I just hope you can grant me a small piece. Intrigued by this, the water spirit leaned in closer. You said you could do anything, right? Noticing the water spirit's lingering presence, In Heng nodded eagerly. I was busy trying to increase the water supply, and I couldn't defend against those attackers. They're your kind. I want you to kill them. Pruxilla gasped in disbelief. Who would dare to attack a water spirit? What kind of foolishness is this? To Yin Heng, killing 2 people was not a daunting task. And he agreed. Fine, I understand. What? Meng Molexi and Pruxilla stared at Yin Heng in shock, realizing he was willing to kill nobles for the sake of an antidote. By Deep Night, Yin Heng's avatar returned with intelligence. Pinpointing the attacker's location, Pruxilla cautioned him, noting that those capable of assaulting a water spirit were no ordinary magicians. Yin Heng shrugged it off. Just take care of the young lady and watch from the side. He gently laid Wen Shirong against a tree before proceeding. Indeed, 2 figures cloaked in black materialized before them. Yin Heng summoned a doppelganger, the sharp sound of 1,000 chirping birds resonating throughout the vicinity. His doppelganger swiftly approached the 2 individuals, only to be thwarted by their magic as Yin Heng maneuvered behind them. Believing he had the upper hand, he was unexpectedly propelled back by the wind magic wielded by the one holding a staff. Great fireball technique. Yin Heng unleashed a fireball towards the duo, yet it was effortlessly dispelled by their wind magic. With remarkable speed, he closed the distance once more, but another sorcerer began chanting a spell to conjure fire magic. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Upon the collision of water and fire, an abundance of smoke was produced. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Heng advanced toward the 2, but just as his arm, charged with 1,000 chirping birds, was about to connect, a gust of wind surged forth, causing him to miss. Cursed fate. As the tempest subsided, revealing the 2 figures beneath their hoods, Yin Heng was taken aback. Qion Yanhua, how could it be you? He never anticipated that the adversary would be Qion Yanhua, accompanied by the blue-haired girl he had encountered previously. Yin Heng, is that truly you? I recognized those familiar spells, but dared not confirm it. Along with Pu Shila, Meng Laxi, and even Wen Shirong. After Yin Heng's thorough explanation, Qion Yanhua grasped the situation. After all, they were friends, even in the face of a desperate desire for an antidote. They could not resort to infighting. Thus, she resolved to confront the water spirit for clarity. With that, she approached the water spirit, holding Wen Shirong, with the others trailing behind, all eager to understand the water spirit's motives for inundating the town. As Meng Laxi summoned the water spirit, it appeared. Yin Heng directed his inquiry at the water spirit. I would like to know why you sought to submerge the town. Because your kin stole what I was sworn to protect. Yin Heng cast a questioning glance towards his companions, who merely shook their heads in confusion. I will help you retrieve your precious item. In return, could you grant me a part of your essence? Please trust me. I believe in you, Qin Yin Heng, for you have honored a promise before. That item is called the Andema Ring. Yin Heng found himself puzzled by the assertion of having honored a promise. Yet he had no time to dwell on such matters. All he desired was to obtain the antidote swiftly. Very well, I understand that I shall fulfill my promise as long as I am alive. Although he was uncertain when he had assisted the water spirit before, he recognized that spirits were immortal, suggesting there was no need for haste in the search. Ultimately, he accepted the small vial tossed his way by the water spirit, confirming it to be the antidote. Thus, the quest for the antidote reached its conclusion. Upon returning to the academy and administering the antidote to Wen Shirong, she regained consciousness, but her initial reaction was not gratitude toward Yin Heng. Instead, she withdrew a whip and struck it, and a look of utter bewilderment crossed Yin Heng's face. How could this be? This is not me at all. It is an utter stain on my life. Miss, please calm down. I thought you wouldn't remember once you woke. Wen Shirong trembled, her cheeks flushed deeper. I refuse. I remember it all too clearly. How could I have uttered such shameful words to you? Thus, Wen Shirong swung her whip, while Yin Heng dodged, encapsulating the adage. He fled, she pursued, and he found it impossible to escape. Chapter 20. The Princess's Request. Yin Heng. Stand right there. Miss, please do not strike me. I am standing still. Their playful chase was abruptly interrupted by a voice at the door. Both turned to glance in that direction. The princess, Wen Shirong gasped, bewildered as to why the princess would visit at such a late hour. She hastily pulled Yin Heng down to one knee. The princess, however, wasted no time and stated her purpose directly. I have decided to marry into Amalia. Wen Shirong was left in shock. A serene and noble princess opting to wed into such a barbaric nation? Your Highness, why would you choose to enter into a union with such a savage country? There is no alternative. To protect our nation, we must forge alliances with others. The princess's eyes held a mixture of resignation, the vibrancy within them gradually dimming. Yin Heng found it perplexing. Was this not a great nation? Why must they rely on marriage to maintain relations? 9527's voice echoed in Yin Heng's mind. This is not a great nation. It is merely a small one. Given its weakness, it must seek protection from others. The position of a princess is quite pitiable. By the way, Before I enter this marriage, there is something I need your assistance with. In Heng was jolted back to attention by the princess's words. Your Highness, please command us, and I shall see it done. In Heng understood how much his lady valued this friendship, despite their differences in status. Their bond remained unwavering. However, speaking too hastily could lead to complications. Thank you. When Shi Rong. I need you to help me retrieve something. Both In Heng and Wen Shi Rong were curious about the nature of the item. It is a letter I sent to Crown Prince Aub La. If this letter is made public, the marriage will fall through. So I am entrusting this to you. Wen Shi Rong, feeling her friend's sense of urgency. Wen Shi Rong could not bear to witness her most cherished person in distress, prompting her to take action. Oh, and there is another individual who will accompany you. That is Pu Shula, the son of the marshal. Nanny, how could someone so unreliable as the princess possibly be of assistance? After all, In Heng had witnessed Pu Shula's character. He would readily beg for mercy the moment he was struck. Wen Shi Rong nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that Pu Shula was indeed unreliable. Yet, the princess held a different perspective, believing that an additional companion could only prove beneficial. Once the princess departed, Wen Shi Rong sighed softly. What troubles you? Miss? Nothing, that I merely wonder if someone as inept at magic as I can truly accomplish such a task. In Heng pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If anything happens, I will protect you. Mississippi. Wen Shi Rong's face flushed slightly at his declaration. All right, it is only natural for a familiar to protect its master. Now, get some rest. The following morning, the group set out. In Heng surveyed the foggy weather, surprised to discover that even in the magical realm, such dreary days existed. While packing, he inadvertently overheard Wen Shi Rong mention that the princess had sent another person to protect them. However, he paid it little mind, confident in his current ability to safeguard Wen Shi Rong. As a fierce wind swept through, the fog was swiftly dissipated, revealing a figure riding a griffin, gradually approaching them. Upon closer inspection, In Heng noted that the individual wore a hat, donned a blue robe resembling a wizard's attire, and sported a beard, appearing to be in his 30s. Greetings, I am Veludo, the captain of the Griffin squad dispatched by the princess to accompany you. Wen Shi Rong's eyes sparkled with delight upon recognizing him. Veludo, noticing Wen Shi Rong, approached her with affectionate intent, taking her hand in his. This action stirred a sense of irritation within In Heng, yet he managed to restrain himself, recognizing that it was merely a hand-holding gesture. I apologize, my fiancée. I hope you were not frightened by the strong winds. Hey, it is time to depart, not a moment for reminiscing. And why do you always enjoy holding the hands of other girls? In Heng's face darkened, a myriad of expletives racing through his mind that it felt akin to having someone defecate above his head while graciously thanking him. Veludo, in a manner reminiscent of a romantic gesture, scooped Wen Shi Rong into his arms, heading towards the griffin. Because she is my fiancée. Wen Shi Rong blushed at the embrace, her cheeks a vivid hue. Indeed, it has been quite some time. Veludo. Watching Veludo's actions, In Heng nearly ground his teeth to dust, tempted to unleash 1,000 chirping birds upon him, but with the mission at hand, he held his tongue. Thus, the four of them embarked on their journey to find the Crown Prince. Chapter 21. Humility and dignity throughout their journey. Wen Shi Rong nestled in Veludo's embrace, causing In Heng considerable distress, while Pu Shula incessantly extolled Veludo's virtues. Yes, he's the captain of the Griffin squad. I suppose you're honored to be under his protection. In Heng turned his head away, choosing to ignore Pu Shula. Meanwhile, Wen Shi Rong engaged Veludo in light conversation. I never anticipated you would join us. Veludo, it is quite a surprise. Given the secretive nature of the mission, it was essential to have suitable individuals involved. Otherwise, we could not dispatch the Griffin squad. Wen Shi Rong suddenly leaned forward, catching sight of In Heng, who appeared to be mumbling to himself, seemingly indifferent. Her irritation simmered beneath the surface. Before long, the quartet arrived at a town, and In Heng quickly deduced that the ships at this world's port operated on a time schedule. Let us stay here for the night. Upon hearing Veludo's suggestion, In Heng recognized his assumption was correct. The voice of 9527 echoed in his mind. In Heng, be cautious. Veludo is not to be trusted. I analyzed his information and found he has long since distanced himself from the kingdom. In Heng was taken aback by this revelation, for he had believed Veludo was sent by the princess to accompany them. Had he abandoned his duties after receiving the mission? In Heng is temporarily unable to ascertain whether things are as he imagines. In Heng, you should respond as well. It is basic etiquette, someone remarked. When Wen Shi Rong noticed In Heng still perched on his horse, a sense of helplessness washed over her, her gaze filled with an indescribable expression, as if she were probing In Heng's emotions. It's nothing, Wen Shi Rong. I have little fondness for the ways of the nobility, Voluto interjected. In Heng unloaded all his belongings, for these tasks were solely his responsibility. In truth, that engagement was arranged by our parents. Do not dwell on it too much. Oh, I understand, In Heng replied, not bothering to look at Wen Shirong and merely attending to his own matters. Upon hearing In Heng's dismissive response, Wen Shirong felt a surge of irritation. What do you know? Whether you have an engagement or not is irrelevant to me. That Voluto does not seem like a good person. You should be cautious, young lady. Impossible. He is someone I have admired since childhood. Someone who has worked hard to become a captain. In Heng turned his head, casting a cold smirk at Wen Shirong, though it lasted but a fleeting moment. Tell me what's wrong. Though that smirk was brief, it did not escape Wen Shirong's notice. Nothing. Does that imply I have caused you trouble? In Heng regarded Wen Shirong with an air of indifference. Yes, you're familiar. Isn't it natural for me to accompany you? At this, Wen Shirong, fueled by annoyance, turned on her heel and entered the inn. In Heng sighed in exasperation. The young lady truly lacked awareness of the wickedness of human nature, seeing only the facades of others while failing to muster an ounce of caution. It seems you care quite a bit for Wen Shirong. The teasing voice of 9527 echoed in Heng's mind. Caught off guard by the revelation of his thoughts, he quickly retorted. How could that be? That unreasonable and willful young lady, who only sees the surface. Then why have you been in such a foul mood since you saw her in Voluto's embrace? Heng fell silent. Gazing into the distance at the setting sun, no one could fathom what thoughts occupied his mind. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and nightfall enveloped the sky. Heng carried his belongings to his room. Upon reaching the dining table downstairs, he had barely settled, and when he became the topic of conversation. Wen Shirong is truly impressive. She can summon people as familiars. Not at all, Voluto, that was merely an accident. As Wen Shirong spoke of the incident, her voice gradually diminished. Perhaps she recognized that it was no mere accident. Heng, meanwhile, was lost in contemplation about when to exchange for divine power, as his conversion points were already sufficient. Seeing that Heng remained unmoved, Voluto took the initiative to engage him. Heng, I heard you defeated Pushara. Is that true? Pushara, caught mid-bite, nearly choked at the sudden shift in conversation. So what if I did, or did not? Heng did not offer Voluto any amiable expressions, as he was already quite vexed that day. Unperturbed by Heng's demeanor, Voluto continued to inquire about how he had defeated Hook with a destructive staff. To which Heng merely responded with a yes or Heng, I find you incredibly intriguing. I wish to have a duel with you. What do you say? Upon hearing the mention of a duel, Heng felt little enthusiasm. After all, if personal grievances led to his demise, Wen Shirong would, sure, let us just spar with swords. I only know a bit. Though he thought this, his lips unconsciously assented. Wen Shirong appeared somewhat taken aback. Voluto, oh, it's nothing serious, just a bit of fun, not an actual fight, Voluto replied nonchalantly. Heng scoffed, deeming the lad exceedingly arrogant, without utilizing his abilities. He indeed had the audacity to be so presumptuous. I am full. I'll take my leave. You two can continue your conversation at ease. With that, Heng strode towards his room, as he had no desire to linger. Lying on his bed, he opened the store panel. Finding no interest in the abilities listed, his focus was entirely on the ethereal aspect of divine power, for with it, he would undoubtedly be invincible in most circumstances, just as he was on the brink of slumber. The voice of 9527 interrupted. Heng, your brother has arrived in this world, accompanied by my companions. Upon hearing that Qin Ping'an had come to this world, Heng shot upright in bed. What? How could he have come here? What on earth is going on? Recollections of his childhood flooded back. His brother had murdered their parents and cast him aside. Such memories intensified his hatred. In his previous life, engaging with art had allowed him to gradually let go of these feelings. Now, with his brother actively seeking him out, Heng merely hoped he wouldn't disrupt his life. If he did, then, Heng, be cautious. He possesses the right to exchange abilities. According to my companions, he has come to atone for his past wrongs. What does that have to do with me? If he seeks me out, it will surely lead to a fierce battle. Enough. I do not wish to linger on this topic. Heng reclined on his bed, slipping into a deep slumber. The following morning, Heng and Voluto ventured to the inn's courtyard to prepare for their sparring match. Wen Shirong watched Heng with a hint of concern. Let us begin, Heng. The sparring commenced the moment Voluto's voice rang out. Heng remained silent, drawing his Kusanagi sword and charging at Voluto. Regrettably, Heng's swordsmanship was rather rudimentary, easily evaded by Validu. As Voluto pressed forward, seeing Heng persist, he chanted a spell, unleashing wind magic that sent Heng flying. Heng crashed against the wall. Unable to fathom that Voludo would resort to magic. A commoner cannot defeat a wizard. Moreover, my sword is inherently imbued with magic, so it isn't against the rules. In other words, you cannot protect when she wrong. These words struck a nerve within In Hung. When he attempted to rise, he found himself devoid of strength. Having refrained from using Susanoo, the pain was all too real. In Hung could only glare at Voludo in anger. You scoundrel, one day, I will wipe that insufferable expression off your face. Chapter 22. The heartbroken In Hung, having recovered somewhat from his injuries inflicted by Voludo, In Hung stood outside the inn, gazing at the sunset. Lost in thought. I've warned you to be careful. You still refuse to use your abilities. Now look where it has gotten you. Your dignity dragged through the mud. That remark about not being able to protect when she wrong has certainly ground your pride into the floor. And you still have the leisure to watch the sunset. Hearing these words, In Hung merely sighed, offering no response. After a while, he opened the store panel. Oh, what is this? Seeking revenge now. That's more like it. This time, there will be no pain since you've experienced it once already. This time, it's likely to be tears mingled with blood. In Hung located divine power in the panel, clicking without hesitation. Immediately, an unusual sensation washed over his eyes. Even as tears streamed down his cheeks, he showed no inclination to wipe them away. In Hung, I didn't realize you were here. The voice of When She Wrong from behind startled In Hung, causing him to flinch, but he quickly regained his composure. What does it matter to you? Pushra also held an umbrella as she discovered In Hung. In Hung, what are you doing here? The departure time is approaching. We must hurry. Is that so? In Hung had no choice but to leave, as he still had tasks to attend to. However, after taking just a few steps, the ground beneath him began to tremble. What's happening? In Hung noticed a golem emerging from the earth and shouted urgently, Pushra, be careful behind you. At that moment, a maniacal laughter echoed around them. Turning towards the sound, In Hung was taken aback by the sight of the woman before him. Hook, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, on the other side, Voludo was pulling When She Wrong towards the ship. Hey, where are In Hung and Pushra? Recalling In Hung's earlier demeanor, an indescribable feeling stirred within When She Wrong. Oh, them. I heard they left early. I asked why, but they didn't say. I see. When She Wrong's gaze dimmed as she pondered whether she should have refrained from speaking those words earlier. It seems you haven't had enough punishment. In Hung activated his blood will, and a skeletal figure began to form beside him. Only a fool would wait for you to fully materialize. The golem's hand swung towards In Hung. But before it could make contact, its arm was severed by a crimson Susanoo. Who, before Hook could react, the golem's head was shattered, collapsing directly in front of In Hung. As the smoke cleared, Hook had vanished. And In Hung recognized the figure cloaked in black. Qin Amping, what brings you here? Qin Amping simply replied, Voludo intends to use your little girlfriend. This is not the time for idle chatter. With that, he leaped onto the rooftop and disappeared from sight. In Hung realized that Hook's intention was to prevent him from reaching the port, thereby buying time for Voludo. Sure enough, a ship sailed past right under In Hung's nose. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he roared at the vessel, You scoundrel. I will tear you apart. Pushra was taken aback by In Hung's outburst and hurriedly reminded him, But without a ship, we cannot leave. After all, the earliest ship would not set sail until tomorrow morning. Ignoring her, In Hung continued to utilize his blood will, gradually transforming his Susanoo into its complete form, now equipped with wings that allowed flight. Observing the flustered Pushra, In Hung sighed and reached out to grasp her head. I understand now. You need to be obedient. My temper is quite volatile at the moment. Startled by In Hung's demand, Pushra fell silent. With the information relayed from 9527, In Hung was now aware of the precise coordinates. This time, I will shred you into pieces. I swear it. Chapter 23. Rescuing When She Wrong gazed vacantly out the window. It seems you still care for that familiar. Her thoughts were interrupted by Voludo's words, prompting her to quickly clarify. I'm merely concerned for his safety. Please don't misunderstand. Just a jest. I promise to protect you. Voludo replied, smiling gently. As When She Wrong compared the two men in her mind, she seemed to come to a resolution. Voludo, I accept your proposal. Voludo smiled and spoke slowly. Then let us marry once our mission is complete. Until then, let us rest. We have some time before we reach the task location. With that, Voludo exited When She Wrong's room. Watching his retreating figure, When She Wrong felt a twinge of uncertainty about her decision. Yet she could only reassure herself. It will be all right. When She Wrong, Voludo is both powerful and gentle. He is neither a familiar nor a commoner. Perhaps he is the best choice. In Hung was steadily approaching the location provided by 9527. Voludo, and When She Wrong arrived before a church, pushing open the grand doors to find an eerie silence within. Is there no one here? When Shirong felt an unsettling stillness enveloping the place. There are people here, Voluda replied, detecting the presence of numerous individuals nearby. As expected, from the shadows obscured by darkness. Several armored soldiers emerged. A leader among them stepped forward. We are ambassadors from Tristan. We wish to meet with the crown prince. The knight before them raised his sword, pointing it at the pair. How could your nation know of this place? You lie without even a draft. When Shirong rushed forward, brandishing her royal certification, the princess informed me. We have something to retrieve. Upon seeing the royal document, the knight sheathed his sword. When Shirong seized the moment to press, we are not here to find you. Quickly, tell me where the crown prince is. The knight did not respond immediately, but slowly removed his helmet. My apologies, ambassador. Safety protocols necessitate this. I am the crown prince. Please follow me. When Shirong entered a small room with the crown prince, while Voluda had to remain outside, this is a letter entrusted to me by the princess. Please take a look. When Shirong handed the letter to the crown prince, as he read its contents, his brow furrowed, but he eventually sighed and turned toward a nightstand, offering the opened envelope back to Shirong. Engrossed in thought, she finally posed her question. Your Highness, is the princess aiding your escape? Indeed, this situation is not merely a conflict between nobles in the kingdom. There exists an organization known as Jista, the true puppet masters behind the turmoil. When Shirong's heart sank as she absorbed the gravity of the situation. Stepping out of the room. Is this the letter? When Shirong turned to find Voluda waiting patiently, before she could recount what had just transpired, Voluda interjected, When Shirong, I wish for the crown prince to officiate our wedding. Marrying here, but that seems far too soon. No, I cannot agree. Voluda, seemingly oblivious to her protests, embraced When Shirong tightly. You are mine. In other words, you belong to Jista. What? Jista? When Shirong was taken aback by Voluda's revelation, as she broke free from his grasp and dashed forward, another figure obstructed her path. Who are you? Feeling a surge of panic, when Shirong confronted the stranger. I will not allow you to escape. Descendant of the void. With that, he activated a ring stolen from a water spirit, capable of controlling a person's body, though not their consciousness. Gradually, when Shirong's eyes dulled, compelling her to follow Voluda into the church. The wedding commenced as scheduled within the church. However, the atmosphere felt stilted, devoid of warmth. When Shirong was bewildered, unable to comprehend why her body would not respond, her lips betraying her unwillingness with words she did not wish to utter. The crown prince continued reciting the wedding vows, unaware that In Hung had arrived at the church entrance, bursting through the doors. The sound of the door crashing open startled everyone. Even the man manipulating When Shirong's actions was momentarily interrupted. When Shirong. In that fleeting moment, when Shirong was freed from her trance, turning to see In Hung at the doorway, she yearned to rush to his side but was seized by Voluda, who gripped her wrist. How did you find this place? Voluda was incredulous that In Hung had located such a concealed location. Does it concern you? Voluda, believing he was superior, had no idea. I told you, I will wipe that smug expression off your face. Soldiers seized him. The crown prince, observing In Hung, commanded the soldiers to execute him on the spot. Wait, your highness, he is my. Before When Shirong could finish, Voluda shoved her aside. What are you doing? Before the crown prince could utter another word, Voluda drew his sword and plunged it into the crown prince's heart. Feeling the searing pain in his chest, the crown prince's consciousness began to fade as he realized the man before him was indeed from Jista. You are truly G. Seeing their prince slain, the soldiers charged at Voluda, but he repelled them with wind magic. In Hang's skeletal form began to take shape as he channeled lightning into his sword. Charging at Voluda, the two engaged in fierce combat, with Voluda taunting, a commoner like you, enamored with a noble, is truly foolish. In the end, it will amount to nothing. Silence. You who only deceives When Shirong's feelings. In Hang's skeletal arm swung towards Voluda, but he evaded the strike. Is that all? You still. Before Voluda could finish, In Hang's clone appeared behind him, and the Susanu's arm struck Voluda's back. You cowardly ambusher. What right do you have to judge me? You are unworthy of knowing my feelings for When Shirong. Voluda struggled to his feet. Fine, the mission is nearly complete. If you are so concerned, let you both perish here. With that, Voluda swung his sword, unleashing fire magic that engulfed the surrounding buildings, while earth magic caused the ground to tremble violently. Having secured the letter, the individual declared, You shall take heed of your own actions. And with a flourish of some arcane magic, vanished before the eyes of the two. When Shirong, taken aback, gazed at the letter now in Voluda's possession. When did it come into his hands? In Hang, observing the unfolding scene, felt a shiver run through him, his thoughts drifting to memories of a past life, leaving him momentarily dazed. Noticing his stillness, when Shirong gently shook him, "In Hang, what is wrong?" Realizing the urgency of the situation, In Hang swiftly regained his composure, acknowledging the presence of important individuals nearby, and summoned his Susanoo to envelop the two. As the complete form of the Susanoo manifested, the building crumbled with a thunderous crash. But fortunately, In Hang directed the Susanoo away from the debris, soaring into the sky. Embracing Wen Shirong, he navigated the Susanoo directly towards the kingdom. Along the journey, Wen Shirong yearned to speak, yet her words were swallowed by the tears streaming down her cheeks. In Hang, witnessing her sorrow, remained silently observant. Chapter 24. Is this truly the one I must protect? In Hang carried Wen Shirong back to the kingdom, halting at the palace gates without entering. He gently set her down, presenting the crown of the crown prince to her. I obtained this before departing. Please pass it to her highness. In Hang. Actually, now is not the time for that. We must first inform the princess of the mission's outcome. After uttering these words, In Hang turned his back to Wen Shirong, his thoughts consumed by the unsettling notion of Qin Omping's arrival in this world, which only heightened his agitation, seeing his unwillingness to engage. Wen Shirong lowered her gaze and, as she pushed open the door, glanced back at him, but he remained resolutely turned away. The princess trembled at the sight of the crown. This is the crown princess. I apologize, Your Highness. My negligence led to my failure to recognize Veludu as Gista in time, and I helplessly witnessed the prince's murder. As she spoke, Wen Shirong's body quaked uncontrollably, tears cascading down her cheeks. The princess, unable to show her emotions due to her royal status, turned away, instructing Wen Shirong to withdraw for the time being. In Hang observed Wen Shirong's tear-streaked face, as if he had foreseen the events that would unfold. He wiped her tears away, lifted her into his arms, and steered the Susanoo towards the academy, both remaining silent throughout the journey. Upon returning to the dormitory, In Hang surveyed the pile of clothes before him, feeling at a loss for words, and carried a basket of laundry outside. Meanwhile, Wen Shirong changed her attire, reflecting on the recent tumultuous events, struggling to fathom how Veludu could be the mastermind behind the chaos. I am back. In Hang returned with the basket of clothes, having become accustomed to the routine of washing them daily, yet he was instantly flustered upon seeing the pile on the bed. Young miss, if you wish to change your clothes, you could have simply said so. Now I must make another trip. In Hang grumbled as he picked up the garments, preparing to head downstairs again. If you continue your complaints, you shall forego dinner tonight. Yes, I understand. Young Mississippi. Wen Shirong, puzzled by In Hang's calm demeanor, wondered how he could remain so composed after such an ordeal. About this mission, please do not take it to heart. I can understand the sentiment of suddenly feeling animosity from someone you once held dear. In Hang, empathizing with her emotions, brushed off her earlier impatience. That's all I can say. Just as Wen Shirong was about to voice her thoughts, she inadvertently discovered a tear in her sleepwear. In Hang, what happened here? The previously somber atmosphere shifted dramatically. Young miss, calm down. It's merely a piece of sleepwear. There is no need to resort to punishment. What do you mean no need? A familiar that damages its master's belongings must face consequences. In Hang, caught off guard by her sudden indignation, felt a surge of irritation. After all, he had been quite generous. You should consider how difficult it is to wash your sleepwear. Helping you with laundry is already a chore. That's true. You only do it to ensure your meals, don't you? Exactly. As long as you're aware. If you find it so bothersome, you might as well leave. Wen Shirong expected In Hang to yield and apologize as he usually did, but this time, very well. I shall obey the master's command. I will depart at once. With that, In Hang stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Descending to the ground floor of the dormitory, In Hang's frustration mounted as he pounded his fist against the wall. Why? I was so worried about her, and yet she uttered such words. The pain in his hands eventually brought him some semblance of calm. Mr. In Hang, what are you doing here? Shisida, what brings you here? And why are you dressed like that? In Hang observed Shisida, clad in casual attire rather than her maid uniform, with a suitcase in hand. After Shisida explained her situation, In Hang learned she had received approval for leave to visit her hometown. Oh, heading home. I thought your family was nearby. Not at all. It's a very small village. I envy you, Shisida. You have a place to return to. Just as In Hang was about to say more, 9527 interrupted with news about Qin Pinyin. In Hang, your brother Qin Pinyin is in Shisida's hometown, a village called Bruce, located within a certain cave, but I cannot pinpoint the exact location. In Hang, upon hearing 9527's account, felt little stirrings in his heart. As long as Qin Pinyin did not disrupt his life, he had no intention of meddling. By the way, Shisida, it's rather dull for me to remain here. May I accompany you to your hometown? Meanwhile, in the corridor, Qiao Nianhua and Tab Ada were leisurely wandering the academy. Upon spotting Yin Heng conversing with Shisida, Qiao Nianhua's expression soured. Yin Heng, are you chatting with another woman again? Approaching with determination, Tab Ada silently followed behind. What? A mechanical creation in a cave. Yin Heng's exclamation caused Qiao Nianhua to halt in his tracks. Indeed. My grandfather recently sent word that a mechanical entity has been residing there for the past few days. I thought to inquire since you do not belong to this world. Given the recent emergence of Qin Pingan, Yin Heng concluded that this must be something his brother had exchanged through the system. Intensifying his desire to visit Shisida's hometown, with a swift motion, he opened the panel, locating a large bird capable of carrying both of them, and set the summoning method to a playful whistle. Then let us depart. How do we? Before Shisida could finish her sentence, Yin Heng whistled, summoning a large bird that landed before them. Let us go, Shisida. Yin Heng, where did you acquire this familiar? This is not a familiar, it's a pet. Come, let us hurry. He helped her with her luggage as they boarded the great bird. Curious about the mechanical creation, Qiao Nianhua urged Tab Ada to summon the blue dragon to follow them. Standing at the dormitory entrance, when Shirong searched for Yin Heng, reminiscing about their encounters and pondering whether her earlier words had been excessive, she was troubled, recognizing that Yin Heng was merely a familiar. Yet she couldn't help but care. Determined, she strolled towards the corridor adjacent to the dormitory, knowing that Yin Heng favored that spot, contemplating how to apologize. Where could Yin Heng possibly be? I finally gathered the courage to seek his forgiveness. As a gust of wind swept through, the giant bird carrying Shisida and Yin Heng took flight beyond the academy, a sight that caught Wenshirong's attention. Seeing Shisida on the bird momentarily clouded her thoughts. But recalling Shisida's position as a maid, she hurried to the kitchen to inquire about her destination. Shisida, she just returned home. Home? Where is her family located? I believe it's in Bruce Village. The chef, puzzled by why a noble lady would inquire about a commoner's family, chose not to delve into it further. Thank you. As she walked back to the dormitory, when Shirong fumed, that Yin Heng. How dare he go out with another girl, especially to her hometown? What a scoundrel. Oh, is that not when Shirong? Yin Heng has gone to Bruce Village. Did you know? Qiao Nianhua, having spotted when Shirong exiting the kitchen, noted her furious demeanor. Qiao Nianhua, where are you headed? Back home. Qiao Nianhua waved dismissively, denying her assumption. I'm merely curious about the mechanical entity mentioned by the maid. I heard it originates from Yin Heng's world. So I plan to follow. In that instant, when Shirong understood Yin Heng's motivations for accompanying Shisida back home, resolute, she rushed to the stables, saddled her horse, and declared to Qiao Nianhua, I shall join you. Let us depart swiftly. Chapter 25. Qin Pingan's base. We should be nearing our destination, Shisida. From their elevated vantage point, Yin Heng spotted the quaint village below. By the way, is it truly all right for you to be out like this? You did leave with Miss Wenshirong under false pretenses, did you not? Yin Heng shook his head dismissively, unconcerned. It's fine, Shisida. As he spoke, the colossal bird hastened its pace. He was eager to uncover Qin Pingan's true intentions. For the creation of machinery could potentially pose a significant threat to this place. Yin Heng swiftly escorted Shisida to the village entrance, and a sense of familiarity washed over him as he gazed upon the village before him. Likely due to the years spent living with his grandparents after the untimely demise of his parents, Shisida, I shall wait for you here. Why not come to my home, Yin Heng? I believe my family would be delighted to meet you. Shisida suggested, hoping to introduce Yin Heng to her family, confident they would be overjoyed by his presence. However, Yin Heng was reluctant to waste time, as his primary focus was on resolving the unresolved familial ties. I think it best if I do not enter, as I wish to find that cave as swiftly as possible. Observing the shift in Sida's expression from joy to disappointment, Yin Heng quickly offered words of comfort. Please do not wear such a forlorn expression, Sida. Once I locate the cave, I promise to visit your home. Realizing her previous display had been too overt, Sida reverted to her usual demeanor. This matter seems quite significant to you, so let me assist you in finding the cave's location. With that, Sida dashed to a door, while Yin Heng caressed the feathers of the great bird. Savoring the precious fresh air. By the way, do you truly not care about Wenshirong? 9527 mused, sensing Yin Heng's unexpected concern for the girl's feelings, believing the situation was veering off course. Of course not. I am solely focused on finding Qin Pingan. Who knows what schemes he is concocting? His unsolicited assistance undoubtedly has its motives. Haven't I made myself clear? He merely seeks to atone for past transgressions. I have no need for his help. Life offers too few opportunities for amends. Observing Yin Heng's determination to conclude this emotional entanglement, 9527 fell silent at that moment. Xiao Nianhua, Tabata, and Wen Shirong were nearing Brisk village. This must be the location of the cave. It took considerable effort to find it. Thank you ever so much, C.S. Saida. Just as Yin Hang prepared to rise, a rustle in the nearby grass caught his attention, putting him on high alert as he gripped the Kusanagi sword at his waist. C.S. Saida, startled, quickly hid behind Yin Hang, peeking out with only half her head visible. Two flickering lights emerged from the foliage, darting towards them. As Yin Hang readied to act, he halted mid-motion, realizing they were not monsters, but rather Qionian was fire dragon. At last, we have found you. Qionian Hua, what brings you here? Seeing the fire dragon made Yin Hang suspect Qionian Hua's involvement. Yet he was still taken aback, puzzled as to how she knew he was here. A sudden gust of wind swept through the air, and upon glancing up, Yin Hang spotted Tabata's blue dragon. What is going on? More specifically, how did you locate this place, and what are your intentions? Yin Hang gazed at the two with a hint of exasperation, as he had intended to resolve this matter alone but seemed to have attracted some troublesome companions. Isn't it obvious? We are here to locate the mechanical creations of your world. Yin Hang quickly deduced the source of their information had been eavesdropping. With no other options, he followed the map's directions, leading the group toward their destination. Standing before the darkened entrance of the cave, Yin Hang confirmed their arrival. This cave appears quite ominous. Everyone should take care not to stray. Don't worry. Yin Hang. We have the fire dragon for illumination. With a snap of her fingers, the fire dragon exhaled flames, its tail gathering a fireball. Unsurprisingly, the fire dragon proved exceptionally useful, illuminating the cave's shadowy corners. So, where exactly is this mechanical creation? Yin Hang could not provide a definitive answer, as he was equally in the dark. Miss Chiu, I am as uninformed as you. The map indicates it lies deep within the cave. Yin Hang focused intently on the map, his vigilance heightened, remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Someone is coming. The group halted, turning to Yin Hang. Everyone, stay put and wait for me. At that moment, Xiao Nianhua recalled Wen Shirong, who had been maintaining her distance, and was about to speak when Yin Hang vanished into the darkness. When Shirong continued forward, only to feel an unexpected grip on her shoulder. In a moment of panic, she instinctively reached for her staff to retaliate, but Yin Hang wrested it away, pushing her against the wall. You have nowhere to run, Qin Pingan. As he extended his hand toward Wen Shirong's neck, the sound of thousands of birds echoed ominously. Yin Hang, hearing his voice, Wen Shirong called out urgently. Yin Hang's hand halted midair, and the cacophony of birds gradually faded. Young lady, what brings you here? At that moment, Qiu Nianhua and the others, guided by the fire dragon, caught up with Yin Hang and witnessed the unfolding scene. Yin Hang looked at Qiu Nianhua in confusion. Thanks to the fire dragon's presence, he noticed the tears glistening in Wen Shirong's eyes and felt a pang of sympathy, reaching out to wipe them away. I apologize, young lady. I did not mean to frighten you. Qiu Nianhua explained Wen Shirong's stealthy following. She was worried about you, but didn't want you to notice, so she trailed behind quietly. She insisted I not reveal her presence. Yin Hang understood the situation's context. Due to their earlier conflict, he had not considered Wen Shirong's feelings. He said nothing further, resuming his focus on the map as he addressed the group. Let us proceed forward. Wen Shirong silently followed behind, wishing to express her apologies but, with others present, swallowed her words. As Yin Hang approached the glowing white light at the cave's entrance, he dashed into the depths, and the others followed suit. Upon crossing through the white light, Yin Hang beheld the scene before him and realized this was Qin Pingan's base. Although trees surrounded them, resembling a small forest, a large house stood prominently in the center. Xiao Nianhua curiously surveyed the surroundings and turned to Yin Hang. By the way, Yin Hang, where is this mechanical creation? I don't see it. It is likely within that warehouse-like building. Let us investigate. As they approached the building, Yin Hang observed the door sealed with a binding spell and remarked that it could be easily broken with ordinary magic. Channeling the power of thousands of birds, he struck the lock, creating a substantial breach. Kicking the door open, the group paused, momentarily stunned by the sight before them. Chapter 26. If you truly kill me, this world will indeed be left with only you. Is that a black-armored beast? Yin Hang gazed in disbelief at the room filled with black-armored beasts, never expecting his brother to have exchanged for a legion capable of rivaling the kingdom. Is this the mechanical creation? Qiu Nianhua observed the constructs, resembling soldiers summoned by Pershra's earth magic. From a shadowy corner, Qin Pingan emerged. My dear brother, it has been a long time. Do you recognize this? It is what we dreamed of as children. Brother, Yin Hang, could this be your? Wen Shirong exclaimed, astonished to learn of Yin Hang's familial ties. Indeed, he is my brother, a relative who nearly led me to my demise 20 years ago. In Heng regarded the familiar yet foreign face before him, hatred spilling forth visibly. Brother, I understand that my actions over the years have caused you great torment. Hatred can empower you. Without it, you will struggle to grow. I hope you can forgive my actions and forgive the past me. Why should I forgive you? Do you think the pain I've endured is insufficient? The betrayal of kinship, my efforts to protect others dismissed, all trivialized by others. Why have you returned now? In Heng's desperate outburst sent a shiver through Shirong, who reflected on the events of the past few days, realizing she had overlooked much about In Heng, his abilities, his concern, and indeed, so much had been neglected. Tears welled in her eyes as she watched him. Brother, if you wish for my forgiveness, very well. Then come forth and resolve the grievances of these years. In Heng unsheathed the Kusanagi sword. Imbued with lightning, his Sharingan fixated on Qin Pinyin, resembling a wild beast on the verge of losing control. I understand now. Jin Zhuashen, hand me your sword. The gold claw god, standing beside Qin Pinyin, produced a stick-like object from his hand and tossed it to Qin Pinyin. As he received it, a gleaming long blade appeared before everyone. In an instant, In Heng surged toward Qin Pinyin, the Kusanagi sword mere centimeters from his chest, only to be intercepted by a red Susanoo. Did you think you were the only one with a Susanoo? In Heng's skeletal form expanded, forming a half Susanoo, and a lightning spear materialized in its grasp, hurled directly at Qin Pinyin. Qin Pinyin remained silent, summoning a massive sword in Susanoo's hand, which he swung down, cleaving the spear in two, and began to speak to In Heng. In Heng, I killed our parents for your sake. We share the Sharingan. I am willing to show you my memories. In Heng paused, taken aback. While he harbored deep-seated hatred for Qin Pinyin, he was equally compelled to uncover the truth behind the events of the past decade. Gradually, In Heng's half Susanoo began to retract, his Sharingan remaining vigilant as he cautiously approached Qin Pinyin. Qin Pinyin had anticipated that his younger brother would eventually stabilize. He refrained from saying much, instead activating the kaleidoscope to enlighten In Heng about the true circumstances of that year, as well as the reasons for his arrival in this world. Family. Rebellion. In Heng could scarcely believe the reality before him. Due to familial strife, the elders of the clan had summoned the entire family, plotting to seize power and usurp the Qin family's prominent position, even using him as leverage. In order to protect him and honor their parents' wishes, Qin Pinyin had annihilated the entire clan and entrusted him to their grandparents, while he concealed himself throughout the world, watching over him. In Heng, for all these years I have been unable to face you. Perhaps it is heaven's providence that has granted me the right to explain, which is why I have come to this world. It's all a deception. Isn't it? In Heng still found it impossible to accept the reality before him, burdened by the weight of his brother's actions that he had long despised. I have found a way to return to our world. Do you wish to come back with me? When Shirong's pupils widened in shock as she gazed at Qin Pinyin, contemplating the implications if In Heng agreed to return. In 2 days, a solar eclipse will occur, and at that time, I will have the black armored beast carry us away. When the eclipse shines upon us, we shall escape this place. In Heng regarded Qin Pinyin, torn between the desire to return to the real world and the deeper duty he felt to protect something more significant. But he began to doubt whether the girl before him could truly sense his intentions. Now that I understand your purpose, my inner turmoil has come to an end. Let us return to the academy. We can discuss this further there. I shall not accompany you. Allow the Golden Claw deity to accompany you instead. I have yet to finish upgrading these brothers. The Golden Claw deity, as my most trusted subordinate, will not falter. In Heng expressed no further doubt and proceeded through the door towards the cave's exit, a group of companions trailing behind him. Meanwhile, when Shirong's heart began to fill with trepidation, In Heng had not revealed his true answer, and her anxiety grew with each passing moment. Upon returning to the academy, the students regarded the Golden Claw deity with curiosity. Golden Claw deity, can you tell me why my brother wishes for me to return? I do not know, but the boss wishes for your return. Likely filled with regret for having abandoned you all those years ago when he could have resolved the issues alongside you. How do you know this? During my period of awakening, the boss shared his story with me. Is that so? I understand. In that moment, a desire began to stir within In Heng to return to his own world, yet it was merely a flicker, for he remained uncertain whether the one he protected was worth his stay. When Shirong, eavesdropping nearby, bit her lip, her expression a mixture of reluctance and despair. Could it be that In Heng truly intended to leave? When Shirong, trouble is afoot. Just as she was pondering this, Pu Shula's exclamation interrupted her, igniting a spark of annoyance. What is it? Why are you shouting? Have you found another charming girl? Impossible. I just discovered that Anyubai has changed its name to Gista. They've even declared war on our nation. Pu Shula's eyes were wide with terror. How can that be? Are you pulling my leg? When Shirong listened in disbelief to Pu Shila's account, astonished at how swiftly Gista had acted. Meanwhile, Yin Hang remained oblivious to the impending war. Still contemplating whether he should return. Chapter 27. Protecting what matters most. The final answer when Shirong's demeanor shifted to one of concern. The declaration of war meant that, as a noble, she would have to join Princess on the front lines. When Shirong, what is it? Her thoughts were interrupted by Yin Hang's voice, yet she did not turn to face him. The Golden Claw deity just informed me that the solar eclipse is in 2 days. Although I was already aware, I wanted to confirm. Upon hearing this, when Shirong was struck by disbelief, for she understood that Yin Hang truly intended to depart, the Golden Claw deity mentioned he would take me away. If all goes well, I will. Yin Hang spoke these words to gauge when Shirong's reaction, hoping that if she responded as he anticipated, he would unreservedly choose to remain by her side. I see. That sounds splendid, Yin Hang. After all, having you around has been rather bothersome, hasn't it? Congratulations. Yin Hang had expected when Shirong to utter words of retention, but indeed, it appears that there are no issues. I will inform my brother. Yin Hang's words. When Shirong felt as if her heart had been pierced by a needle, yet she dared not voice her true feelings to him, knowing she could not be so selfish. Especially with the looming war. Yin Hang turned to leave, conveying to the Golden Claw deity that he did not wish to return. However, the boss truly hopes you will come back. Then inform Qin Pinyin that in this world, I have found someone more important to protect, just as he did in the past. With that, Yin Hang departed towards the dormitory without looking back. How could he not perceive the fade of the girl's forced smile, behind which lay sorrow? Such expressions were not lost on Yin Hang. The Golden Claw deity transmitted a message to Qin Pinyin, indicating that Yin Hang did not wish to return. Qin Pinyin seemed to have anticipated this. His expression unchanged as he busily equipped the black armored beasts. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yin Hang had just settled down when 9527's voice echoed in his mind. Yin Hang, trouble is brewing. Gista is preparing to wage war here. What? 9527? You must be mistaken. How could such a minor organization have the audacity to declare war on the kingdom? Who told you it was a minor organization? They have conquered a kingdom and renamed it Gista. Indeed, they possess the audacity to act so brazenly, having subjugated an entire kingdom. Yet Yin Hang remained unconcerned. After all, he could dismantle that organization single-handedly. Weariness washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep, reflecting on the events of the day. Meanwhile, the nobles within the kingdom began to deliberate the impending conflict. How can we, a small nation, stand against Gista? We must surrender, otherwise, we will be ruthlessly annihilated. As discussions escalated in intensity, the princess addressed the nobles below, proclaiming, "We shall not surrender. Losing the honor of our kingdom is akin to death. Therefore, I will organize an army and assume command to secure victory on the battlefield." Her declaration quelled the discord among the nobles, who silently accepted her command. Soon night fell, and Yin Hang sat up, stretching lazily. I wish I could sleep in a proper bed. This straw is terribly uncomfortable. He approached the window, opening it to feel the refreshing breeze, gazing at the starry night sky. He pondered that if war were to erupt, the nobles would fight for their honor, and when Shirong would undoubtedly join the fray. Yet, he felt no worry. As long as he was there, the ones he wished to protect would remain unharmed. His thoughts turned to Yin Hang. Would he also choose to partake in this war? Yin Hang murmured to himself, ceasing his stargazing, instead sitting on the straw in contemplation. That moment, he heard footsteps outside the door. It was unmistakably when Shirong. He feigned sleep, curious whether she would reveal her innermost thoughts to him. When Shirong pushed the door open to find the room shrouded in darkness, with a snap of her fingers, the room lit up, turning to the side of Yin Hang lying on the ground. She approached slowly, crouching to admire his exquisite sleeping face. After watching for a while, she felt his presence linger, filled with curiosity about her intentions. Suddenly, he felt small hands caressing his face, leaving him perplexed about her motives. "Goodbye, Yin Hang." The words jolted him awake, yet he quickly regained his composure, just as he suspected. When Shirong was indeed preparing to go to war. As dawn broke, when Shirong had already left the room. Having spent the night awake, Yin Hang opened his eyes, realizing he would need Qin Pinyin's assistance. Through the window, he saw when Shirong had ridden away from the academy before daring to whistle. Summoning a giant bird. He hurriedly set off towards Briss village. "What? Lending you half of my forces, my foolish brother? Who are we to each other? I can provide whatever you desire." Qin Pinyin was elated, for his brother sought him out for help, indicating that Yin Hang had, in some sense, forgiven him. "I've said what I needed to say. In any case, thank you, brother. I shall take my leave now. You need not return to the academy. The Golden Claw deity has sent word that this war will commence from Briss village. Yin Heng was taken aback, realizing that Qin Pinyin was well informed about everything, even the enemy's route of attack. It dawned on him that Qin Pinyin must have learned of this yesterday, leading him to suppress any show of shock. All right, I will take these black armored beasts with me. He then rallied the black armored beast army and made his way to Briss village. Lying in wait for the enemy's arrival, Yin Heng was acutely aware that, since the enemy intended to infiltrate from this point, Wen Shirong would inevitably follow the main force. Defeating the adversaries while simultaneously safeguarding Wen Shirong was a dual objective he could not overlook. Yin Heng could not help but feel that this was indeed his most judicious choice. Marshal, how long must we remain here? You shall lie in ambush until tomorrow morning. Once the enemy enters our line of sight, we shall commence our assault. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Naturally, Yin Heng could not linger in this position for an entire day. He was bound to return to the academy, where he could enjoy a restful slumber upon Wen Shirong's grand bed. Chapter 28. When I wished to conquer the world, you had yet to be born. Warudo. On the third day at dawn, Yin Heng stretched lazily and sleepily opened his eyes, recalling that today marked the day of the enemy's assault. He dared not tarry and hastily rose, tidying his bed while sighing, I slept splendidly last night. Truly, the bed of nobility is in a league of its own. Glancing disdainfully at the straw on the floor, he kicked it aside and swiftly mounted his giant bird, heading towards Blue Village. On the opposite side of the kingdom, the princess, previously adorned in lavish garments, had donned gleaming platinum armor and was rallying her troops. No matter what, we must not allow the enemy to invade our homeland. Soldiers, for the sake of our homes, charge forth. At this juncture, the enemy was steadily approaching Blue Village aboard their airships. Yin Heng arrived early at the base established the previous day, and one of the black armored beasts by his side inquired urgently, Marshal, shall we strike now? No, wait a moment, we must wait for Wen Shirong. Yin Heng could distinctly sense Wen Shirong drawing near, perhaps due to their contract, which allowed him to perceive her location. The princess's forces and Wen Shirong had already reached the rear mountains of Blue Village, where the princess began issuing commands to her army. Griffin Squad, divert the enemy's fire. Magic Squad, engage them head-on. Yin Heng quickly pinpointed Wen Shirong's location and felt a secret joy that she had yet to take action. Eye in the sky, the Griffin Squad clashed with the enemy's Fire Dragon Squad. However, the flames spewed forth by the dragons caused the Griffins to be shot down one by one. Airships unleashed cannon fire upon the princess's forces. This is bad. Black armored beasts form a shield around them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin Heng activated Susanoo, soaring into the sky to intercept the cannonballs, which were thwarted by the black armored beast shields. The princess was momentarily startled by the strange mechanical entities before her, and as she prepared to cast a spell, Wen Shirong intervened. Wait, Your Highness, they're our allies. Huh, are these mechanical creations yours, Wen Shirong? No, they belong to Yin Heng. Before Wen Shirong could finish, she beheld Yin Heng in the sky, defending against the cannonballs. Damn it's oh many enemies. This is outrageous. With that, Yin Heng unsheathed the great sword at his waist and struck at the fire dragons engaged in aerial combat. As one after another fell, he felt the strain on his eyes intensifying. Sensing a stinging pain, Yin Heng realized his condition was deteriorating. 9527. What is going on? Why does my eye hurt even while using Susanoo? This is simply due to your eyes not yet adjusting. Aside from using Susanoo, other functions should not affect your vision. Hearing 9527's assurance, Yin Heng felt relieved. If he could not even utilize phasing, it would spell considerable trouble for him. As Yin Heng battled through numerous foes, he was under the watchful eyes of Hook and Warudo, who were seated upon their ship. What kind of magic is this? Time and again, this peculiar magic defeats my automatons. Warudo, intrigued by Hook's words, questioned, Hey, what is going on here? The organization leader, witnessing the dwindling number of soldiers in the sky, grew increasingly frustrated and demanded to know what was transpiring. Leave it to me, Your Majesty. Warudo gradually approached his fire dragon steed, heading straight for Yin Heng. Meanwhile, beneath the earth, Wen Shirong observed Yin Heng fiercely battling the enemies, filled with confusion and anxiety. She could not fathom why Yin Heng had come here. The lunar eclipse was imminent, and if he did not depart soon, with this thought, she mounted her horse and galloped towards the battlefield. Yin Heng soon detected Warudo's presence and aimed his blade at him, but Warudo effortlessly dodged. As he drew his magical sword to attack Yin Heng, the powerful spell merely grazed Susanoo, causing Yin Heng to brush off the dust from his chest. He then charged toward Warudo with astonishing speed, and before Warudo could cast a spell, he was swatted away by Susanoo's massive hand. TCH, I thought you were formidable. Next, it will be your airship's turn, and you shall face dire consequences. Fool, What are you doing? If you continue like this, you will never return. Just as In Hung was about to charge the airship, he froze, noticing Wen Shirong riding towards the front lines without regard for her safety. Lady, this is perilous. In Hung could not afford to hesitate and changed course, heading towards Wen Shirong. The organization leader, noticing In Hang veering away from him, looked in the direction he was heading and saw the pink-haired girl he had previously controlled. Launching cannonballs towards Wen Shirong, In Hang glanced back at the sound, realizing the cannonballs were faster than him. Though he was already close to Wen Shirong, he quickened his pace and enveloped her with Susanoo. But his eyes had reached their limits. After deflecting the cannonballs, Susanoo's form began to deteriorate. Blood trickled from his left eye, yet In Hang paid it no mind as he whistled for his giant bird to come forth. The colossal bird lifted In Hang and Wen Shirong off the ground, yet In Hang was perplexed by her appearance on the front lines. What are you doing? You foolish girl. It's dangerous. You are the one being foolish, knowing how dangerous it is. You keep making reckless decisions. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool? But I cannot allow you to bear all of this alone, observing Wen Shirong's eyes welling with tears. In Hang felt a surge of tenderness. In Hang, since you both care for each other so much, then go ahead and perish together. Without your peculiar magic, I wonder how you will withstand my attacks. In Hung could hardly believe that Warudo, having been flung so far by Susanoo, could still return. Damn it. Just when I was pondering how to counter this. As In Hang contemplated his next move, a red Susanoo pierced through Warudo's chest. I hope I'm not too late, brother. Heh, you arrived just in time, brother. Qin Ping cast a cold gaze at Warudo, disdain evident in his voice. With your abilities, do you truly think you can harm my brother? You are at least 20,000 years too early. With that, he cast Warudo aside, and upon confirming his demise, Qin Ping nodded with satisfaction. By the way, I've arranged for explosives to be placed on that airship. Find a suitable spot to rest. In Hang nodded in acknowledgement and flew towards a riverside, for his eyes had truly reached their limits. Just as In Hang landed, an explosion rose. Upon hearing this, In Hung couldn't help but chuckle, for it was the meaningful life shared with Wen Shirong that brought him joy, just as he began to imagine the future unfolding naturally between them. Wen Shirong suddenly exclaimed, So from now on, you mustn't get too close to other girls. You can only gaze upon me. If I catch you. The little whip from the cupboard won't be so forgiving. Upon hearing these words, In Hang felt a chill run down his spine, for he could never forget the pain of being whipped that night. Did you hear that? Wen Shirong pressed, her tone playful and commanding. In Hang, gazing at the proud Wen Shirong, couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in agreement, for she was indeed adorable. Yet, her earlier words bore an uncanny resemblance to a girlfriend's warning. What are you laughing at? Do you wish to be punished again? And no, my lady, I heard you, and I shall abide by your words. Reassured by In Hang's promise, Wen Shirong relaxed, patting his pillow. All right, lie down and sleep quickly. We must rise early tomorrow. With that, she turned onto her side, and the two drifted off to sleep, facing opposite directions. The following morning, In Hang arose and made his way to Wen Shirong's wardrobe. Over time, he had grown accustomed to helping her change clothes. He lifted the quilt, cradled her in his arms, and placed her on his lap to dress her. As she groggily opened her eyes and realized In Hang was dressing her, a deep blush colored her cheeks. Even more intense than the day before, Wen Shirong wondered why such a mundane action felt so significant after interacting with In Hang, as if they were just ordinary people. Come now. My lady, today is the princess's coronation ceremony. We must set off. Wen Shirong recalled that after the war, the princess, as commander, had earned most of the glory, prompting the royal family to arrange a coronation ceremony for her. As they walked across the lawn in front of the dormitory, they fortuitously encountered Saida. Hello, Mr. In Hang. Ah, what a coincidence, Saida, he replied, moving toward her, unaware that he had completely forgotten Wen Shirong's warning from the previous day. Wait, In Hang, Saida said, feeling a twinge of annoyance as she saw him gravitate toward the maid. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of jealousy lingered in the air. I heard the princess is having her coronation ceremony today. Are you joining us for the parade? I think not, Mr. In Hang. Given your relationship with Miss Wen Shirong, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to tag along, especially since you sacrificed returning to your own world for her. Before In Hang could respond, Wen Shirong's voice rang out from behind. In Hang. You truly have forgotten everything I said yesterday. Ah, this. In Hang felt a wave of anger rising beside him, fully aware that he was about to face the consequences. As Wen Shirong trembled with fury, she retrieved her magic wand from her cloak. My lady, please calm down. It's not like that. Before In Hang could finish, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the academy. When he regained his bearings, he found himself being dragged toward the academy's entrance by Wen Shirong, his expression one of despair. Yin Heng resigned himself to the situation, perhaps vowing never to get too close to another girl again. As they strolled through the streets, he endeavored to appease the jealous Wen Shirong, assuring her he would refrain from such behavior in the future. However, she stubbornly turned her head away. We'll talk about this when we return to the academy. Humph. Yin Heng had no choice but to concede to the whims of such a formidable individual. Is that not my dear little brother? Have you come to watch the parade as well? Qin Pinyin, observing his surroundings, spotted the two. Hello, Miss Wen Shirong. We have met before. My brother can be a bit impolite at times. I hope you can look after him. No worries, he is quite a good person. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio walked side by side, gazing at the princess on the carriage in the distance, when Shirong couldn't help but exclaim, "How dignified the princess looks." Yet, Qin Pinyin leaned closer to Yin Heng and whispered, "Hey, brother, do you think the princess is well endowed?" He gazed intently at Yin Heng, eager for his response. I suppose maybe she's all right." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Heng regretted them, for even in a whisper. They reached Wen Shirong's ears, who was admiring the princess. "Yin Heng, how could you think such things about the princess? Unforgivable. Wait, my lady, it's a misunderstanding." Realizing the situation was escalating, Qin Pinyin hastily made his exit. "Good luck, brother. Farewell." Yin Heng's thoughts were consumed with frustration, and before he could articulate his protest, he was abruptly silenced by Wen Shirong's magic. "Yin Heng, you truly are insufferable." The resounding explosion alerted the guards surrounding the princess. "Assassins, protect the princess. Captain, it seems that fellow is the culprit." The female guards stationed near the princess quickly identified the pair. Yin Heng had already succumbed to unconsciousness from Wen Shirong's explosion, while she gazed in fear at the approaching guards. "Arrest them." "Yes." Wen Shirong looked helplessly at Yin Heng, who lay dazed on the ground. Chapter 30. Aiding Yin Heng. "I am the direct attendant of Her Majesty the Queen. Wen Shirong, I have something to discuss with Her Majesty." "Make way." Due to Wen Shirong's impulsiveness, believing Yin Heng to be the cause of the chaos, he found himself tearfully confined in a detention room, while she sought to explain herself to the princess, only to be blocked by the guards. "We have received orders from the queen. No one may enter." Seeing that her identity did not grant her access, Wen Shirong brandished her wand, threatening, "Enough chatter. Let me in." Before she could invoke her magic, a firearm was pressed against her head. "Miss Wen Shirong, please lower your wand. A gun is quicker than troublesome magic. Currently, Her Majesty is in a meeting with your academy's headmaster. Any request can be directed to me." "Headmaster? And who exactly are you?" Wen Shirong was curious about the woman before her, who held such authority. "My name is Milan, commander of the Royal Guard protecting Her Majesty." "Wait, the Royal Guard? You're the ones who took Yin Heng to the detention room, aren't you?" "Huh, Yin Heng?" Milan turned to her subordinates, puzzled. After all, the name was unfamiliar to her. One of the guards, recalling the incident, spoke up. "He is the one who caused the explosion." Upon hearing that Yin Heng was labeled a criminal, Wen Shirong could not remain silent. "Yin Heng is not a criminal. The explosion was my doing. It has nothing to do with him." The two exchanged incredulous glances, realizing it was all a misunderstanding. "Regardless, return Yin Heng to me." Meanwhile, Yin Heng, confined in the detention room, lay bored on the floor, sighed. "I wonder if Wen Shirong is in danger. Those guards don't seem friendly." Indeed, they had been quite unfriendly, even pushing Wen Shirong to the ground. Had Yin Heng been aware, he might have sought retribution. Well, it appears you two are making quite the progress, on your way to becoming each other's significant other. After a prolonged silence, 9527 began to tease. "Isn't that you're doing? Everything else is fine. Just a bit prideful. By the way, what have you been up to lately?" Yin Heng was curious about what had kept 9527 so occupied, as he had not noticed the absence of his companion. "I was busy gathering intel. Unlike you, who has time for romance. By the way, the nation that was rebranded as Jista seems even more restless after their recent defeat. Is that so? I thought that was their main force. But it matters little. I still have my brother." "Are you referring to the black armored beasts?" "That may not be the case. Those high-level mages find it easy to dispatch such creatures. However, it seems you can now face an entire nation alone." Hearing that even mages struggled against the black armored beasts surprised Yin Heng. After all, robots were considered advanced technology, and he never expected them to appear so powerless in this world. That does make sense. After all, the pinnacle of technology is magic. Yin Heng sighed, while 9527 remained silent. Just then, the cell door swung open, revealing a figure in a white dress before him. "Mr. Yin Heng, what are you doing lying here?" Yin Heng's gaze shifted to the entrance, realizing it was the princess. "Your Highness, what brings you here? This environment hardly seems fitting for you." Rising to sit cross-legged on the floor, He was curious about why the beloved companion of Wen Shirong sought him out. The princess approached swiftly, imploring, "Mr. Yin Heng, I have a request for you. Please, no matter what, agree to it." This gesture did not convey sincerity, but instead triggered his instincts for self-preservation. Reflexively, he reached for his sword, only to find it missing. Instead, he summoned the Chidori, taking a defensive stance. "What do you intend to do to the princess?" The guards accompanying the princess swiftly swung their fists at Yin Heng. Yin Heng also stepped aside, quickly realizing that his previous reaction had been somewhat impulsive. The other party truly only sought assistance without any malicious intent. "How dare you show disrespect to the princess? You should have been executed on the spot." With that, he drew a firearm from his waist, aiming it at Yin Heng, causing the princess to flinch at the guard's actions. Upon seeing the other party's intent to attack, Yin Heng's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, prepared to eliminate the guard before him at any moment. The princess hastily spoke to her guard, "Milan, would you kindly step back? I wish to have a private conversation with Mr. Yin Heng." Milan, seeing the princess's determination, opposed her, but the princess's tone turned sharp. "This is an order." Faced with the queen's stubbornness, Milan had no choice but to relent, leaving with a final warning to Yin Heng. "If you dare to act out of line again, no matter how His Majesty intervenes, I will shoot you on the spot." With that, she angrily slammed the iron door shut. Once the danger had passed, Yin Heng's Sharingan slowly faded. However, he dismissed the earlier warning from Milan, considering what a National Guard could truly do to him. "Now, speak. What do you wish to discuss with me? And where is Wen Shirong?" Yin Heng, not wanting to waste time, directly addressed the matter at hand, as his foremost concern remained Wen Shirong. From the conversation with the head of their academy, he learned that it was indeed he and Wen Shirong who had defeated that airship. And those black robots were presumably theirs. The reason Wen Shirong could not utilize magic was that she was a descendant of the Void. Upon hearing the term Void, Yin Heng recalled having heard of it. "Void? I am familiar with that form of magic. It appears the young lady is not incapable of using magic after all. So, might I borrow your powers?" Yin Heng understood that the Void was not akin to any conventional magic, but rather a unique amalgamation of all elements. He was astonished that such a phenomenon existed in this world. However, he was curious as to why they sought his assistance, given that he had already aided the nation on numerous occasions. One cannot unconditionally accept such requests. Although Wen Shirong was indeed capable, Yin Heng still wished to understand her motives for seeking his help. "So why should I assist you? Because I do not wish for our nation to be stained by the colors of war. We must not let this opportunity slip away. We aim to take the initiative to attack Gista. Therefore, I hope to leverage your strength to secure victory in this war." Gazing into the queen's resolute eyes, Yin Heng began to reconsider his views of the world and this nation. After all, she was thinking of the greater good, which was enough for him to extend a helping hand. "Very well. I shall grant your request. Where is the young lady?" The queen smiled and called out to the iron door behind her, "Milan, please bring Wen Shirong in." When Shirong appeared, Yin Heng hurriedly approached her. "Young lady, how are you? Are you all right?" His face was etched with concern as he observed that she bore no bruises, which alleviated his worries. Yin Heng." Wen Shirong's face was streaked with tears as she sobbed and threw herself into his embrace. "What troubles you, young lady? Have you been bullied? You fool, you bad person." Yin Heng is a bad person. Yin Heng allowed Wen Shirong to pummel his chest, unsure of how to respond, merely stroking her head. "You made me worry so much. I missed you dearly. Please do not cry. Young lady, it is my fault for causing you concern. I shall not let it happen again." Although Yin Heng understood this was not entirely his fault, at that moment, his priority was to comfort the one he cherished most. He lifted Wen Shirong in a princess carry and addressed the queen. "It seems I must trouble the princess to arrange for our return." Witnessing the intimacy between the two, a glimmer of envy and regret flickered in the queen's eyes, for she too had once experienced such affection. But alas, thus, the pair boarded a carriage, guided back to the academy by Milan. Chapter 31. The Resurrected Crown Prince. On their journey back to the academy, Yin Heng noticed a book in Wen Shirong's hands and inquired with curiosity, "What book is that, young lady? I am unsure. All I know is that it is a grimoire of the Void, which Her Majesty entrusted to me, along with an explanation of the existence of Void magic." Wen Shirong flipped through the book only to find it blank. Slowly closing it remains blank. By the way, Yin Heng, do you know why? Yin Heng shook his head. For it was his first encounter with a blank grimoire. He speculated that perhaps a specific spell was required to reveal its contents but refrained from drawing any conclusions. "Let us examine this later, young lady. For now, it is time to rest, as we have a daunting task ahead of us." The carriage approached the academy gates, where the guards conveyed the queen's orders. From now on, I shall relay Her Majesty's instructions. Your code name will be Dark. With that, the guard departed, and Yin Heng, and when Shirong waved farewell as the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the horizon as they walked toward their dormitory. Meanwhile, in the palace's chamber, the princess wept as she gazed upon the relics left behind by the deceased crown prince. Even now, I cannot believe my beloved is beyond my reach, without your presence. What meaning does my life hold? The night sky was filled only with tranquility and the soft sobs of the young girl, her scattered whispers of longing for the crown prince remaining unspoken to anyone. Only released in moments of solitude. Your Highness. The princess was startled from her reverie by the sudden voice, hastily wiping her tears and scanning the room with vigilance. Who goes there? I advise you to reveal your identity. Trespassing into the queen's chamber at this hour could result in your immediate demise. Your Highness, do you not recognize me? It is Wells. Come to the balcony, Your Highness. The princess turned to the balcony. Incredulously beheld her beloved standing there, for the relics had been entrusted to him by Yin Heng. How could the dead possibly return to life? But, Wells, you have already died. Wells shook his head from where he stood on the balcony. I have not perished. I am alive and well. Merely my subordinates have met their end. How can this be? The princess remained reluctant to accept his words, having never heard of a decoy that could so perfectly mimic the original. Allow me to provide proof of my identity. 3 years ago, we made a vow at the Lake of the Water Spirits. The princess recognized this vow as one they had made together. A secret she had never disclosed to anyone, not even her closest friends. Realizing her beloved stood before her, she swiftly opened the balcony door and leapt into Wells's embrace, all her pent-up emotions dissipating in that moment. Under the moonlight, they held one another, whispering sweet nothings of their longing, while Wells quietly listened. Once the princess's tears subsided, Wells spoke gently, I have come to take you away, Your Highness. I wish for you to accompany me to Amalia. The princess shook her head vigorously, protesting. No, Amalia has fallen under Gistua's dominion. It would be perilous for you to return now, precisely because it is under Gistua's control that I must go back. Seeing Wells's unwavering determination to return to Amalia, the princess's gaze fell, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, I shall accompany you back to Amalia. Wherever you go, I will follow without hesitation. Chapter 32. The ring of the water spirit as dawn broke. Yin Heng and Wen Shirong remained lost in their pleasant dreams until they were abruptly awakened by a loud banging at the door. Yin Heng instinctively drew the Kusanagi sword from the bedside, alertly watching the entrance. Upon realizing the visitor was not an enemy, but rather Milan, the captain of the Queen's Guard, Yin Heng was about to voice his inquiry when Milan spoke first. Trouble is afoot. The Queen has been abducted. Wen Shirong, who had been rubbing her eyes in confusion, instantly awakened at the news of the princess's abduction. What has happened? How could the princess be taken? Milan expressed her guilt. The responsibility for the princess's abduction falls upon me. Had I discovered the criminal's whereabouts sooner? Have you found any trace of the princess? Wen Shirong's face was filled with urgency as she pressed for information. My subordinates have tracked the captor. He is heading toward the lake of Legulian. Yin Heng's mind raced at the mention of the lake, recalling it as the Lake of the Water Spirits. Puzzled as to why the captor would take the princess there, the trio hurriedly descended from the dormitory, Milan swiftly mounting her horse, eager to pursue the princess. I must take my leave to intercept them. I entrust you both to handle matters here. With that, she galloped away, while Wen Shirong rushed to the stables to retrieve a horse, only to be stopped by Yin Heng, who pulled her wrist and embraced her. What are you doing? Yin Heng. Time is of the essence. The princess is in danger, and I cannot waste time. Why the rush, young lady? Horses are too slow. I possess a steed that is swifter than any horse. As Yin Heng whistled towards the sky, a colossal bird materialized, its wings gracefully flapping as it descended before the two. Isn't this the same magnificent creature you encountered previously? Yin Heng, could it be that the young lady has seen it before? However, it seemed that this was not the opportune moment for such discussions. Embracing Wen Shirong, Yin Heng leaped onto the giant bird, commanding it, make haste to Legulian Lake with utmost speed. Upon awakening, the princess found herself nestled in Well's embrace. Having fled the kingdom overnight on horseback, she had unknowingly succumbed to slumber. You are awake, Your Highness. We are about to arrive at the place where we first met 3 years ago. Legulian Lake. Indeed, that very spot. I have concealed a small boat by the lakeside, which we can use to journey to Amalia. As the princess turned to glance behind, she discovered her guards on horseback pursuing them. Wells, noticing their approach, cracked his whip, causing the horse to bolt as if startled. Fear not, Your Highness. This leg of our journey to Amalia will be free from any disturbances. The princess listened in silence, offering no response, simply feeling at ease in Wells' embrace, for it was the most secure she had felt in 3 years. Behind them, Milan urged his subordinates, "Ride faster. We must catch up to Her Majesty." As they drew nearer, Wells retrieved his magic wand from his pocket, unleashing earth magic upon the pursuers. "Captain, be careful." A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the forest, and the princess gasped in shock. "Wells, what are you doing?" "Those are my royal guards. My apologies, Your Highness. I wish to avoid any interruptions. For now, you must simply comply with my directives. But, Your Highness, I love you. And no matter what happens, my affection for you will remain unwavering. Upon our arrival in Amalia, I shall reveal the truth of the matter." The princess, reassured by Wells' promise, harbored no further doubts, resting quietly against his chest. At that moment, In Heng, soaring above, spotted the pair. "We've located the young lady. Right beneath us. Descend swiftly and rescue the princess. From what I can see, it appears the princess is there of her own volition, and that criminal seems to be the deceased crown prince. Regardless, we must first reach Legulian Lake." The princess and Wells had arrived at the lake's edge, searching for the concealed vessel. "You cannot take the princess away." The giant bird hovered before Wells. As he attempted to lead the princess in another direction, a wall of earth summoned by In Heng obstructed their path. "I advise you for the last time. Release the princess. Although I am uncertain how you were revived, your intentions in taking her to Amalia remain questionable." Before blocking Wells, 9527 had informed In Heng that across Legulian Lake lay a nation ruled by Gista. Wells regarded the two before him with disdain. "Your words are peculiar. The princess is here of her own volition." 9527's voice echoed once more. "In Heng, I have discovered that the Water Spirit's ring possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. Perhaps the individual before us was brought back to life by that ring, though their actions are controlled." Hearing this, In Heng began to doubt the ring's powers, pondering whether it could indeed resurrect the deceased, though he was unsure if the wounds would heal automatically. "Crown Prince, were you revived by the Endema ring?" Wells couldn't help but chuckle at In Heng's words. "The Endema ring, you say? A ring capable of resurrecting life? Ha ha ha. How amusing." When Shi Rong, astonished by the revelation of the Endema ring's powers, shouted at the princess, "Your Highness, do not remain in denial. The Wells you knew is no longer the same." The princess, however, dismissed when Shi Rong's claims. "Impossible. Wells has stated that the deceased was merely his substitute." Instantly, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. "Your Highness, do you truly believe a mere doppelganger could deceive the Gista organization? Awaken. The crown prince perished in the ruins of that church long ago." In Heng observed the princess's stubbornness, his faith in humanity shattering in that moment. Seeing her remain unmoved, he resolved to employ force to demonstrate the truth. Words are futile. Unbeknownst to anyone, In Heng's doppelganger erupted from the ground beneath Wells. 1,000 birds piercing towards Wells' heart. As expected, upon retracting his arm, the wound healed at an observable speed. Ha! Futile. Your magic cannot harm me. As he spoke, Wells unleashed a combination of water and wind magic, transforming the rain in the air into icy projectiles aimed at In Heng. In Heng embraced when Shi Rong, using Susanoo to shield against the assault. When Shi Rong continued to plead, "Your Highness, you see it now, he is not the crown prince." Yet the princess, gazing at Wells, remained unconvinced. "No, it cannot be true. Wells has promised me he would always love me. He would never deceive me." Hearing the princess's naivete, In Heng felt a surge of frustration. "I have stated it before. He is no longer Wells, the crown prince. Open your eyes. No one can return from the dead. In Heng, have you ever truly loved anyone else?" In Heng stood frozen, realizing the princess had struck a chord. He had never genuinely loved another. The princess pressed on. "If you truly care for someone, you would carve a bloody path through the darkness of love and hatred, sacrificing everything for your beloved. So please, let me go, Mr. In Heng." In Heng shook his head, reminding himself that this was not the time for discussions of love. Their decisions bore implications for the fate of nations. "No, you are mistaken, Your Highness. While loving others, one must also reserve some love for oneself." With that, In Heng conjured a lightning spear in Susanoo's grasp, aiming it at Wells. "You shall not lay a finger on Wells." The princess raised her wand, chanting a spell, conjuring an ice wall that deflected the lightning spear. "I implore you, Mr. In Heng, do not hinder me." In Heng, growing anxious, inquired of 9527 if there was a more direct means to conclude the crown prince's threat, as this situation had become unnecessarily complicated. Do you recall the void magic book the princess lent when Shi Rong yesterday? It contains the incantation to unravel the Endema magic. and your rune-imbued arm is meant for this purpose. Upon hearing this, In Hung turned to Wen Shirong. Where's that void magic book? Oh, I have it. Why? You wish to use it. There is nothing written in it. As Wen Shirong revealed it. In Hang unveiled his rune-imbued arm, and upon contact, the runes transformed into countless incantations inscribed upon the magic book. Now, young lady, recite the incantations. Wells, realizing they were attempting something dire, summoned a stronger wind magic, creating a tempest that pushed In Hang's Susanoo back, nearly sending him into the lake. In that final moment, when Shirong uttered the last incantation, and a bolt of lightning struck Wells, dispelling his magic. The electric shock coursed through Wells, who cried out in agony until the lightning dissipated, leaving him heavy on the ground, unable to accept the reality before him. Tears mingled with the rain on the princess's cheeks, rendering indistinguishable the source of her sorrow. Chapter 33. Child, you are playing with fire. Your Highness, please do not weep. It seems the control of the Endema ring has been lifted. Forgive my actions. Touching the princess's cheek, Wells felt his heart pierced by countless needles. Your Highness, please forget me. I am sorry. As a dead man, I cannot fulfill my vows. 3 years ago, I failed to express my feelings. I deeply regret it, but I know we cannot last. So please forgive me, Princess. Thus, Wells breathed his last in the princess's embrace, his hand slowly falling limp, leaving no further sign of life. The princess's heart-wrenching cries echoed through the air, unwilling to accept the sight of her beloved fading before her. In Hung remained silent, holding Wen Shirong tighter, grateful that his beloved had not forsaken him. Wen Shirong quietly observed the scene, naturally leaning against In Hang's chest, feeling the heartbeat he provided. Relieved that he had chosen not to abandon her, all the princess's grief was swept away by the wind and rain, carried to every corner of the forest. The incident of the princess's abduction came to a close. Yet the true war began to ignite at that very moment. Upon returning to the academy, the nation announced that all noblemen would be conscripted to the front lines to defend the realm. Upon their return to the academy, In Hung and Wen Shirong fortuitously witnessed a poignant scene of parting, as numerous young men bid farewell to their partners, embarking on their journeys to the front lines of war. The girls, with tears streaming down their faces, could do nothing but watch helplessly. Today's class was notably exceptional, with every seat occupied solely by female students, save for In Hang, who must not be forgotten. All right, class, focus your attention here. In this world, the higher the temperature of the flames, the lighter their color becomes. Without high-temperature flames, many metals cannot be forged. However, the female students were wholly distracted, their gazes fixated on an unknown young man in the second-to-last row. In Hung had been observing him for some time. His golden hair, aristocratic white attire, and blue cloak, complemented by strikingly handsome features. It was no wonder that so many girls were captivated by him. This fellow was a priest, so it was only natural that he did not head to the front lines. 9527 scrutinized the youth's visage, swiftly retrieving data to report back to In Hung. One must wonder, what is a priest doing in a magic academy? That was beyond my knowledge, as I cannot delve into others' memories. In Hang found the young man before him rather uninteresting. After all, Pakshura also had yellow hair, and perhaps this priest was merely a weakling. Thus, he rested his head on the desk, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. That moment, the classroom door was suddenly kicked open, and hurried footsteps intruded upon the lesson. In Hang cracked his eyes open a fraction, curious to discern the commotion at the entrance, only to behold Milan storming in with her subordinates. Milan, what brings you to the classroom? In Hung was aware that she was a messenger of the princess, but such orders were confidential, making it unlikely for her to convey them at this moment. Ignoring the teacher's presence, Milan bellowed to the students, all students, assemble in the courtyard. The teacher, taken aback by this abrupt demand, stammered, What is the meaning of this? Milan boldly declared, We are the royal guard of Her Majesty the Queen, and we shall conduct military training for all students, so please do not impede us. As the classmates began to rise and exit, the teacher reprimanded, Sit down, the lesson must continue. No one is to leave until it concludes. Milan furrowed her brow, astonished that this minor academy instructor dared defy her command. With all due respect, teacher, we are in a time of war. It is imperative that we focus on training the students rather than indulging in leisurely classes. The teacher countered, It is precisely because we are at war that we must actively learn magic and comprehend the harsh realities of battle. Have not the male students been sent to the front lines? I implore you not to bring the war here. Silence. Milan, finding her warnings ignored, drew a firearm and aimed it at the teacher's vital point. Sensing the imminent danger, the teacher trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. On the battlefield, magic is the most foolish choice. Firearms are swifter than any spell. The atmosphere became charged with tension. Observing this, Yin Heng utilized ice magic to freeze the barrel of the gun. Milan, that should suffice. If you wish to take everyone outside for training, then let us proceed swiftly. Cut it out, classmates. Hurry up and gather in the courtyard. Milan recognized that Yin Heng was providing her a way out, as harming the academy's instructor would not bode well with the princess. Thus, she and her subordinates exited the classroom first. Come along, young lady. Learning self-defense is not a bad idea. Noticing Wen Shirong still in a daze, he took her hand, leading her to the courtyard. Milan distributed long wooden poles topped with soft cotton to each student, resembling spears. Yin Heng leaned against the corridor wall, observing the scene with a hint of nostalgia for the military training days of his own school years, which were not dissimilar to this that moment. Meng Mo, she could no longer contain herself and stood to protest. We are magicians. Why do we need these implements? Magic can accomplish everything. Whether for offense or defense, Yin Heng found merit in Meng Mo Lashi's words, but he knew the repercussions of opposing a drill instructor. Milan approached Meng Mo Lashi with a dismissive smile. Are you certain of that? She then bent Meng Mo Lashi's arm behind her back. Feeling the pain surge through her arm, Meng Mo Lashi yelped, "Let go of me. It hurts. Now you see how powerless magic is against such force? If I were your enemy, you would already be a casualty." Yin Heng countered Milan's assertion, recognizing that while mages were not built for close combat, they played a crucial role in compensating for the lack of firepower in warfare. All right, everyone, commence your training. Milan released Meng Mo Lashi, aware that the war would not wait for them to complete their training. Yin Heng observed the students poking at one another with the wooden poles. Feeling a sense of boredom as he stifled a yawn, he noticed the so-called priest slowly approaching Wen Shirong, and his gaze sharpened. Greetings, Miss Wen Shirong. Wen Shirong looked at the man before her, intrigued by his intent. All right, come at me. The priest's words bewildered Wen Shirong, her face a canvas of confusion. Before she could process what was happening, he urged her again. Without overthinking it, Wen Shirong charged at him with the wooden pole. But he deftly sidestepped, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and pulling her into an embrace. You mustn't rush like that. Witnessing this scene, Yin Heng's once sharp gaze morphed into a kaleidoscope of fury. Chapter 34. This year's peculiar events exceed all others. Yin Heng gradually approached Wen Shirong, who, upon noticing the anger etched across his face, immediately pushed the priest away. Before Yin Heng could take 2 steps, Milan swung her wooden sword at him, but he easily evaded her strike. Milan, what do you think you're doing? I want to see your strength, Yin Heng. She tossed him a wooden sword, but Yin Heng had no time for such a test. I currently have more pressing matters. I have a better candidate to showcase my abilities. He continued forward, yet Milan showed no sign of retreat, persisting in her assault. That I end battle. You cannot choose your opponent. If someone attacks, you must fight back. Stand aside. Yin Heng conjured a colossal hand to grasp Milan firmly, then moved beside Wen Shirong, glaring at the priest. Did I permit you to touch her? Do you enjoy playing with fire? Yin Heng wrapped his arms around Wen Shirong, asserting his claim with clarity. Yin Heng. Please let go of Lady Milan. Otherwise, things may escalate. Yin Heng slowly released Milan, retracting the colossal hand. Milan, consider your earlier actions as a test of my abilities. I apologize for my conduct. The priest regarded the enormous hand that resembled a manifestation of magic beside Yin Heng with intrigue. Your name is Yin Heng, correct? I would like to spar with you. Ha. I hope I misheard that. Young man. If you merely wish to compare swordsmanship, that would be acceptable. No. I meant using that peculiar magic of yours. It poses no issue, the priest clarified. Hearing this, Yin Heng was astonished by the audacity of someone willing to engage him. He felt compelled to ascertain the identity of this individual as superior. That is agreeable. As long as you are willing, I am more than happy to engage in a spar. Upon hearing this, Wen Shirong pulled Yin Heng aside, whispering, What are you doing? Using those spells could kill him. I absolutely oppose this spar. Yin Heng playfully pinched Wen Shirong's nose, grinning as he replied, Fear not, my lady. I shall simply use a sword against him, and with so many girls watching. Yin Heng was retreating steadily under the relentless pressure of the priest, whose aura grew increasingly formidable. Only Milan discerned that Yin Heng had not yet showcased his true capabilities. Compared to yesterday, he was merely. Yin Heng managed to sidestep, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, which would have seemed rather contrived. Observing the smug expression on the priest's face, he found himself at a loss for words. Pondering the need to wear one's true thoughts so openly, after several rounds of engagement, The priest effortlessly knocked Yin Heng's wooden sword away, raising his hands in triumph. All right, I concede. I have lost. Nearby, the female students erupted in cheers. Surrounding the priest with congratulations, Yin Heng dusted himself off and approached Wenshirong. My lady, how did I perform? Was it not exceedingly authentic? He looked at Wenshirong with a gaze yearning for praise. Wenshirong chuckled softly and teased. So, someone desires compliments after all. That I can only say, it was passable. Milan then approached the two, speaking softly, codenamed Dark. Urgent assembly, please follow me. Thus, Wenshirong and Yin Heng were led to the principal's office in a somewhat bewildered manner. Upon pushing open the grand door, Yin Heng noticed the priest standing to the side and inquired in confusion, "What are you doing here? Weren't you surrounded by a throng of girls?" The priest waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in those girls. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ols.Tomi. You are a formidable ally." "Ally? What do you mean by that?" The princess, standing at the center, interjected. "Indeed, an ally." Yin Heng then realized that he had overlooked the princess's presence. Distracted by Ol's conspicuousness, Yin Heng and Wenshirong bowed respectfully to the princess. "Thank you, Miss Wenshirong and Mr. Yin Heng, for your assistance the day before yesterday. It was merely in service of the nation's safety. It was the least we could do. After all, it was imperative to intervene. Should the princess truly accompany Wells to Amalia?" Yin Heng shuddered at the thought of what the kingdom might become. "I genuinely owe my gratitude to both of you, as this incident has awakened me. Wells must also. At this moment, the princess turned her gaze skyward, knowing Wells would be pleased to see her realization. "Both the Holy Father and I endeavor to avert the onset of war, but circumstances are dire, hence I must rely on you." Yin Heng questioned, "Then why has Her Majesty ordered all troops to be mobilized to the Magic Academy?" "I believe the teacher's words lacked sound reasoning." Milan scoffed. "Humph. Is it not to prevent war from reaching the Academy?" "I apologize, Mr. Yin Heng. I had no intention of bringing war to the Academy. I require everyone's strength to secure victory and attain peace. I trust you understand." With this, Yin Heng found himself devoid of any grounds to oppose and merely nodded in agreement with the princess's assertions. Meanwhile, in the Gista Kingdom, the clandestine organization had assembled a formidable legion, and sinister claws were gradually extending towards Tristan. Chapter 35. When Shirong's sister, the warm sunlight streamed into the room, and today, Yin Heng felt particularly languid, harboring no intention of rising from his bed. As he turned over, preparing to drift back into slumber, he felt a soft sensation against his left hand. Curiously, he pinched it lightly and slowly opened his eyes. How strange. What is this? Wenshirong emitted a series of soft sounds, gradually awakening to discover a rather unwelcome hand resting on her chest. Upon realizing what he had touched, Yin Heng's complexion drained of color, inwardly lamenting that he was in for a world of trouble. He sensed a fiery aura burning intensely beside him and turned his head stiffly. As expected, Wenshirong was ablaze with anger. "Yin Heng, you rogue, you can't be so brazen so soon. We haven't even established our relationship." With that, she kicked Yin Heng out of bed with her delicate feet. "I'm sorry, my lady. I didn't mean to. Please hear me out." Before Yin Heng could plead for mercy, a stranger forcefully burst through the door. Wenshirong, little Wenshirong. As Wenshirong scrutinized Yin Heng, her body trembled upon seeing the woman before her. It was none other than her sister, who, like many in this world, sported golden locks, a pink scarf wrapped around her neck, and sharp glasses framing her piercing gaze. Sister Aner, it seems you rose quite early. Hurry and gather your things." Without understanding the situation, Yin Heng studied the woman before him, recalling that she was indeed Wenshirong's sister. However, but come home with me right now. Before Yin Heng could process this upheaval, Aner dragged both him and Wenshirong out of the dormitory. As they reached the ground floor, they encountered Zaisida, who had just finished washing clothes. Aner spotted her and called out, "Oh, and you? We can't go without a maid." Thus, Zaisida, wearing a bewildered expression, was also pulled into the carriage. The environment inside the carriage made Yin Heng feel increasingly uncomfortable, as Zaisida was now a mere 0.000000001 centimeters away from him, causing cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. "Hey, are you even listening to me, little Wenshirong?" Aner, noticing Wenshirong's lack of focus, tugged at her ear. Feeling the pain, Wenshirong quickly pleaded, "I'm sorry, sister, but sister. The familiar. Honestly, this academy is becoming more absurd by the day. With all this military training, the place is no longer suitable for you. Come home and learn how to be a bride." But Wenshirong attempted to protest, only to be met with Aner's furious expression. "This is not up for debate. little Wen Shirong. In Hung could sense the tension in the carriage. He dared not move, fearing that even a whisper might draw Einer's ire. Zaisada shared his apprehension. As time passed, the carriage entered a luxurious estate, adorned with a few decorative trees. Observing his surroundings, In Heng noted that while Wen Shirong's home was not as grand as the Modoc estate, it was reasonable given her family's high standing. Upon entering the estate, they were greeted by servants and maids lined up in 2 rows, exclaiming, "Welcome home, Miss Einer. Welcome home, Miss Wen Shirong." In Heng's gaze fell upon a girl standing near the staircase, who bore a resemblance to Wen Shirong. "Welcome back, my little Wen Shirong." Overjoyed to see her long-lost second sister, Wen Shirong rushed over and embraced her. "I've missed you so much," compared to Einer. The second sister appeared gentler, a detail In Heng noted, as she was taller and softer than Wen Shirong. "Caterland, where is our mother?" Just as the heartwarming scene unfolded, Anu abruptly interrupted. They were soon escorted to the dining room, where In Heng gazed in disbelief at the seemingly endless dining table, feeling it was rather excessive. Watching the meat made him aware of his own hunger, yet he could only stand to the side. In Heng turned his attention to the dignified and extraordinary woman seated at the head of the table, deducing that she must be Wen Shirong's mother. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wen Shirong hesitantly began, "Mother," before she could finish, Einer interjected sharply, "Mother, please clarify things with her. Do not let her return to that dreadful magic academy. She should stay home quietly, especially since her performance there has been less than stellar." Hearing Einer call her a slacker ignited Wen Shirong's anger, prompting her to rise indignantly. "I have not been stagnant. I am now capable of serving Her Royal Highness, and she has indicated that she needs my strength." "Your strength? Do you think that with the code name, Dark, you can accomplish anything?" Einer regarded Wen Shirong with disdain. "Mother, we should hasten to find Wen Shirong a suitor." Upon hearing the mention of finding Wen Shirong a boyfriend, In Heng felt a surge of anxiety. "Why should I marry? Besides, you should be the first to marry, big sister." Wen Shirong continued to resist fervently, as she had already made space in her heart for no one but In Heng. Einer's temper flared at this defiance. "You dare to contradict me now? It seems your years of growth have only granted you audacity." The matriarch, seated at the head of the table, clapped her hands to quell the rising tension. "It is dining time. We will discuss Wen Shirong's matters when your father returns tomorrow." Wen Shirong felt a pang of grievance, clutching her skirt as she struggled to hold back tears, observing Wen Shirong's trembling figure. In Heng felt a deep unease. He too was baffled by the emergence of a rival and the pressures from her family, unable to comprehend the peculiarities of this world. As night fell, In Heng naturally could no longer share a bed with Wen Shirong. However, at least there were some blankets in the storage room, which were far superior to the straw. Thus, In Heng gazed at the only window in the storage room, where the moonlight streamed in, casting a somewhat melancholic ambience in the otherwise quiet space. On the other side, Caesida reflected on the events of the day. Mr. In Heng seemed quite fond of Miss Wen Shirong. "I had initially planned to withdraw, but it seems they have made no further progress, so I still have a chance." Unbeknownst to In Heng, who had spent the night awake, Caesida was mired in a sense of helplessness. Chapter 36. The concern of the second sister. "Why does my elder sister always bully me? It has been this way since childhood." Catalan gently combed Wen Shirong's soft pink hair and said tenderly, "Because our Wen Shirong is so adorable, my elder sister loves you dearly, and it is out of love that she wishes to involve herself in your affairs. That I feel the same way. My love for Wen Shirong compels me to know everything about her." Wen Shirong looked at Catalan with a puzzled expression. Speaking of which, Wen Shirong is at the age of romance. Upon hearing this, Wen Shirong's face flushed instantly, her ears turning a rosy hue, and she shook her head vigorously in denial. "I'm not in love. The little Wen Shirong cannot deceive me. I know everything." This debate came to an end as the lights were extinguished. Tossing and turning in bed, Wen Shirong found herself unable to sleep. Observing her restlessness, Catalan inquired curiously, "What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Who are you thinking about? Is it that handsome boy you brought back today?" Catalan teasingly probed Wen Shirong. Realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, Wen Shirong's blush surged like a tidal wave. "And no, he is just my familiar. How could I possibly like him?" "Oh, I never said you liked him." Wen Shirong realized she had fallen into her second sister's trap and pouted, pulling the blanket over her head defiantly. "I hate you, second sister. I've been disliked by the little one," Catalan said softly, gently pulling the blanket from Wen Shirong's head. "Since you care about that boy, you should go where you belong." After a moment of contemplation, Wen Shirong chose to wrap herself in the blanket and stepped out of the room, making her way straight towards the storage room where In Heng was. After all, It felt quite strange not having Yin Heng by her side. Even sleeping had become a challenge. Upon reaching the door, when Shirong concocted every excuse she could think of, such as how a familiar would feel uneasy without its master, or how it was only natural for a master to accompany their familiar. Inside the room, Yin Heng sensed movement outside the door and emerged from beneath the covers, hiding behind the wardrobe, when Shirong mustered her courage and opened the storage room door, revealing a peculiar sight wrapped in a blanket. Yin Heng slowly drew out his Kusanagi sword, which gleamed menacingly in the moonlight. When Shirong shed the blanket and dove under his sheets, Yin Heng, witnessing this bizarre scene, was filled with confusion. Why was Shirong not sleeping in her own room, but instead burrowing into his bed? Seeing no immediate danger, he stepped out from behind the wardrobe. Miss, what are you doing? Although Yin Heng spoke softly. In the stillness of the room, when Shirong heard him clearly and hastily emerged from the covers to explain, I wasn't doing anything. I was just worried you might be too lonely. So I wanted to check on you. Isn't it only natural for a master to visit their familiar? By the way, why aren't you in bed? What a masterful display of excuses. Yin Heng concluded inwardly that the young lady must be missing him, and upon this realization, his joy soared to celestial heights. The next morning, the three sisters and their mother gathered on the balcony for breakfast. Basking in the warmth of the sun, a man, bespectacled with a scholarly demeanor, sporting yellow hair and a matching mustache, entered. You came back quite late. Did the military meeting run long? Mentioning the meeting caused the man's brow to furrow. The state of affairs had truly become increasingly absurd. What sort of combat tactics were being employed to stir the populace? One could only wonder what Her Majesty the Queen was thinking. Hearing her father's lack of understanding regarding the princess's plight, when Shirong quickly interjected, Father, Your Majesty, this situation is unavoidable. Her Majesty the Queen. Before when Shirong could finish, the man dismissed her. What do you know? Listen well, when Shirong, I do not insist that you learn magic. Just return and find a good family to marry into. With that, he turned and left, leaving when Shirong's eyes filled with disappointment. Catalan quickly spoke up for her sister. Mother, is it too much to directly push when Shirong into marriage discussions? When Shirong's mother pondered for a moment, then turned to her daughter, asking, when Shirong, do you have a lover? Upon hearing the word lover, when Shirong hastily protested, no, not at all. Absolutely not. Observing when Shirong's flustered expression, Einar deduced, it seems you have someone special in your heart. When Shirong continued to struggle against the truth. I told you, there is no one. However, when Shirong's mother was resolute in her belief that her daughter had indeed captured someone's heart. Who is this person? What noble family do they belong to? Is he an earl or a baron? Surely, he cannot be of a lower rank than that. Faced with such inquiries from her mother and sister, when Shirong encountered the very question she dreaded most, seeing her daughter fall silent, when Shirong's mother sighed in exasperation, wiping the sweat from her forehead. You, my child, are truly a source of worry. Chapter 37. The Vow of Love. Lying in the storage room, Yin Heng found himself bored, gazing out at the scenery. I wonder how Shirong is doing. I heard her father has returned. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. When Shirong? Is that you? Yin Heng hurried to the door and opened it, only to find not when Shirong, but Catalan standing there. Catalan smiled as she greeted Yin Heng. Excuse me, may I come in? Of course, please do. Yin Heng wondered what when Shirong's second sister wanted with him. Could it be she discovered that when Shirong had come to sleep with him last night? A sense of foreboding brewed within him. If this continues, when Shirong will end up getting married. Perhaps you wouldn't want to see that, would you? Watching when Shirong marry someone else? In his heart, Yin Heng vehemently opposed the idea. After all, when Shirong was meant to be his alone. He shook his head, relieved that no one had uncovered his secret of sharing a bed with when Shirong. You should go find her in the courtyard. When that child is upset, she always hides in that little boat. If you can take when Shirong away, we can escape from here. I've already arranged for a carriage in the outer city. Upon hearing this, Yin Heng felt a profound gratitude towards Catalan. He rushed out the door, turning back to say, Thank you, second sister. I truly appreciate your support. After expressing his thanks, Yin Heng sprinted towards the courtyard. Catalan watched him depart with a smile, silent yet content, for her sister's happiness was what mattered most. Yin Heng quickly arrived at the riverbank in the courtyard, where he discovered when Shirong crying quietly in the little boat. He stepped forward, closing the distance in just a few strides. Miss, please stop crying. I'm here to take you away. Seeing Yin Heng come to find her, when Shirong's sorrow diminished somewhat, though her smile was soon overshadowed by concern. I can't leave my parents. What are you saying? If you want to go, I can take you away. Even if I escape, they will still come looking for me. I can't tell my family about my void magic. No matter how hard I try, no one acknowledges me. I'm truly exhausted. In Heng shook his head, not believing that no one recognized her worth. He slowly approached the boat, crouching down to wipe away her tears while speaking softly. Miss Haven T, I told you, no matter what happens, I will always acknowledge you. I will unconditionally support everything you do. As long as I am here, no one will look down on you. Upon hearing In Heng's words, when Shirong's sorrow began to fade, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks, and she quickly adopted a proud demeanor. I don't believe you. Deep down, you still prefer your maid. Right? Huh. Are you foolish? Who are you calling foolish? In Heng, and when Shirong locked eyes, and he felt a surge of irritation. Then tell me, who would unconditionally tolerate a headstrong young lady like you? Who would willingly wash your clothes for you? You. How dare you say that? I wouldn't mind repeating myself. If I truly didn't care about you, whether it be war or marriage, I wouldn't waste my time being with you. Then if you dislike me so much, why don't you just leave? I doubt because I like you. I like you, miss. In Heng realized that if he didn't act now, he would regret it one day. When Shirong was taken aback, not expecting In Heng to utter the confession she had longed to hear. Only in your presence do I find meaning in this life. My heart beats solely for you. Yet, your mention of other women and their roles as mere servants leaves me perplexed. Do you truly think my fervent protection of you is for any other reason? It is all for you. As In Heng spoke, he suddenly realized that he had just expressed his heartfelt truth, and he lowered his gaze, his cheeks flushing a rare shade of crimson, akin to a teapot blushing from heat. When Shirong gently cupped In Heng's face, her expression serious as she said, if you dare to deceive me, you will meet your end. Slowly, In Heng raised his head, and at that moment, even a fool would understand that he had succeeded. Shortly thereafter, when Shirong began to fidget, well, if that is the case, let your earlier words serve as the contract I shall abide by. Thus, we must proceed with the contract kiss. At this point, when Shirong's face was already ablaze, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, irresistibly alluring. Gazing at when Shirong's enticing lips, In Heng could no longer contain himself and leaned in for a kiss. The two shared an intimate moment on the small boat. Unaware that this scene was witnessed by when Shirong's parents not far away, In Heng sensed the presence of onlookers. Upon lifting his head, he found himself face to face with a man, when Shirong's father. The man, witnessing In Heng kissing his daughter, could hardly contain his disbelief and fury. He shouted to his bodyguards, sever the head of this scoundrel at once. The bodyguards began to approach In Heng. While when Shirong, seemingly entranced by the kiss, remained seated and lost in the moment, In Heng, disregarding the imminent danger, scooped when Shirong into his arms and dashed away from the crowd at breakneck speed. He called back to the man, forgive me, father, I will take when Shirong with me. In Heng's speed was astonishing. While the man was still in shock, they had already reached the gates of the manor. Enough of this nonsense, you wretched boy, the man shouted, but before he could finish, In Heng had disappeared from his sight with when Shirong in tow. Kicking open the manor's gate, In Heng saw that the stone guardians were using chains to retract the bridge. Just as he was about to summon Susanoo, a spell appeared before him, shattering one end of the iron chain. The bridge fell into place, and In Heng turned to see that the magic emanated from Kaitrandi. Silently thanking her and feeling grateful that when Shirong had such a capable sister. Mr. In Heng, over here, shouted Saida, urging him to hurry into the carriage. Without time for gratitude, In Heng rushed towards the carriage. Holding when Shirong close. As they rode away, when Shirong nestled against him like a small cat, embodying the essence of a couple in love. 9527 shared in Heng's joy, relieved that their mission had not strayed from its course. Congratulations, In Heng. You finally brought home a beauty. In Heng, however, ignored 9527, too preoccupied with savoring this sweet moment to pay heed to idle chatter. On the other side, Saida was less pleased. Her feelings for In Heng had deepened beyond mere affection, and she resolved in her heart that only she could bring him happiness. She was determined that in terms of feminine charm, she would surely surpass Miss Wen Shirong, unbeknownst to In Heng. A true battleground was about to unfold before him. Chapter 38. The Thief is Among Us at the Academy. How dull it is to watch these people undergo military training while I can only observe from the sidelines. Leaning against the wall, In Heng had grown so bored that he began to ponder the composition of the Academy's walls. All right, as you all requested, I will teach you what mages ought to do in real combat. In Heng raised an eyebrow in amusement. It was surprising that Milan, who believed firearms surpassed magic, would allow female students to learn practical magic. Thus, I have brought in a special instructor from the Royal Magic Research Institute. Stepping aside, he revealed a woman who approached the crowd. Upon recognizing her, both when Shirong and In Heng widened their eyes in disbelief. What? It's Aner, Sister Aner. Aner noticed when Shirong in the crowd and smiled warmly as she introduced herself. I am Aner. Although we have not spent much time together, I hope we can enjoy the coming days. After the training concluded, when Shirong pulled Aner aside for questioning, Sister Aner, how did you end up here? Why are you not welcoming me? I didn't want to come, but it was Princess Her Highness who pressured the Magic Research Institute to transfer me here. Princess Her Highness? Aner then adopted a scrutinizing expression. Crossing her arms, I wonder who told the princess to confine our family's least favored daughter at home. I wish to know who leaked that information. Growing increasingly irate, Aner pinched Shirong's cheek. What are you doing, sister? That hurts. Aner released her grip, her anger flaring again at the thought of being sent to this dismal school. By the way, Shirong, I will be keeping a close watch on your every move, ensuring you are not influenced by any strange individuals. Meanwhile, In Heng, who had been quietly observing, felt inexplicably singled out and pointed to himself in confusion. Wait, I'm just watching. Why am I being dragged into this? Just as he spoke, he felt something tugging at his feet and looked down to see a small black and white puppy. Where did this little dog come from? Caitrandy approached, cradling a blue and white kitten. Hello, little one. When Shirong, In Heng realized that all these pets belonged to Caitrandy, he regretted not properly thanking her for the previous day's events. He genuinely liked this second sister, as she did not interfere with Shirong's affairs. Seeing her second sister arrive brought a smile to Shirong's face as she rushed over to greet Caitrandy. Are you going to stay at the academy too? Caitrandy nodded, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Yes, I plan to help your elder sister prepare her room. Aner looked at Caitrandy with exasperation. Your health is too frail. You should stay home and rest. I can handle this alone. I still worry about little Shirong. After all, she is not by my side, and I am concerned every day. Observing the tender interactions among family, In Heng felt a pang of envy, wishing he could experience such warmth at home. Before long, Aner turned to In Heng and commanded, And you, what are you doing just standing there? Since you're so free, help us move our luggage. Me? Thus, In Heng became free labor, tasked with neatly placing their clothes in the wardrobe. I was merely observing. Why am I being roped into this? Despite his lamentations, In Heng could only yield silently, tears brimming as he organized the room. Once he finished and beheld the tidy space, a sense of pride swelled within him, although the labor had certainly taken a toll on his back. Stretching, he winced at the creaking sounds of his joints, before he could take a moment to rest. Milan pushed open the door. In Heng, I need to speak with you. This pertains to a mission. I require your strength. In Heng had not anticipated the queen's summons at this moment, but considering Shirong was not present, he reminded Milan, Miss Wen is not here. Shouldn't we wait until we find her before discussing this? No, this mission does not involve her. In Heng was puzzled, as he thought he and Shirong were part of the same team. Before he could finish contemplating, he was taken to the principal's office, where he noticed a large hole in the wall. The principal explained what had transpired. A thief broke into the treasury while I was away, and my familiar happened to witness the entire event. The culprit was remarkably agile and fled quickly. What was stored in the treasury? In Heng was curious to know what could prompt such a ruckus. The treasury contained Wind's transparent stone and Water's clear stone, which the queen entrusted to me for safekeeping a few days ago. Although these items are immensely precious, keeping them close can evoke painful memories of the deceased. Fortunately, those were merely replicas, though. Where are the genuine ones kept? The originals are in Rome, with a friend of mine overseeing their safety. Milan questioned the principal's decision. Is it truly wise to entrust the queen's belongings to a foreigner? It is safer than leaving them in the country or at the academy. The principal's foresight was commendable. Milan reported the surrounding data to everyone. I have sealed the academy. My subordinates found no trace of the thief outside, nor in the treasury. Thus, it can be inferred that the thief is still lurking in some corner of the academy, correct? In Heng, channeling his inner detective akin to Conan, began to reason aloud before the gathered crowd. If the thief had utilized teleportation magic to escape, there would undoubtedly be some traces left behind. Moreover, if this thief possessed such magic, why would they resort to blasting open the walls? Hence, the truth is singular. The suspect remains here. In Heng felt a sense of relief that his years of indulging in detective fiction had finally come to fruition. Chapter 39. How did the investigation turn into a scene of infidelity? Therefore, we require In Heng's assistance in our inquiry. Yet, why must this task remain concealed from Miss Wen Shirong? In Heng too was perplexed. Should not the theft of a treasure prompt the involvement of all parties in the search? Given that the perpetrator employed earth magic, all who wield earth magic are suspects, including Miss Wen Shirong herself. In Heng quickly realized that indeed, anyone capable of performing magic is a potential suspect. But since Wen Shirong cannot wield magic, Milan continued, adding that the two women who had just entered the academy today were also prime suspects. The nearby guards nodded in agreement, noting that these two individuals' families were staunchly opposed to Her Highness the Princess's policies. It is highly likely they intended to seize the treasure as evidence to expose the scandals of Her Majesty the Queen and the Crown Prince, aiming to oust the Queen from her throne. Although there may be doubts regarding Aner, he firmly dismissed any suspicion cast upon Catalandi, believing such a good person would never commit such an act. Must we truly suspect the elder sister of the young lady? I have stated before that anyone who can wield magic is a suspect, especially those who can wield earth magic. I have already compiled a list, but how do we identify this person? The silent principal finally spoke up. You need not worry about that. I have marked the thief, and once marked, no magic can erase it. Upon hearing irremovable, Heng's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the flying thunder god seal. But he quickly halted that line of thinking. There was no time for such distractions. Heng, the mark is located on the perpetrator's arm. Milan guided Heng back to the dormitory, speaking to him. I will handle the other female students. You take care of those two sisters. With that, she began to walk towards other rooms, leaving Heng feeling somewhat at a loss. How was he to approach this? Merely glancing might result in immediate execution. As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out upon him. But prioritizing the task above all else, he charged forward. Heng contemplated the characteristics of the two sisters. Aner seemed not to wear long sleeves, while only Catalandi did. Stealthily, resembling a thief, he approached Catalandi's door. Taking 3 deep breaths to muster his courage, he slowly pushed the door open, only to lock eyes with Catalandi upon entering. Heng, second sister, you are still awake. Ha. Heng was already drenched in sweat, and the situation felt exceedingly awkward. He found himself at a loss for words. Heng, what are you doing in my second sister's room? Hearing the familiar voice from behind him, he mechanically turned to face Wen Shirong, stiffening slightly to miss. Why are you still awake? Heng felt as if death was imminent, and a rather gruesome one at that. Sneaking into another sister's room in the dead of night was bound to lead to misunderstandings. After all, it was because he couldn't find Heng that she had been unable to sleep. She never expected him to attempt to sneak into her second sister's room. No. This is all a misunderstanding. Miss, please let me explain. Things are not as you think. Before Heng could finish, Wen Shirong seized him by the collar and flung him out of the room. Apologizing to Catalandi. I am sorry, second sister, for disturbing your sleep. That I will be sure to give Heng a proper lesson. With that, she dragged Heng towards her own room, fuming as she walked. It is simply unbelievable that after such a heartfelt confession yesterday, he would be found in his second sister's room today. What ulterior motives did he have? It's a misunderstanding. I am more wrong than death itself. Upon returning to her room, Wen Shirong tossed Heng aside, locked the door, and retrieved a whip from her drawer that Heng had not seen in ages. Miss, I have been wronged. No matter how desperately Heng tried to explain, he could not escape the fate of being whipped. Chapter 40. The thief is Milan's deputy captain. Heng, stop right there. You dare to hide again. Miss, please, let me explain. I have my reasons for entering your second sister's room. As he spoke, Heng dodged the incoming whip. I will not listen. How dare you harbor inappropriate thoughts about my second sister? This is utterly absurd. The two chased each other until a resounding explosion halted them. Both turning towards the source of the noise. The explosion seemed to have originated from another room. I will go investigate. Heng hurriedly ran into the corridor, searching each room, with Wen Shirong trailing closely behind. Upon discovering the source of the explosion, it turned out to be Catalandi's room. Second sister, are you all right? Wen Shirong rushed towards Catalandi, filled with concern. I am fine, just a little startled. Heng observed every inch of Catalandi's body, noting that she bore no injuries, only a gaping hole suggesting it was intentionally caused. By this time, a crowd had gathered at the door, eager to witness the unfolding events. Clear the way. Milan squeezed through the crowd to stand before Catalandi. Grasping her wrist to examine it and finding no mark, she calmly stated, It appears you have not sustained any injuries. Deputy Captain, please disperse the crowd outside. Mikhail, standing outside, nodded and began to clear the onlookers. Milan then inquired of Catalandi regarding the incident. Were you attacked by the thief? It seems so. My pet started barking, and just as I was about to inquire who it was, the explosion occurred. Heng scanned the surroundings and spotted a melted candlestick on the floor, picking it up for inspection. Speaking of which, Milan, I recall that alchemy is earth magic, and one end of this candlestick has been melted. Milan glanced at the candlestick in Heng's hand and continued to question Catalandi. You can use that type of magic as well, can you not? Ah, indeed, I can. As an idea dawned upon him. In Hung began deducing aloud. Given that the second sister bears no mark, yet the thief caused such a ruckus without escaping, they must be waiting for an opportunity. Thus, this is likely a self-directed performance. When Shirong, however, was at a loss, unable to comprehend In Hang's words. What on earth is happening, In Hang? Milan then explained the context of their mission to Shirong. The principal's treasury was robbed, and the thief bears the mark given by the principal. We are investigating among ourselves to determine who the thief is. By the way, In Hang, how is your investigation into that individual named Aner progressing? I have not yet completed the investigation, as Miss Wen Shirong brought me back. In Hang said, scratching his head in embarrassment. When Shirong crossed her arms, glaring at In Hang with a look of indignation. In Hang, why did you not inform me? You are my familiar. It is rather strange for you to keep secrets from me while acting stealthily. But miss, you did not allow me to explain. Moreover, this is a task, and I dare not disclose anything recklessly. In Hang felt utterly wronged, having just endured so much punishment. Captain, I found this beneath the haystack. Deputy Captain McKeel held up the stolen treasure and presented it to Milan. This appears to be a counterfeit. Milan examined the treasure with a complex expression directed at her subordinate. In Hung scanned the room with his Sharingan. Noticing a light blue hair strand at the location where the candlestick was previously, I found a hair, but I do not know to whom it belongs. However, it does not seem to match the second sister's color. As In Hung pondered how to test the DNA of this hair, Aner walked in from outside. You mentioned finding a hair, correct? I happen to have my Yimwai potion here. Taking the hair from In Hung, she dripped the potion onto it, causing the hair to slowly float. Once the potion is applied, the hair will automatically return to its owner, In Hang, and when Shirong focused intently on this dramatic moment as the hair flew towards McKeel. In Hung was taken aback, never expecting that Milan's subordinate would turn out to be the thief. McKeel, upon seeing the hair return to him, panicked and loudly questioned Aner. Are you planning to use this ridiculous magic to frame me for the crime? Milan, observing McKeel's flustered demeanor, quickly concluded that he was indeed the thief. Apologies, Deputy Captain, but please reveal your arms so they can see if you bear the mark. However, this is an order. Faced with Milan's command, McKeel hesitated, his eyes betraying his anxiety. Milan waved the two treasures in front of McKeel. The principal is fully aware that everyone around her is a suspect, and in order to keep the thief complacent, these two treasures have not been swapped at all. Upon hearing this, In Hang promptly applauded, astonished by the principal's remarkable prowess. Indeed, age brings wisdom, as the saying goes. A playful smile crept across In Hang's face. What has you so surprised? Is it because the precious item you so laboriously procured turned out to be a mere counterfeit? In an effort to exonerate yourself, you sought to implicate your second sister, only to discover it was genuine after all. Am I not correct? In Hang stepped forward and tore off the armor from Miker's arm, revealing a conspicuous blue mark that caught everyone's attention. Miker attempted to feign innocence, but with In Hang's revelation, he ceased his charade and unsheathed his sword, aiming it at Milan. However, he was swiftly restrained by In Hang's mighty Susanoo hand, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Do not forget, I am still here. Realizing you can no longer conceal your deceit, had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Miker struggled fiercely, shouting at In Hang, release me. Milan, meanwhile, attempted to reason with Miker. Miker, cease this futile struggle. I have always admired your work ethic. Though your origins remain a mystery, I have placed my trust in you as a comrade. Captain, have you doubted me all this time? In Hang tightened his grip slightly, the Susanoo hand constricting further. Hey, could you at least adjust your tone? You are, after all, a criminal now. Thus, Miker was taken to a chamber and locked away, and the matter of the theft reached a conclusion. The subsequent affairs were left to Milan, who felt that enough was enough after enduring a beating and encountering such turmoil. Indeed, this year had proven to be filled with unusual events. With that, he leisurely returned to Shirong's room, where the warmth of the bed and the scent of Shirong soon lulled him into a deep slumber. Chapter 41. Back to the familiar, and I am the one who has been betrayed. You have no idea that 5 years ago, my father, a counselor at the Court of Justice, was wrongfully implicated in a misconduct case due to unforeseen circumstances and stripped of his noble rights. Ultimately, even my mother left, leaving me homeless. I would do anything to survive. Milan listened intently to Miker's tale, empathizing deeply. The reason for Miker's mysterious background was now laid bare. I understand everything you have said. Understand? What can you possibly understand? Miker's fury erupted as he slammed a fist onto the table, his eyes ablaze with anger. I am much like you. My home was consumed by flames during that disaster wrought by magic, leaving me as the sole survivor. Thus, I understand your plight, but you must not harbor resentment towards Her Majesty the Queen. Under the piercing gaze of Milan, Mikeir instinctively turned his head away. What of Her Majesty the Queen? What has she done for me? She has only relied on the strength of others. If this autocratic rule is not abolished, this nation will inevitably succumb to war. You fool! Milan seized Mikeir by the sleeve, shouting, the one you should resent is not Her Majesty the Queen, but those wretched individuals who seek to usurp the nation and deceive the Queen. So tell me, who is it? Who instructed you? Though hesitant, Mikeir ultimately revealed it was a friend of his father. A friend? Is it that court president? Huh. Mikeir's face turned to one of disbelief, astonished that Milan could deduce the hidden puppet master so swiftly. Judging by your expression, it seems I have guessed correctly. You truly are Navi. I have already investigated this matter thoroughly. It was the court president who drove your father to his demise 5 years ago. Upon hearing Milan's assertion, Mikeir was incredulous, a look of panic forming on his face as he grasped Milan's shoulders, questioning, impossible. You must be lying. Milan merely regarded Mikeir with calm eyes. This is the truth. I have investigated everything concerning him. The interrogation ends here, and I will report my findings to Her Majesty the Queen. With that, Mikeir was locked in the interrogation room, while Milan prepared to relay the events of the day to the Queen. The following morning, Milan presented her report to the Queen in her chamber, detailing the events from the previous day. As the princess perused the report, her expression grew grave. Is this the so-called bad apple? Are we to arrest and try him? The princess rejected Milan's suggestion, stating, to judge the court president, this evidence is far from sufficient. With the upcoming national holidays approaching, allow me some respite during these days. Understood. Realizing that the recent events had deprived the princess of adequate rest, Milan refrained from further proposals. By the way, have the shadow team stand by at the last and we investigated regarding the nobles. When the time is right, I will issue another directive. The surface-level information was merely a ruse to obtain evidence, for the princess knew that the court president was a cunning fox who would never reveal a shred of proof. A plan began to unfurl in her mind. Wait, we are to stand by at the Daikarin. Surely you jest? Recalling that flamboyant gentleman, In Hung felt a chill run down his spine. Regardless, I have completed my orders from Her Majesty. So you two should set off promptly. I must return to the court as well, for matters are pressing. Unable to defy the princess's command, they whistled towards the sky, where a great bird whisked them away to the familiar streets. Upon arriving at the inn, In Hung could not help but voice his discontent. How did we end up back here? I thought I would never return. I truly cannot handle that innkeeper. Come now. In Hang, Milan instructed us to wait at the inn. Since Her Majesty has spoken, it must be an important task. Although she spoke these words, In Hang harbored a deep-seated aversion to Daika. After all, that visage. Enough dawdling. Let us proceed. When Shirong tugged at In Hang's arm, leading him toward the inn's entrance. As they pushed open the inn's door, they were met with a scene that left them utterly speechless. Mr. Cuddy, what exactly are you doing? The maids donned long, flowing dresses, while Jessica wore a short outfit resembling that of an actress, brandishing a sword that appeared more like a prop than a weapon, resembling a prince. Meanwhile, Daika was clad in a princess gown, sporting a purple wig, leaving In Hung at a loss for words. When Shirong offered a token greeting to Daika, seeing the two newcomers, Jessica's face lit up with delight as she approached them. What brings you here unexpectedly? In Hang explained, we arranged to meet someone here, rather than clarifying. When Shirong was more curious about their peculiar attire. By the way, what on earth are you all dressed like this for? Noticing their gazes lingering on her performance outfit, Jessica hastily clarified. Oh, this? We are set to perform at the Royal Theatre. Just look at the poster on the wall. In Hung glanced towards the direction Jessica pointed, and upon seeing the poster, he could hardly believe his eyes that it depicted Daika portraying a princess, while Jessica, as the prince, was set to perform a spectacle that would likely leave the audience in disgust. Before In Hung could contemplate how to cleanse his eyes, a large hand rested on his shoulder, causing When Shirong to turn to the source. Daika grinned at the two to stop standing there like fools. Hurry and lend a hand, just like old times. Both When Shirong and In Hung exchanged puzzled looks, realizing they were expected to perform laborious tasks to fulfill their mission. Thus, When Shirong donned the familiar white maid outfit, while In Hang was unceremoniously thrust into the kitchen to wash dishes. As night fell, the inn buzzed with its usual liveliness, yet In Hang insisted that When Shirong stay by his side. After all, When Shirong was now his private possession, anyone who dared to touch her would surely face dire consequences. Daika, someone is looking for you at the dining table, he informed Wen Shirong, pausing in his dishwashing. In Hang set the plate down gently, his gaze sharpening as he transformed into a vigilant guardian, eager to discern who would dare approach Wen Shirong. Who is it, innkeeper? Wen Shirong queried, perplexed, as she wondered why so many maids were seeking her out. All right, let us move quickly. Having issued his instructions, Daika led Wen Shirong to a table. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon recognizing the individual seated before her, Wen Shirong was taken aback. What are you doing here? Olis, what brings you here? Observing Wen Shirong in her maid attire, Olis teased, hello, Wen Shirong. I must say, you look quite adorable in that outfit. With an arm draped around Wen Shirong's shoulders, he leaned in closer, causing her to feel flustered. Wait. In that moment, she glanced towards the kitchen, locking eyes with In Hang, who was glaring with a fierce intensity, causing her to feel increasingly anxious about the situation. Olis, could you refrain from getting so close? Olis leaned closer, whispering in Wen Shirong's ear. In truth, it was the esteemed Milan who commanded me to await at this inn, and there are several tasks I must discuss with you. Wen Shirong immediately began conversing with Olis about the mission assigned by the princess, completely oblivious to the fact that Olis still had his arm around her shoulder. Meanwhile, In Hang was growing increasingly agitated. After all this time, he had not anticipated that Olis could continue chatting in such a state. This was not the first occurrence of such a thing. In Hang watched for quite a while, waiting until Olis had consumed several bottles of wine and was surrounded by a few maids, which only darkened his expression further. Just as he was about to stride over and give Olis a good thrashing, he hesitated and withdrew his foot. Young man, I will remember this debt once the mission concludes. Your merriment will not last. After all, it would be inappropriate to act out in the inn. Sometimes one must consider the location before taking action. In a fit of anger, In Hang turned and made his way to the open space behind the inn. Observing his surroundings with growing dissatisfaction, just as he was about to step outside for a breather, he collided with someone, nearly falling over. He regarded the cloaked figure before him with suspicion, yet, out of courtesy, he still inquired, are you all right? By the way, is there an inn run by someone named Daika around here? As he helped the person to their feet, In Hang's ears caught the voice, which sounded increasingly familiar. He leaned closer to the concealed face beneath the cloak and questioned, by the way, why does your voice sound so familiar? When In Hang finally discerned the features hidden under the cloak, he was taken aback. Your Highness the Princess, how did you end up here? Before the princess could respond, the sound of soldiers running outside echoed through the streets, and In Hang thought he heard them murmuring about a figure in a black cloak fleeing in that direction. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly pulled the princess inside the inn and shut the back door. Your Highness, why did you come out here alone again? In any case, I must report this to Miss Wen Shirong. However, the princess halted him. Wait a moment, Mr. In Hang. I am here seeking your assistance. Assistance? In Hang had been puzzled from the start, wondering what scheme the princess was concocting by showing up at this inn and now requesting their help. I would like you to serve as my bodyguard for a few hours. In Hang raised an eyebrow. Why me? By the way, where has Milan gone? Hasn't she always been by your side? That's not possible. This task must be carried out discreetly. A sense of foreboding stirred within In Hang. Princess, isn't this situation quite perilous? The princess seemed momentarily frozen, gazing at him with surprise. Seeing her expression, In Hang realized this mission was indeed fraught with danger. However, as she was a close friend of Wen Shirong since childhood and a queen to boot, he could hardly refuse her request. Sigh. Very well, Your Highness, I shall agree to your request. Upon hearing his acceptance, the princess beamed with delight, for she was aware that In Hang's capabilities extended far beyond what met the eye, and thus there was reason for her to seek his protection. Then let us proceed. Mr. In Hang, the guards will soon be patrolling this area, and we cannot linger here. Meanwhile, when Shirong had reached a breaking point, utterly exasperated by Olis's excessive drinking to her dismay, he had ceased discussing the mission midway through. But fortunately, Daika had timely intervened, calling to the maids, all right, we have a performance to prepare for tonight, so we must wrap up early. Olis, visibly displeased, shouted after the departing maids, what, is that it? We should continue. The inn is closed. When Shirong had already grown weary of the situation, when she glanced toward the kitchen, she noticed that In Hang had vanished without a trace. A look of panic spread across her face as she chided herself for having forgotten about him while engrossed in listening to Olis. In Hang. Is he angry? Outside, the searching guards investigated the cloaked figure, while the heavens began to drizzle softly. In Hang found himself doubting whether this weather hinted at impending misfortune. now that the streets are teeming with guards. What should we do, Mr. In Heng? As he surveyed the soldiers filling the streets, In Heng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He couldn't very well whistle to summon the giant bird now. Just as he contemplated a plan, an invisible hand rested upon his shoulder. Instinctively, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist and pointed it at the cloaked figure. Brother, it's me. I'm here to help you. Qin Pingan, seeing In Heng's immediate reaction, quickly removed his hat, revealing himself as a familiar face, prompting In Heng to sheath his sword. How did you know I was here? After all, his brother's base was located in Bruce Village. So logically, Qin Pingan should have been unaware of his whereabouts. The kingdom has been unusually restless these past few days, so I figured you might be encountering difficulties and decided to check in on you. The location was also revealed to me by the Golden Claw God. Qin Pingan then turned his attention to the woman beside In Heng. It seems you are Her Majesty the Queen. Rest assured, bypassing these guards will be quite effortless. The princess offered a token greeting to Qin Pingan. He waved at the two black armored beasts behind him, and they took to the skies, carrying the pair across the street to the other side. You needn't worry about our next actions, brother. I will make my presence known at strategic moments. Having said that, Qin Pingan donned his hat and walked away, disappearing around the corner. In Heng recognized this as his brother's way of showing concern. But he still believed he wasn't at a point where he needed to rely on him. In Heng and the princess casually found it in to settle in, knowing they would need to wait for the next developments. Chapter 43. The hatred of 20 years comes to an end here. Please convey to His Excellency Li Xiaoming that the National Guard Milan has come to pay a visit. Milan stood at the entrance of an imposing manor as rain poured from the sky. Drumming against the ground, he entered the manor's conference room and took a seat, the flames flickering in the hearth casting reflections in his eyes that he remained in this trance until Li Xiaoming pushed open the large door and entered. It is quite surprising that Commander Milan would visit here. It must be a matter of grave importance. Milan regarded Li Xiaoming with a calm demeanor. Her Majesty the Queen has gone missing. Upon hearing this news, Li Xiaoming's brow furrowed slightly. Was she abducted? Did a similar incident not occur recently? Indeed, we are currently conducting a thorough search, which is why I require permits for the lockdown of the streets and ports. Li Xiaoming, using magic, retrieved a pen from behind Milan and began writing on a piece of paper. You are to search for Her Majesty's whereabouts with utmost urgency. Should you fail to locate her, I shall condemn you to death in the name of the court. Milan did not respond but accepted the permit and moved toward the door of the conference room, pausing briefly. Your Excellency. What is it? Noticing Milan lingering at the door, Li Xiaoming raised an eyebrow. I have recently been investigating the incidents concerning the new sect, and I have heard that events from 20 years ago are related to you. Are you referring to that village? The commoners there sought to overthrow the nation. It was a legitimate suppression operation. Milan scoffed at Li Xiaoming's words, pressing further. Suppression, indeed. While we cannot find the records from that day. You must know who the commanding officer was, correct? Li Xiaoming's composure faltered slightly, though he maintained an air of calm. How could I possibly remember such things? The immediate concern is to find Her Majesty. Milan merely smiled faintly before exiting the conference room. Instead of leaving the manor immediately, he waited in a corner at the entrance. When Shirong traversed the rain-soaked streets under her cloak, each raindrop striking her as she searched for In Heng. Yet she found no sign of his familiar figure. In Heng. Where could you be? When Shirong pondered the presence of soldiers in the streets, but at that moment, her only concern was locating In Heng. Inside the inn, In Heng examined the electromagnetic headset Qin Pingan had given him and placed it to his ear. Within moments, Qin Pingan's voice filled his ear. Hey, can you hear me, brother? Upon recognizing his brother's voice, In Heng approached the inn's window, thinking that the conversation was something he could keep to himself. I can hear you. What's up, brother? As long as you can hear me, that's good. This is for easy communication. The beauty of this headset is that we can stay in touch at all times. That if you need to tell me anything, just let me know. Right? Got it. I'm not a child anymore, and it's not like we're in that situation. Oh, and thanks for this. Their familial exchange ended abruptly, leaving In Heng feeling indifferent, while Qin Pingan, on the other hand, was overcome with joy. In Heng then turned to the princess. Your Highness, I would like to know why you insist on having me as your bodyguard. The princess gazed deeply into In Heng's eyes, pondering for a long while before she finally responded, revealing the details of the mission at hand. Relying solely on superficial intelligence will not easily ensnare the opponent. Thus, I exerted every effort to escape for Her Highness the Princess to personally engage in such matters. What if an unforeseen incident occurs? This thought, the princess involuntarily lowered her head. This is precisely why I wished for Mr. In Heng to be my guardian. I hope you can protect me, just as when Shirong does. In Hang gazed at the princess with disbelief, yet understanding dawned upon him as he recalled Well's demise. After all, she truly was the last one remaining in this world. Very well, I understand, Your Highness. Considering the time, we should set off. Milan had been waiting outside the estate for quite some time when she finally spotted the mysterious man emerging on horseback. She hastily mounted her own horse to follow him, trailing him to the entrance of the inn. Upon witnessing the mysterious man enter, Milan was about to approach when a familiar voice called out to her. Milan, is that really you? It was when Shirong, who had been searching for In Hang around the corner, rushing towards Milan's position. What are you doing here, Milan? Glancing anxiously in the direction of the mysterious man. Replied, never mind, there is no time to explain now. Come with me. She grasped when Shirong's wrist and hurried towards the inn. Upon entering, her gaze immediately locked onto the mysterious man making his way to the second floor. Milan led when Shirong to the second floor, where they eavesdropped from a nearby corner. The mysterious man approached a door and knocked. A man inside responded to his presence. My master awaits you at the theater. But it seems the queen has been abducted. Upon hearing this, Milan confirmed that Li Xiaoming intended to act at the theater today and swiftly pulled when Shirong away from the inn. Learning of the princess's abduction left her in shock, and she questioned Milan as they exited. What on earth is happening? This is our mission, when Shirong. Milan replied as she mounted her horse. In Hang is currently tasked with protecting Her Majesty the Queen. She urgently requires his assistance. What does that make me? Just an accessory to this mission? Well, perhaps not entirely. Regardless, we should head to the theater now. You'll have to find your own way there. I have a mission to complete. With that, she departed, leaving when Shirong standing in the rain, bewildered. Oh dear, when Shirong, what are you doing? At the sound of that voice, when Shirong shivered and stiffly turned her head to find Di Ka and her companions. Stop dawdling. Let us hurry to the theater. With no other choice, when Shirong followed Di Ka towards their destination. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoming arrived at the theater in a carriage, and as he stepped inside, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. What could he possibly be smiling about? Perhaps only he knew. On the stage, when Shirong had already changed into her performance attire and spotted In Hang leaning against the wall. In Hang was keenly observing the audience for the hidden presence of the princess, completely oblivious to when Shirong beside him. In Hang. Oh, young miss, you're here too. In Hang turned at the sound of her voice, looking at her in surprise. Yes, but weren't you with the princess? Not quite. I was handing things over to Milan. The princess is with her now. Hearing that the princess was unharmed eased when Shirong's worries. She recalled how she had neglected to consider In Hang's feelings at the inn and was about to mention it when Di Ka interrupted. What are you two doing here? In Hang, hurry and change your clothes. Upon hearing he was to go on stage, In Hang wore the same reluctant expression as when Shirong had earlier. However, for the sake of ensuring the princess's safety, he had no choice but to comply. A voice crackled in Hang's earpiece, not from Qin Pinyin, but from an unfamiliar man. In Hang searched the crowd but found it impossible to discern the man's lips amidst the throng. So, Her Majesty the Queen has still not been located? Indeed, she has not. This signified a prime opportunity for an offensive. I wonder where the princess is, before Li Xiaoming could revel in his triumph. The princess's voice resonated behind him. I am right here. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Xiaoming stood up in a panic and turned to the audience. I have overheard all of you, Lord Li Xiaoming. The princess, shedding her disguise, leveled her accusations at him. Lord Li Xiaoming, I hereby arrest you on charges of treason. Dozens of guards emerged behind the princess, prepared to apprehend Li Xiaoming. He merely grinned, showing no sign of panic. Instead, he appeared somewhat smug. What a splendid plan. You have gone to great lengths to draw me out. However, you underestimate me, Your Majesty. Similarly, dozens of guards appeared behind Li Xiaoming, indicating that killing the queen would not pose an issue. The audience, witnessing this scene, began to panic and flee towards the exits. Li Xiaoming's accomplices attempted to escape amidst the chaos but were swiftly tripped by Qin Pinyin, who had long been lying in wait at the entrance. Qin Pinyin wore a smile as he looked down at the man. Rest well. You won't see the sun tomorrow. With that, he knocked the man unconscious, removing the earpiece hanging from his collar and calling out to In Hang in the audience. Brother, I've captured Li Xiaoming's minion. As for Li Xiaoming's escape through the secret passage at the center of the stage, Milan and the Golden Claw God have been waiting below for quite some time. Just take care of your little girlfriend. Upon hearing this, In Hang, who had intended to clean up the mess, merely stood by and watched the unfolding drama without taking any action. A soldier seized the opportunity to approach the princess, aiming to strike her down, but was thwarted by a pair of black mechanical arms. Recognizing the assailant as In Hang's black armored beast, The creature retaliated by tossing the soldier aside and commencing a slaughter. In Heng scooped Wen Shirong into his arms and made for the stage. Let us go, young lady. Now we are alone. My brother will keep the princess safe. Is it really all right for us to leave like this? In Heng said nothing, instead lightly brushing his lips against Wen Shirong's, causing her face to flush crimson. Li Xiaoming had already triggered the mechanism on the stage, descending into the depths as he neared the ground. He used floating magic to slow his descent. Believing he had successfully evaded capture, he was about to leave when Milan's voice called out behind him. Where does Lord Li Xiaoming think he is going? Looking at Milan with disdain, he scoffed. I will not be captured by mere commoners. Ha 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 ha. Milan drew her sword, her eyes filled with murderous intent. I do not wish to arrest you. I aim to kill you. You heartlessly destroyed my homeland without cause. Ah, so you are the survivor of that village. Alas, your power is utterly insignificant. How naive. With that, he unleashed a fire spell from his staff, sending roaring flames toward Milan. Just as Li Xiaoming believed Milan would be consumed by the inferno, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. Milan charged through the flames, her blade piercing directly into Li Xiaoming's heart. A person like you should have long since perished in the depths of hell. Thus, Li Xiaoming became another of Milan's victims. She withdrew her blade and expressed her gratitude to the Golden Claw God behind her before turning towards the exit. The Golden Claw God shook off the layer of dust that had accumulated on his energy shield, retracting it and soaring towards the ceiling, for he still needed to rendezvous with Qin Ping'an. The incident involving Li Xiaoming had reached its conclusion. Chapter 44. The calm before the storm. The decree of war. Observing the military department's letter of consent for war, the princess's brow furrowed in concern. Beside her, the military minister earnestly addressed Her Highness. Please, Your Majesty, sign this. All the ministers have reached a consensus to initiate war, and our allies have also agreed to this campaign. We await your decision. Hearing that war was inevitable caused the princess to tremble. The general accompanying the minister reported, Your Majesty, preparations for the attack on Amalia are complete. Please issue the order. Faced with the pressure from both men, the princess turned to the military chief for confirmation one last time. Maslin, do you truly wish to initiate war? No, that is not it. I fully understand your desire for peace, Your Majesty. Then why? The princess was perplexed. If they did not want to wage war, why place the consent for war before her, compelling her to sign? However, the majority of our citizens demand military action against Amalia. If we do not go to war, it may incite rebellion among the populace. Then I resolutely refuse to engage in war. The general, overhearing the princess's refusal to attack Amalia, became increasingly anxious. Your Majesty. He was about to speak further when Maslin interrupted him. Your Majesty, if warmongers gain control of political and military authority, the war will only escalate, leading to greater chaos that will spiral out of control. Maslin pressed the weight of impending war upon the princess, whose expression shifted to one of worry, her eyes betraying her reluctance. I know you are in great anguish, but please, make a firm decision. The princess gazed at the pen in her hand, sighed deeply, and with a vacant stare, signed the document, each stroke feeling burdensome. A week after the princess signed the war decree, news of victory and battle was posted on the bulletin boards throughout the streets, causing the citizens to erupt in cheers. Long live Tristan. We have achieved a resounding victory. Wen Shirong and In Heng have also come across the war announcement. Wen Shirong, filled with excitement, eagerly shares the contents with In Heng. Look, it's our first battle triumph. However, In Heng harbors no interest in such matters. He carries a negative impression of war, as it poses a threat to his family, friends, and loved ones. What does it say? He inquires. It details that in the first week of the war, Tristan and an allied fleet of around 500 warships launched an offensive against the enemy prior to landing in Amalia, resulting in a devastating blow. Upon hearing this, In Heng felt disheartened and turned to walk away in the opposite direction. Wen Shirong, still riding the wave of her excitement, noticed In Heng departing and hurriedly followed after him. Puzzled, what's wrong, In Heng? Our nation has emerged victorious in battle. Aren't you happy? No, but isn't Your Highness the princess opposed to war? Well, she is against it, but the enemy is Amalia. A conflict was unavoidable. So, the princess must have made such a painful decision. The thought of the princess's anguish in making such a choice made Wen Shirong's expression grow melancholic. In Heng, distracted by the wares of a merchant, caught sight of a sailor's uniform hanging in a clothing store and couldn't help but exclaim. Wen Shirong was startled by his sudden enthusiasm and watched in a daze as he dashed towards the clothing shop. In Heng, captivated by the sailor's outfit he saw, inquired of the shopkeeper, Excuse me, what is this garment? The shopkeeper, initially organizing the clothes, turned to find In Hang mesmerized by the sailor's uniform. You certainly have a discerning eye. This is the uniform of a sailor, crafted from very sturdy material. In Hang, seemingly uninterested in the shopkeeper's lengthy explanation, interrupted, "All right, please wrap it up for me. I'll take this outfit, no matter the cost." In Hang was determined to acquire it, even if it meant depleting his finances. The moment he held the garment in his hands, his imagination ran wild with visions of dressing Wen Shirong in the sailor's uniform, causing him to stand there grinning foolishly. Wen Shirong, who had been observing this scene for quite some time, found herself even more bewildered. Overcome with anticipation, In Hang scooped Wen Shirong into his arms, whistled into the sky, and swiftly soared back to the academy on a giant bird. Wen Shirong, equally perplexed by In Hang's excitement, could not fathom what enchantment lay within that outfit to elicit such a reaction. However, just as they reached the academy gates, they were intercepted by Milan, who had been waiting for some time, and she ushered them into the principal's office, though a hint of displeasure flickered on In Hang's face. The pressure of their mission left him no choice but to endure the situation in silence. There, he spotted Olis, and before he could greet In Hang, Milan spoke first. "Yes, I understand. There exists a collection of extremely rare ancient texts in the depths of this magic academy." Ancient texts? In Hang was perplexed by Milan's revelation, but the mention of mysterious ancient writings piqued his interest. "Indeed, I have obtained permission from Her Majesty the Queen to access these materials." But the principal. He said he had not received any orders to unlock the entrance and thus refused to open it. "Given that you have the princess's assurance, there is no reason to deny access to that entrance." Olis clarified In Hang's confusion. "I've heard it's due to safety concerns. Perhaps the building is too old, and the mechanisms within are unknown. If one is unprepared, it could cost them their life." At this, Milan slammed her fists onto the table in frustration. "I am a knight. How could I possibly fear such things?" In Hang reminded Milan, "This isn't a matter of bravery. It concerns your safety. If I were to enter without preparation, I might meet the same fate. And is that book truly important to you? Is it worth risking so much? It is a book about my enemy." Milan's fists tightened further, as she could hardly believe that someone could be so unreasonable. With royal credentials in hand, they still refused to open the entrance. Thus, when she saw her companion in distress, she thought of enlisting your help. Hearing the word companion, In Hang could not help but recall the image of Olis with his arm around Wen Shirong's shoulders from the previous day, and a tinge of jealousy warmed his cheeks. Companions. Well, our relationship could be considered more as close friends, rather than mere companions. Olis, I warn you, do not attempt to get close this way. If I see you near Wen Shirong again. In Hang's gaze turned icy, his thumb gesturing across his throat in a clear threat. Olis, taken aback by In Hang's vengeful demeanor, hastily shifted the subject. By the way, Wen Shirong, I recall you possess formidable magic. It should be easy for you to unlock that seal. Wen Shirong, caught off guard by the sudden focus on her, momentarily lost her train of thought but quickly regained her composure. If I were to use void magic, it shouldn't be a problem. To be honest, it's usually In Hang who assists me. He might be able to break it directly. In Hang shook his head in disagreement with Wen Shirong's assessment. "No, I believe in your magic, Mississippi. Sometimes it's best to attempt things independently without relying on me. Therefore, I have faith in you." In Hang proposed that it would be wise to ask Ainul whether breaking a high-level binding spell could trigger any mechanisms. Before heading out, In Hang entrusted the sailor's uniform to Siesida for safekeeping, assuring her he would return shortly, and then dashed off in the direction of the other three. Siesida gazed at the sailor's outfit in the bag, a wicked thought creeping into her mind. Chapter 45. The explosion caused by a sailor's uniform. Ainul was shaking a vial of potion. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the group. "That you're discussing unlocking?" The four nodded in response, and after a moment of contemplation, Ainul set down the vial and picked up a wand from the table, signaling for them to follow. "Then let us hurry along." Her own curiosity about the mysterious library spurred her forward. Meanwhile, Siesida donned the sailor's uniform, admiring her reflection in the mirror. "Mr. In Hang truly knows how to pick clothes. The material feels splendid." Just as she was about to venture out, she heard footsteps approaching from downstairs. Peering down, she spotted In Hang and the others. "Mr. In Hang. Speaking of which, isn't that the restroom down there? What could they possibly be doing?" As Siesida contemplated following them, she noticed Professor Colbell heading in the same direction, seemingly trailing behind them. Driven by curiosity, she quietly followed Colbell. "This is the entrance." Milan pushed open the door at one end of the restroom. Initially, In Hang was puzzled as to why there were 3 doors in the restroom, But upon Milan's opening, he realized it was a secret door. Milan pushed aside a loose stone brick and stepped inside, revealing a dark staircase where even their footsteps echoed ominously. Holding an oil lamp, Milan led the way, and soon they arrived at the bottom, where a grand door loomed before them. Einol began analyzing the magical patterns etched onto the door, soon relaying the method to unlock it to the others. It appears the lock incorporates 3 types of magic. Though each is simple, deciphering their combination is quite a challenge. This type of magic was relatively easy for Einol to dismantle. Lock, disarm your defenses. Upon reciting this incantation, the 3 locks on the door glimmered before vanishing, allowing the door to swing open. When Shirong, astonished by how swiftly the lock was undone, exclaimed, "You've opened it so quickly." "How impressive, sister." Hearing when Shirong's praise, a smirk crept onto Einol's face. Milan expressed her gratitude, stating she would proceed alone from that point. "That I'm afraid I must decline." As Milan attempted to venture forth alone, Olis was quick to object. "Indeed, I am equally curious about the ancient text hidden within. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Perhaps these texts could benefit our magical research." Einol was reluctant to relinquish her hard-earned research notes. However, it is dangerous. Milan was adamant that she did not wish for anyone to be harmed due to this matter, as it was something she needed to resolve herself. If there is danger, shouldn't companions journey together? Einhung dismissed curiosity, asserting that leaving a companion to face peril alone was an unworthy act of friendship. "Thank you all. Let us proceed." Milan's eyes shimmered with gratitude as she regarded the group. "Where do you wish to go?" At the sound of her voice, everyone turned their gaze towards the staircase, spotting Colbell holding an oil lamp. "Milan, didn't the Academy deny your request to enter here?" "I shall not heed the commands of a coward." Milan dismissed Colbell, pushing open the door and stepping into the depths. The others promptly followed her lead, while Einhang grasped Colbell's arm, urging him to join them. After much persuasion, Colbell reluctantly agreed to accompany the group. "Milan, may I ask why you were so eager to discover the contents of the ancient texts?" Colbell sought to understand what had driven Milan to such fervor. "Due to hatred." "Hatred? Who, indeed, is the enemy of Milan?" Einhang also found himself intrigued by this subject. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, prompting Milan to take notice as well. The two shared a tacit understanding and turned to look back, leaving the others puzzled by their actions, who all glanced in the same direction. Einhung, using his kaleidoscope, gazed ahead but could only discern a white silhouette. As the figure drew nearer, caution enveloped him. Yet, in mere seconds, he recognized the so-called apparition. "Sida, Mr. Einhang, look, I've donned the outfit you gifted me." "Huh?" Sida exclaimed as she twirled, the onlookers taken aback by the novelty of her attire. "What brings you all here?" It's pitch dark. Unaware of their purpose, Sida was equally curious about the shadowy cavern. When Shirong scrutinized Sida's clothing, a hint of jealousy wafting through the air. "Isn't that outfit something Einhang bought in the city? And that skirt isn't that my uniform?" When Shirong glared at Einhang, her vexation palpable. Einhang, confronted with the fierce intensity of her gaze, felt a cold sweat break out. "Well, I intended it for the young lady. I meant to have her try it on as soon as we returned to the dormitory, but Milan intervened. Besides, it is common attire from my world. Girls typically wear such garments. However, given our current mission, I entrusted it to Sida." Listening to Einhang's explanation, Aeolis grew curious about his world. "Though, I almost forgot. You seem to hail from a distant realm." Einhang was too preoccupied with thoughts of survival to respond to Aeolis' question, sensing that when Shirong's mood was becoming increasingly precarious. "Mr. Einhang, might you gift me this outfit? I find it quite appealing. If Miss Wen Shirong also admires it, I could procure another." Einhang mentally cursed Sida for adding fuel to the fire, exacerbating his predicament. When Shirong, who had been holding her anger at bay, could no longer contain her fury. "You speak true. After all, the item you purchased for me is now being given to another girl, along with my uniform." Trembling with rage, when Shirong raised her wand high, Einhang, sensing the imminent display of magic, hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. "Please, young lady, not here." Ainor, witnessing her foolish sister's intent to cast a spell, rushed to intervene, but was too late. "Einhang, you fool." As expected, chaos ensued. Rocks began to collapse around them. Einhang summoned Sinu to envelop everyone, and after a considerable pause, upon realizing no further debris was falling, he released the protective barrier, freeing them. Ainor, exasperated, pulled at Wen Shirong's face in reprimand. Little one, if you wish to use magic, at least discern the appropriateness of your surroundings. How could you lack such basic understanding? Beside them, Korber weakly chimed in. I should have taught her this numerous times. Gazing at the blocked entrance, the group found themselves in a quandary, as none among them were adept in earth magic. Although Yin Heng possessed some skills, he could only utilize, not manipulate, earth and stone. Milan was the first to break the silence. Staying here is futile. Let us proceed deeper into the cave. The others concurred with Milan's assessment and continued onward. Chapter 46. The Ancient Library, Yin Heng. In your world, do young girls need to partake in warfare? Aeolus inquired, his curiosity regarding Yin Heng's realm piqued, particularly inspired by CSC De's attire, which painted vivid images of that world in his mind. Warfare is not absent. To be precise, the era of smoke and flames had already concluded by the time I was born. That I see that I would love the chance to witness it, Korber mused, envisioning a world devoid of conflict. A vision he yearned for. Do you, Professor Korber, also fancy sailor suits? It's not the garments. I merely envy nations untouched by war. It pains me deeply to think of the sacrifices young souls must make for conflict. We are in a time of war. Is it not your duty as educators to prepare students to fight for the kingdom? The mere mention of bringing warfare into the academy ignited a fierce debate within Milan. Impossible. You have no grasp of the true nature of war, hence your absurd statements. If you had witnessed the horrors of war. Yin Heng was taken aback, realizing this teacher, on the brink of middle age, had indeed seen the battlefield. Pray tell, Professor Korber, have you ever been to war? I have not witnessed it. I have. Yin Heng directed his gaze toward Milan, recalling vividly how she had always been by the princess's side. Lacking any time for the battlefield. At the tender age of 4, my village was raised by soldiers. Rather than a war, it was an immoral massacre. Allow me to recount events from 20 years past. 20 years ago, the government initiated an operation under the pretense of quelling rebellion to eliminate new disciples, which were mere fabrications conjured by Li Xiaoming. Even after 2 decades, the terror of that scene lingered in Milan's heart. Unchanged, Korber began to piece together the identity of Milan's foe. Your enemy is that I have dispatched Li Xiaoming myself, yet the perpetrators of the massacre against my village remain unfound. Not long after, a flicker of white light caught their attention, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Upon reaching the cave's end, a bridge of white stone bricks materialized before them, revealing the library in its entirety. They advanced toward the library, and Yin Heng, observing its structure, noted a resemblance to the White Sand Palace. During this time, Korber initiated conversation with Milan. Milan, now that you know the identity of your enemy, what do you intend to do? I shall exact revenge, and once that is accomplished, what are your plans for the future? I will fight for His Majesty, then perish on the battlefield. Hearing Milan's calm demeanor, Korber could not help but sigh. After barely surviving, you intend to dedicate your life to war? Milan, during your youth, have you ever been in love? What did you say? Milan questioned, perplexed by Korber's unusual inquiry. I mean love. Isn't there anything more deserving of your protection than war at your age? Utterly foolish that I lack the time to engage in such discussions with you. With that, Milan quickened her pace, leaving Yin Heng to feel a pang of pity for her plight, as she was unable to pursue her own desires due to the constraints of war. The group arrived at the library's grand entrance. Yin Heng, employing his blood-will eyes, scanned the surroundings, detecting no traps but noticing an inscription above the door. You all should take a look above the door. There is an inscription. Aenor began to read the words etched above. Modification, destruction, or removal of materials is strictly prohibited. Magic cannot be used. Those who violate the rules shall face death. Unfazed by the warning, Aenor dismissed it as mere theatrics. Yin Heng, however, believed that if rules were established, they must serve a purpose. He pushed open the long-sealed door, dust cascading downwards. Upon witnessing the room filled with books, he furrowed his brow, realizing that locating data from 20 years ago would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Where are the books Milan wishes to consult? When Chiron queried, gazing at the dusty tomes. 20 years is likely recent for this place. Milan was acutely aware of the section where her desired text resided. After a brief exchange, the group began to search, noting that even the newest volumes were cloaked in dust. The Andrew incident? I feel I've heard of that somewhere. Yin Heng examined the volumes before him. Memory surged within his mind, only to be interrupted by Milan's exclamation, "That's it." She snatched the book from Yin Heng's hands, confirming its content before settling down to peruse it. In Heng was astonished at his serendipitous discovery, having anticipated a day-long search amidst the overwhelming number of volumes. As CACD attempted to grasp a book, she found it stubbornly stuck. Pulling with all her might, she inadvertently caused a cascade of books to tumble. The fallen tome stirred up dust, prompting Ainoer, engrossed in her reading, to cough and admonish, "Hey, what are you doing? You, a commoner, cannot even comprehend this." "Why meddle? I am sorry. Honestly." Ainoer, disinterested in prolonging the dispute with a commoner, used magic to return the books to their original places. Witnessing this, In Heng turned pale, recalling the prohibition against using magic. "Ainoer, did you just use magic?" As soon as he spoke, the library's foundation began to tremble. "Oh no. It seems the protective magic against intruders has been activated." When Shirong looked at Ainoer in disbelief, "Sister, how could you? Just a moment ago, you admonished me to be mindful of the occasion. Yet here you are, acting otherwise." "Very well, my dear lady. This is not the time for such discussions. Everyone, let us hasten towards the exit." The crowd swiftly rushed towards the exit, and just as In Heng was about to leave, he noticed Milan still seated nearby. "Hurry, Milan. Wait, I've found it. It's the order. It states that in order to prevent the spread of the disease, all individuals in the vicinity of Andrew are to be incinerated. This is to combat the epidemic, and the special commander is to As Milan turned to the next page. She couldn't help but exclaim, "How is this possible? This page has been torn out. No matter that now, we must leave this place swiftly. No, the name of that person must be among these books." The tremors of the library's foundation grew increasingly violent. But In Heng paid little mind to it, grabbing Milan's arm and racing towards the exit. "Let go of me. In Heng, enough. Wake up. Do you not realize that dying here would render all our efforts futile?" The others had already crossed the bridge back to the cave entrance, and soon cracks began to appear on the surface of the bridge, gazing at the bridge that could collapse at any moment. In Heng lifted Milan and sprinted towards the cave entrance. Just as he stepped onto the bridge, it began to break apart, crumbling into the abyss. Fortunately, In Heng was fast enough to reach the cave entrance just as the bridge shattered completely. As he looked back at the vast void behind him, he gradually regained his composure and set Milan down from his shoulder, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. "Thank you, In Heng. I owe you my life." Milan, still a bit shaken, took a moment to process the chasm before her. In Heng observed the only path to the library had been destroyed and addressed the crowd behind him. As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters. Since the bridge is gone, we have no choice but to return. The others nodded in agreement, retracing their steps to the cave entrance. Along the way, a peculiar phenomenon occurred that left In Heng puzzled even upon reaching the surface. Eventually, In Heng reclaimed his sailor's uniform. When Zaisida noticed In Heng's intention to take it back, her expression fell, but she felt much better when In Heng promised to buy her a different outfit the next time they ventured into the city. Chapter 47. Therefore, you shall not step onto the battlefield, my lady. No, I must know who was responsible for breaking the stones at the entrance. It is truly baffling. Lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling, In Heng pondered the inexplicable opening that had appeared among the rocks that were once piled at the exit. Perhaps it was Qin Pingin's doing. 9527. Were it not for your silence, I might have nearly forgotten about your existence. In Heng suddenly recalled the system 9527, as the recent events had been so overwhelming that he had little time to think about anything else, leading him to overlook 9527 completely. Oh, come on. It's as if I wanted to chat with you. The recent turmoil has indeed intensified. I have come to speak with you about Amalia. What's the matter? Hasn't the nation already taken action against them? I assume there should be no issues. You are underestimating the situation. In Heng, that I have been in Amalia for several days, and today I received alarming intelligence indicating that they intend to strike at the academy. However, I believe you possess the capability to protect the academy, hence I merely wish to alert you. In Heng contemplated the ceiling, questioning why Amalia would extend its malevolent grasp towards the academy. Yet he trusted that with him present, there would be no danger. All right, I understand. With that, he turned over and fell into a deep slumber, for it was the presence of someone significant that allowed In Heng to lower his guard. This was perhaps the most restful sleep he had experienced in days. Eleanor stealthily approached Shirong's room, quietly pushing the door open. She grasped her wand and, uttering an incantation, caused the rope in her hand to levitate and fly towards Shirong. Binding her, Shirong felt an uncomfortable sensation around her upper body, as if ensnared by something. Initially believing it to be In Heng, she opened her eyes to scream, but was instead enveloped by a bag that floated her away. What is happening? No. Inheng, save me. As predicted. Inheng found it impossible to sleep soundly now. What on earth are you doing, my lady? Inheng sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes and gazing at the commotion before him. He witnessed Eleanor stuffing Wen Shirong into a bag and heading off in another direction. Is it true that the eldest lady has a penchant for bondage play at this late hour? He quickly dismissed the thought and grabbed his Kusanagi sword to follow them. Soon, Wen Shirong was tossed into a cell, and Eleanor dispelled the magic, allowing her to emerge from the bag. Clenching her fists, Wen Shirong cautiously surveyed her surroundings until she spotted Eleanor before her. Sister Eleanor? And Inheng? Inheng scratched his head awkwardly, still unclear about what had transpired. Wen Shirong, you shall remain here for the time being. Sister, why is this happening? Indeed, why? Inheng also appeared bewildered, as it made little sense to confine Wen Shirong without cause. Why? It is because of the bold words you spoke this morning. Inheng rummaged through his muddled memories and recalled that when they left the library, Milan had not been idle. She had gathered her subordinates to begin training. Honing their marksmanship and swordsmanship, he and Wen Shirong had greeted Milan and learned that she would be departing in 7 days to accompany the queen to the front lines, regrettably unable to uncover the names of her enemies from years past. Upon hearing that Her Highness intended to engage in battle personally, Wen Shirong had unhesitatingly declared her desire to fight alongside the princess. Inheng was taken aback by her words. He could not allow Wen Shirong to enter the battlefield. Yet he knew she would not heed his objections, leaving him no choice but to seek the intervention of an elder. All this information was relayed to me by your familiar. Inheng was pulled back from his thoughts by Eleanor's words. Casting an apologetic glance at Wen Shirong, for he could not bear to watch the one he cherished walk towards death, Inheng. You. At this, Wen Shirong's anger flared, akin to a cat with ruffled fur, and she lunged at Inheng, only to be intercepted by Eleanor. Wen Shirong, as the youngest daughter of our family, you are forbidden from stepping onto the battlefield. Moreover, you lack even a modicum of magical prowess. What could you possibly accomplish there? I will be of use. I will make a difference. It was clear that Wen Shirong was determined to fight alongside the princess and provide her with the utmost support. Eleanor looked at Wen Shirong's naive expression and replied curtly, Wen Shirong, the battlefield is not as innocent as you imagine. Then I must go. I can protect Her Highness. Silence. Until you reconsider, you shall remain in this cell. Eleanor recognized that further words would be futile. Her foolish sister truly did not comprehend the brutality of battle. She confiscated Wen Shirong's wand and pulled Inheng out, locking the door behind them. You are to keep an eye on her. She cannot be released until her views change. Wen Shirong glared through the iron bars at Inheng. Inheng, are you truly going to be Eleanor's lapdog? Inheng, unfazed, replied earnestly, I am sorry, my lady, but this time I stand with your sister. I firmly oppose your desire to fight on the battlefield. It is far too dangerous, just as it was last time. All right, Inheng, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Wen Shirong looked at Inheng, puzzled, just as she was about to speak when a voice interrupted. Miss Wen Shirong, I believe my brother is correct. Your sister is merely worried about you to as an older sibling. I can empathize with that feeling. Inheng stared speechlessly at Qin Pingan, for he did not share the same sentiment, having been abandoned since childhood without experiencing a shred of concern. If there was any, it had only recently surfaced. Though I may not be adept at magic, I would do anything for Her Highness. I will defeat our enemies to prove it. Hearing this, Qin Pingan could not suppress a chuckle. Raising an eyebrow at Wen Shirong, defeat the enemy? So you mean to say you can kill them? I doubt that wasn't my intention. Upon mentioning the act of killing, Wen Shirong's resolve visibly wavered. Since you fight in the name of Her Majesty the Queen and for your country, no matter what pretext you use to mask it, in the end, it still involves taking lives. So you wish to join this war as well, brother? Listening to Qin Pingan's lecture, she found no fault in his reasoning. Merely concerned whether he would interfere in this matter. I will not. It is not my obligation. I will choose to stand by idly, for you and I both detest war. Why? You possess the capability to rival an entire nation's army. Why will you not assist us? Upon hearing Qin Pingan's reasoning, Wen Shirong could no longer contain her emotions. Why? Because it is not my place to intervene. Even if the sky were to fall, there would still be someone to bear the burden. With that, she turned her gaze to Inheng, her eyes filled with complexity. Do you truly wish for Inheng to confront this alone? The outcome depends on the battlefield conditions. As a noble lady, I would rather perish on the battlefield than allow you to venture to the front lines. My brother's words ring true. He bears no obligation. Yet I have already pledged my word to Her Highness the Princess. So there is no need for you to fret over this matter. Inheng, when Shirong ceased her clamor and refrained from voicing her desire to engage in combat at the front lines. As night fell, the stars twinkled above, while danger gradually approached the academy. Chapter 48. The show is about to begin. An unidentified flying vessel glided through the skies, drawing closer to the magical academy. The Cyclopean captain, with a smirk upon his face, gazed at the academy before him. This smile, however, was far from cordial, as his subordinates jested around him. This is merely a school for children. Attacking here would truly be devoid of excitement. No, the academy is filled with innocent female students. Even the troops are comprised solely of women. Women, you say? How delightful. Let us toy with them before ending their lives. With that, laughter erupted among them. The Cyclopean captain, with a hint of malice, looked at his comrades and coolly remarked, "What wretched beings you are. Regardless of gender, they shall meet their demise equally." Unbeknownst to them, their actions were already being meticulously observed by two pairs of blood-red eyes from the Sut Milan engaged in a fierce exchange with the one-eyed dragon. Yet it was evident that the latter's swordsmanship paled in comparison to hers. "Did you know? I once set an entire village ablaze." Listening to the one-eyed dragon's words left Milan momentarily stunned. While he continued his monologue unabashedly, the spectacle of flames consuming everything in their path was truly magnificent. This was the thrill of the battlefield. Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Milan's face, and she gazed at the man before her with trembling apprehension. "Could it be that are you the commander responsible for the destruction of my homeland?" The one-eyed dragon immediately became intrigued by Milan's inquiry. "Oh, you are a survivor from that village. How unfortunate that I failed to burn you to ashes." Milan paid no heed to his taunts, upon realizing that the man before her was her sworn enemy. The fury within her could no longer be contained. "You shameless wretch, die. Your swordsmanship may indeed be more cunning than mine, but you are ultimately just a commoner." The one-eyed dragon infused his sword with fire magic. The moment the flames made contact, the sword bent instantly. Milan, infuriated by the sight of her warped weapon, hurled it at the one-eyed dragon. "You are now left unarmed." The one-eyed dragon slowly approached her, aiming his magic device at her. In a fit of rage, Milan questioned him. "So, you are the commander from that time? How unfortunate." "I am not." "What?" "I said I am not. At that time, I was merely a lieutenant." The commander was a colossal serpentine flame, a man known as the Flame Serpent, who possessed a ferocity in his flames that surpassed mine. Thus, I have been searching for that man. Milan was taken aback. After all, the one-eyed dragon, as a lieutenant, was unaware of his superior's whereabouts. "That man who wounded me, the powerful one, I long to incinerate him." Ha 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 ha. Looking at the increasingly deranged one-eyed dragon, Milan's expression was a mix of fear and shock. Chapter 50. You are the vice-captain. The one-eyed dragon continued to rave about the might of that man. He was truly formidable, effortlessly reducing the village to ashes in an instant. What a masterpiece. I was utterly awed by the captain's overwhelming power and found myself compelled to attack him. Such is the folly of youth. That man's strength was never fully revealed. I desperately wished to confirm it. As he reminisced about that year, a twisted smile crept across the one-eyed dragon's lips, his laughter resonating loudly enough to leave the outside Silverhung speechless. Has this fool become so arrogant that he has lost his mind? I have yet to burst into laughter, and he is already in fits of it. When Shirong watched the gap with a worried expression, her anxiety mounting as she noticed Silverhung and the others still did not act. "You have completely lost your mind." Gazing at the frenzied one-eyed dragon, Milan could only see that impotent rage. "Enough of these memories. It is time for negotiations." With that, the one-eyed dragon turned to face the principal. "Hey, old man, send word to the princess, instructing her to withdraw all troops stationed in Yamalia." "What?" I said. "Have her withdraw unconditionally." "No, that is impossible. I do not possess the authority to compel Her Majesty the Queen to undertake such an action." Seeing the principal refuse to follow his orders, the one-eyed dragon threatened all the female students present. "Go. You would allow your female students to be turned to ash, would you not?" The principal gazed at the one-eyed dragon in shock. Realizing he would resort to using students as leverage, the surrounding female students began to panic upon hearing the threat of being burned to cinders. However, Olus remained unperturbed, stepping forward to address the one-eyed dragon. "What a foolish course of action. If this news reaches the front lines, they will undoubtedly launch a full-scale assault. Would this not be akin to shooting oneself in the foot?" The one-eyed dragon regarded Olus with displeasure. After all, he had been incessantly chattering since the beginning. Qin Ping glanced at the time, a smirk forming on his lips. It seems the black armored beasts are already in position. It is time to act. Brother. No sooner had Qin Pinyin spoken than the black armored beast surged into the academy like a tidal wave, encircling the entire premises. When Shirong finally understood why Qin Pinyin had not acted sooner. He had been awaiting reinforcements. Brother, the two of us could have resolved this matter ourselves. Why create such a spectacle? Silver Hung was perplexed by Qin Pinyin's decision, feeling that it could easily alert the enemy. Especially with hostages inside. The shields of the black armored beasts can effectively protect the hostages. We do not have the luxury of worrying about them. I want to test the newly upgraded equipment on the black armored beasts. Black armored beasts, heed my command. A squad will accompany me inside. The remainder will wait outside. If anyone attempts to flee, kill them without hesitation. The black armored beasts, having received their orders, drew their left arms equipped with shields and assumed defensive positions as they rushed toward the breach. Silver Hung held on to Wen Shirong as they followed closely behind the black armored beasts into the dining hall. Upon hearing the commotion outside, the one-eyed dragon fired a fireball from his magic device at the breach, only to have it intercepted by the black armored beasts. What are these things? The one-eyed dragon stared in bewilderment at the metallic beings before him, just as his subordinates prepared to attack. The black armored beasts denied them any opportunity for retaliation, raising small firearms from their left arms, shooting accurately at the hearts of those subordinates. Observing the unfolding situation, the one-eyed dragon found himself at a loss, tightly gripping the magic device in his hand. Who are you? Why do you meddle in my affairs? Hearing the one-eyed dragon's bizarre question, Qin Pinyin could not help but wear a playful smile. For he had just heard that the one-eyed dragon was the vice captain recorded in the historical text. Oh, I said I am the flame serpent, your captain. Do you believe me? The one-eyed dragon's pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Pinyin. Silver Hung was rendered speechless by Qin Pinyin's audacity. Although he knew it to be a fabrication, he found the spectacle too amusing to expose. Meanwhile, Milan's mood had soured considerably. Astonished that the man who had burned her homeland was none other than Qin Pinyin. Impossible. Although I have never seen the man's true form, I vividly recall his fire magic being so fierce, like that of a colossal python. You possess none of that. The one-eyed dragon refused to believe Qin Pinyin's words. But Qin Pinyin struck him with a revelation. He was indeed not that man, yet he certainly wielded fire magic. This serpent of flames was effortless for him. Gathering fire in his hands, Qin Pinyin gradually shaped it into the form of a massive serpent, presenting it before the one-eyed dragon. The sight of Qin Pinyin's fire magic convinced the one-eyed dragon that he was indeed the captain from 20 years ago. Milan, witnessing Qin Pinyin's fire magic, was compelled to accept that he was the captain responsible for the destruction of her village. Qin Pinyin is my nemesis. The man who took my father. My mother. Everything from me. At that moment, Milan had completely lost her sanity, seizing a fallen blade from a nearby enemy and lunging at Qin Pinyin. Sensing danger approaching, Qin Pinyin sidestepped her attack effortlessly. What are you doing, Milan? Are you joking? I will kill you. Looking into Milan's eyes, Qin Pinyin recognized the genuine intent to kill. Observing the tide of battle shifting, the one-eyed dragon felt a surge of urgency. Die, Captain. The one-eyed dragon seized the opportunity for a surprise attack, launching fire magic at Qin Pinyin. Without so much as a blink, Qin Pinyin shoved Milan aside, standing resolutely in place. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, an energy shield materialized to deflect the attack, revealing the Golden Claw God, who had shielded Qin Pinyin. Boss, are you all right? How could I possibly be harmed? Can such trivial tactics pose a threat? Observing the one-eyed dragon's underhanded approach, Qin Pinyin understood, given the disparity in strength, cunning was essential. Milan, still blinded by her desire for vengeance, paused for mere seconds before resuming her assault against Qin Pinyin. Chapter 51. Slaying the One-Eyed Dragon. You wish to harm the boss? Do not even think about it. Annihilation begins. Just as the Golden Claw God prepared to intervene, Qin Pinyin halted him, gesturing for him to refrain from interference. Complying with the command, the Golden Claw God retreated quietly. This time, Qin Pinyin did not evade Milan's oncoming blade. Instead, he gripped it tightly, blood seeping from the surface. Milan, do you not wish to know who it was that saved you 20 years ago? Before Milan could recall, the memories of the blood were reflected in her gaze, swirling around as if she were an observer in the scene. Silverhang, I entrust her to you. It seems someone wishes to kill me in this moment. Qin Pinyin tossed Milan towards Silverhang, who was taken aback by the gesture, genuinely surprised that Qin Pinyin would not evade the confrontation. Qin Pinyin then waved his hand, conjuring a giant serpent of flames to lunge at the one-eyed dragon. Gradually consuming his form, Qin Pinyin addressed the Golden Claw God beside him. The Golden Claw God has nearly completed his task. You and your brothers should return now. Qin Pinyin initially intended for the Golden Claw God to eliminate the one-eyed dragon. But he was taken aback when presented with this unexpected role to perform, thus discarding the thought of a direct assassination. Indeed, we shall take our leave now. Please exercise caution. The Golden Claw God cast a glance at the blood on Qin Pinyin's hands. Pausing for a couple of seconds before turning away with the black armored beast legion, Qin Pinyin had assumed that the flame could incinerate the one-eyed dragon to ashes, yet to his astonishment, the one-eyed dragon utilized a magical device to absorb the flames, transforming them into his own magic, and raised the apparatus to conjure a colossal fireball. In these years, my fire magic has surpassed yours. Captain. Qin Pinyin furrowed his brow as he observed the one-eyed dragon, who had not yet succumbed to the flames. Your vitality is truly tenacious, much like a cockroach. It seems I must slay you several times. Just as Qin Pinyin was about to deliver a fatal blow to the one-eyed dragon, he noticed a figure charging towards him with a blade. Upon closer inspection, it was Milan, the one-eyed dragon, who had just intended to cast a spell, widened his eyes in surprise. Before he could react, Milan's blade pierced his abdomen, interrupting the incantation, and he crumpled to the ground before her. Milan withdrew her blade and turned to walk towards Qin Pinyin. Seeing the situation unfold, Yin Heng hurried to Qin Pinyin's side, attempting to intervene. Milan, please. Yin Heng, step aside. This is a matter between Milan and me. I wish for no one to interfere. Yin Heng, on the verge of revealing the truth, was silenced by the intensity of Qin Pinyin's gaze, realizing his brother truly wished to see this drama unfold. In truth, Qin Pinyin had long discovered the existence of the ancient tome and had gleaned much about the history of this world from it. The torn page was indeed his doing, where he had witnessed the despair of Yin Shi, the captain, in the face of a task that resembled a massacre. It was only after he acted that he realized it was a grave mistake. He ultimately could not continue living with that guilt. Fortunately, he had managed to save a little girl at the moment he recognized his error, granting him the right to perish. Thus, he departed the realm of the living. Burdened by remorse and guilt, upon examining the contents of the book, Qin Pinyin discovered the name of that girl. When he realized it was Milan, disbelief washed over him. Milan bore such a tragic past, igniting within him a loathing for the cruelty of this world, as well as sorrow for Milan. Little did he anticipate that in his role of impersonating another, he would also contemplate absolving that person. As Yin Heng endeavored to defend Qin Pinyin further, Milan bellowed, "Get out of my way, Yin Heng. Do not hinder me." Milan raised her sword high, poised to plunge it into Qin Pinyin's chest, prompting Yin Heng to urgently plead. "Calm down, Milan. Remember, my brother is the one who saved you." Faced with the duality of Qin Pinyin as both her savior and her foe, Milan found herself in turmoil, her body instinctively raising the sword higher. Witnessing this, when Shirong quickly interjected, hoping to bring Milan back to her senses. "Stop it, Milan. Yin Heng speaks the truth. He is your savior. Step aside. My existence in this world is for this very day." For 20 long years, a full 20 years, observing Milan, whose heart was mostly consumed by hatred, Qin Pinyin did not cast blame but stepped forward. "Milan has the right to kill me. Do not obstruct her any longer." "Brother," Qin Pinyin recited Yin Shi's last words verbatim. "That was the moment I first realized the errors I had committed, that I had always believed that acting according to orders was the right course, only to discover my folly. If you truly wish to end my life, then I shall depart without regret." Qin Pinyin's performance could easily earn him an Oscar, his eyes reflecting profound remorse. The blade in Milan's hand trembled uncontrollably. She found herself unable to choose. Moments later, steeling her resolve, she brought the sword down. No wounds marred Qin Pinyin's body, yet a deep gash marred the floor beneath him. Milan's trembling form succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Unable to make a decision between the two, she chose to relinquish her struggle. At that moment, Milan's hatred reached its conclusion, signifying her wish to never lay eyes upon Qin Pinyin again. After Milan dragged her weary body away, Yin Heng chastised Qin Pinyin for valuing his life so little for the sake of performance, yet Qin Pinyin simply replied with indifference, "It was never my intention to truly die. Had it come to that, I would have taken measures to defend myself. After all, life is akin to a wager, and existence is the capital." Yin Heng was perplexed as to how Qin Pinyin possessed knowledge of events from 20 years prior. Only after understanding did he realize that Qin Pinyin had arrived at the ancient library before them, unraveling all doubts and conflicts in that moment, revealing the truth before their eyes. Chapter 52. The snowstorm over Star City. The smog of war was thickening. Following the assault on the school, Mira learned the truth and relinquished her hatred. Yet the impending war left no respite for the kingdom. Milan led Yin Heng and Wen Shirong to the royal palace. where it seemed the princess required their assistance once more. The once white-dressed princess donned gleaming armor. "But I apologize, Wenshirong. I have no other choice but to summon you to Amalia." The princess cast a glance at Yin Heng beside her. "Mr. Yin Heng, your efforts are appreciated as well." Yin Heng nodded politely, shedding his usual nonchalance for a solemn demeanor. The general approached the two, reporting the latest developments on the battlefield, though the situation is urgent. "Miss Wenshirong, for the sake of the nation, I hope your magic can lend us aid." Upon hearing the general's intention to send Wenshirong to the front lines, Yin Heng felt an urge to intervene but refrained from speaking. Opting to listen quietly, the general pointed to the military terrain map, explaining, "This is where our forces are stationed, at the Rhodes military port, and our destination is the capital of Amalia. Currently, the enemy's defensive line lies ahead at Star City." As the general spoke, a heaviness settled upon his expression. "If we were to assault this city, our forces would face tremendous resistance. Thus, I hope the two of you can, as before, repel the Amalian troops, leaving the enemies within Star City incapacitated." Yin Heng's expression darkened further. It was evident that an invisible burden had been placed upon their shoulders, yet refusing such a request was not an option. Yin Heng did not fear the task itself, but rather worried for Wenshirong after the general's report. The princess sighed. "If that city were to descend into war, the civilians would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. I wish to prevent such a scenario." Hearing this, Wenshirong's resolve solidified, and she assured the princess, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost not to disappoint your highness." Yin Heng's mind raced with a cacophony of thoughts. He recognized this was a recipe for disaster, recalling how Wenshirong had forgotten all he had taught her. The two ventured outside the city, where Yin Heng blew a whistle, summoning a giant bird. Embarking on their journey to Amalia. Throughout the journey, Yin Heng expressed his frustration towards Wenshirong. "It is due to the princess's summons that we head to Amalia, only to become cannon fodder in this war. I have told you countless times that I detest war and despise your involvement in the battlefield, yet I must confront it. And you? Uttering promises of doing your utmost not to disappoint anyone's expectations." Lying in Yin Heng's embrace, Wenshirong's haughtiness surged, and she retorted, "Enough. Your incessant nagging is quite bothersome." "Silence. Just focus on ensuring we reach our destination." Yin Heng seethed at Wenshirong's nonsensical remarks. "You. Never mind." Sensing Yin Heng's genuine anger, Wenshirong's demeanor softened slightly, and she murmured, "Does the princess require me? As someone who has never been able to perform any remarkable magic since childhood, how could I possibly say I cannot assist?" Yin Heng, at a loss for words, could only gaze ahead, unwilling to say more. As they approached Amalia, Yin Heng noticed an increasing flurry of snowflakes swirling before his eyes. Upon reaching their destination skies, they beheld a scene of heavy snowfall, with rooftops blanketed in snow. Before Yin Heng could find a secure landing spot, he noticed soldiers riding fire dragons approaching from behind. The fire dragon unleashed flames in Yin Heng's direction, prompting him to hold Wenshirong even tighter as the giant bird veered to evade the attack. "What is happening, Yin Heng?" Wenshirong inquired, bewildered by the sudden flames. "It's nothing, my lady. We've merely been spotted." "Hold on tight." The giant bird maneuvered swiftly behind the enemy, taking advantage of the heavy snowfall, which made Wenshirong's warm face feel slightly chilled. Suddenly, forming a partial Susanoo, Yin Heng conjured a lightning spear and hurled it at the enemy. Although the attack was dodged, the dragon's wings were struck by the residual electricity, rendering it numb, causing it to plummet towards the ground. Yin Heng felt that remaining in the air was perilous. So he descended, knowing he could find a landing spot at any time, but only had one life to spare. Meanwhile, the kingdom's princess had yet to receive news about the enemy in Star City being incapacitated. Igniting her concern for the two, the general spoke calmly. "The enemy situation remains shrouded in silence. It appears that our assault has met with failure. Relying on those of uncertain strength is an error in itself. Thus we must resort to a direct offensive. Therefore, we shall launch an assault on the city of Stata." The princess's expression is fraught with complexity, yet with no better alternatives at hand, she merely sighs and acquiesces. Milan, who stands nearby, expresses concern upon hearing that Yin Heng and Wenshirong have yet to return. "Your Majesty, Yin Heng and Wenshirong. It is inconceivable that the princess would not worry for the two. She finds herself regretting having sent them to the city of Stata, yet she firmly believes that Yin Heng would never fall so easily. With no alternatives, Yin Heng, forced to land, is uncertain of his next move. He tightly holds onto Wenshirong in the midst of the swirling snow, unwilling to let even a hint of cold touch her. What now, Yin Heng? Our operation has failed. How do we atone to the princess? Though discovered by the enemy, their actions must continue. They cannot concede defeat so swiftly. Wandering through the icy expanse, Yin Heng fortunately stumbles upon a cave. Inside, he carefully sets Wen Shirong down, then exits the cave and uses his Susanu's mighty hand to break branches, dragging them inside. With a hand sign, he ignites the wood with a fireball. Is it warmer now, miss? Look at how frozen your little face has become. He places his hand near the flames, gradually warming it and gently cupping Wen Shirong's face with his heat. Feeling the warmth, Wen Shirong's restless heart begins to calm. As time passes, the snow gradually dissipates. Stepping outside, Yin Heng gazes at the scene before him, marveling at the sight of snow for the first time in his life. Wen Shirong, too, gazes curiously at the snow, having only encountered it in books. Before she can admire it further, Yin Heng scoops her up. What are you doing, Yin Heng? We finally have the chance to play in the snow. A smile graces Yin Heng's lips as he kisses Wen Shirong and softly replies, once our task is complete, my lady, you may play to your heart's content, but for now, our priority is to observe the enemy. A faint blush arises on Wen Shirong's cheeks as she buries her head in Yin Heng's embrace, falling silent. Observing her resembling an ostrich, Yin Heng finds her utterly adorable, having not seen her for quite some time, which stirs his desire to cherish her. Chapter 53. Do not leave regrets in life, boss. The enemy is launching a full-scale assault on the city of Stata. Should we send reinforcements? The female leader, gazing at the snowy landscape outside, displays no hint of panic upon hearing this. Her demeanor remains unconcerned. No need. Let the soldiers withdraw from that city and take as much food as possible. Her subordinates are puzzled, uncertain of the intent behind such orders. But why take all the food? If they lay claim to the city without supplies, it will become a significant burden for them. Will it not? Thus, we can buy ourselves some time, but what of the civilians in the city? In response to her subordinate's inquiry, the female leader dismisses it with disdain. Why should I care about the civilians? Just let the army retreat. Their deaths are of no concern to us. As her subordinate prepares to leave, a thought strikes him, and he reports the incident of a soldier being shot down. A giant bird? Yes, we pursued the direction where the giant bird descended, but only found 2 rows of footprints. Perhaps there was more than one person atop that giant bird. This is intriguing. Move swiftly to locate these 2 individuals while simultaneously executing the retreat. The female leader senses that these 2 are no ordinary foes. A woman's intuition cannot be wrong. Yin Heng, cradling Wen Shirong, navigates through the snow-laden expanse, encountering the fire dragon he had downed, most of its body buried beneath the snow. How did this dragon end up here? It seems we are not far from the city. He recalls that he had shot it down not far from the city. Upon closer inspection, he notices the dragon's wings trembling slightly. Moments later, a man emerges from beneath the dragon's wing, unleashing a gust of wind magic towards Yin Heng, only to be thwarted by Yin Heng's Susanu. Before Yin Heng can retaliate, the man collapses from exhaustion. Wen Shirong notices the wound on the man's leg and exclaims, "Isn't this the one you shot down? It seems he is injured. We must save him quickly." Yin Heng. Huh? Yin Heng is somewhat bewildered by Wen Shirong's insistence, considering this man had attacked them. Oh, come on, Yin Heng, hurry up and save him, or he will freeze to death. With no other choice, Yin Heng releases Wen Shirong from his embrace and hoists the fallen man onto his shoulder. My lady, he is our enemy. Why should we save him? To abandon the wounded is a stain on our noble honor. Yin Heng struggles to comprehend why such an act would tarnish their reputation. He feels the man stirring on his shoulder. Even in death, honor must be preserved. That is the way of nobility. The man tightens his grip around Yin Heng's throat, igniting Yin Heng's ire. Yin Heng raises the man high with his Susanu, tossing him aside against a tree, and slowly draws his Kusanagi sword, aiming it at the man's eyes. Kill me. Why do you hesitate? You fool, what are you shouting about? I'm not a noble. I simply think you're foolish. The man's face displays contempt. Isn't it all for honor? You hesitate to kill me because I am wounded. Yin Heng is exasperated by the man's reasoning. Grabbing the man's collar, he shouts, I told you, I have no intention of killing you. I only wish to return safely with my lady. The man's surprise is palpable as Yin Heng sheathes his Kusanagi. Choosing to ignore the man further, he lifts Wen Shirong and heads toward the foot of the mountain. If you want to live, then keep up. A man should not say he cannot, with no other option. The man limps along, his injured leg a burden. As they proceed, he inquires about Yin Heng's peculiar magic. What kind of magic is that? I've never seen anything like it before. Yin Heng refrains from answering, recognizing that revealing his origins might jeopardize him. That is not your concern. We must hurry to the city of Stata. Seeing that Yin Heng does not wish to elaborate, the man shifts topics. Why did you ride the giant bird to the city of Stata? What are you fighting for? I have no specific goal. Perhaps the only light in my life is my lady. I fight for the one I love. The man looks curiously at Wen Shirong in In Heng's arms. To protect the girl you hold. In Heng merely nods, offering no further commentary. By the way, we've been talking for a while, yet I don't know your names. I am Henry. What about you? This prompts In Heng to finally share their names, albeit out of courtesy. I am Qin In Heng, and the girl in my arms is Wen Shirong. Then I shall seek your guidance in the future. Is she the only one you aim to protect? In Heng shakes his head, denying Henry's assertion. With great power comes great responsibility. There are also my companions from the academy and the princess. When they are in peril, I must protect them. If it means becoming a mere instrument of slaughter and war, I would refuse. Henry listens to In Heng's tone of resignation, feeling a twinge of sympathy. In Heng does not wish to sacrifice his beloved for the sake of honor. Such notions are meaningless, yet he is compelled to prevent Wen Shirong from suffering. I too long to experience the feeling of living for someone I cherish. I've heard that nobles can fearlessly part from their beloved for the sake of honor. Henry recalls how he had to break off his engagement with his fiancée to participate in the war, losing the one he loved most. Hearing that nobles would go to such lengths for honor pierces his heart momentarily, and he gazes at Wen Shirong, his expression complex. Wen Shirong, listening to Henry, finds no fault in his words. Honor is indeed paramount to nobility, significant enough to forsake. Her expression turns melancholic, yet for the sake of honor, she sees no other choice. Henry, in our lives, there will be many regrets. If you truly have someone you love, merely watching without taking action will lead to regret one day. Even in this tumultuous era, one must strive to protect their beloved. At this moment, In Heng comprehends the meaning of the sunflower's language, to avoid regret until tragedy strikes. Henry feels a stirring in his heart. Perhaps it is time for him to find his way back. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out, prompting In Heng to turn toward the source, spotting a group of soldiers armed with firearms, soldiers not from their nation. Henry looks at the soldiers and says to In Heng, "It seems they are after me. No, they are here for you. I must take my leave now." "Thank you, In Heng. I will draw their attention." "You two should leave first." Henry, limping towards the soldiers, shouts, "Don't shoot. We are allies." The leader of the group aimed his firearm at Henry and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am a Dragon Knight of the Amalia Air Force. Having fallen here after engaging in combat with the enemy. As long as you are safe now, that is what matters. But where has the enemy fled?" "I do not know. After being shot down, I lost sight of them entirely." This was troublesome. The inability to pinpoint the enemy's location was indeed causing the leader some distress. Meanwhile, In Heng cradled Wen Shirong and departed in the opposite direction, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. However, with Henry providing cover, matters became considerably simpler. In Heng reasoned that since the enemy had already begun their search in this area, there was no need to linger further. The priority was to return to his kingdom. Chapter 54. The celebration above the city of Star. Fireworks illuminated the sky as the enemy had entirely retreated, and the soldiers were jubilantly celebrating. Observing the lively streets, In Heng felt that this was the essence of life for the people residing here, carefree and unburdened by the woes of war. Conversely, Wen Shirong held a different perspective, lamenting the behavior of the local civilians. Is it not disgraceful for the citizens of Star to welcome the enemy into the city during wartime? Indeed, despite Amalia's proclamations of protecting the populace, they had ultimately fled with provisions, indifferent to the fate of these civilians. In Heng could only lament. Currently, we are in a period of food scarcity, yet our soldiers are willing to share their rations with them. Is it not natural for the civilians to express their gratitude? Listening to In Heng's words, Wen Shirong sighed, casting a puzzled glance at him. "Why do you always harbor such thoughts? At the end of the day, civilians are still merely civilians. You must not think that way, miss," In Heng implored. "Although I am not of noble birth, I prefer festivities over conflict." Hearing In Heng's arm extend outward, she couldn't help but respond with irritation. "Is that so? Then go and enjoy yourself." What kind of tone is that? In Heng wondered why Wen Shirong was inexplicably angry, leaving him feeling a twinge of melancholy. "Very well, I shall seek out Her Highness the Princess alone." With that, Wen Shirong turned to leave in the opposite direction. In Heng attempted to stop her, but she shouted back, "You are not allowed to follow." In Heng stood frozen in place, utterly perplexed by the sudden change in his lady's demeanor. Upon reaching the royal court, Wen Shirong was met with a warm smile from the princess, who soon noticed In Heng's absence and expressed her confusion. "Strange, Mr. In Heng is not with you." When Wen Shirong heard the princess mention In Heng, she could not directly admit that she had instructed him not to come, so she fabricated an excuse. "In Heng had some matters to attend to. I shall be completing the task alone." Is that so? I still have something I wish to entrust to him. When Shirong was puzzled, as she had always needed In Heng's presence to accomplish tasks. I want Mr. In Heng to ride a giant bird to Amalia. When will he be able to attend to his own affairs? When Shirong's gaze flickered momentarily. Well, if you command it, In Heng should fulfill it promptly. The general then elaborated on the details of this mission. As you can see, we have accepted Amalia's request for a ceasefire during the festivities, yet given their tendencies, I am concerned they may attempt a surprise attack. Therefore, I hope you can fly to the enemy's capital to monitor Amalia's movements. If we deploy the Griffin squad, it would breach the ceasefire treaty. Thus, you should use the giant bird for reconnaissance. Even if discovered, you could pass as students. Before when Shirong could respond, the general doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Regardless, your last mission ended in failure. But a reconnaissance task should be manageable for you, correct? When Shirong clenched her teeth in frustration. Indeed, the general spoke the truth. Yet this time, she was determined to succeed. The princess attempted to console when Shirong, acknowledging the dangers inherent to such tasks. If you are unable to manage, do not force yourself. Those words acted as a stimulant for when Shirong, igniting her resolve to complete the reconnaissance mission. Do not worry, Your Highness. I will surely fulfill the task. After departing the royal court, she sought out In Heng, only to discover Olis was also present, accompanied by a white dragon, gazing at In Heng's silhouette. When Shirong felt conflicted, as she had always relied on him for every mission, and now she sought to prove herself. Approaching Olis, she voiced her request. Olis, I have a favor to ask of you. Olis turned to when Shirong with a smile. I understand. When Shirong was somewhat perplexed, having yet to articulate her request. I have not even specified what I need yet. If it is the enchanting when Shirong, I would gladly grant any request, Olis replied, disregarding her initial hesitation. When Shirong continued, you are currently part of the Royal Guard, so you should not be classified as military personnel, correct? Technically, I am a priest of Roma, so it does not pose an issue. Then let us proceed to gather intelligence on Amalia's movements. I require your assistance. Of course. Without any hesitation, Olis helped when Shirong mount the dragon, observing the scene. In Heng turned around upon sensing the commotion behind him, rushing toward the pair to confront when Shirong. When Shirong, what are you planning? Olis chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. We are, of course, going on a date. Do not disturb us. A date. In Heng's shock was palpable, his expression betraying an overwhelming sense of disbelief as if he had grown a field of grass atop his head, listening to Olis's words. When Shirong hastily explained, it is a mission. I must execute the secret task entrusted by Her Highness the Princess. Do not jest. What difference does it make to ride my giant bird? In Heng could not fathom why. If there was indeed a mission, she could not simply accompany him. Her association with Olis seemed utterly irrelevant. You do not wish to partake in the war, and I certainly do not require a complaining familiar. So go play as you please. Farewell. Olis listened to their exchange, pondering something to himself. Well then, I shall take my leave, In Heng. With that, he urged the dragon to flap its wings and soar towards the capital of Amalia, leaving In Heng seething below. When Shirong, if you have the audacity, complete the mission alone. What need have you for others? Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and his voice could not reach when Shirong's ears. Olis glanced back at the enraged In Heng and softly remarked, your words just now have wounded In Heng's heart. Do not concern yourself with that sort. He simply does not understand me. Olis, however, did not share this sentiment, as In Heng's thoughts were indeed beyond his comprehension. Abandoned and alone, In Heng now trudged down the street, initially seeking solace, but growing increasingly agitated at the memory of the earlier scene. How vexing! Why can my lady not comprehend? Honor is such a trivial matter. Why must she hold it in such high regard? While lost in thought, a familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Ah, Mr. In Heng. Upon seeing the girl before him, In Heng was taken aback. Chapter 55. C.S. Saida's uncle is Daika. C.S. Saida. The moment C.S. Saida laid eyes on In Heng, she rushed forward and embraced him. In Heng, caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, stammered, C.S. Saida, why are you in Amalia? Could you perhaps let go for a moment? Realizing her overly enthusiastic behavior, C.S. Saida quickly released him. The academy is currently on break, and my uncle, who is in the business, brought me here to help open a branch. Uncle, In Heng was still pondering this when he spotted Daika running toward him from behind C.S. Saida. In Heng. Daika opened his muscular arms and enveloped In Heng in a tight embrace, leaving In Heng gasping for breath as he flailed his arms. Hey Daika, could you please loosen your grip? I'm suffocating. Observing his uncle's bear hug, Daika wore a look of mild exasperation. Once Daika released In Heng, He greedily inhaled the fresh air, suddenly recalling something as he turned to Siesida. Wait a moment, Siesida. Your so-called uncle isn't. Who is the uncle? Daika inquired with a philosophical expression as he leaned closer to In Heng. The sight of Daika in such a pose made In Heng break out in a cold sweat, prompting him to hastily correct himself. I misspoke. I meant sister. Yes, sister. Upon hearing this, Daika's face brightened with joy. By the way, are you and Siesida friends? Well, I suppose so. After all, we are from the same academy. Daika seemed to recall something and looked at In Heng with curiosity. So, Siesida is searching for a boy in Amalia, someone she is infatuated with despite it being unrequited? Could that boy be you? In Heng, Daika scrutinized the two, a gossipy expression gradually emerging on his face. In Heng was taken aback by Daika's insinuation, feeling as though he had been struck by a revelation. Siesida, blushing, stood to the side as Daika vigorously shook In Heng, exclaiming, In Heng, you truly are something else. You have Wenshirong by your side, yet you're playing the field with two women, engaging in a love triangle. Upon hearing the name Wenshirong, In Heng's face displayed a profound sense of disappointment as he shook his head in denial. No. Siesida also noticed Wenshirong was not by In Heng's side and looked at him with curiosity. By the way, aren't you together with Miss Wenshirong, the eldest young lady? At this moment, Olis and Wenshirong had arrived at the capital of Amalia, where Olis observed the tranquil streets. It seems they are not prepared to strike. Indeed, Wenshirong looked down at the village below, noting the sparse number of people. Speaking of this mission, you asked me to assist because of In Heng, didn't you? Wenshirong was somewhat curious as to why Olis had made such a statement. It was merely speculation. One could not force In Heng, a pacifist, to aid in warfare. On a darker note, it would only place him in danger. From your conversation, I gather that many do not wish for their loved ones to perish in the flames of war. And you care for him as well, yet he seems utterly oblivious. As In Heng prepared to head to the Daika branch, he couldn't help but sneeze, muttering, who is cursing me? Just as Olis was about to continue his thoughts, he spotted 3 dragon knights soaring towards them, grinning widely. It appears our chat time is over. Enemies are approaching. He urged his dragon to dive towards the 3. Wenshirong was startled by Olis' actions. What are you doing, Olis? Speaking can lead to biting your tongue, you know. Upon reaching a certain distance, Olis commanded the dragon to unleash flames, enveloping the 3 in an instant. Moments later, their dragon soared back up, swiftly returning to the royal capital. Well, the task is complete. We should head back. So you didn't go for the kill after all. Wenshirong remained concerned, fearing that if those 3 dragon knights were slain, their nation would breach the treaty first. Oh, when did you start caring about human life? Have you been influenced by In Heng? Olis raised an eyebrow, regarding Wenshirong with intrigue, listening to Olis' words. Wenshirong fell silent. After all, she was uncertain when she began to care about the survival of an individual. Thus, the two returned along the same path, having ascertained that the enemy was showing no signs of movement. Cheers. In Heng sipped his drink at the Daika branch, yet he appeared distracted, typically masking his emotions with a smile. But now it seemed even smiling was beyond him. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, Jessica shifted the topic to In Heng and Siesida. It's quite surprising, isn't it? Siesida's beloved is actually you. Though I feel sorry for Wenshirong, I should still support my cousin. In Heng had intended to chuckle to ease the awkwardness. But alas, Jessica had inadvertently struck a nerve, causing his head to droop slightly. In Heng, is that you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, In Heng lifted his gaze to see Pushra approaching, though her attire was not the school uniform, but rather something he found difficult to describe. Pushra, by the way, where's your school uniform? What happened to you? Huh, what do you mean? Are you referring to the badge on my chest? It's not a big deal. Really, I just achieved a significant military accomplishment. This was personally bestowed upon me by the general. For a noble, there could be no greater honor. At this, Pushra broke into a silly grin, causing In Heng's eyelids to twitch. He hadn't mentioned anything about badges. Although he was tempted to deliver a solid punch to Pushra, he ultimately restrained himself. Meanwhile, Wenshirong had returned to the city of Star and was walking towards the inn, a room she had previously searched for with In Heng. Perhaps due to the influence of their earlier mission, the room was not the luxurious version one would expect of nobility. Chapter 56. The language of sunflowers from Qin Ping. And Wenshirong pushed open the door, only to find no trace of In Heng inside, her gaze inevitably filled with melancholy. Who? Qin Ping turned cautiously towards the door upon hearing a voice, only to relax his guard when he recognized Wenshirong. Startled by Qin Ping's exclamation, Wenshirong was puzzled to find him in her room. What are you doing in my room? Ah. I came to find my brother. I discovered In Hung had left his electromagnetic headphones behind and couldn't locate him. So I followed their signal here. By the way, where is he? Wasn't he always with you? Qin Pingan had hoped to avoid the hassle of searching for In Heng, but upon noticing the absence of In Hung behind with Shirong, he found himself in a predicament. Hearing In Heng's name caused when Shirong's spirits to plummet as she wearily sank onto the bed. Observing when Shirong's demeanor, Qin Pingan deduced that she must have upset his brother, for she was the most prideful girl he had ever encountered. Miss Wen Shirong, you seem troubled. Did you have a quarrel with my brother? Did he storm off in a huff? I did not argue with him. Am I correct then? How could that be? That fellow should simply obey my commands instead of clashing with me daily. Understanding the situation, Qin Pingan surmised that the recent surge in warfare had made In Hung reluctant for Wen Shirong to enter the battlefield. Fearing for her safety, and differing viewpoints had led to disagreements, something he was all too familiar with. He cares for you. My foolish brother chose to remain with you rather than return to his world. By the way, he detests war, correct? So, what do you think is the reason? When Shirong pondered Qin Pingan's words, and after a moment, she slowly replied, because he is a familiar. No, it's because he cares for you. Have you reciprocated In Heng's feelings? My brother has risked his life for you. He has placed everything he is upon your shoulders. In truth, much of the time you spent together has been spent chastising him. Hasn't it? When Shirong stared at the floor, her eyes revealing emotions Qin Pingan could not decipher. He remained patient, knowing that such matters could only be addressed in time, not hastily. Seeing that there was nothing left to do, Pushra began to drink with the Daika crew and engage in casual conversation, while In Heng remained as silent as ever. By the way, I haven't seen Wen Shirong yet. Where has she gone? Isn't she with you? Pushra's question drew everyone's attention to In Heng, who felt a tinge of annoyance under their scrutiny. Meanwhile, Pushra took to polishing the badge on his chest with a handkerchief. Alas, what a pity. I wanted her to see my medal. Then why don't we just call Wen Shirong over? Noticing the group's interest in Wen Shirong, Jessica concocted a plan to seek her out. Unbeknownst to them, In Heng's expression grew darker, as if to say, what you fear shall come to pass. After much contemplation, Wen Shirong finally provided Qin Pingan with a response. Deep down, I am indeed grateful to him. But he is my familiar and a male. I shouldn't have to be so explicit. He should understand my feelings, right? At the moment when Shirong articulated her sentiments, her voice grew more pronounced. Qin Pingan shook his head at her words. That would indeed be placing unreasonable expectations upon him. In Heng has no experience in romance. In contrast, he desperately needs love to fill the void within his heart. Otherwise, he would merely be a shell. However, if the war continues and I were to die, he would never understand. A tone of sorrow and helplessness permeated Wen Shirong's voice, for she truly felt lost as to what to do. Thus, you must not conceal your thoughts. You must express your feelings. Your expression mirrors that of me 15 years ago, perfectly embodying the language of sunflowers. My eyes are only for you. Merely observing without acting will inevitably lead to regret. Seize the moment to forge a tangible bond with him. As when Shirong listened to Qin Pingan's words, a flicker of light ignited in her eyes, as if she had glimpsed a shadow of In Heng within Qin Pingan. She had heard similar words from In Heng just yesterday. However, after a brief moment, the light in her eyes began to fade, leaving her gazing at Qin Pingan with an air of helplessness. A bond. How does one establish it? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Pingan shared his thoughts candidly. Loving someone is not an easy task. One must carve a path through a sea of flowers with bloodshed. When Shirong's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, if one were to perish along the way, then do not regret it. In Heng has long since come to terms with this. He will find a significant place, adorned with the flower of the other shore, accompanied by poignant music and your closest friends, at which point he will unveil his realization, gazing into your eyes, and declare loudly before all, I like you. Noticing that Wen Shirong remained unmoved, Qin Pingan spoke even more directly. That means approaching him with the determination of marriage. That is the essence of a bond. Marriage. Wen Shirong had never contemplated such matters. At this moment, she felt akin to a lost child, uncertain of which path to take. You should take your time to ponder this. Love cannot be forced out if you have no intention of pursuing it. Please be honest with him. Although Qin Pingan has never experienced love himself, he has witnessed the paths to happiness of many individuals and has been a witness to their joy. However, if one does not actively pursue happiness, it is only right to let the other person go. At this moment, under In Heng's leadership, the group arrived at the inn where Wen Shirong was staying. Yet, In Heng instructed everyone to move ahead, as he preferred to remain at the back, silently observing. Qin Pingan sensed the arrival of several individuals and was already waiting at the door. Just as they were about to knock, the door swung open, revealing Qin Pinyin, who greeted them warmly. "Hello. Oh, is that not my dear younger brother?" Upon seeing Qin Pinyin, the group became somewhat curious, and Yin Heng explained that the person who bore a resemblance to him was indeed his elder brother. "All right, let us head to the branch of Daika. With so many of us, this room feels rather cramped." Thus, when Shirong was pulled along by Jessica to the Daika branch, while a joyful smile graced Qin Pinyin's face. Realizing that Yin Heng had many friends in this world, and he felt happy for him, the group gathered to eat and engage in casual conversation. An air of awkwardness enveloped Yin Heng and Wen Shirong, who were seated beside each other. Observing the situation, Qin Pinyin gently nudged Wen Shirong's shoulder, signaling her to say something. Noticing their furtive glances, Yin Heng could not help but feel speechless at their antics. Chapter 57. Sundara destroys everything. When Shirong finally mustered her courage and slowly spoke to Yin Heng, "Everything I have done is for you." Who did you say it was for?" Upon hearing this, Daika drew closer, and the group's attention turned to the two. The scrutiny made Wen Shirong feel pressured, and her inherent Sundara nature caused her to alter her statement. Its for Oris. Qin Pinyin had mentioned that Oris was a great person, so she had spoken with him about various ways to win Oris over. When Shirong's hands gradually clenched into fists, while Qin Pinyin was left speechless. Burying his face in his hands, wishing to avert his gaze, he felt as if he could die from embarrassment. Indeed, her Sundara tendencies were ruining everything. Yin Heng's internal cosmos was on the verge of exploding. Yet he restrained himself and sought confirmation. "Are you really telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. He is handsome, intelligent, and surpasses you in every way." At that moment, Qin Pinyin had already cursed Wen Shirong 1,000 times in his heart. Her words were increasingly outrageous and hurtful. He could tell from Yin Heng's expression that it was all about to unravel. I see. Then you should slowly warm up to Oris. Before long, Oris entered, having come to check out the new Daika branch, only to be greeted by Yin Heng. "Everyone is here." Having just praised Oris, Wen Shirong felt a wave of panic wash over her and quickly exclaimed, I need to go." She attempted to flee, but Oris grasped her arm. Looking at Yin Heng with confusion, "Is something the matter?" "Yin Heng, I don't know." At that moment, Yin Heng could no longer suppress the fury within him and stood to leave, only to be restrained by Qin Pinyin. "Brother, stay a moment longer. It would be rather rude to leave now when your friend has just arrived." After some contemplation, Yin Heng chose to suppress his anger. By the lakeside of the village, the female chief of Amalia sneered at the water source before her, revealing the Andrew ring in her hand and reciting incantations. A droplet of purple water coalesced from the ring, merging with the lake upon contact. "This lake is connected to the well water of the village. Soon, your subordinates will be under my control." Having completed her task, the female chief vanished into the vast snowy expanse. Wen Shirong, "Look at the badge on my chest. It was personally bestowed upon me by the general." As she spoke of the badge, Pakshura could not help but feel a swell of pride, her demeanor becoming all the more self-important. "If I must die for honor, I would gladly do so." Yin Heng secretly wished for Pakshura to meet her demise. It baffled him how someone could be so consumed by the notion of honor. "To be honest, if it comes to that, I'd prefer to secure another honor before I die." Haha. Bang! Yin Heng slammed his fist against the table, glaring at Pakshura with his Sharingan, startled by his reaction. Pakshura, along with Wen Shirong sitting nearby, looked at him in confusion. "You are truly a fool. What did you say?" Pakshura was taken aback by Yin Heng's unexpected insult. "I said you are a simpleton. Although I am not fully aware of the circumstances, it appears you nearly lost your life to earn that badge, right? Since you survived, why not cherish life? Your foolishness places life below honor. It is utterly ridiculous." Wen Shirong, hearing Yin Heng's words, stood up to retort, "Yin Heng, you do not comprehend anything. Honor is far more significant than life for nobles. How many times must I repeat myself for you to understand?" Yin Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if the world had come to a standstill, the ringing in his ears growing louder. He could hardly fathom that Wen Shirong remained obstinately attached to her beliefs. His disappointment was profound. At this moment, Qin Pinyin did not intervene but chose to leave the establishment alongside Yin Heng. Yin Heng walked forward, his expression forlorn, like a soulless being trudging through the frigid streets. His heart aching and breath quickening. It was only now that he realized the depth of heartache could render one breathless. Qin Pinyin, observing Yin Heng's demeanor, felt at a loss for words and silently followed behind. After a while, Qin Pinyin spoke softly. "Yin Heng, regarding what was said earlier, it was merely because there were too many people, and when Shirong found it difficult to express herself, she did not mean for another boy. That is not what I care about, brother." Then what is it that troubles you? To me, the true rival is the princess. In Hung had always known that the root of all this turmoil was the princess's actions for the sake of peace. Thus, he comprehended what must be done next. This is for you. In Heng halted and turned to Qin Pinyin, curious about the small vial in Qin Pinyin's hand. What is this? This is a sedative. We are brothers bound by heart. I can roughly guess your intentions. Find an opportunity to give it to Miss Wenshiro. In Hung took the vial, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Yet he accepted it. For the one he loved, he would do whatever it took. Meanwhile, a group of drunken soldiers approached the well, drawing up buckets of water to drink, soon exhibiting vacant stares as if under a spell. Their eyes glowing purple, when Shirong hesitated for a moment in the shop before finally rising to search aimlessly for In Hung, her eyes filled with concern. In Hung, you fool, how long will it take for you to realize that I desire a bond more than a master and servant? Just then, an explosion echoed through the air, even reaching the princess seated in the royal court, who questioned, what on earth is happening outside? Before she could ponder further, Milan rushed in, flustered, exclaiming, it's bad. The national troops have all rebelled. What nonsense are you spouting? The general clearly did not believe Milan's words, but just 2 seconds later, a massive fireball hurtled toward the window, striking the general directly. As the general's cries filled the air, flames began to engulf everything. In Hang and Qin Pinyin, hearing the nearby explosion, felt an ominous premonition and ran in the opposite direction. In Hang searched frantically through the chaotic streets for Wenshiro. Wenshiro, caught in the sudden turmoil, found herself in a desperate situation. In Hang. Where are you? At that moment, a deranged soldier charged at Wenshiro with a sword. Startled, she fled to a nearby corner. Glancing back to see that the soldier had not pursued her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she began to comprehend the chaos around her, a soldier emerged from the corner behind her. Terrified by the soldier's horrifying gaze, Wenshiro let out a scream. In Hang, hearing the scream, sprinted toward the source, his speed increasing. The soldier raised his sword to strike at Wenshiro, who, frightened, shut her eyes. However, when she felt no impact, she cautiously opened her eyes and beheld In Hang. The Kusanagi sword pierced the soldier's heart, and In Hang felt a surge of relief for arriving just in time. Upon seeing him, tears streamed down Wenshiro's face. Do not cry. My lady, we must leave this place. We should go, brother. Where is your giant bird? Following Qin Pinyin's suggestion, In Hang whistled to summon the giant bird, carrying the 3 of them away from the street. Chapter 58, The Wedding of Farewell. The chaos of a single night had unsettled the citizens of Star City, and by morning, they surged toward the port like a tidal wave. Desperate to escape, however, they were halted by soldiers who reassured them, do not panic. Everyone will be able to board the ships and leave. Observing the frantic crowd outside, the princess's heart was a tumult of emotions. Your Majesty, it would be a great relief if you remain unharmed. I have heard whispers of a rebellion among our troops. Milan meticulously reported yesterday's findings to Mazarin. It appears the enemy has infused certain magical artifacts into a portion of the wells. Does this imply they are under the enemy's control? I fear so, for amidst Amelia's chaotic assault, we lack the time for thorough investigation. My utmost effort has been devoted to safeguarding your Majesty. Presently, the enemy has not only reclaimed the city of Star but has also amassed an army of 70,000 marching towards us. Thus, your Majesty must not dither any longer. Please board the vessel at once. However, it was evident that the princess had no intention of departing on the first ship. No, I shall be the last to board. As a queen, I cannot leave until every last person has evacuated. Wait, was it not agreed that we would return to the Academy of Magic together, yet you insist on taking the rear? What transpired during this time? My lady, In Hang obstructed Wenshiro's path. Confusion evident in his eyes. Let me pass. In Hung. This yet another order from the princess. In Hang desperately wished he had misheard and sought to confirm if it was truly as he understood. No, Her Highness is unaware. Wenshiro recounted Mazarin's inquiry about her. Mazarin wishes to protect your Majesty and requires Wenshiro's power. His words were laden with helplessness and plea. Wenshiro vowed to do anything for the princess and acquiesced. In Hang's pupils contracted, his voice trembling as he spoke. You accepted this mission. Have you lost your mind? My lady. He could not bear to witness his beloved march towards death, his hands shaking as they gripped Wenshiro's shoulders. I possess the void. And what can your void accomplish before an army of 70,000? Everything I do is for Her Highness. I must act. There is no greater honor than to protect the princess with my void. What sort of honor is that? Not jest. They merely seek to sacrifice you. Cannot you see that, my lady? If you truly go, then I in this world. In Heng's gaze turned ethereal, yet a flicker of resolve remained. I shall refuse this mission on your behalf. Stop, In Heng. This is a task that only I can undertake. Please allow me to go. When Shirong, the current forces lack the strength to resist 70,000 troops. I do not wish to perish, but as a noble, dying for my comrades is an honor. Although you may disdain such actions, is it so trivial to die for the sake of others? As she spoke, when Shirong's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the breeze caressing them as their hair danced in the wind. Indeed, I do not comprehend, I do not understand. Were I in your position, I would protect everyone. Yet the one I wish to protect more. In Heng. Slowly, when Shirong extended her arms and embraced In Heng tightly, he inhaled the scent of the girl, their bodies entwined in that moment. You must depart. In Heng, you need not accompany me to my demise. Upon hearing this, In Heng immediately pulled when Shirong from his embrace, bewildered by her words. What foolishness is this, my lady? Upon seeing when Shirong's face, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a gentle stream. Very well, let it be so. You are not of this world. To begin with, In Heng's heart bled. He could not bear such an outcome, wiping the tears from the girl's face. His thoughts already resolved. Since we must part, let us share a farewell drink. In Heng glanced at a bottle of red wine by the port and rushed over to seize one. In Heng, since my lady's resolve has reached a point beyond my ability to sway, further attempts to hinder her would be futile. Observing the red wine in Heng's hand, when Shirong pondered over Qin Pingan's words from yesterday, after a moment of contemplation, she spoke slowly. I say, In Heng. Before our parting today, I have a request of you. What is it? Since this is our last chance, what wish does my lady harbor? I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. In Heng struggled to open the wine, uncertain how to handle this new experience. I wish for. What do you desire? When Shirong's voice was barely a whisper, prompting In Heng to lean closer, straining to hear her. Her face had already turned as rosy as a teapot. I wish to marry. Upon hearing the word marry, the wine nearly slipped from In Heng's grasp, though he managed to steady it. In marriage, In Heng regarded when Shirong's proud countenance, questioning if he had misheard. Do not misunderstand. I merely do not want to die without having been married, and yes, the partner is you, so there is no alternative. Observing the bewildered expression on In Heng's face, when Shirong continued, Well, as proof of life, we should at least marry once. The young lady's unique proposal was imbued with a sense of pride, when Shirong led In Heng to a flower shop and called out to the merchant inside. Excuse me, how much for the seeds of these flowers? They are yours. Take them, for your survival is paramount. The merchant thought the couple to be quite mad, considering they still had the leisure to purchase flowers at such a time. Seeing that the merchant refused payment, when Shirong hurriedly took the seeds contained in a bottle on the table, each bottle holding a seed in soil, In Heng, curious about the so-called seeds, wondered if flowers could actually grow in this bottle. My lady, what kind of flowers are these? These are the seeds of AVOW.DO. These flowers symbolize something. They must carry some meaning. No, do not concern yourself with their meaning. When Shirong's face had turned a deep crimson as she shoved 2 vases into In Heng's arms. When Shirong then led In Heng to a church, where sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the central hall. With her eyes closed, when Shirong silently recited her vows, while In Heng found 2 goblets and poured red wine into one, mixing in a sedative with the other. I apologize, my lady, should I fall? Please remarry. Oh, is this not the flower of the contract, symbolizing the life shared between lovers? I did not expect you to reach this point. The voice of 9527 echoed at that moment. Alas, upon finishing this cup, it will be a final farewell. By the way, 9527, how does one make this flower of the contract bloom? You must allow a drop of your blood to seep into the seed. Since you are not of this world, this is the only way for the flower to blossom. When Shirong need not go through such trouble. When you both fulfill your vow, the flower will take root and bloom. Each person's flower of the contract is unique. Frankly, I am curious to see what yours will look like. Perhaps it will be an ordinary flower. Let us set this topic aside for now. In Heng, I must advise you not to unleash the full form of your Susanoo on the battlefield. I am aware of that army. They comprise 30,000 magic users and 40,000 warriors, all of whom are high-tier mages. Your Susanoo may withstand considerable damage, but it is composed of every cell, if it endures too much. I understand. 9527. After all, no one is born invincible. From the beginning, I never believed that possessing a Susanoo would allow me to challenge the world. I only wish to protect my lady. In Heng glanced at the 2 goblets of red wine on the table and then at Shirong, calling out, My lady, I am prepared here. I in the center of the hall, beneath the vibrant light. They clinked their glasses together. So, How should the wedding ceremony proceed? In Hung sensed that marriage in this world seemed to differ slightly, desiring only to follow Wen Shirong's wishes that a simple hand-holding vow will suffice. In Hung grasped Wen Shirong's hand, both gazing out at the shimmering light. While watching the colorful glow, In Hung slowly spoke. I like you, my lady. Meeting you has been a true blessing. Gripping Wen Shirong's hand a bit tighter. I feel the same. Initially, I thought, who is this strange familiar? Now, I feel fortunate to have summoned you. The essence of a vow lies in the sincere confessions of two hearts. The tiny seed began to take root and sprout, glowing with a unique radiance that I also like. Just as she was about to declare her affection, the effects of the sedative began to take hold. Wen Shirong's consciousness fading as she nestled into In Hang's embrace, drifting into slumber, In Hang gazed down at Wen Shirong, the day's pent-up emotions spilling forth as tears. The seeds on the table had transformed into blossoms, blooming within their small vases. In Hang was the spider lily, while Wen Shirong was the pink carnation. 9527 observed the flowers that could never be together, blooming in the presence of the two, and could not help but sigh. At the end of despair on the other shore lies love. True sorrow in parting is epitomized by the carnation, which symbolizes unwavering devotion to love, yet each time conceals affection deep within the heart. You truly are a pair of ill-fated lovers. Chapter 59. A challenge to the 70,000 troops. In Hang cradled Wen Shirong as he stepped outside the chapel, his gaze slowly drifting to the sky in a daze, as if this feeling had not graced him in ages, bringing a sense of lightness. Brother. You witnessed everything that just transpired, did you not? In Hung had sensed Qin Ping An's aura while he was inside, so his emergence was not a mere coincidence, but rather an embrace of the warmth surrounding him, leaning against the chapel's outer wall. Qin Ping An understood his brother's intentions and felt compelled to assist him. Are you truly willing to fight alone, dear brother? If you perish, I cannot bear to relinquish such a wonderful sister-in-law as Wen Shirong to another. Brother, I have made up my mind, and I do not wish for you to intervene. The honor of the young lady is mine to uphold. In Hang vividly recalled that even with the aid of the black armored beast, the outcome would likely be devastating. This matter was solely his own, and he wished not to involve anyone else. Qin Ping An sighed, placing a hand on In Hang's shoulder. Alas, I cannot persuade you otherwise. Please entrust your girlfriend to me. I will take her back to the Magic Academy, allowing you to focus on your battle. Very well. I shall leave the young lady in your care. Gently, In Hang placed Wen Shirong into Qin Ping An's embrace, his hand caressing her cheek. The more reluctance he felt, the more his heart ached, but this was the only course of action available to him. Brother. I have a question. If you both could escape together, why must you remain behind alone? If I do not go. I feel as though my declarations of love for her would be mere empty words. As he pondered, In Hang removed his Kusanagi sword, replacing it with the carnation belonging to Wen Shirong. This flower, a symbol of life, served as his sole pillar of spirit. He placed the Kusanagi sword in Wen Shirong's embrace alongside the Higanbana. Young lady. This sword arose because of you, so let it return to you as well, a rightful return. Though his eyes brimmed with reluctance, there was no time for hesitation. He needed to proceed to the hill near Star City, his designated battlefield. Qin Ping An observed In Hang's departing silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips as he walked toward the harbor. Brother, I fear you may soon be disappointed. Your farewell will soon dissolve into mere illusion. Earlier, Qin Ping An had already left a flying thunder god mark on In Hang's shoulder. Should death approach, he could swiftly extricate himself from peril. By nightfall, the 70,000 troops heading toward Star City had gathered at the periphery, all aboard their airships. As the sails unfurled and, propelled by the fierce winds, the vessels ascended into the heavens. The effects of the sedative gradually waned, and Wen Shirong slowly opened her eyes. You've awakened, Miss Wen Shirong. Qin Ping An's visage reflected in her gaze. Qin Ping An Wen Shirong gradually propped herself up, feeling a dull ache in her head, yet it was nothing severe. Observing her surroundings, she appeared puzzled. Is this on an airship? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she was startled by the scene before her. I must restrain the enemy. With that, she sprang to her feet and dashed toward the ship's stern. Miss Wen Shirong, where has Mr. In Hang gone? CSC Da's figure obstructed her path. I do not know where In Hung is. When Shirong's eyes darted anxiously around her, she had assumed In Hung had boarded the ship. Yet in the vast sea of unfamiliar faces, she still could not spot his familiar form. He is not here. Upon hearing this, both CSC Da and Wen Shirong gazed at Qin Ping An in astonishment. My brother has gone to confront the Amalia army alone. What did you just say? Qin Ping An looked skyward. Although he believed In Hung would survive, he still felt the need to feign concern. He has ventured alone to face the 70,000 troops while you were asleep under the influence of the sedative. That cannot be done. How could Yin Hang? When Shi Rong stumbled back a few steps, terror rising in her eyes, while Di Ka and others who had been listening also expressed disbelief. Yin Hang.to save me. With that, when Shi Rong recklessly bolted toward the ship's stern, gazing at the increasingly distant Star City, desperately calling out Yin Hang's name. Fearing that when Shi Rong might act rashly, Di Ka hurriedly pursued her to restrain her, but it is too late now. No, let go of me. I must find Yin Hang. I cannot allow him to perish. When Shi Rong's voice grew more choked with emotion as she struggled against Di Ka's hold, while Qin Ping observed the scene with an untroubled heart. Yin Hang sat upon the hill, gazing at the carnation in his hand. After a moment, he looked up at the starry sky, filled with nostalgia. The last time he beheld the night sky was alongside Siesida. Though he had yet to share such a moment with the young lady, he resolved to let this carnation serve as a substitute. A gentle breeze caressed Yin Hang's face, and the grass nearby swayed softly. As if the wind carried all his longings far away, the enemy's numbers loomed large, akin to the formidable size of a lion, appearing before Yin Hang's eyes. It seems battle is imminent. Come forth. Let us fight to the end. The enemy, too, recognized Yin Hang's presence, summoning mages to launch an assault. Enemy attack. The magic squad is engaging. In an instant, thousands of fireballs surged toward Yin Hang like ravenous wolves. Yin Hang merely smirked, gradually advancing as the fireballs descended upon him. In that moment, his gaze sharpened into an aura of divine might, allowing the fireballs to pass through him. As the explosion erupted, he quickened his pace, and the 40,000 warriors roared as they charged forward, weapons in hand. Yin Hang kicked aside the throngs, carving a bloody path through the sea of enemies, soldiers flying one after another in his wake. Yin Hang preferred to use his feet rather than his hands, for they proved more effective. The more he fought, the more invigorated he became, and those unfortunate enough to be in his path were sent soaring dozens of meters away. Amidst the chaos, Yin Hang slaughtered the enemy like a ferocious tiger, facing foes from all directions with remarkable composure. His Sharingan surveyed the battlefield, rendering the enemy's movements as mere slow motion. Seizing a soldier's sword, he hurled it away, yet the remaining soldiers, undeterred by Yin Hang's overwhelming presence, charged forward like a death squad, only to meet their demise as he dispatched them with ease. This relentless onslaught continued for half an hour. The ground beneath him already a mound of thousands of corpses. Yin Hang seized a soldier by the throat, lifting him high, his bloodied Sharingan fixated on the man. Do you wish to dance as well? The sheer terror of his power left the surrounding soldiers too frightened to advance further. Yet Yin Hang was far from finished. Wielding his sword, he continued to carve through the crowd. His strikes flowed seamlessly, leaping and dodging amidst the masses, with no soldier escaping the fate of becoming a casualty beneath his blade. Yet, even this only accounted for the deaths of 30,000. Yin Hang's hands were now drenched in blood, and he felt his stamina waning. He had no choice but to summon his Susanoo, for without it, he would stand no chance of survival, though this would subject him to the agony of cellular disintegration. He had no other option. The aura surrounding Yin Hang intensified, his half-formed Susanoo rising prominently amid the throng. Gradually, two colossal swords materialized in its grasp, poised to cleave through the masses. As the swords struck the earth, the ground trembled, and the soldiers' screams echoed through the air. Curse it! Magic squad, heed my command. Unleash high-level magic against that monster. Magic once channeled fire spells, illuminating the pitch-black sky with brilliant light as fireballs launched toward Yin Hang. Engrossed in battle, Yin Hang felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his back, causing him to gasp. He turned to see fireballs hurtling toward him. Yin Hang was unable to prevent the onslaught, surrounded by a tide of soldiers. He could not extricate himself, forced to endure the unrelenting barrage of fireballs. As he felled the last soldier, he could no longer withstand the strain. His body cells could not sustain the continued use of Susanoo. The form began to degrade, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed amidst the sea of corpses, gasping for breath. He had reached his limit, yet thousands of fireballs showed no mercy. Prepared to unleash their next assault, the magic squad had already coordinated their next attack, launching fireballs into the sky, steadily descending toward Yin Hang's position. Yin Hang attempted to activate his divine might, but his nerves refused to respond. He realized his final journey was drawing to a close. In the last moments of his life, memories with when Shi Rong flashed before his mind like a revolving lantern. Young lady, I sacrificed my life to earn you honored. You must find happiness. Yin Hang gradually began to laugh at the sky, his laughter growing louder, mocking this world, deriding the war that had taken everything from him. He was unwilling to accept this fate. You will be disappointed, brother. You cannot die yet. In Heng's heart trembled, not fully comprehending, when suddenly he felt someone tugging at his shoulder. The hellish scene around him transformed in an instant into a familiar yet strange pebble path. Surrounded by wild grass. Chapter 60, The Death of Farewell, Yet There Will Be a Day of Reunion. Upon returning to the academy, none of the group felt any joy. Their faces were etched with sorrow. Even the perpetually optimistic Zayeshida fainted upon hearing that Yin Heng had ventured alone to confront the invading army. It was truly unexpected of Yin Heng. The principal gazed out at the students, his heart filled with admiration for Yin Heng. Indeed, Yin Heng had valiantly stood against the army for us. Milan understood that this was an unavoidable circumstance, ever since when Shirong returned to the Magic Academy. She had remained locked in her room, wandering about in a daze like a marionette devoid of a soul, her gaze fixed upon the withered night blooming Sirius, devoid of any vibrancy. Are you planning to continue this way every day? Little one, when Shirong. Einar could no longer bear to see when Shirong languishing in such a state. Everything stemmed from your defiance of your father's counsel to join the battlefield, which ultimately led to the demise of your familiar. Sister, Katrandy hastily urged Einar to refrain from provoking when Shirong further. Its my fault. Because of my mistake. Yin Heng. Pull yourself together. It's merely the loss of that familiar. Hearing Yin Heng referred to as simply a familiar caused when Shirong's pent-up negative emotions to erupt completely. What's so special about that familiar? To me, he is irreplaceable. Yin Heng is the most important person to me. Tears streamed uncontrollably down when Shirong's cheeks as she pounded her fists against Einar's chest. It was only then that Einar realized how hurtful her words had been, carelessly belittling something of utmost significance to another. However, this realization came only in a fleeting moment, when Shirong crumpled to the ground. Weeping loudly, no amount of comfort from Katrandy seemed to alleviate her grief, and the sight of her in such despair shattered Katrandy's heart. Leave. I want you all to leave. I do not wish to see you. Witnessing when Shirong's unstable emotions, Katrandy could only push Einar out of the room. Participating in the war was a grave mistake. To perish for my trivial reputation. Yin Heng. I like you, and now I can say it without hesitation. So I beg you. Yin Heng, having succumbed to a deep coma due to severe injuries, was brought by Qin Pinyin to a mysterious village, where he finally stirred from his unconsciousness, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. Qin Pinyin returned to their original location, feeling relieved upon seeing that Yin Heng was not in grave danger. Here, take this. You've overexerted yourself with Susanoo, and your cells are struggling to cope. After drinking this, you'll be able to return to the academy. Yin Heng, looking at the blue vial in Qin Pinyin's hand, gradually regained his composure, accepting it and swallowing its contents in one gulp. The potion tasted colorless and flavorless, akin to drinking plain water. By the way, brother. How did you save me? Yin Heng was still curious about the means by which Qin Pinyin had pulled him back from the brink of death. During our time in Star City, when my hand was resting on your shoulder, I had already marked you for the Flying Thunder God technique. Here, I placed a kunai, and at the moment of contact with you, I switched positions with the kunai, so you understand. With Qin Pinyin's explanation, Yin Heng grasped everything and, feeling his body no longer in excruciating pain, slowly stood up. Brother. I'll take my leave now. The young lady is probably still grieving. Certainly, I have many matters yet to attend to, and little time to spare for your return, as well as your carnation. Qin Pinyin tossed the vase to Yin Heng, then proceeded towards Bruce Village. Watching Qin Pinyin's retreating figure, Yin Heng smiled faintly, cradling the vase to his chest. It was the second most cherished item he possessed. He walked slowly along the pebble path back to the Magic Academy. While when Shirong lamented the loss of Yin Heng for the sake of honor, the vase suddenly shimmered with a red light. The once withered night-blooming Sirius began to sprout new branches and leaves. Staring at this miraculous transformation in disbelief, when Shirong hurriedly flung open her door and sprinted towards the Academy's entrance. By the time she reached the gates, she was already breathless, her eyes eagerly scanning the distant path, yearning to catch sight of that familiar figure. Gradually, the well-known silhouette emerged in when Shirong's line of vision. However, Yin Heng remained oblivious to her proximity, engrossed in murmuring to the carnation in his hand. Should I gauge the young lady's emotions before making my appearance? Well, perhaps I should simply approach her first. Upon spotting Yin Heng before her, when Shirong's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she dashed towards him, Yin Heng sensed something rushing towards him from the front, securing the carnation in his hand. Just as he raised his head, a soft object collided into his embrace. Still recovering, Yin Heng lost his balance and fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Just as he was about to ascertain what had happened, he heard a familiar voice. Yin Heng. You are Yin Heng, aren't you? You're not a ghost, right? You're alive, aren't you? Feeling the familiar aura, when Shirong was already unable to contain her sobs, her speech choked with emotion. In Hang wiped away Shirong's tears, and the pain he had felt moments before dissipated in an instant. At last, I have seen you, young lady. I've missed you dearly these past few days. Once when Shirong confirmed that the person before her was indeed In Hung, she buried her head in his chest, weeping uncontrollably. In Hung, you fool. I thought you were dead. Cheer up, young lady. I have returned. Haven Ti, let us head back to the academy. After all, In Hang's body had not fully recovered, and he could still distinctly feel discomfort within. The moment the academy's inhabitants beheld In Hang, they were filled with excitement, astonished that he was still alive, and rejoiced for him. Yet, In Hung had no mind for such matters, merely nodding absent-mindedly as he entered the dormitory. Chapter 61. The familiar rune has disappeared. As In Hang lay upon the familiar large bed, his consciousness grew somewhat hazy, his body's cells seemingly protesting, causing his already aching form to worsen. Young lady. I am feeling a bit weary. I shall rest for a while. Before when Shirong could respond, In Hung had already sunk into a deep slumber. Startled by this turn of events, when Shirong feared that In Hung had succumbed to his injuries. But upon hearing the rhythm of his steady breathing, she felt a measure of relief. As she gazed at In Hang's sleeping visage, her hand instinctively reached out to caress him. His face is so soft. How did I not notice this before? Deep in slumber, In Hang's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. In the depths of his dream, his consciousness continued to sink, as if plunging into an abyss of darkness. After an indeterminate period, a voice echoed. You've sunk too deep, In Hang. This one do. In Hang felt a push against his back, his descending body buoyed upwards by this inexplicable force, until he breached what felt like a barrier. Finally halting his descent, the scene before him seemed oddly familiar, and coupled with that voice, he could ascertain that it was, you guessed correctly, In Hang. This is another dimension. A hand appeared from the darkness behind him, resting upon his shoulder, followed by the emergence of a figure. Upon seeing 9527, In Hang almost forgot his appearance. By the way, how did I end up back here again? Don't fret. This will only pull you over while you're asleep. There is no need to worry about other factors. So, what is it you wish to convey? It's like this. Due to the extensive injuries you sustained in that battle, your cells can barely hold on. The only reason you're able to stand is thanks to your familiar rune. Familiar rune? In Hang glanced at his wrist, noticing the familiar rune gradually fading away. Will this rune affect my ability to use my powers? Of course not. Those abilities were provided to you by the store. The problem lies here. With the absence of the familiar rune, you are now free, no longer under Shirong's control. As long as it doesn't affect my magic, there should be no major issues. I have already married the young lady, so are you concerned that I might leave her? No. What I meant to say is that for the next few days, you won't be able to use Susanoo or other abilities, though the Sharingan should still be available. Why? The moment he heard he couldn't use his powers, In Hung felt a surge of panic. After all, strength was paramount in this world. Even if it was only for a few days, he couldn't ascertain whether some unforeseen event might occur during that time. I've said it's just a few days. Why are you so flustered? It's as if your life depended on it. Right now, your body is quite unstable. Once your cells gradually reorganize, you'll be able to use your powers again. It should only take 2 or 3 days, rest assured. Though In Hang felt that 3 days was a brief span, the thought of facing any danger during that time, and potentially being unable to protect Shirong, weighed heavily on him. Just as In Hung was about to speak, he was interrupted by 9527. All right. It seems our time for discussion has come to an end. What? In Hang, still puzzled, watched as the alternate dimension began to tremble, slowly collapsing, plunging into an endless abyss. Suddenly, In Hang jolted awake, cold sweat dotting his face. Just as he reached up to wipe it away, he felt a hand gripping his right hand. Turning to look, he found Shirong's face alight with terror. In Hang, what on earth is happening? Why has your rune vanished? It turned out that half an hour before In Hang fell into slumber, when Shirong had been leisurely playing with his arm, upon flipping his wrist, she discovered that the rune was slowly dissipating, prompting her to exclaim in shock. When Shirong shook In Hung desperately, yet he remained unresponsive, deepening her anxiety. It was only after the runes faded that he finally stirred. Perhaps it was a consequence of that war. Mississippi. In Hung was already aware of the situation in the other realm, but he only confided half of it to Shirong, believing that revealing to others that they could not utilize their powers for the next few days might lead to undesirable consequences. At that moment, the principal's voice resonated from outside the courtyard. All students, please gather in the courtyard. I have an announcement to make. Chapter 62. Wen Shirong's anxiety, as everyone should now be aware. Due to the intervention of the Garkali Kingdom, the Amalia military has declared surrender, bringing an end to the 8-month-long war. Dear students, this peace has been forged through numerous sacrifices. Let us take a moment to pray for those who gave their lives for the country. Listening to the principal's address, Yin Heng merely observed with boredom. After all, this war had nearly cost him his life. Meanwhile, when Shirong's thoughts appeared to be elsewhere, she could not fathom why Yin Heng's familiar mark had suddenly vanished. Now, let us observe a moment of silence. The principal's final words jolted Wen Shirong back to reality, as everyone clasped their hands together, sincerely praying for the martyrs. Nearby, Qian Yanhua, noticing Wen Shirong's distracted demeanor, couldn't help but feel curious and leaned down to whisper, "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad?" The mystery of Yin Heng's rune disappearance had left Wen Shirong vexed, making her indifferent to Qian Yanhua's concern. "I'm so annoyed. Don't bother me. What are you doing? Someone actually cares about you." Qian Yanhua shot Wen Shirong an exasperated look, feeling hurt by her response. "All right, the prayer is over. Now we will discuss the upcoming course arrangements. First, your students will commence a review of basic magic." Yin Heng, however, had no interest in listening to the principal's tedious lecture. For some reason, gazing at the vanishing rune on his right hand made him feel uneasy. More accurately, he felt the absence of his powers. This is truly troublesome. I want to be able to use Susanoo for the next few days. With a heavy sigh, he called out to 9527 in his mind. I say, 9527. Can this thing not be restored? Who knows? The mark was a result of a designated summoning. But shouldn't you be pleased about not having this mark? You can move freely now, without being subjected to Wen Shirong's commands to no. We are already married, aren't we? It's like breaking free from one shackle only to be bound again by another called bond. No. The marriage vows were never fully exchanged. She has completely expressed her feelings for you, so you are not truly shackled. Upon reflection, Yin Heng realized that 9527 was indeed correct. Their wedding ceremony had not been completed, so it could hardly be considered a marriage. This thought filled him with a sense of melancholy. After so much effort to marry Wen Shirong, it had not come to fruition. "Hey, Mr. Yin Heng." Hearing that familiar voice, Yin Heng turned towards its source. "Seeing you safe and sound brings me joy for the little one. It's been a while, second sister. You seem to be in much better spirits lately, and Sister Aner also appears quite lively." Aner still retained her haughty demeanor, unchanged even now, and no need for these unnecessary pleasantries. "We are here to take Wen Shirong back." Yin Heng felt somewhat at a loss. Wasn't the war over? Why were they taking Wen Shirong away? He truly could not understand whether this elder sister was intentionally targeting him. What? The contract mark has vanished. Wait, don't shout so loudly. Qian Yanhua's exclamation caused all three to turn their heads towards the crowd. The disappearance of the familiar contract mark ignited a flurry of discussions among the students, and the principal merely observed, not intervening. As the situation escalated, Wen Shirong could only crouch down, covering her head. "It's over. Everyone knows now. I should have never told Qian Yanhua, but why is this happening? It seems Yin Heng has returned to being an ordinary person. However, this is quite strange. There should be a reasonable explanation." Faced with the crowd's inquiries, Wen Shirong too was at a loss, as this situation was unprecedented. Why on earth did I send the contract with familiars supposed to last a lifetime? How could it? Little one. Wen Shirong, we must return now. The war has ended, and you need rest. Wen Shirong, who had been kneeling and pondering that irritating question, looked up to see Aner with her hands on her hips. "Sister Aner, if you need a familiar, just summon another one that is more befitting of the family." "Sister, you're being unreasonable. Besides, I detest that ordinary, plain peasant face." She pointed accusingly at Yin Heng, who was merely watching the scene unfold. "Me?" Yin Heng, bewildered, pointed at himself, unsure of what he had done to deserve such animosity from this elder sister. "That is my familiar. I really like him." Seeing Wen Shirong's unwavering defense of the commoner, Aner frowned slightly. "You truly like this familiar? Could it be that you? This matter has nothing to do with you, sister." "What do you mean by that tone?" Seeing Wen Shirong daring to dismiss her concerns, Aner was taken aback, pinching Wen Shirong's delicate face. But, Sister Aner, Kateran watched the two with growing concern. Yin Heng realized yet again that the quarrel was due to him, but with his powers still absent, he found it difficult to intervene. "Pardon the interruption amidst your busyness. I apologize. Captain Milan of the National Defense Corps brings a message from Her Majesty the Queen." Upon hearing it was a message from the princess, Anna finally released her grip on Wenshirong's face, who was left feeling aggrieved, covering her reddened cheek. Please have Wenshirong and her familiar Yin Heng report to the palace immediately. Yin Heng suspected this message was once again directed at him. After all, returning alive from a battle against 70,000 troops was hardly believable. Chapter 63. Wenshirong's anxiety slowly surfaces throughout the journey. Wenshirong remained silent, while Yin Heng observed her expression, noting no apparent issues, and finally spoke up. Mississippi, could you please clarify your stance? Yin Heng was puzzled. Why did he need to clarify his stance? He rifled through his memories of the past few days, but could not recall doing anything wrong. Miss, I haven't seemed to have erred in any way these past few days, have I? If you really dislike being by my side, just say it. I won't force you to stay. After all, you are free. Yin Heng felt somewhat taken aback by Wenshirong's words, unable to grasp their meaning. Why are you suddenly saying all this? Isn't it so? The disappearance of the mark signifies the end of the contract. There is no longer a connection between us. You must find it tiresome to be ordered around by someone like me. What nonsense are you spouting? From now on, do as you please. Huh? Why do I get to do as I please? We are fundamentally beings from different worlds. There is no need to force ourselves to be together. That's why I'm asking what you mean. Why do you say such things? What do you think my feelings were when I returned to your side? Yet you suddenly tell me to do as I please. How cold-hearted nobles can be. I never said that. You are the one who doesn't comprehend my feelings, aren't you? I am only considering your well-being. As Yin Heng gazed at Wenshirong, so close yet so distant, he grew curious about her next words. Wenshirong felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks under his scrutiny and turned to look out the window. Lost in thought. Not long after setting off towards the royal court, the carriage came to a halt. Yin Heng looked ahead in confusion. They had not yet arrived. Let us take a short break. As soon as the carriage stopped, Wenshirong pushed open the door and stepped out, with Yin Heng closely following, taking in the surroundings. Milan, seeing the two preparing to disembark, quickly reminded them, you two, don't wander too far. Surveying their surroundings, Yin Heng began to suspect his observational skills were lacking. They were by a lake adorned with lush greenery, the water as clear as a mirror, surrounded by patches of small woods. He had not noticed this place when he previously rode towards the royal court on a giant bird. Seeing Wenshirong walking farther away, he called out, Miss, where are you going? What is it? Is there something you need? Not really. Then don't talk to me. I just want some peace and quiet. Yin Heng felt a pang of sorrow at her words, wanting to follow but finding his feet felt as though they were shackled. Unable to move, gazing at his reflection in the lake, his eyes betrayed a hint of sadness. Wenshirong wandered aimlessly into the forest, eventually sitting on a small stone not far from the exit. What am I even doing? Just because of a familiar. Yin Heng is no longer a familiar. He will undoubtedly speak his mind freely. It would be easy to summon him again. But even though Yin Heng is no longer a familiar, will he still stay by my side? Contemplating these questions drove Wenshirong to a state of frustration, only to be quickly overwhelmed by despondency, curling up with her arms around her knees. Uncertain of what to do. At that moment, a chrysanthemum appeared before her, and before she could ponder who stood before her, a magic wand pressed against the back of her head. Startled, Wenshirong took a few steps back, drawing her own wand to confront the woman before her. This is our first meeting, Miss Wenshirong, Great Wielder of the Void. Who are you? Well, you may call me Sheffield. Please, accompany me for a moment. Don't be ridiculous. As she spoke, Wenshirong began to prepare her incantation. Stop. My magic is already ready and will pierce through your body before you finish your chant. The purple glow emanating from Sheffield's wand halted Wenshirong's preparations for her spell. From the depths of the forest, a creature resembling a gargoyle emerged from the underbrush. I have come to welcome you. My master desires a delightful wielder of the void. Allow me to reiterate. Please come with me. Yet, Wenshirong understood that continuing like this would only lead to her demise, so she unleashed an explosive spell towards Sheffield. Please, take note. Yin Heng. The deafening explosion resonated throughout the forest. Observing the mushroom cloud rising above the treetops, Yin Heng felt an ominous premonition. Oh no. Young lady. In a flurry, Yin Heng raced toward the direction of the mushroom cloud. The vast smoke enveloped the entire forest, yet it seemed that the explosive magic had not harmed Sheffield. What a pity. I can control all magical artifacts. Hearing Sheffield's taunting tone, Wenshirong was unwilling to believe her words, shifting her stance to unleash another explosive spell, which, evidently, had no effect. It's futile. I know you all too well. Why do you attack me? If you wish to know, I shall reluctantly inform you. The first reason is that you are not the only wielder of the void, and of course, there are more than one familiar. Do you want me to tell you more? In fact, I am also a familiar, a servant to a certain noble lord. Then who is it? When Shirong gazed at the shimmering purple runes on Sheffield's arm, a sense of shock washing over her. By the way, where is your familiar? Is it sleeping somewhere? Or has it vanished? How do you know? Well, our conversation ends here. With that, Sheffield waved her wand, commanding the gargoyle to attack. The creature extended its claw toward Wenshirong. Terrified, she dared not look at the approaching beast. Just then, a sharp clashing sound prompted her to slowly open her eyes, revealing Yin Heng brandishing the Kusanagi sword. Confronting the gargoyle, this is quite troublesome. I didn't expect this thing to be so strong. Yin Heng, lacking his former powers, found himself struggling. Honestly, he was disheartened that trouble always seemed to find him when he had his abilities. Such chaos was rare. Yin Heng, young lady, I will buy you some time. You must chant the void spell, but you are no longer. Even without being a familiar, am I not still capable of protecting you? It frustrates me that I cannot use my powers now. So what? Is it not my duty to protect my beloved? Do not say such things. Your life is my responsibility. Yin Heng kicked at the gargoyle's arm, taking advantage of its instability to drive his sword into its heart. The gargoyle, witnessing its fallen companion, charged at Yin Heng en masse. I am someone who can withstand an army of 70,000. You can't use magic anymore, can you? Yin Heng? Chapter 64. Miss Tifa. Two gargoyles continued their assault on Yin Heng, who was beginning to feel overwhelmed. As he faced them, a wave of panic washed over him. Wait, why are there only two? Where is the third? Yin Heng couldn't afford to ponder further, as four massive claws were already resting on his sword. Roar! Another gargoyle emerged from the underbrush behind him. Its dark claws less than 10 centimeters from Yin Heng. His pupils dilated in fear. His hands were trapped, unable to break free. This is it. I am about to be severely injured, just as despair threatened to claim him. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the tension, and the gargoyle collapsed, a bullet having struck its heart. I'm here to help you. Yin Heng turned toward the source of the gunfire, spotting Milan aiming her firearm. With Milan's assistance, eliminating the gargoyles became significantly easier. Through their combined efforts, one by one, the creatures fell to the ground. That boy should no longer be a familiar. Observing the situation from above, Mafield had already climbed a tree to assess the unfolding events. But why? As the last gargoyle was about to be vanquished, Mafield understood it was time to retreat, gradually backing away until he disappeared into the depths of the forest. At that moment, when Shirong completed her incantation for the void spell, a brilliant white light enveloping the surroundings, reducing the gargoyles to dust, leaving no trace behind. After releasing the void magic, when Shirong collapsed to the ground, feeling weak and exhausted, as it was her first time using such power. Noticing her fatigue, Yin Heng hurried over, concerned for her well-being. Young lady, are you all right? Fool. Huh. How can you abandon me like this? You ran off on your own. I am sorry. Yin Heng couldn't help but wonder if his mouth had malfunctioned. His instinctive response in such a situation was an apology. But thank you for coming to my rescue. Hearing this, a smile crept across Yin Heng's face. Perhaps his apology was not entirely unwarranted. Due to the unexpected incident, they had lost a significant amount of time, and by the time they reached the royal court, dusk had already settled. I have brought you the individuals you requested. Your Majesty. Milan pushed open the wooden door to the princess's guest chamber, ushering them inside. Observing the room, which seemed to lack many items, Yin Heng recalled the last time he visited, when it had been filled with chairs. Now it appeared rather sparse, with only a single chair and a table and a bed. Of course, was a necessity. I remembered. There didn't seem to be this much missing, did there? When Shirong, Mr. Yin Heng, Your Highness. What has happened to your room? When Shirong inquired, glancing around with curiosity at the absence of items. After the last war, our treasury was depleted. To alleviate the burden on the country, I sold off the furniture. Your Highness, such a sacrifice. Yin Heng felt a bit overlooked for his feat of withstanding 70,000 troops and couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. It's nothing. I know that Massillon tasked you with facing 70,000 troops. Fortunately, you didn't go. I nearly lost you. I not only sought to utilize your power but almost placed you in a dire predicament. How can I apologize for that? Your Highness, please do not dwell on it. Thank you. When Shirong. Mr. Yin Heng, no matter how many times I apologize, it will never suffice. Feeling a bit shy at her gratitude, Yin Heng scratched his head, somewhat pleased that the princess remembered him. I merely acted out of instinct. After all, once I promise something, I will fulfill it. You are the hero who saved our kingdom. Please accept this. The princess picked up a document resembling a contract from the table, its contents leaving Yin Heng perplexed. This is. It is an appointment as my knight. Huh. A hero must be granted honors befitting their status. Will you accept this, Mr. Yin Heng? No. No. I honestly do not understand the situation. As when Shirong gazed at the appointment in In Heng's hands. Astonishment flickered in her eyes. You will become a noble. Noble. Hearing when Shirong's straightforward words, In Heng finally grasped that this was essentially a promotion in status. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to accept. In Heng understood that accepting would label him a noble, and should war arise again, he would be plunged back into the chaos of battle, which was not what he desired. He sought freedom. Not to be a cage bird. Why not, Mr. In Heng? Because I cherish a life of freedom. I am unfamiliar with the disputes of nobility, so I cannot accept. Furthermore, I currently lack any powers. Protecting the young lady is already a challenge. And I am utterly unqualified for this role. In Heng revealed his wrist, once adorned with runes, to the princess, but the runes had long since vanished. What happened? I do not know. Ever since the runes disappeared, my powers have felt sealed away, as if they cannot be summoned. Do not worry, dear brother. Your cells simply have not fully recovered, preventing you from utilizing your abilities. During that great battle, your heart once ceased to beat. Perhaps that was the moment the contract was dissolved. An unknown moment. The balcony window was opened, and Qin Pinyin slowly approached the crowd. Upon seeing him, Milan drew her sword, pointing the blade directly at Qin Pinyin's chest. What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to avoid appearing before me? Milan, please calm down. I am here to assist my brother. Otherwise, I would not have shown up, would I? Milan had no choice but to sheath her sword. Turning her head away and refusing to look at Qin Pinyin, the princess, intrigued, pondered why In Heng, who had once experienced a cessation of his heartbeat, was still alive. How did Mr. In Heng survive? It was because I brought him to the ferry for treatment. His injuries were so severe that his cells struggled to function. That fairy possesses a magical ring capable of reviving life. A magic that can restore life that truly exists. Where does this fairy reside? In the Amalia Kingdom, in the Sasta region, in a village called Vist. Her name is Tifa, and she is quite a lovely girl. Tifa? I have never heard of that name. The princess was already perplexed by the name Qin In Heng. And now Tifa added to her confusion. Milan, take Mr. In Heng, and when Shirong to that village and find Miss Tifa. Understood. Very well. We shall depart tomorrow. Brother, remember to get enough rest. Do not lose sleep over trivial matters. Qin Pinyin needed to return and continue his study of the mark on In Heng's wrist, having previously heard from Tifa that this mark had saved In Heng's life. Otherwise, he would have already departed for the afterlife. Milan, please find them an available room. You have worked hard during this time. That it's no trouble at all, Your Majesty. It is my duty. Chapter 65. 2 Under the starry sky in the stillness of the night within the kingdom. Everyone was lost in their dreams, yet a pair of blood-red eyes stared at the ceiling, seemingly restless for quite some time. Sigh. Why can't I fall asleep? Perhaps I should step out to the balcony for a moment. The night view outside the balcony was serene. Perhaps hinting at a touch of solitude, a gentle breeze swept across the kingdom, carrying the wishes of the people far away. In Heng's hair danced with the wind. Yet his thoughts were far from tranquil, replaying the events of the day. Users of the Void and Void Familiars. He recalled how Shirong had repeated verbatim what Murphy had said to him, causing him to frown. No longer a familiar. Perhaps it is unrelated to the Void now. Meanwhile, in her dreams, when Shirong's eyelashes fluttered, indicating a nightmare, she saw In Heng waving goodbye to her, slowly turning away into the darkness. She wanted to scream but could not produce a sound, finding herself unable to move as she watched In Heng vanish into the shadows. No, don't go, In Heng. When Shirong suddenly opened her eyes, tears glistening at the corners, only to discover that In Heng was not beside her. There was only an empty pillow and a turned-down blanket. Where is In Heng? Propelling herself upright, she scanned her surroundings and spotted In Heng standing on the balcony. Gazing at the scenery, she rose slowly to push open the balcony door. Hearing a noise behind him, In Heng turned to see when Shirong with her head bowed. Miss, why are you up? In Heng. You fool. Huh. What did you say, miss? In the tranquil night, an unexpected guest seemed to have arrived. A chill wind blew against the thin straps of the girl's dress, prompting her to wrap her arms around herself for warmth. Seeing that when Shirong had only donned a nightgown, In Heng hurried over, enveloping her in his embrace, his body acting as a warm refuge. Miss, why did you come out wearing just a nightgown? You might catch a cold. All right, let us return to the room. Leave me alone. Stop bothering me. Don't be stubborn, Mississippi. You're already shivering. Please, let's go inside. Don't meddle in my affairs. You left on your own accord and now pretend to be kind. It is indeed my fault for not informing you. So let us go inside. Just as In Heng attempted to push when Shirong back inside, his hand halted mid-air as he vaguely heard the girl's muffled sobs. gradually intensifying. Miss? I thought we would never see each other again. Huh? Staring at the tear-streaked face of the girl before him, In Hung found himself momentarily stunned. That I have so much to say to you. Yet you vanished the moment I wake up from the bed at the academy. You were gone, and now, I cannot forgive this. How unfair. I thought you had left alone once more. Please, miss, stop crying. It's rather chilly outside. Before In Hung could finish, when Shirong embraced him tightly with her small frame, sobbing, Don't leave me. In Hung looked at Wen Shirong, his heart a tumult of emotions, as he gently stroked her soft hair and whispered, I will not leave. Really. Is that true? Yes, as long as you are present, I will always be by your side. So please, do not worry. Then you must stay close to me, even if you are no longer a familiar. It doesn't matter if you lose your powers, but if I lack power, I cannot protect those I cherish. This is often the most fatal flaw, wanting to safeguard others without the means to do so. Left helpless to merely watch, when Shirong lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I am not certain if this is truly okay. What if, at a crucial moment, I cannot protect you, miss? I wish to form a contract once more. That summoning thing. A familiar summoning. When Shirong hurriedly shook her head, rejecting In Hang's proposal. No one knows what will happen after the summoning. What if other familiars are summoned? What if you are transported to an unknown place? I cannot bear such a thought. In Hang recalled the summoning ritual described by 9527. Although it was highly probable that he would be the one summoned, there remained a certain risk. Currently, his priority was to restore his abilities. Then let us forego the contract for now. Mississippi, there is still some time before sunrise. Let us sleep a bit longer. In Hang lifted Wen Shirong and returned to their room. By the time the sun had risen high, illuminating the earth, Milan had prepared the carriage, waiting at the city gates, and Qin Pingan was the first to arrive. With the arrival of In Hang and Wen Shirong, the four embarked on their journey to Vist Village. I have heard that Mr. In Hung is no longer Miss Wen Shirong's familiar, which means he now belongs to no one. Can I make my move then? C.S. Saida, carrying 4 or 5 wooden boxes, was waiting on the path the four were to take. Upon seeing a maid standing in the middle of the road, Milan quickly pulled the reins to halt the carriage. Mr. In Hang. C.S. Saida? In Hang recognized C.S. Saida approaching him, burdened with heavy luggage. I'm so glad I didn't miss you. Mr. In Hang, if you're going out, please take me along. Huh. Hey, how did you know? When Shirong felt a surge of annoyance at C.S. Saida wanting to tag along, especially since it seemed directed at In Hang, causing her cheeks to flush. Because I have many friends. Milan, curious about the boxes behind C.S. Saida, inquired, By the way, what's with those boxes? Those. They contain kitchenware and cooking ingredients, everything related to cuisine. Without me, you all would surely go hungry. Listening to C.S. Saida's reasonable claims, Milan and Wen Shirong could find no fault, reluctantly agreeing. Qin Pingan, seated in the carriage, found himself somewhat admiring C.S. Saida. He thought her strategic prowess in courting men was impressive, yet he still inclined toward his siblings. Who is this gentleman? I almost forgot to introduce you, C.S. Saida. This is my brother, Qin Pingan. Hello, Miss Xie. Upon realizing that the man before her was In Hang's brother, C.S. Saida's plans were instantly thrown into disarray. She had intended to stay close to In Hung, but now, having to consider her future brother-in-law, she felt compelled to leave a good impression. Qin Pingan observed the seemingly innocent C.S. Saida before him, noting how she appeared entirely different from the earlier version, which made him want to smile but ultimately suppress it. By the way, brother, we likely won't reach Vist Village today. When we do, find a large place to settle down. I want to be sleeping with you all. I'll find a spot to rest on my own. Huh? Why? Qin Pingan raised an eyebrow, signaling Milan, who was driving the carriage. In Hung immediately understood the situation and chose not to speak further. Chapter 66. The forehand of the contract as they arrived a few kilometers outside of Tevis village. The sky began to darken. Milan suggested they set up camp for the night and continue their journey in the morning. I will prepare a pot of soup for everyone. With that, C.S. Saida rummaged through the wooden boxes for the necessary cooking tools, while Milan and In Hang gathered nearby branches to build a campfire. Once the fire was ablaze, the soup was nearly ready. Here, Mr. In Hang, this bowl is for you. C.S. Saida handed a bowl of soup to In Hang. Upon receiving the first bowl meant for himself, In Hung couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment as he expressed his gratitude to C.S. Saida. Qin Pingan, observing the two, merely smiled before taking his bowl of soup and walking in a different direction. In Hung did not attempt to stop him, considering that Milan was nearby, and it would be inappropriate for Qin Pingan to linger here. When Shirong watched as In Hang accepted the soup from C.S. Saida, her face betraying a hint of displeasure. After consuming the soup, She returned to the carriage, noticing that when Shi Rong had not uttered a single word, In Heng felt a sense of confusion creeping into his mind. Of course, it was anxiety. It had been a long time since he had heard 9527's teasing tone. Hey, why is that? Because your imprint has disappeared, but I want her to summon me again, yet the young lady refuses. It's precisely because she is unsure if the method will succeed that she is troubled. Saidat, this truly feels like a hassle. You are exceptionally unique. If you were to perish, this child would likely have already given up and formed a contract with a new familiar. Stop joking. The young lady would never do that. What a dull-witted fellow you are. When Shi Rong hopes you can once again become her familiar, but a second summoning has never been precedent. And no one knows what might happen. Saidat, even if you tell me all this, take this. Huh. As In Heng looked at the wooden stick before him, he cast a perplexed glance at Milan. Though it was merely a makeshift tool for practice, it should suffice. Oh. The moment In Heng accepted the wooden stick, Milan swung her own stick towards him, leaving him momentarily dazed. What are you doing? What troubles you? You have been mumbling to yourself since the beginning. Did you not resolve to protect Miss when Shi Rong? Or do you lack confidence? How could that be? Upon hearing these words from In Heng, Milan's expression brightened, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Then I shall now test just how much your swordsmanship has declined. Amidst the tranquil forest, the sounds of their wooden sticks clashing echoed through the air. In Heng thought it would be easy to subdue Milan, yet the terrain of the forest proved to be a challenge. Each time he swung at her, Milan effortlessly evaded. He could not predict when or from where an attack might come. So he had to navigate the terrain wisely and compensate for his lack of strength with cunning. Milan crouched to evade In Heng's strike and utilized her momentum to shoulder him aside. You have accumulated some practical experience. Now you must sharpen your senses and rid your mind of distractions. After enduring a series of assaults, In Heng finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell to the ground in surrender. His body aflame with pain from the tension. Let us conclude today's practice here. We shall continue tomorrow. However, it seems someone is concerned for you. In Heng was momentarily puzzled by Milan's words. But upon following her gaze, he spotted when Shi Rong peering at their every move through the window. Seeing their eyes turn towards her, when Shi Rong hastily drew the curtains, attempting to conceal herself. In Heng. What should I do? If the summoning ritual is conducted, will the result still be you? When the two returned to the campfire, they found CS Saida already asleep, having thoughtfully prepared bedding for them. Looking at CS Saida, Milan couldn't help but exclaim, perhaps, in a certain sense, Miss Xie is indeed quite skilled. In Heng merely scratched his head awkwardly, offering a silent smile. After all, he had no desire to be embroiled in this scene of turmoil. Chapter 67. The drama of two celestial bodies. Early in the morning, the group set off, determined to reach West Village. By the time they neared the vicinity, dusk had already settled, and the rugged path gradually transformed into a smooth stony road. Is West Village close at hand? Miss Tifa's home is nearly upon us. Given the time, she should be out picking fruits. Qin Ping and Sharingan scanned the surroundings, searching the forest on either side for a glimpse of Tifa. Just then, a familiar figure caught his eye, spotting her distinctive sun hat. He was certain it was Tifa. Wait! Qin Ping leaped from the carriage and dashed towards the forest, with In Heng quickly following his lead. Seeing Qin Ping's expression, In Heng knew he had found her. Tifa turned to notice two figures approaching her from a distance, and in a fluster, she attempted to flee deeper into the woods. Observing that Tifa did not recognize him, Qin Ping felt a sense of exasperation. Wait, it's me, Qin Ping, the one who brought my brother to you for treatment. Hearing this, Tifa slowed her pace and came to a halt. Qin Ping, relieved by her pause, stepped closer, while In Heng's gaze was fixed on Tifa, keen to see her face. Qin Ping, you still remember me? I thought you had forgotten. Where is your brother? Oh, he's behind me. The moment Tifa spotted In Heng, her face lit up with joy. She opened her arms and embraced him, leaving him momentarily stunned, his hands frozen in midair, his gaze frantic as he looked at Qin Ping. Milan and the others followed closely behind, and upon witnessing the scene before them, when Shi Rong and CS Saida's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What is that thing? So large. It must be a pair of well-endowed attributes. It seems you two are more concerned with a lady's dignity. I never expected to run into you here, Mr. In Heng. The moment Tifa's two celestial bodies made contact with In Heng, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Qin Ping, observing the scene, quickly pulled the two apart upon catching sight of Wen Shirong. Ahem, Tifa, please refrain from this. We have come to see you for a purpose. First, take us to your cabin. The group followed Tifa to a wooden cabin, which was neither too large nor too small. As soon as they entered the house, Wen Shirong's voice filled with resentment permeated the air, and Qin Pingyan knew that his brother was about to be in trouble. Hey, both of you. Kneel down here. What on earth happened? Someone explain to me, miss. Wen Shirong's domineering stance and scrutinizing gaze bore down on the two, her ire intensifying upon noticing Tifa's two celestial bodies, though I do not know who this person is. In Hung, are you close enough to embrace her? What is the meaning of this? Tifa's expression turned one of confusion, unsure of what to say. Wait, young lady, you are misunderstanding. Misunderstanding what? Qin Pingyan leaned against a nearby pillar, cradling his head in exasperation, utterly bewildered by how the situation had escalated. Would you embrace a stranger? This is simply unbelievable. Have you truly become that desperate? Well, this person is my savior, Miss Tifa. In Heng's gaze shifted to Qin Pingyan, who merely nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his head away as if to signal that he knew nothing of the matter. In Hung looked at Qin Pingyan with a face full of frustration, as if he had deduced that his older brother was the one behind this predicament. You daughter Tifa, the fairy of the forest, fairy. Tifa tilted her head in confusion, her celestial body swaying slightly. I understand now. The root of all this mischief lies with those attributes. Tifa's cheeks flushed as she heard Wen Shirong's words, feeling increasingly self-conscious under her gaze. How could you misunderstand? Misunderstand? After that warm embrace, you claim nothing occurred. Did you not press those weapons against me? I did not do such a thing. You did. Are you suggesting that what I witnessed was mere illusion? Are those weapons empty? If you are so stubborn, I shall personally verify. With that, Wen Shirong extended her hands, resembling an eagle poised to strike, as she lunged towards Tifa's attributes. Tifa's celestial bodies were subjected to Wen Shirong's relentless probing. Her face turned crimson. Please, do not do this. One must possess a sense of common decency and restraint. Larger attributes do not equate to superiority. As she spoke, Wen Shirong's grip tightened even more. This is not an attribute. It must be some sort of deceptive substance. Do you not feel ashamed to bear such things? In Hung, witnessing the unfolding chaos, cast a helpless glance towards Qin Pingyan's previous spot, only to find him nowhere in sight, leaving him speechless. With no other choice, In Heng stood up, stepping between the two to separate them, and explained to Wen Shirong with resignation, Oh dear young lady, why won't you listen? She is my savior. You cannot treat her this way. But, what the heck? I understand now. With her head slightly bowed, she dashed out of the cabin into the forest, perched atop the rooftop. Qin Pingyan found himself apologizing to In Hung countless times in his heart. While he could only blame In Heng for his predicament, there was little he could do to facilitate the treatment. It was necessary to remove all the clothing from In Heng's upper body, and when Tifa caught sight of In Heng's physique, well, Qin Pingyan preferred not to dwell on it. He considered it a valuable experience for In Heng and decided to lie back on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky until he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, Sheffield was soaring overhead. Another user of the void was nearby. It truly felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. What a fool In Heng was to show favoritism towards others. His gaze inadvertently fell upon his own chest, and he felt a surge of irritation. What does having a generous bosom even matter? Only a fool would think that bigger is better. After venting his emotions, a few scenes flashed through his mind, and a look of guilt crossed his face. However, compared to this, In Hung had protected me. Standing alone, the thought of Wen Shirong's hand instinctively tightened. What exactly happened? I have never asked him. I seem to be utterly useless. Perhaps that girl truly is his savior. I shouted at him without listening to his explanations and barely spoke to him during our journey. But what should I say, Miss Wen Shirong? Startled by the voice from behind, Wen Shirong turned to see Sheffield standing there. Everyone is worried about you. Let's head back. Lost in thought on her way back, Wen Shirong pondered how to interact with In Hung. To be honest, Miss Tifa is quite adorable, but that bosom of hers is simply outrageous. What do you think, Miss Wen Shirong? Can you tolerate it? In Sheffield's mind, a plan to counter Tifa was gradually taking shape. Indeed, it's not my fault. It's those lethal weapons that are to blame. We seem to get along quite well, Miss Wen Shirong. Indeed, the two seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, their thoughts miraculously aligning, and they shook hands, becoming partners in their endeavor. In the shadows, a pair of eyes watched their interaction, a smirk curling at the corners of the mouth, as summoning magic began to manifest around the two. Chapter 68. My Susanoo has returned. Gradually, black wolves began to materialize within the magic circle, growling lowly at the two. This is a black wolf. Sheffield gazed at the sharp rows of teeth, fear spreading within him. And he quickly hid behind Wen Shirong. Miss Wen Shirong, what should we do? What's going on? How can these black wolves appear here? Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind the pack. User of the Void. Hurry and use your charming voice to call for help. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wen Shirong's pupils widened. That voice is Sheffield. Indeed, you are quite the clever lady. Now, quickly call for help, as another user of the Void should also be present. Another one. Wen Shirong was somewhat puzzled by Sheffield's words. Seeing that Wen Shirong had yet to call for help, Sheffield waved his hand, and the nearby black wolves lunged toward them with gaping jaws. Miss Wen Shirong, without time to react, the black wolf seized Wen Shirong's magic wand and tossed it aside, causing her to scream in fright. Inside the wooden cabin, Yin Heng's eyes widened in alarm. Not good. Miss? Yin Heng hurriedly stood up and dashed towards the forest outside, finding it nearly impossible to locate the two in the vast woods. Meanwhile, the two were already paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. Where's the other user of the Void? What are you talking about? Confess quickly. This is for your own good, or do you wish to be torn apart by the black wolf's fangs? I don't understand what you're saying at all. Is that your answer? Attack. One of the black wolves, receiving the command, lunged at the two with incredible speed, but it caused no real harm. Only their clothes were damaged. How about it? Are you considering calling for help? I've told you already. I don't know. Wen Shirong still could not grasp who the other user of the Void was that Sheffield mentioned that can't we use magic to find a solution. Watching the black wolves close in, Sheffield's fear reached its peak. Wen Shirong also longed to use magic, but she had no idea where her wand had been thrown. Without her wand, she could not cast spells. It had been knocked away and was now lost. Observing her surroundings, Sheffield spotted the wand not far off, albeit a bit too close to a black wolf. Over there. I'm going to get it. Wait. Before Wen Shirong could stop him, Sheffield dashed over to retrieve the wand. Sheffield would not simply allow this to unfold. Summoning the black wolves, he was still a step too late as Sheffield grabbed the wand and tossed it to Wen Shirong, but was then tackled to the ground by a black wolf and lost consciousness. As soon as Wen Shirong received the wand, she immediately cast an explosive spell, the smoke from the explosion enveloping the area. Sheffield. Seeing the unconscious Sheffield, Wen Shirong quickly checked on him, relieved to find he was not seriously harmed. The power is indeed as formidable as rumored, but can you truly defeat them with magic alone? The number of black wolves continued to swell, their growls intensifying, and the situation did not appear favorable. Having heard the recent explosion, Yin Heng searched through the forest, akin to a vast ocean, yet he could not find the familiar figures. Miss, where are you? Yin Heng gazed helplessly at the dark woods, feeling utterly powerless and furious. Before he could vent his frustration, a magical pattern began to form beneath his feet. What is this that it seems somewhat? Yin Heng recognized the pattern underfoot, and before he could recall, the magic circle morphed into a black hole, pulling him down as if he were weightless, despite Wen Shirong's repeated use of explosive spells. The number of black wolves did not diminish, her fear only grew. Yin Heng, save me. You are my familiar, right? Have you exhausted your magic? Then hurry and summon the other user of the Void. Wen Shirong recalled every possible spell in her mind. But ultimately, the only magic that could assist her was the summoning ritual. I am Wen Shirong, the master of the 5 powers of the pentagram. I in my presence, before my familiar, I opened the door to summoning. A blue magic circle gradually appeared beneath Wen Shirong's feet, and upon seeing this, the black wolves attempted to advance but were halted by Sheffield. Oh, it is a summoning. Interesting. I wonder what will emerge. Let me witness it. Yin Heng, that you will come for me, for you are my familiar, and none other will do. At the moment the magic circle fully formed, a brilliant white light erupted, and as the light faded, a colossal green sphere appeared before them. As Wen Shirong gazed at the sphere, her heart raced with anxiety and unease. If Yin Heng does not appear no, I firmly believe that Yin Heng will definitely show up. Wen Shirong stepped forward and touched the surface of the sphere, causing ripples to spread like water. So, Yin Heng, come forth. Within the green sphere, a colossal Susanoo hand began to tear open a fissure in the center, and Yin Heng slowly emerged from within the sphere. What is this sphere? Yet, Susanoo can utilize my Yin Heng. Upon seeing Yin Heng before her, Wen Shirong burst into tears, embracing him tightly. Yin Heng was momentarily stunned, processing what had transpired. Miss, please don't cry. I was summoned by you, after all. Yin Heng gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, realizing that Wen Shirong had placed her faith correctly. Meanwhile, Sheffield's expression darkened. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yin Heng's sudden appearance. Impossible. A familiar appearing for the second time. Hey, Sheffield, do you think Susanu's great sword would be lethal if it struck you? The inability to use his powers these past few days had left Ian Hang feeling pent up. Susanu began to coalesce, a true, complete Susanu standing before Sheffield. Humph, it seems you possess something quite special. Until we meet again, user of the void. Sheffield's body gradually retreated into the depths of the forest, but Ian Hang would not allow Sheffield to leave unchallenged. The great sword of Susanu descended directly where Sheffield had been standing, raising clouds of dust and shaking the very earth. However, Sheffield had already vanished, and the black wolves were merely summoned creatures, beginning to dissipate as Sheffield departed. Curse be. She got away. Ian Hang had no choice but to dispel the Susanu form and turned his attention to Wenshirong. But upon seeing her, the hormones within him surged uncontrollably. Chapter 69. Renewed Pact Miss. Your attire is quite fierce. Huh? Wenshirong followed Ian Hang's gaze to her own attire, realizing her skirt was torn. And even her undergarments were Don't look? I apologize. Ian Hang quickly turned his head away, but the deed was done. What did it signify? He had gained quite a bit. It's all right, if you hadn't come. I wouldn't have been able to manage on my own. What do you mean by unable to manage? I mean the pact ritual. Frustrated by Ian Hang's cluelessness, Wenshirong stamped her foot in anger. Why must you insist on my vocalization? My apologies. There is no need for apologies. Ian Hang does not wish for this either, yet it seems my lips are uncontrollably compelled to speak. Pity, you not harbor any regrets. Once again becoming my familiar. Not at all, my lady, that I have come precisely for this purpose. Do you understand? Indeed. Thus, the ritual of the familiar contract officially commences. The pentagram, which governs 5 powers, bestows its blessing upon this individual, allowing them to become my familiar. At the moment when Wenshirong completed the incantation, their lips gradually approached each other, thereby completing the final step of the contract ritual. Shortly thereafter, Ian Hang felt an intensifying discomfort in his body. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Ian Hang experienced a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through him, as the runes on his wrist began to manifest gradually. Perhaps it was the numbing sensation from the shock that caused Ian Hang to collapse to the ground. Ian Hang, before long, the pain subsided after the runes appeared, and Ian Hang knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Ian Hang, I am fine, my lady. I simply wish it didn't hurt. Observing the runes on Ian Hang's wrist, Wenshirong could not help but smile with delight. Mr. Ian Hang, unbeknownst to what magic had awakened the unconscious Siesida, she immediately leapt toward Ian Hang upon seeing him. What on earth are you doing? Wenshirong looked at Siesida with mild reproach, but Siesida appeared oblivious, continuing to speak. Mr. Ian Hang, you saved me, didn't you? Indeed, Mr. Ian Hang is truly remarkable. I must say, you foolish maid, why don't you sleep a little longer? Thus, today's farce came to an end. Early in the morning, Tifa gazed at the wooden cottage before her, her eyes filled with reluctance. Milan glanced at the sun in the sky and hastily remarked, "The time is nearly upon us. We must depart." Indeed. It turns out Tifa intends to accompany Ian Hang and the others back to the kingdom. Rest assured, I shall protect you along the way. Come, let us be on our way. Qin Pingan extended his hand, offering a sunny smile as he looked at Tifa. Thank you. In that instant, as Tifa placed her hand upon Qin Pingan's, he pulled her onto the carriage. As they truly departed, Tifa cast a lingering glance at the cottage growing ever distant, feeling a profound sense of loss. Ian Hang observed Tifa's demeanor with some confusion. What troubles you? Are you prone to motion sickness? Not at all. It's just I've never been this far from home before, so I feel a bit uneasy. Is that so? We shall soon venture even farther. Are you truly odd? After all, as an elf who has not yet seen much of the world. Qin Pingan naturally expressed additional concern for Tifa. I am fine. By the way, what of your family? Have they always lived alone in that secluded place? Wenshirong found it unrealistic that Tifa resided alone in such a vast forest. My mother has passed away. I am sorry. I was unaware. It is of no consequence. Perhaps it is simply fate, as I have always longed to behold the broader world. The world outside can be quite cruel. One must remain vigilant during the exploration. Qin Pingan did not perceive the broader world as entirely beautiful. Its vastness harbors treachery, and the uncertainties faced by kind-hearted individuals are numerous. It's all right. Mr. Qin Pingan. Soon, they returned to the kingdom. Tifa, like a curious child, gazed out the window at the expansive town. Your Majesty, we have returned and I am delighted to see you all return safely. It is even better that Mr. Ian Hang is unharmed. Isn't it? Is that the mark of a familiar? The princess inadvertently noticed the runes peeking from Yin Heng's wrist. In other words, you have once again become Wen Shirong's familiar. Correct? You see. Indeed, many events have transpired. Yes, after all, a familiar brings certain inconveniences. Seeing Wen Shirong interrupt his words made him somewhat displeased. Please refrain from saying such things. Observing the playful banter between the two, the princess couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Yin Heng, this signifies a title that allows you to accept an appointment, does it not? This to be honest, Yin Heng truly did not wish to accept this so-called appointment. By the way, Your Highness, this is the young lady you sought, Miss Tifa. Now, please greet Her Majesty. Yin Heng, pondering how to conclude the conversation, sighed in relief upon seeing Wen Shirong change the subject. Yes. I am Tifa. It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. Welcome to our kingdom. I trust your long journey has been tiring, that I can't quite see your face. Hearing this, Wen Shirong quickly urged Tifa to remove her hat. However, there is a reason for this. What reason? I have always been curious. Do you bear an injury? At this moment, the princess was unconcerned, recognizing that if there were a secret, it need not adhere to such trivial details. It is quite all right, Miss Tifa. I apologize, Your Majesty, but I am of the elven race. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, yet Yin Heng and Qin Pinyin maintained neutral expressions, albeit with a hint of curiosity. As Qin Pinyin recalled that the term elf maiden had not been uttered before. I did not intend to conceal it. Indeed, there is a fear surrounding elves. It appears the reason lies here. Might you share it with me? The princess's gaze held no fear, but rather the warmth of friendship, a look Tifa had never encountered before. Very well. In truth, I am a half-elf. My late mother was an elf, a concubine of the Duke of Amalia. She had always lived in seclusion. As per my mother's instructions, the Duke of Amalia, I would never shun you for being of elven descent. You are the savior of Mr. Yin Heng. Rest assured, this was akin to a soothing balm for Tifa, assuaging any fear she might have harbored regarding this place. Your Majesty. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. There is no need for such formality. Come, let us have tea in the courtyard. Milan, you have also exerted yourself. Was the journey smooth? To alleviate any unnecessary concern for Her Majesty, I chose to withhold certain matters in my report. Chapter 70. Tifa's unspoken burden and truth. Another battle had transpired. What occurred? Allow me to explain. When Shirong recounted to the princess the incident involving CF Fide's attack the previous day, it was that woman, CF Fide, who had previously assailed you. Yes, she obstinately threatened me, demanding I disclose the whereabouts of another user of the Void. Another user of the Void. Milan articulated her suspicions. I believe the enemy possesses information we are unaware of. The woman named CF Fide is a formidable foe, and neglecting her poses a significant danger. If she is indeed so powerful, rumors of her should have circulated among the nobility. Milan, remain vigilant and do not grow complacent. I shall also take this opportunity to gather intelligence. Your Majesty, please exercise caution. Thank you, Milan. Yin Heng perceived the princess as a girl who relished independently uncovering the truth of matters. Yet her own lack of strength often necessitated the assistance of others. Mr. Yin Heng? As Yin Heng's contemplations were interrupted, he glanced at the princess with curiosity. You will accept the title of nobility from the appointment, will you not? Yin Heng had anticipated that the princess would commission him with a weighty task. Yet she clung to the matter of the appointment. He had thought he had escaped unscathed, only to find it was merely a transition. Very well, I shall accept the title of nobility from the appointment. Having reached this juncture, with so many witnesses present, outright refusal would seem an affront to the princess's goodwill. Though he did not wish to bear this heavy mantle, he felt he had no choice. Brother, this title carries certain drawbacks, yet formal marriage to your young lady friend requires status and power. Do not worry. Qin Pinyin whispered to Yin Heng, tapping his shoulder lightly. Hearing this, Yin Heng felt a measure of his concern's ease. CFI did indeed mention another user of the Void, did she not? Yes, but I am currently in the dark. If what you say holds true, it suggests the existence of other users of the Void. As she spoke, the princess turned her gaze toward Tifa. Miss Tifa, might you possess any clues? Tifa appeared lost in thought, her eyes devoid of focus, as she stared at her hands. Princess? I am uncertain. I am not well acquainted with the affairs of the world. Then what were you gazing at just now? Tifa presented the ring in her hand to the princess, and Yin Heng's gaze fell upon the ring resting in Tifa's palm. It bears no gemstones. This was my mother's keepsake. The gemstone melted while I was saving Mr. Yin Heng. Tifa recalled the moment when Qin Pinyin brought Yin Heng before her, already gravely wounded, his hands stained with blood. The gemstone had loosened slightly as she tended to his injuries. This misfortune is mine. I have caused Miss Tifa to lose such a precious item. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us brothers. Qin Pingan never anticipated that in order to save his foolish younger brother, he would have to destroy Tifa's treasured possession, a debt of gratitude that was indeed substantial. Yin Heng nodded in agreement. Finding no fault in this, especially considering it was an important item left behind by her mother, it's all right, Mr. Qin Pingan. Speaking of which, is this the magic that revived Mr. Yin Heng, as she gazed at the empty space where the ring once was? The princess sought to recall the name of that spell in her mind. Allow me to recount the process. At that time, Mr. Yin Heng's heart had already ceased to beat. Could you please not stand so close to me? Faced with four distinct expressions, Qin Pingan felt somewhat uncomfortable as he observed their reactions, prompting the four of them to step back a couple of paces. Then I shall continue. It wasn't anything remarkable. Really, just as the magic was about to strike Mr. Yin Heng, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport near the academy. Flying Thunder God, noticing the princess's puzzled expression, Qin Pingan promptly elaborated. The Flying Thunder God is a form of teleportation magic. In essence, Mr. Yin Heng's condition was deteriorating rapidly. I heard from the Golden Claw God that there is a fairy in Weist Village, and fairies typically possess healing abilities. I thought to try my luck, and I was fortunate that Miss Tifa could perform healing magic. Is that so? I remember nothing except for the war, regarding the battle and the memories of waking up. Mr. Yin Heng had no recollection of the healing process whatsoever. So? Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Miss Tifa? She went to great lengths to save you with her precious magical artifact. All eyes turned towards Tifa. And when Chiron confirmed her suspicions, you truly are not an ordinary individual, possessing such a valuable ring. And no, it's nothing. I merely did what I was supposed to do. My late mother taught me to help those in need. It seems this is indeed the magic of the fairy race. The princess, observing the ring that had become merely a shell, recalled a spell she had read about in a historical text, an initial residence spell. If you have the blood of the fairy race flowing through you, you should be able to use other spells, perhaps something akin to the void. When the topic of the void spell arose, Tifa hesitated, remembering how her mother had resisted joining the war against the kingdom, leading to the sounds of slaughter. The thought of this frightened Tifa, causing her to take a few steps back. Despite the passage of time, the scars remained irreparable. No such magic does not exist, but this is a matter of great importance. I apologize. May I have a moment to myself? With that, Tifa left her seat and ran outside. Seemingly terrified of recalling such memories, Miss Tifa, let her be for a while, brother. That girl must have her own burdens to bear. Chapter 71. The coronation ceremony. As night fell, everyone in the kingdom had succumbed to slumber. Save for Yin Heng and Qin Pingan, who were restless and unable to sleep. Yin Heng lay staring blankly at the ceiling when a melodious song began to resonate in his ears. Enchanting and filled with magic, seemingly sung by someone. Following the sound, Yin Heng found himself on the castle's terrace, under a beautiful starry sky, where a fairy maiden played a wind instrument. Qin Pingan sensed this as well, but did not appear before Tifa as Yin Heng did. Instead, he stood atop the castle, observing everything. What an extraordinary song. Yin Heng felt himself entranced by Tifa's music, but it was abruptly interrupted by her voice. I apologize, Mr. Yin Heng. Did I wake you? Not at all. I simply cannot sleep. May I sit beside you, Miss Tifa? Of course. With her consent, Yin Heng naturally took a seat. It is truly remarkable. The moon I saw in that forest looks exactly like the one from this terrace. Indeed. Did I inadvertently drag you into a troublesome situation? Recalling Tifa's expression of wanting to escape earlier that day, Yin Heng felt he should not have brought her back to the kingdom. What was once a tranquil life had become chaotic. Ever since I arrived at that small house in the forest 4 years ago, I have been utterly alone, resigned to the thought that I would have to live by myself forever. With that, Tifa gazed up at the twinkling stars, seemingly envious of the night sky accompanied by other celestial bodies, adding a beautiful scene to the otherwise quiet night. You regretted. I also felt guilty for forcibly bringing you out. I apologize, Miss Tifa. It's nothing. It is not your fault. I, too, wish to see the world beyond. Is that so? Yin Heng tried to discern something from Tifa's expression but found no trace of reluctance. Rather, she appeared relaxed and joyful. Yes, I desire the freedom to roam this world, to meet various people. However, I am also quite afraid, as I know nothing. Actually, I am a magician. I came to know this after my mother passed away when I was nearly taken by the army. So merely recalling it is excruciating. Yin Heng harbored painful memories as well. Despite the truth being revealed, the hurt was real, and that memory was one he could never forget. I see. I can understand your feelings. Though I possess magical powers inherited from my mother, I am uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Haha. While I am unsure of what Miss Tifa thinks, it may not be a bad thing. Huh. As a half-elf with magical abilities, it must all have significance, just like my own peculiar powers from a distant world. A distant world. Upon hearing of another world, Tifa looked at Ian Hang with curiosity. Having never conceived the idea of worlds existing separately, yes, these magics do not belong solely to this world. Having abilities is to protect those you wish to defend. So, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me, for Miss Tifa is an important friend to me. Thank you, Mr. Ian Hang. It is wonderful to be your friend. Observing the joyful smile on Tifa's face, Ian Hang felt his burdens lighten considerably. Only those who have truly experienced moments of helplessness without friends truly understand what is most needed during such times. It is getting late. Miss Tifa, you should rest early. I shall return to sleep now. Yes, good night, Mr. Ian Hang. Standing atop the castle, Qin Pingyan felt a tinge of disdain. He had expected Tifa to continue singing, but their conversation had interrupted that, leaving him somewhat disappointed. And he had no choice but to return to sleep. By morning, everyone was gathered in the royal chamber to witness Ian Hang's elevation in rank. Following the princess's instructions, Ian Hang knelt on one knee with his head bowed as she placed her staff upon his shoulder. Declaring the ceremony. As the queen of the kingdom, I bestow upon this individual the title of knight. Do you swear fealty? I swear. With that, the ceremony was complete. To be honest, while kneeling, Ian Hang felt as if his toes were about to break free from the confines of his shoes. He found the situation somewhat awkward. Thus, you have become my knight. Understood, your highness. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Observing his dear younger brother, Qin Pingyan could not help but chuckle, though he merely smiled through it, suppressing laughter. Ian Hang gazed at Qin Pingyan's somewhat deranged expression. Feeling a sense of exasperation, Master, this represents the symbol of nobility. Allow me to adorn you with it. Saida placed the noble cloak upon Ian Hang's shoulders, and upon hearing the term master, Ian Hang was taken aback. Huh, master? Wait. Why is Ian Hang your master? When Shirong rushed to confront Saida, seeking answers in her eyes. This is Her Majesty the Queen's command. It was only upon receiving the cloak that Ian Hang's eyes widened. Staring at the royal certification, questioning the authenticity of its contents, equally astonished was when Shirong, who looked at the princess with a sense of despair. What? How could this be? Your Majesty, what is happening? Oh dear. I believe Miss Saida, with whom he shares a good rapport, is quite suitable. Suitable. Thank you for your concern. When Shirong was so incensed by the princess's actions that her words stumbled, but as it was the queen's command, she had no choice but to comply. Now, everyone may return to the Magic Academy. I must prepare for the upcoming Conference of Nations. By the way, Miss Tifa may stay here temporarily, as you are also considered my cousin. Huh? Everyone looked at Tifa in disbelief, shocked by this unexpected revelation. Huh? Is that so? I only just found out and can hardly believe it. Miss Tifa's father is my uncle, and as the Duke of Amalia. It is indeed a surprising connection. However, Qin Pingyan did not share this sentiment. His original intention was to take Tifa back to Truce Village, deeming the kingdom rather unsafe. By the way, Miss Tifa, you must feel quite lonely living in such a large house. Would you mind accompanying me back to Bruce Village? Oh brother, you wouldn't. Ian Hang looked at Qin Pingyan with a knowing expression, causing Qin Pingyan to feel a sense of unease under his gaze. Go away. Who do you think you are? Bruce Village is the safest place during these chaotic times of war, where even the kingdom is fraught with uncertainties. I appreciate your kindness, but although His Majesty suggested I attend the Magic Academy, I must respectfully decline. Why? Qin Pingyan found it hard to comprehend. After all, it is not as safe as the Magic Academy, where there are many innocent children who face little danger. As a half-elf, I have yet to resolve my thoughts on entering unfamiliar crowds. Truth be told, I yearn to stay with you all, yet I fear I would only cause you trouble. It's quite all right, Miss Tifa. The others can be safeguarded by Ian Hang, and I will do my utmost to protect you. TSK. Qin Pingyan observed Ian Hang's knowing expression and could hardly contain himself, his face lined with exasperation. Brother is quite devoted to Miss Tifa, isn't he? If Mr. Qin Pingyan can indeed ensure my safety, then a trip to Bruce Village would be acceptable. Very well. It is settled, Miss Tifa. Upon hearing Tifa's agreement, the heavy weight in Qin Pingyan's heart finally lifted. It felt as though if not for Ian Hang's interjection, matters would not have grown so complicated. Then I shall escort the young lady and Saida back to the Magic Academy. Miss Tifa will be entrusted to you, brother. With that, Ian Hang prepared to depart with the two, but the princess's voice halted his steps. By the way, Mr. In Hung, upon our return to the academy, there will be a surprise awaiting you. A surprise? What could that be? Haha, it's a secret, to be honest. In Hung was not fond of guessing and found it rather alarming, yet he felt a sense of anticipation regarding this surprise. He hurriedly ushered the two onto the giant bird, racing toward the academy. Meanwhile, Qin Pinyin activated his complete Susanoo and soared with Tifa toward Bruce Village. Chapter 72. In Heng's ordeal. Is it money? Or treasure, perhaps? As he pondered this, In Heng found himself utterly clueless about the nature of the mysterious gift, feeling both excitement and a hint of anxiety about its potential unpleasantness. Gradually, the giant bird soared through the clouds, revealing the silhouette of the Magic Academy before In Heng's eyes. He noticed a throng of people gathered at the academy's entrance, seemingly engaged in some activity. Why are they setting off fireworks? Observing the enthusiastic crowd, In Heng's mood soured. He began to understand that the so-called gift was none other than a grand welcome celebration. The giant bird landed in the midst of the crowd, and as soon as he disembarked, he was met with shouts calling his name, his toes already curling in discomfort. What on earth is all this noise about? Amidst the cacophony of deafening cheers and varied voices, In Hung felt an urge to cover his ears. They are celebrating your becoming the princess's knight. An urgent report arrived from the palace this morning. Pushara emerged from the crowd, stepping directly in front of In Hung. Seeing Pushara, In Hung couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of the situation, wondering how a lackluster man like him had survived the battlefield. Pushara, oblivious to In Heng's thoughts, continued speaking. She mentioned that the celebration should be as grand as possible, as it was a direct order from Her Majesty the Queen at a celebration. You say? In Hung believed such festivities were unnecessary. Merely surviving the battlefield was already more than enough. Are you not aware of the Water Sprite Knight Brigade situation? We only found out about it this morning as well. The Water Sprite Knight Brigade? In Hung was puzzled about the purpose of this guard unit when suddenly a group of people burst forth from the crowd, startling him. Congratulations, In Heng. I am Reina, and I intend to oversee the affairs of this Knight Brigade, and I am the captain. Go away. It's terrifying to suddenly appear before me without warning. Pushara brandished a rose in front of In Heng, and upon witnessing her insipid expression, he genuinely felt an urge to unleash his Susanoo upon her. Hey, don't be impulsive, In Heng. Put away that strange, large hand of yours. Please keep your distance from me. Okay, your face looks quite irritable. In Heng gritted his teeth as he spoke, and only when Pushara stepped back to a suitable distance did he gradually retract his Susanoo. Side out with you all causing such a ruckus. I feel a bit dizzy and truly do not understand what is being said. Observing In Heng's plight, when Shirong felt powerless and could only watch from the sidelines, sigh. Her Majesty is truly devious. Now, members of the Crystal Spirit Knight Brigade, to celebrate Vice Captain In Heng's induction as a knight, let us play a tossing game. Not you again. Pushara at her command. The crowd surged toward In Heng as if he were a rare treasure, all of them rushing towards him. Wait a moment. Don't come any closer. In Heng attempted to flee, but was seized by a multitude of hands, hoisted into the air like a casket being carried by mourners, and was carried toward the dining hall. No, please don't do this. It could be fatal. After a day of relentless antics, In Heng was thoroughly exhausted, his eyes losing their luster. I never want to hear about surprises again. In Heng stared blankly at the boisterous students engaged in nightly games, utterly devoid of interest. Mr. In Heng. In Heng stiffly raised his head and saw two familiar figures racing toward him, Xiaoyang and Qin Pinyin. Miss Tifa, you and brother have come to the academy. Upon seeing them, a slight improvement in In Heng's mood was evident. He truly felt on the verge of madness from the previous events. However, it seemed there was still one person nearby who was not entirely pleased. When Shirong, watching Tifa's arrival, when Shirong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, In Heng had just returned safely from the battlefield. Yet they had not had time to discuss matters properly, allowing everything to slip by without depth. Might it be that Miss Tifa intends to stay at the Magic Academy? Yes. In Heng looked quizzically at Qin Pinyin behind Tifa, wondering why Qin Pinyin, who was supposed to be taking Tifa back to Bruce Village, had returned to the academy. Brother, didn't you bring Miss Tifa back to Bruce Village? How come? Miss Tifa said the environment at the academy would be better. So I brought her here. By the way, I will also be residing here. In Heng immediately darted behind Qin Pinyin, arching an eyebrow. My dear brother has decided to stay at the Magic Academy. Was everything not fine in Bruce Village? You needn't concern yourself with that. Saying this, Qin Pinyin turned his head away, not wanting to meet In Heng's gaze. But In Heng was not deterred, wherever Qin Pinyin's face turned. He appeared. Ho ho brother, you can't possibly have developed feelings for. Enough. Could you please go find something else to do? You're acting as if your life depends on it. Yes, 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 whatever you say. Brother is correct. Witnessing the bickering between the two, Tifa tilted her head in confusion. This morning was unlike any other. In Hang, who had intended to sleep in, miraculously woke up early, even dressing with utmost care. Observing when Shirong still lost in slumber, In Hang quietly approached the door, turning to whisper, "I'm leaving." Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, it was as though he had triggered a mechanism. When Shirong, who had been resting in bed, sprang up and leapt toward In Hung. Wait, In Hung. Wow. In Hung was taken aback by the sudden embrace, looking down at Wen Shirong in disbelief. Where do you intend to take me? Where? I'm simply going to train the Night Brigade. Surely this guard unit should undergo training. What you do is none of my concern, but you must report back daily. Yes, miss. Then I shall head off for training. Wait. Just as In Hang attempted to push Wen Shirong away, he found her grip tightening around his arms. You haven't finished your sentence. What is it, miss? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm not feeling unwell. Then what is it? I wish. What do you wish for? Observing Wen Shirong's lowered head, In Hang sought to discern her troubled thoughts. I wish you would spend more time with me like before. Why haven't you noticed, you fool? This was merely Wen Shirong's inner monologue, unspoken to In Hang. Miss, seeing Wen Shirong lost in thought, In Hang waved a hand in front of her eyes. Ah, I just want you to come back early. Is that truly the case? In Hang gazed into Wen Shirong's eyes, trying to glean the truth. She did not appear genuinely concerned for him. Rather, she seemed preoccupied. That's it. With Wen Shirong remaining silent, In Hang let out a resigned sigh. Very well, miss, I understand. With that, In Hang opened the door and stepped outside, leaving Wen Shirong fuming in frustration. Chapter 73. Wen Shirong's desire for companionship, Tifa instantly became a prominent figure. As soon as In Hung arrived at the dining hall, he witnessed a throng of boys surrounding Tifa, engaging her in conversation, with numerous gifts adorning the table. The Academy's hottest topic now revolved around whether her extraordinarily large breasts were genuine. Hearing Pushra's remarks, In Hung found this a discussion worth entertaining. If there were a method to enhance size, it would be splendid, for Wen Shirong's modest asset seemed. In Hung, what is your opinion? How could I possibly? As In Hang spoke, he caught sight of Qin Ping striding towards the crowd with a grim expression, causing a smirk to involuntarily grace his lips. I believe Miss Tifa might be whisked away. Just look. As he spoke, In Hang pointed towards Qin Ping and Pu Shoula regarded him with a flicker of recognition. That man seems familiar. I believe I encountered him somewhere in the city of Star. At the branch of Daika, he is my brother, and seeing Miss Tifa troubled, he will undoubtedly rush to her aid. That explains why he seemed so recognizable. This is going to be entertaining. Qin Ping and pushed through the crowd, bellowing at them. Hey, can you lot of students behave yourselves? Tifa has no intention of engaging with you, yet you insist on crowding around her. You have no sense of shame. The crowd murmured among themselves at Qin Ping's outburst. Who is this guy? Why should we care about how we treat Miss Tifa, exactly? Who are you to her? Faced with their skepticism, Qin Ping wore an expression of disdain, his aura emanating a chilling intensity that made the crowd shudder. I have no desire to argue with anyone, but your enthusiasm has frightened Tifa. Let this be the end of your attention. With that, Qin Ping seized Tifa and led her away from the throng. While the crowd attempted to protest, each one silenced by his piercing gaze. I never expected my brother to exhibit such an astonishing side. In Hang, suddenly struck by a thought, turned to the escort team behind him. Oh dear, I almost forgot about you lot. As an escort team, you ought to undergo enhanced training. The mischievous glint in Hang's eyes made the escort team shudder, a sense of foreboding rising within them. You will run 10 laps around the academy, followed by 100 push-ups and sit-ups each. Now, boys, move it. Thus, under Hang's command, the escort team commenced their grueling training. For these students, physical exertion felt like an insurmountable challenge. And those attempting to slack off received electric shocks from Hang. This morning proved to be a torment for the escort team, as Hang observed their training from above, enveloped in his Susanoo form. In her bedroom, when Zirong gazed at her reflection in the mirror, seemingly lost in thought. It is also the duty of a master to occasionally reward their familiar. Tonight, I shall warmly welcome In Hung. However, if that were the case, In Hung might think when Zirong had been possessed, for extraordinary circumstances often herald unusual occurrences. In the blink of an eye, the escort team's training reached dusk, and seeing the exhausted youths sprawled on the ground, In Hung couldn't help but feel a twinge of exasperation. Why are they all so physically weak and prioritize martial prowess over academics? I wonder what the princess thinks. Oh well, daily training is what matters. In Heng released his Susanoo form and approached the group. Okay, boys, today's performance was commendable. Let us do it again tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that they would have to repeat this tomorrow, each person deflated like a punctured balloon, lying on the ground in utter defeat, their expressions hinting at tears. Speaking of which, why does it feel like my time with the young lady has diminished? Is it just my imagination? Huh. Brother, why do you seem so resentful? Qin Pinyin, with a scowl, looked perplexed, while Tifa wore a worried expression. What is going on? Noticing In Heng's curiosity, Qin Pinyin frustration flared. Huh. In Heng, I want to ask if that friend of yours, Pu Xiula, is perhaps overstepping her bounds. That a princess of an independent nation is putting on airs in front of Tifa, and her entourage is equally bothersome. In Heng, feeling somewhat lost, could not grasp Qin Pingyin's grievances until he recounted the earlier events in detail. That princess is quite unreasonable. However, Miss Tifa did not remove her hat, which would have caused unnecessary trouble. Precisely, such sheltered flowers ought to be taught a lesson, and just as I was about to confront her, she pushed me aside, although I am unsure what he said that made that so-called princess leave. She threatened Tifa on her way out, insisting that next time, she would have to remove her hat. That truly infuriates me. Do not be angry, Mr. Qin Pinyin sigh. Miss Tifa, should they trouble you again, please inform me. Qin Pinyin couldn't fathom Tifa's thoughts. She had been threatened alone and did not seek help if she had not happened to catch sight of him. Who knows what trouble might have ensued. Thank you, Mr. Qin Pinyin. And In Heng suddenly felt like a third wheel and wished to leave. That if there is nothing else, I shall return to my room. The young lady is waiting for me. Farewell. Goodbye. Bye, Mr. In Heng. After bidding farewell to the two, In Heng slowly made his way towards the dormitory. Upon reaching the door, he gently pushed it open. I'm back. Young lady, let me tell you about my day. In Heng stared at the sumptuous Western meal laid out on the table, and at Wen Zirong, who wore a gentle expression, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong room, rubbing his eyes. He confirmed that this was no illusion. You're back. In Heng, quickly, take a seat. I've prepared dinner. In Heng, with a flicker of hope, pressed his forehead against Wen Zirong's. Young lady, do you have a fever? Huh. No, I don't. Oh, I see. By the way, young lady, I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Upon hearing that In Heng was not immediately concerned for her well-being but wished to discuss matters, her expression grew somewhat frosty. It concerns Miss Tifa being bullied. The mention of Tifa's name sparked a glint in Wen Zirong's eyes, filled with a murderous intent. It's just that Miss Tifa is often bullied at the academy. Isn't your family a duke's household? I thought you might intervene. You are indeed gentle. Perhaps you should remain indifferent. But it would only be a warning. In Heng remained oblivious to the fact that Wen Zirong's hands had transformed into trembling fists. Silence. The sudden roar from Wen Zirong startled In Heng, who saw her brandishing a fork at him. He sensed that she was genuinely angry. And quite intensely so. What do you mean, meddling in affairs that do not concern you? She chose to attend this academy herself. Shouldn't she figure things out on her own? Do you worry about such matters every day? I'm tired of hearing it. The excuse of the night squad's training. In Heng felt a surge of irritation at Wen Zirong's barrage of remarks. This has nothing to do with the knights. Chapter 74. Heretical Inquisition. Be quiet. Wen Zirong slammed her fork onto the table and furiously marched to her bed, pulling the covers over herself and burrowing in. Had I not told the young lady I would return early? Sigh. Well, do as you will. In Heng, not wishing to linger, exited the room, upon hearing the door open and close. Wen Zirong internally complained about her grievances. What is this? Ignoring me all the time? I lowered my stance, and he becomes arrogant, gushing about that half-elf. What a rascal. I won't bother with you anymore. Indeed. In Heng did not return that night, leaving Siesida, who delivered breakfast to the two, reflecting on the lavish spread before him. It truly is a pity. Miss Wen Zirong will be late. I can't sleep. Feeling unwell. I won't be attending class today. Hearing Wen Zirong's tone, devoid of spirit, Siesida could only shake his head helplessly before leaving the room. Meanwhile, Tifa, clad in a peculiar long robe, lingered at the classroom door, seemingly grappling with a dilemma before resolutely making up her mind. I cannot continue to cause trouble for Qin Pinyin and the others. I must rely on myself. Tifa exhaled deeply, pushed open the door before her, and stepped inside. The students, initially engrossed in class, turned their attention to the sound of the door opening, and the teacher, eyeing the unusual figure before him, inquired, May I ask who you are? Why have you barged into the classroom? Ignoring the teacher's question, Tifa slowly walked to the center of the podium and addressed the crowd. Everyone, this robe is a relic of my mother. What are you saying? Those who wear such robes are desert dwellers. Could it be that you are this? Panic began to creep across the teacher's face, and even as he attempted to name Tifa's identity, he was silenced by fear. Indeed, Tifa removed her hat, revealing her pointed ears to the astonished audience. Gasps of shock erupted as the crowd realized Tifa was an elf. Gradually, panic spread through the throng, sending many scurrying beneath their desks, including the little princess who had bullied Tifa the day before. Though she felt not fear but hatred, this mere elf is somehow more favored than I. Please, remain calm. I wish to be friends with you all. However, Tifa's plea was quickly dismissed by the crowd. Liar, how could an elf not do wicked deeds? Indeed, for a long time, the elven race has maintained an adversarial stance against the people of this continent. But my parents loved each other, endowing me with the bloodlines of both humans and elves. Thus, what you claim to be a half-elf, the little princess, emboldened by an unknown courage upon hearing Tifa's confession, stood defiantly against her. She remained unaware that 2 pairs of Sharingan were observing them. May I inquire? What deity do you profess belief in, the demon of the desert, or the progenitor Mia? To be frank, Tifa does not adhere to any divine entity, rendering her incapable of responding to the little princess's inquiry. To forge a friendship with us necessitates a shared faith in the same deity. If this is to be the criterion for friendship, then let us see your proof. Royal Guard. At the behest of the little princess. The windows behind her were shattered by several knights, standing resolutely at her flanks. The armored knights of the Kurdish Duchy. Take that woman away. A look of panic inevitably crossed Tifa's face, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Thus being escorted outside by the soldiers, just as Qin Pingan was about to rush forward, he was abruptly pulled back by Yin Hang. What are you doing, brother? Miss Tifa has been captured. Why are you stopping me? Brother, summon the black armored beasts. Obliterate their legion. I believe intervening myself would only cause a greater uproar. As soon as Yin Hang finished speaking, he observed Qin Pingan relay commands to the Golden Claw deity through his earpiece. And he fell silent, his Sharingan fixated intently on the little princess. Oblivious to the impending doom awaiting her, the little princess continued to look down upon Tifa with an air of superiority. I hold the title of bishop. Before me, the agent of the divine. Demonstrate your faith. Enter that vessel. Tifa glanced in the direction the little princess was gazing and discovered a large cauldron filled with boiling water. For the followers of the progenitor Mia, the water temperature was just right. Hey, I demand to know what that foul girl intends to do. Qin Pingan's voice thundered like a storm, startling the crowd with its magnitude. As he slowly made his way through to Tifa's side, isn't Yin Hang intervening? Because obstructing the heresy inquiry could jeopardize those around him, he could not afford to involve Wenshiro. I do not wish to escalate matters unduly, yet your haughty demeanor is exceedingly infuriating. What did you say? Who are you calling a foul girl? I am referring to you. You are the one. Royal Guard, heed my command. Cast this lowly man into the cauldron. A wicked grin crept upon Qin Pingan's lips, a sinister smile that sent shivers down the spines of those present. 3.2.1. As Qin Pingan's countdown reached its end, the sound of a bullet sliced through the air, toppling the guard beside the little princess to the ground. What is happening? Foul girl, do you truly believe that a royal guard can incite a legion capable of annihilating your kingdom? Do not harbor such delusions. The black armored beast surged forth, encircling the crowd, shields raised to fend off the magic of the other knights. The death of the knight moments ago was wrought by the Golden Claw deity. Miss Tifa, I shall protect you. Golden Claw. At that moment, a girl clad in a pink camisole emerged from the crowd, her expression far from pleasant. Miss Wenshiro? How infuriating. You are all so bothersome. Wenshiro's wand began to shimmer with the shadow of void magic, causing Yin Hang's heart to sink with foreboding. No, my lady, do not. After finally having a pleasant dream, it would be a dreadful shame to have it interrupted. A tremendous magical surge resonated through the crowd. And following an explosion, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Cough, cough, I cannot endure this. Wind release. Utilizing his ability to summon the wind of nature, Yin Hang swept away the smoke, revealing Wenshiro and the little princess facing each other. There will be consequences for disrupting the heresy inquiry, for which I shall not take responsibility. Heresy inquiry. Do you possess the authority? Wenshiro's eyes gleamed with disdain as she regarded the girl before her. The bishop's letter of permission resides in my home. You lie. Chapter 75. A clash of opinions. I do not conduct a heresy inquiry. one requires the approval of the Roman Grand Pontiff. Does one not? Surely such matters would be known to the bishop. As her facade crumbled, the little princess's once arrogant countenance turned pale. What is the truth? Is she masquerading in the name of the divine? In disbelief, the little princess clenched her fists, her expression a mask of fury. Qin Pinyin paid no heed to these developments. Seeing Yin Heng become involved, he drew the Kusanagi sword from Yin Heng's waist and strode towards the little princess. The little princess, intimidated by Qin Pinyin's imposing presence, stumbled backward and fell to the ground, her eyes tightly shut in fear. However, this behavior was halted by Tifa, who shook her head at Qin Pinyin. Slowly approaching the little princess and crouching down to speak softly, "Fear not, you are in no mortal danger. Might we consider becoming friends?" Tifa's action shifted the perception of the crowd, leading many to regard the elven race as gentle beings. Perhaps Wen Shirong would not exhibit such gentleness. Yin Heng, observing the dark circles under Wen Shirong's eyes, expressed concern. "My lady, did you not rest well last night? Infuriating, if you wish for my forgiveness. Then return and sleep beside me." Being roused from a sound slumber is exceedingly vexing. With that, Wen Shirong seized Yin Heng's arm and led him towards the dormitory, for she was genuinely fatigued and lacked the energy to quarrel with him. Qin Pinyin, witnessing how Tifa defused the situation, commanded the Golden Claw Deity's Legion to return to Bruce Village while he remained behind. Observing the two before Yin Heng could utter a word, he found himself inexplicably dragged back to the dormitory by Wen Shirong. An unexpected turn of events that left him bewildered. Thus, Yin Heng found himself sharing a nap with Wen Shirong, but it seemed upon awakening, Wen Shirong was poised to unleash her wrath once more. "Get up, you fool!" Yin Heng, who had been enjoying a peaceful slumber, was abruptly yanked from his bed, the sudden sensation of weightlessness causing him to break into a cold sweat. "My lady, you, kneel, speak of your whereabouts yesterday." I merely slept in a tree that went nowhere else. You would rather sleep outside than beside me. Is that it? That is not the case. I merely noticed you were upset, and silence. I do not believe you. You must have gone elsewhere, have you not? You were seeking that so-called half-elf, weren't you? As Wen Shirong's unreasonable accusations mounted, Yin Heng's desire to explain evaporated entirely. So be it. Gradually, Yin Heng rose, his face stoic as he walked towards the door. "Hey, I do not permit you to leave unilaterally. With a lady who cannot trust her own familiar, I find it necessary to seek a moment of calm. So farewell." With a resolute push, Yin Heng opened the door, leaving without a trace of hesitation, taking nothing with him. When Shirong watched as Yin Heng departed once more, her voice quivering with emotion, "How can I trust my familiar when he has not returned overnight?" Yin Heng, seeking solace, initially felt no ill will, but as he observed other couples enjoying harmonious moments together, his heart plummeted. What is the meaning of this? Am I the sole one plagued by misfortune? Yin Heng gazed up at the sky, pondering when his relationship with Wen Shirong had become so arduous, to the point where even a simple conversation would lead to conflict. When did this begin? Yin Heng sought answers in the wind, yet the wind offered no revelations. It merely whisked away one's troubles. As dusk gradually settled, Wen Shirong sat forlornly at the edge of her bed, feeling dejected. What is this? Is he not planning to return? Is he truly that upset? Just then, the sound of a door opening lifted Wen Shirong's spirits slightly, her tone laced with a hint of relief. "Honestly, where have you been, Yin?" Upon glancing towards the entrance, she realized it was not Yin Heng, but rather Siesida. "Apologies, it is not Mr. Yin Heng. No one is calling that fool's name." Observing Wen Shirong's feigned innocence, Siesida couldn't help but chuckle. "I suspect Mr. Yin Heng may not return tonight." "What of it? As if I am waiting for that fellow to come back." That moment, Qin Pinyin sought out Yin Heng. Noticing his despondent demeanor and deducing that yet again he had quarreled with Wen Shirong. "What was the cause of this latest disagreement, brother?" "Because I did not return for an entire night, she assumed I was with Tifa." "Oh, I see. You could simply explain that you were merely sleeping outside. Yet, the lady does not believe me. What can I do?" Thus, we have entered a cold war. Observing Qin Pinyin's nonchalant expression, Yin Heng felt a pang of jealousy. "It seems you have no burdensome matters weighing upon you, brother. Perhaps the two of you should reflect on your actions." Suddenly, an idea struck Qin Pinyin, and he produced a shadow cloak and a peculiar item, handing them to Yin Heng. "This is a voice changer and a disguise outfit. It seems we have not sparred in quite some time, and I would like to experience a high-quality battle." Yin Heng contemplated the items in Qin Pinyin's hands, slowly accepting them. "This is meant to be held in the mouth, correct? More or less. Once you don this, no one will recognize you. Try it on and see if it fits." In Heng removed his sweatshirt and donned the shadowy attire. To be honest, he found this outfit remarkably comfortable, though he could not quite discern why. Come on, I'll make the first move, dear brother, he declared. Just as Qin Pingyan finished speaking, he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind In Heng, the danger of his kunai drawing ever closer. In Heng's pupils constricted as he swiftly conjured his Susanoo to block the attack, his large hand descending directly towards Qin Pingyan. Miss Wenzirong, are you truly not planning to have dinner? You haven't eaten anything all day. Ida observed that Wenzirong had been in this state for an entire day, and no amount of persuasion seemed to work. You should eat, Ida. I have absolutely no appetite. If you wish to find Mr. In Heng, perhaps you could check that tree outside. I saw him there yesterday. Wait, what did you just say? In Heng was sleeping in that tree yesterday. Ida's expression turned perplexed, as she assumed Wenzirong was aware of this, considering they had been sleeping together when she arrived the previous day. Yes, what's wrong? Upon hearing Ida's response, a flicker of grievance crossed Wenzirong's eyes, quickly overshadowed by overwhelming guilt as she recalled In Heng's words from noon, her heart aching slightly. Didn't I tell you? I was sleeping in that tree yesterday. Why don't you believe me? It turned out that In Heng had spoken nothing but the truth, yet she had chosen not to believe him, having never intended to do so. What transpired between you two? What if In Heng continues to stay away like this? Miss Wenzirong, if you wish for Mr. In Heng to return, now is the time to search for him at that tree. Right, there's still time. Wenzirong hurriedly descended from her bed, changed her clothes, and turned to Ida. You lead the way, Ida. I don't know which tree In Heng is at. Ida guided Wenzirong to the large tree where In Heng had slept the previous day. Chapter 76. An hour with In Heng. Brother, I've noticed you have been spending less time with Wenzirong lately. Have I? While engaging in swordplay, Qin Pingyan also sought to alleviate In Heng's worries. Of course you have. You used to be inseparable, but now the girl who was always by your side has vanished. I don't know. The princess has assigned me a so-called guard squad, leaving me with no time at all. That's no excuse. Isn't the captain of that squad Pushila? The members could manage without you. Upon hearing this, In Heng distanced himself from Qin Pingyan, his hands gathering Chidori energy. Really? I try my utmost to see that smile. Yet why is it always so difficult? In Heng spoke, attempting to charge at In Heng, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon a familiar figure, his feet seemingly shackled by iron chains, rooted in place. Noticing In Heng's sudden halt, Qin Pingyan grew curious and followed his line of sight, spotting Wenzirong and Ida standing equidistant between them. Qin Pingyan, have you seen In Heng? Facing Wenzirong's inquiry, Qin Pingyan glanced at the opposite In Heng, realizing he had taken a step back. Miss Wenzirong, the figure opposite me is indeed In Heng, but it seems the shadow attire obscures his face. In Heng, casting a sidelong glance at Wenzirong, felt an instinctive urge to evade. Wenzirong, gazing at the figure clad in shadowy garb, found it difficult to recognize him until she noticed the runes on his wrist, which confirmed it was indeed In Heng. In Heng, you didn't go to Miss Tifa's place yesterday, did you? Oh, even so, you wouldn't believe what I say. Throughout the exchange, In Heng kept his head lowered, his gaze forlorn. I believe you. In Heng was taken aback, incredulity flooding his features as he met Wenzirong's eyes. Because your mind is too simple to concoct a lie, isn't it? I am well aware of this. Is that so? So, Ida told you I was sleeping in that tree yesterday, right? In Heng distinctly remembered sensing a gaze upon him, and, upon gradually opening his eyes, he had spotted Ida. Though he had been in no mood to engage. Actually, I too am at fault, miss. I failed to clarify where I was going, causing you unnecessary worry. I should apologize. Cough, brother, I must take my leave. I have some matters to attend to. Qin Pingyan had no desire to be a bystander in this romantic drama, feeling quite sour about it all, and didn't he wish to be fed any more dog food. Let us return to the dormitory. Lingering here is not ideal. As In Heng spoke, he intended to lead the two away, but Ida showed no inclination to return. Mr. In Heng, I wish to visit my uncle. You two should head back to rest. Why has Ida suddenly decided to visit the shopkeeper Daika? Oh, it's just that there are some matters to attend to. You should return first. With that, Ida dashed off in the opposite direction, while In Heng paid her no mind and guided Wenzirong back to the dormitory. Ida refrained from uttering such pitiful words about being second. Jessica, exasperated, admonished Ida, who, in her pursuit of In Heng, seemed content to settle for being a mere second choice. But Mr. In Heng is with Miss Wenzirong. In terms of charm, you are not lacking. It's just a matter of assets. Here, take this. Jessica produced a small pink heart-shaped box from her pocket and handed it to Saida, explaining, "This is a love potion I confiscated from a rather unscrupulous guest who dared to drug me." Huh. Isn't this a banned substance? Not to worry. It seems the effects only last a day. So it won't be discovered. Honestly, you cannot afford to be timid. But Saida gazed at the small box in her hands, hesitating. For using it would mean to compete with nobility. One must resort to a bit of magic. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Faced with Jessica's piercing gaze, Saida felt uncertain. Unbeknownst to her, she clutched the love potion and returned to the dormitory of the Magic Academy. Contemplating the potion and imagining the illicit activities she could engage in with Hang after he consumed it. Yet, she quickly shook her head to dismiss the thought. No, how could one manipulate hearts with magic, but occasionally indulging in a sweet fantasy? Bang! A loud crash interrupted Saida's daydream, startling her as the door swung open. Wenzirong stormed in, holding a length of rope. "Miss Wenzirong, aren't you supposed to be in class?" Before Saida could express her confusion, Wenzirong unceremoniously tossed a bound Hung in front of her. "I let this foolish boy take a stroll to reflect. Ouch, that hurts." Hang was baffled, having been dragged outside early in the morning, only to learn that Wenzirong had had a nightmare and decided to. Well, it was too sad to elaborate. Hang, in such a pitiable state, elicited sympathy from Saida, who looked at him, wrapped tightly in rope. "This is a matter between a master and a familiar. Do you wish to meddle? As Hang's dedicated maid, it is my duty to ensure my master's well-being." "How conceited of you. Surely, doubting your master stems from insufficient affection. If I were the master, I would care for him far better." "What did you say? Are you suggesting I am in the wrong?" Observing the tense atmosphere, Hang felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse. "Oh no, why does this feel like a battleground?" "Yes, I suppose so. You dare speak such words? If you can do it, then prove it to me. Let me witness your prowess." Upon hearing this, Saida's face lit up with excitement. "Really? Then let's make it a month." "Huh, too long. How about a week?" Wenzirong was astonished by Saida's audacity. "No, that I truly cannot. Let us reduce it to a day. Honestly, this is a hassle. I'll lend you an hour, so you might experience the hardships of being a master." Hang was taken aback by the boldness of both parties, truly astonished by their audacity. "Thank you, Miss Wenzirong. Let us not delay." Saida, overflowing with joy, crouched down to untie Hang. "Let us go." Hang, confused by the unfolding events, Hang looked at Wenzirong, hesitating. "Oh dear, if we don't hurry, time will slip away." Saida tugged at Hang, leading him out of the dormitory. Wait a moment. Before he knew it, Hang found himself dragged to Saida's residence. Gazing at Hang with eager anticipation, Saida inquired, "What shall we do next?" "Do what? There is no time. We must devise a way to advance the plot." "Plot?" Observing the slight blush on Saida's cheeks, Hang was perplexed by her intentions, sensing her awkwardness since entering the room. "And nothing." Saida grasped the love potion tightly in her pocket, pondering how familiar this scenario felt. "Mr. Hang, are you thirsty?" "Me? Not particularly. No need to be polite. Today is a game for newlyweds, nanny." Hang was taken aback by Saida's words, surprised to discover that such a thing as role-playing existed in this world. "Yes, I wish to leave Mr. Hang with beautiful memories, so today we shall be newlyweds." Hang was already drenched in sweat, perplexed by what Saida was concocting in his mind, having been inexplicably brought here to partake in this whimsical game of make-believe. Chapter 77. The reappearance of the sedative. Saida clutched the sedative tightly, her heart racing, and as her mind blanked, she hastily grabbed a glass of water and gulped it down to regain her composure. "Are you very thirsty?" Hung found Saida's thoughts quite inscrutable. "Huh, that's not what I meant." Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sound of knocking echoed from outside the door. Saida slowly rose and walked to the entrance, only to find Daika and Jessica waiting outside. "Jessica? Even Uncle Daika is here. What is going on, Saida? Is there something strange outside?" Hung observed Saida standing at the door, peering out, and thought she must have seen something extraordinary. "No, it's nothing." After dismissing Hang, Saida quietly inquired of the two. "What are you two doing here?" "Well, we came because we were worried about you. By the way, did you use that thing?" "Oh, please, let us not talk about that." Saida was reluctant to mention the sedative, promptly pushing the two outside. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hang, but it feels quite noisy out here. It's fine." Hang, noticing Saida's nervous demeanor, felt a tinge of curiosity about what lay beyond the door. "Shall we continue? I am the wife, and Mr. Hung is the husband." This feels like playing house.ys, indeed. So first, welcome back, husband. Huh. Oh, I'm back. At this point, Sida's face was flushed to the point of suffocation, her entire complexion ablaze. What's wrong with you? Did you just stop breathing for a moment? So shall we have dinner? Or, upon hearing this, In Heng instantly grasped the unfolding narrative and waved his hands in protest. Wait, stop. I'm having dinner. Haha. Dinner. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, when Shirong paced back and forth, seemingly regretting having lent In Heng to Sida. Why did I say that? Where on earth did that silly maid and fool run off to? Her mind involuntarily conjured images of Sida and In Heng's flirtation, igniting a spark of annoyance, prompting her to dash out in search of In Heng, just as their playful game was halfway through. They were interrupted once more by a knock at the door. When Sida went to check, Daika pulled her out and shut the door behind them. Standing in place, In Heng couldn't help but feel perplexed. Wow, how did I not think of that? Truly, Jessica is remarkable. This one do. After all, you are newlyweds, so this is quite fundamental. Still, this seems a bit too. Seeing Sida continually evade, Jessica spoke earnestly. All right. Enough of this. Precious time is slipping away. Are we doing this or not? Fine. Faced with Jessica's relentless questioning, Sida had no choice but to remove her maid outfit and don a chef's attire, which was astonishingly revealing. Pushing a food cart into the room, In Heng was taken aback by Sida's attire. As hormones surged, In Heng directed his gaze firmly at the food cart, attempting to divert his attention. Goodness, what is all this? Is this leading me astray? Someone, please save me. In Heng's heart lamented, utterly astonished by Sida's boldness. Mr. In Heng, are you all right? Sida presented a steak before him. You must be hungry. Please enjoy. As In Heng looked at the steak, his mood began to shift. But just as he reached for the knife and fork, he sensed a menacing aura outside the window. Glancing towards it, he spotted Wen Shirong, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at her. In Heng gradually surrendered to the inevitable, knowing that he was about to bear the consequences of this chaotic scene. What's wrong, Mr. In Heng? Nothing. When he looked back at the window, Wen Shirong had vanished, yet he still felt that icy, murderous intent. Is this the gaze of death? No, it's death itself. Sida, I need to use the restroom. With that, In Heng bolted out the door, realizing that if he didn't cool off with cold water soon, he would. The two outside observed as In Heng hurried to the restroom, and Daika, perplexed, remarked, was it too intense? That's why I said to use the sedative quickly. At that moment, In Heng splashed cold water on his face several times to alleviate the tension, gazing into the mirror as he muttered to himself. Perhaps I should go back and apologize properly, return to my room. But such an opportunity may never come again. Meanwhile, Sida stood by the window, anxiously eyeing the sedative in her hands. What's taking so long? Sida, hurry up and mix it in, then Mr. In Heng will. I'm back, Sida. Startled by In Heng's sudden voice, Sida fumbled, accidentally dropping the sedative, which landed squarely on Meng Malassi's head. Picking up the small box from the ground, he examined it and opened it to sniff. This is the sedative. It seemed that the wind desired some amusement, blowing the powder into Meng Malassi's face. Cough. Who is it? What's wrong? Meng Malassi, initially waiting outside, when Shirong approached Meng Malassi to greet him. Really, I've inhaled the powder. This is bad. Stay away from me. Meng Malassi, feeling a strange sensation in his body, quickly covered his eyes, while Wen Shirong seemed oblivious to the situation. Why? Unfortunately, it was too late. The effects of the sedative kicked in, and as he gazed at Wen Shirong, Meng Malassi felt an unfamiliar emotion blossom within him. Wen Shirong, what are you doing? That's disgusting. Wen Shirong, you are simply adorable. You make my heart race. Saying this, he embraced Wen Shirong. What are you doing? Let go of me. That's revolting. Before Wen Shirong could resist, Meng Malassi pinned her to the ground, initiating a rather intimate encounter. Not long after, the sedative spread like an infectious disease, and subtle changes began to manifest in Wen Shirong's eyes. Strange. Where did it go? Jessica arrived outside the window where Sida had been, searching for the sedative but finding no sign of the familiar box. Not finding the box, she was met with the sight of two infatuated gazes directed at her. Miss Jessica, long time no see. It's been a while since we last met, and look at how you've developed. With that, he reached out to touch her, causing Jessica to recoil in fright, instinctively protecting herself. Could it be you've been affected by the sedative? This seems to be getting complicated. Hey, you lovely maid, are you new? Jessica sensed impending doom as she regarded Meng Malassi, and sure enough, the next moment, the two lunged at her like ravenous wolves. Get away from me. As a result, Jessica was tormented mercilessly, while within the room, In Heng remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos, focused solely on his steak. Husband, how does it taste? Chapter 78. A new trouble. Speaking of which, it had been rather noisy outside from the very beginning. The constant shrieks gradually subsided. Let us not worry about what's outside. Compared to that, if Mr. In Heng doesn't pay attention to me, I might just become unhappy. In Heng knew it was time for him to make a move. I must go check. I'll be right back. With that, he flung open the door and dashed out. Wait, Mr. In Heng. Seeing In Heng rush out, Siasida hurriedly followed suit. Due to the sedative's nature, which spreads through kissing, 3 individuals had already succumbed to its effects. What's going on with these women? Why are they kissing? In Heng found himself at a loss as he observed the peculiar behavior of the trio before him, even as Siasida attempted to speak. Only to have In Heng cover her mouth with his hand. Let us not talk just yet. Something feels amiss. Upon spotting Wen Shirong among the crowd, In Heng could no longer remain passive and rushed forward. What are you doing, young lady? In Heng's emergence drew the trio's attention, and he soon realized the peculiar glimmer in their eyes. Strange. I feel like I've seen this before. As he searched his memory, it quickly dawned on him. Have you all inhaled the sedative? His inquiry went unnoticed by the trio, who instead moved to embrace him, but In Heng was not about to comply. Damn it. There's no time to find the antidote. I wonder if the power of the Sharingan can dispel this sedative's magic. With no other option, In Heng resorted to using his abilities, conjuring 3 shadow clones to restrain the 3. Narrowing his pupils. He activated the Sharingan, projecting its Genjutsu into their eyes. Uncertain if the Sharingan could counteract the sedative's influence, he waited anxiously, and soon, the infatuated gazes began to fade. Once the effects of the sedative diminished, In Heng exhaled a sigh of relief and dismissed his clones. The perspective of the 3 individuals gradually came into focus, and they gazed at In Heng with confusion. What am I doing? What has transpired? By the way, who are you? Meng Morasi and Jessica exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how they ended up in this place. Jessica, I believe it is necessary to clarify the situation. You traveled all the way from town. This matter must concern you, right? In Heng fixed his gaze on Jessica, feeling that Meng Morasi had truly learned nothing from her previous encounter with the enchantment potion, leaving only Jessica to account for how she arrived here. Haha. No, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Jessica dashed toward the Magic Academy, followed closely by Daika, who had been observing the situation from the side. Daika, the shopkeeper? In Heng pondered, somewhat suspicious of why these 2 had come to the academy without purpose, leaving him utterly perplexed. I apologize, Mr. In Heng, and to everyone else. It was my fault for bringing the enchantment potion. In Heng was taken aback to learn that it was actually Siasida who had brought it. He had never heard of Siasida being capable of concocting potions. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Let it go. Since it has already happened, there is no need to dwell on it. After all, no one remembers. To counteract this magic, we must employ illusions. Thus, the farce surrounding the enchantment potion came to a close. At that moment, a raven entered Tabata's room through the window, delivering a letter before swiftly departing. Tabata gazed at the envelope on the bed, tore it open, and upon reading its contents, her brow furrowed in concern. She mounted her blue dragon and soared toward a specific destination, a solitary figure and dragon weaving through the darkness, as another shadow loomed above. Pleased to meet you, Knight of the Northern Flower. Lady Tabata. Tabata sensed the pressure from above and looked up to find Sheffield perched upon a steed resembling a devilfish, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. Why have you come here instead of remaining in Jelly? My master longs for the 4 dragons that exist in this world. You are aware of this, are you not? Upon hearing Sheffield's words, Tabata understood who her master was. Indeed, it is someone you are quite familiar with. Listen well. This may very well be your mother's chance to regain her senses. Complete your task. With that, Sheffield flashed a sinister smile and slowly faded into the night, leaving Tabata staring into the vast darkness, seemingly contemplating something. For some reason, I feel so cold. Mr. In Heng, could you come a little closer? Siasida lay beside In Heng, unabashedly caressing his face. In Heng's back was already soaked, and the situation was rather precarious. Caught between a maid and a young lady, a true battlefield had commenced. You foolish maid, remove your hand. Wen Shirong angrily struck Siasida's hand with a pillow, but it was deftly dodged, resulting in In Heng's face being instantly smothered by the pillow. Every night, you inch closer. How shameless. In Heng is my familiar. I refuse. I received my orders from Her Majesty the Queen to take care of Mr. In Heng. What did you say? What's wrong with you? The tension between the 2 escalated, as it seemed they were on the verge of tearing each other apart. Might I suggest that you both calm down? We are all under the same roof. After all, if not, I could sleep on the floor, and you too. In a way, the thunderous roar of the two frightened Yin Hang, causing him to shrink back. This. Women are truly terrifying. Why must such things happen to me? O divine beings! Since that is the case, let us have a competition. A competition. When Shirong pondered, unsure of the merit of such a contest, let us see who Mr. Yin Hung will choose. Humph. Such competitions are pointless. Yin Hung is deeply devoted to me. Oh, dear ladies, please cease. I beg of you. I just want to sleep soundly. It's been days since I had a good night's rest. O divine beings! Yin Hang's silent pleas went unnoticed by the two, who were intent on vying for his affections. It must be a misunderstanding, much like a newly hatched bird mistaking the first figure it sees for its mother. That is not the case. If you have confidence, then a contest would be acceptable. Fine, in any case, this fellow will surely choose me. How about this? If Mr. Yin Hung can find Miss Wen Shirong at tomorrow's ball, I shall withdraw. However, if he fails to find her. As she spoke, Saida gestured dramatically, implying her intent. Humph. Do not flaunt just because you have a larger bosom, you cow. Oh, the lament of a stray dog. You. Humph. And so, their quarrel ended on an unpleasant note, each retreating to their corners, wrapped in their blankets. Chapter 79. The battlefield. Alas, one can foresee the grim future. When is the ball to be held? Anyway. Yin Hang stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, as drowsiness began to envelop him, and he ceased his ponderings, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Yin Hang arrived at the dining hall, his face betraying exhaustion, suggesting he had not rested well. The ball. It will be held at the onset of the new semester, Prussia explained to Yin Hang as she picked up a piece of bread from her plate. The new semester. Why hold a ball? Of course, it is to welcome the new students. I shall personally guide those noble young ladies in socializing. Observing Prussia's mischievous demeanor, Yin Hang felt compelled to share this news with Meng Morassi. Have you heard? I also caught wind of the recent rumors regarding the monstrous bird near the borders. It is said to be an enormous creature, difficult to believe. Even the elder brother serving as a dragon knight has heard of it. A giant bird? Could it be the one from before? Yin Hang recalled that after returning from the kingdom, he had not summoned the giant bird again, but it seemed that the giant bird would not fly about recklessly. This is not an ordinary ball. Yin Hang's thoughts were interrupted once more by Prussia. It is a masquerade ball, utilizing the mirror of truth and magic for disguises, allowing one to become their most cherished self. Cherished, Yin Hang couldn't help but imagine the most dashing figure from his favorite anime, Madara. Could even Uchiha Madara attend? As he pondered this, his concern for the giant bird resurfaced, eager to uncover what had transpired. Hold on, could you elaborate on that rumor? As Yin Hang approached, the two exchanged puzzled glances. You don't know? One night, a patrolling dragon knight gazed skyward and spotted an enormous creature, estimated to be 150 meters long. It resembled a dragon, yet it was distinctly different. They claim its appearance does not align with that of a dragon at all. Yin Hang's memories surged forth. He recalled that his giant bird did not match their description, resembling instead an artificially created anomaly. Gradually, a woman came to mind. Could it be that individual is up to something again? Realizing that trouble was afoot, he hurried to warn Wen Shirong. Miss, there is something concerning. Upon entering his dormitory, Yin Hang was met with the sight of Saida sprawled on the floor, her pale thighs prominently displayed before him. It appeared that Miss Wen Shirong was not present. No. Saida, why are you lying on the floor? Well, I recently read a book titled The Afternoon of the Maid. The Afternoon of the Maid? Yes, it recounts the tale of a young person working in a noble household, where the master forces the maid to perform unspeakable acts each night. As Saida recounted this, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. I think if it were Mr. Yin Hung, even being treated that way would be quite fine. Yin Hang found himself questioning whether Saida had truly been possessed, her thoughts now so impure. He recalled that she had not been this way when they first met. Mr. Yin Hang, look. Oh no. I've ruined the master's blanket. Yin Hang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him due to Saida's antics, his foot nearly slipping on the floor. Now it's your turn, Mr. Yin Hang. My turn? What do you mean? It's my turn. Seeing that Yin Hang was unmoved, Saida leaned closer to whisper in his ear, and upon hearing her audacious proposition, his face flushed crimson. I think that. Whoa. Just as Yin Hang intended to correct Saida's behavior, he felt an upward sensation in his lower regions. Clutching his vital areas, he curled up in agony, unable to produce a sound. You too. Cease this at once. Wen Shirong's fury flared intensely, as if she were about to engulf the pair. Maid, familiar, listen closely. Tonight is the ball. Glaring at Yin Hang, who lay on the floor, she commanded, you must find me at the ball. This is an order. If you succeed, here, A faint blush appeared on Wen Shirong's face as she stumbled over her words. Then we can do that kind of thing. With that, she bolted from the room, leaving Yin Hang in a state of shock, giving a stiff thumbs up, but no further actions ensued. Mr. Yin Hang, are you all right? Sida swayed as Yin Hang extended a hand to halt his actions. Sida, please allow me a moment. I feel as though I am on the verge of being possessed. Let me be still for a while, all right? Fine. Yin Hang, having just been kicked into a delightful paradise, took until dusk to recover. All right, classmates, the Lady of the Night will guide you into the realm of fantasy. All the students had been ushered into a mysterious chamber by their teacher, where a magical mirror stood. Is that the mirror of truth? I can't wait to see. Many students had already transformed into their desired selves, while Wen Shirong calmly gazed at her reflection. Envision your ideal form. This mirror can delve into the depths of your heart, transforming you into that image. Come now, vividly painted in your mind. As Wen Shirong envisioned, the mirror began to emanate a purple light. Once the light faded, Wen Shirong had transformed into her second sister. It seemed she appeared quite pleased with this change and drew back the curtains of the ballroom. Yin Hang, you must find me. Yin Hang approached the mirror slowly, which probed his thoughts and, as he wished, transformed him into Ban Dada. It truly works. What a pity my voice cannot change. Otherwise, I would try out this voice changer. Let me rehearse my lines. Yin Hang conjured 3 Tomo, his expression serious, even disdainful. He picked up the pre-prepared voice changer and secured it in his mouth. Do you wish to dance as well? After reciting his lines, Yin Hang found it hard to maintain composure. Truth be told, he felt quite like cosplaying. He did not linger, stepping into the banquet instead. Wen Shirong scanned the crowd, filled with anticipation. Honestly, what are you dawdling about? Yin Hang, hurry and find me. Oh, my apologies. When Wen Shirong turned to see who had bumped into her, she discovered it was Yin Hang, though something felt amiss. Spotting the 2 explosive stars on his attire, she recognized him. What are you up to with this outfit? Is that you, Miss Wen Shirong? I apologize. I struggled to embody the ideal Yin Hang, yet for some reason, this outfit remains. Tifa, why yes. I cannot bear this. How can anyone distinguish us? I am right here, Yin Hang. Chapter 80. It's all a misunderstanding. How strange. Where has the young lady gone? Yin Hang surveyed the diverse crowd, undoubtedly akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even his Sharingan could not discern their identities. Is this the magic of the mirror? Everyone seems to be in disguise. How am I to find her? With no other options, Yin Hang relied on his instincts, meandering through the banquet. As his Sharingan scanned the crowd, he gradually spotted a familiar silhouette on the balcony. Young lady. Yin Hang hurried to the balcony, arriving before Wen Shirong. Look, I found you at last. Is it all right to make such a decision so hastily? Decision? And who are you? Only then did Yin Hang realize he had removed the voice changer. Taking a moment to regain his composure before continuing. I am Yin Hang. By the way, young lady, why does your voice sound different? Is your throat uncomfortable? And no. I mean, are you truly Yin Hang? Huh, of course, I am. Yin Hang scrutinized Wen Shirong, sensing something different about her, yet he could not quite place it. Wen Shirong blinked her large eyes, her gaze seemingly betraying surprise. Yin Hang, intrigued, assumed her astonishment stemmed from his new appearance. Gradually shifting his focus to her rosy lips, it seems no one is paying attention here. It feels like ages since I was close to the young lady. Young lady, it's been a while since we were close. Close? Oh dear, what a hassle. Without further ado, Yin Hang pulled Wen Shirong into his embrace and kissed her. Wen Shirong was taken aback by Yin Hang's actions, but she gradually adapted to the intimate atmosphere. Savoring the moment, Yin Hang, hurry and find me. As time passed, Wen Shirong's heart grew increasingly anxious, nearly in tears at Yin Hang's absence. Within the confines housing the magical mirror, a mysterious figure clad in black jingled a bell before the crowd. The chimes echoed around them, and the teachers present slowly lost consciousness, collapsing one by one. Today, I must present the Void User as a gift to the master. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Yin Hang remained engrossed in his closeness with Wen Shirong, until he noticed her fading away, revealing a familiar face. Your Highness, no, why are you here? Yin Hang was taken aback by the scene. Realizing he had just kissed not Wen Shirong, but the princess. This is bad. The mirror of magic has been compromised. Amidst the banquet, gasps erupted from the crowd, as those once in disguise resumed their true forms. However, Yin Hang's thoughts were occupied with the princess's apparent knowledge of his identity and her willingness to allow his behavior. Why is this happening, Your Highness? I never anticipated that my ideal partner would be Miss Wen Shirong. Ideal. Young lady, indeed, I admire her. She possesses a heart as pure and unblemished as snow, steadfastly adhering to her principles of justice. If I had even a fraction of her courage, I would not have made such grave mistakes. Grave mistakes? Have you committed any wrongdoing, Your Highness? And no. The princess fell silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fixed her gaze upon Yin Hang. Moments later, she threw herself into his embrace. Mr. Yin Hang. Gradually, the princess leaned closer, her lips nearing his, but Yin Hang would not be swayed by the intimate atmosphere, placing a hand before him. Your Highness, you mustn't. Before he could finish, the sound of shattering glass drew his attention, and his expression turned pale as he saw Wen Shirong's darkened countenance. Young lady, Wen Shirong's tears streamed down like pearls released from a broken string, disappointment etched across her face, unwilling to accept the reality. She turned towards the exit, fleeing from the so-called ball. Wait, young lady, it's not what you think. Yin Hang realized the gravity of the situation. He was perceived as having strayed, and he desperately chased after her. Unwittingly arriving at the academy's entrance, Wen Shirong's eyes reflected despair, akin to a discarded doll, weeping as she sought a tranquil refuge. Why? When did it begin? I don't know. I simply don't know. Young lady. Yin Hang rushed to catch her, wishing to explain, but she seemed unwilling to grant him that chance. I despise you. Let go of me. Please, hear me out. I loathe you. Yin Hang. You are nothing but a traitorous fool. Preferring the princess. Has this been going on for a long time? Keeping me in the dark? No. What just happened was. How can it not be? I witnessed it with my own eyes. That was a misunderstanding. I mistook her for you. Liar. Yin Hang's attempts at explanation were swept away like leaves in the wind as Wen Shirong fought against his grasp, pushing him to the ground. Stay away from me. I detest you. Seeing Wen Shirong retreating further, having already exited the academy gates, Yin Hang sprang to his feet, striving to follow her. Yet upon reaching the entrance, he found only emptiness. His familiar silhouette had vanished. Looking around, he spotted a shadow nearby, but it was not Wen Shirong. Tabata, by the way, did you see where the young lady went? Tabata appeared unresponsive, waving a wand at Yin Hang. Huh? The wand emitted a blue glow, splitting into icy pillars aimed at Yin Hang. Meanwhile, Wen Shirong, having unknowingly ventured into a nearby grove, was enveloped in sorrow. This is too much. Utterly unforgivable. Revenge is imperative. At that moment, a voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Revenge? If it were you, it would indeed be achievable, considering you are a great void user. Was that voice? Siefe Da. Wen Shirong swiftly drew her wand, cautiously scanning her surroundings, and spotted Siefe Da standing nearby. What are you doing here? Why have you come? I am not your enemy. Such audacity. Listen closely. The only ones who can genuinely comprehend you are those who share the path of the void user. I do not trust your words. Then let me ask you, who do you believe in this world, that is? Wen Shirong nearly uttered Yin Hang's name, but the recent events stifled her response. Ha. Your familiar is still the princess. Isn't she? Wen Shirong froze momentarily, perplexed by how Siefe Da knew this. Just then, the sound of ringing bells interrupted her thoughts. Siefe Da shook a bell capable of controlling consciousness, and Wen Shirong attempted to resist. But it was too late. The color in her gaze began to fade. Tabata, what are you doing? Yin Hang's Susanoo deflected the icy pillars one by one, his Sharingan fixed intently on Tabata. What has gotten into you? Why did you suddenly attack me? Command. After Tabata finished speaking, he continued to unleash ice magic towards Yin Hang, but Yin Hang was pressed for time. He charged directly at Tabata, and the so-called ice pillars were blocked by Susanoo. Susanoo's massive hand reached out with great force. Chapter 81. Qin Pingan's new creation. Yet he missed, as Tabata deftly rolled away, creating distance between them. A command. What on earth is happening? Yin Hang's inquiry seemed to make Tabata somewhat uneasy, extinguishing his desire to attack. What are you dawdling about? Hearing the familiar voice, Yin Hang glanced skyward and saw the controlled Wen Shirong. She fied. So it was you, the true form of that strange bird. Yin Hang attempted to advance, but Tabata's body obstructed his path. No, are you trying to stop me? I advise you to step aside. For the sake of the young lady, I wouldn't mind eliminating you as well. How could I step aside? She is the North Flower's guardian knight, our loyal watchdog. Yin Hang realized that Tabata had become entangled with Shified, but as a companion from the academy, he did not perceive it as betrayal, but rather as a situation of desperation. Tabata, I know you must be coerced. You can step aside. Yet Tabata's magic had already coalesced, a colossal ice pillar materializing before Yin Hang. How unreasonable. The ice pillar descended upon Yin Hang. But he calmly approached Tabata. The pillar passed through Yin Hang's body, leaving him unscathed. Tabata's eyes widened in astonishment, still reeling from the shock when Yin Hang seized her throat with an iron grip. Truly troublesome matters are multiplying. You should take a moment to rest. Yin Hang's pupils constricted, and from Tabata's perspective, The entire experience of her mother's demise unfolded before her. He cast Tabata aside and coldly regarded Shified. Hurry and awaken, young lady. It's futile. She is in a deep slumber. In Heng disagreed. If he could dispel the enchantment of the sedative, then this should also be possible. His Sharingan spun slowly, forming a kaleidoscope. And in an instant, the colors in Wen Shirong's eyes returned. In Heng, effective, young lady, quickly jumped down from above. No, Wen Shirong's actions left Shified bewildered, and In Heng, as if caught in a paralysis spell, stood there, exasperated. Young lady, stop fooling around. Do you comprehend the current situation? Be quiet, fool. I detest In Heng. Wen Shirong stomped her feet in frustration, seemingly needing to vent her emotions this way. However, Shified's mount began to wobble under the strain. Losing its balance. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Fool, stop acting recklessly. Shified grasped Wen Shirong's hands, attempting to restrain her, but instead, it only fueled her resistance. Don't touch me. I loathe everyone. During their tug-of-war, she lost her footing and plummeted downwards. Young lady. In Heng's heart tightened, and he rushed to the approximate location of Wen Shirong's fall, managing to catch her. His tense mood gradually eased, yet Wen Shirong was unwilling to accept this favor, persistently clawing at his face in a bid to escape his embrace. Let me go. Did I not say? The previous incident was merely a matter of circumstance. I hate it. Let me go. I am your young lady alone. I detest it. I do not believe you. Truly, women are troublesome. In anger, In Heng pressed down her hands and forcefully kissed her lips. Wen Shirong initially sought to resist, but soon her grip on his clothing slackened. In Heng sensed her cessation of resistance and withdrew his lips. Now can you believe it? Are you sincere? Truly, without a doubt, the only person I hold dear in this world is the young lady. Upon hearing these words, Wen Shirong's emotions overflowed like a flood, as she sobbed in In Heng's embrace. Once matters of the heart were resolved, In Heng's apprehensions subsided somewhat, leaving only Shified to contend with. Ah, yet another gargoyle, is it? Previously, your powers were sealed, allowing you a moment of triumph, but this time I shall not be humiliated again. Observing the dozens of gargoyles, In Heng felt disdain. Such creatures were trifles to him. Easily manageable. You only boast. Therefore, today, I shall forcibly take her away. In Heng scoffed. Just as he intended to summon Susanoo, a deafening explosion obliterated the central part of the gargoyle, leading to the demise of each one in succession. Not only was Shified taken aback by the surroundings, but In Heng too was puzzled by the unfolding events. At that moment, a giant aircraft broke through the clouds above Shified, a massive fireball coalescing and launching towards her. Shified was momentarily stunned and swiftly vacated her mount. Once more, Shified vanished from sight. Hello there. This voice. Could it be my brother? In Heng gazed at the shadow atop the aircraft, and under the night's glow, Qin Ping'an's face gradually became discernible. It hardly resembled a mere aircraft. Rather, it appeared to be a fusion of an airplane and a ship, gazing at the spacecraft that landed on the ground. In Heng couldn't help but admire Qin Ping'an's ingenuity. Indeed, our aircraft from that era could not be constructed, however, by referencing the principles of this world's spacecraft. Combining two physical entities resulted in a vessel that surpassed the speed of ordinary ships. The landing of the spacecraft quickly drew the attention of many students, and by morning, numerous individuals had rushed out of the academy, eager to catch a glimpse of the ship. I was still in the midst of test flights when I noticed you were engaged in battle. I was quite surprised, given that I hadn't seen you all day, yet you appeared so suddenly. As In Heng spoke, a thought struck him, and he turned towards the academy's entrance, realizing that Tabata, whom he had cast aside, had vanished. By the way, why did Tabata do such a thing? In Heng's expression grew grave. This demeanor had persisted since his arrival in this world, seemingly never easing. That same expression again. It has been like this since morning. Wen Shirong observed In Heng's countenance, her eyes reflecting confusion, quickly recalling the events from yesterday, which still infuriated her. This is truly infuriating. Such behavior must not be easily overlooked. Otherwise, the dignity of the master would be utterly obliterated. In Heng. Ah. In Heng, called by Wen Shirong, appeared bewildered. What is it, young lady? About last night. What does the young lady refer to? In Heng attempted to feign ignorance, but it was evidently futile. Don't play dumb. What transpired between you and Princess? I've explained it already, young lady. I heard you mention being compelled by circumstances. Correct. Yes, that is indeed the case. Upon reflection, that hardly counts as an explanation. Chapter 82. Peering into others' cube artifacts. Please clarify further. But I've been rather forgetful lately. Are you underestimating your master? In a fit of rage? Wen Shirong seized In Heng's deceitful mouth, reprimanding him. What did you do to lead to such a situation? All right. It hurts. Hey, In Heng, the Water Knights have assembled. At that moment, Prusher's voice rang out, and upon seeing her, In Heng felt as though he had found a savior, breaking free from Wen Shirong's grasp. Wait, In Heng. We shall discuss this matter later, young lady. Even if you urge me to clarify, there indeed remain many troubles. Watching In Heng's retreating figure. When Shirong momentarily entered a daze. As In Heng departed, Shay Saida hurried to her side. Miss Wen Shirong, what is it? I have yet to ask you what the outcome was. What outcome? At yesterday's ball. Did Mr. In Heng manage to find Miss Wen Shirong? A look of panic crossed Wen Shirong's face, which Shay Saida promptly noted. Given your expression, it seems he did not find you. Yesterday, I was far too preoccupied for that. Oh dear, it seems you have crafted quite the excuse. At that moment, the surrounding commotion caught their attention, and upon looking, they discovered the princess had arrived, as the Water Sprite Knights were summoned by her. Wen Shirong's feelings towards the princess appeared to have developed a rift, no longer displaying the admiration she once had. Upon noticing the princess's arrival, Qin Pingan promptly bowed in greeting, gazing at the magnificent spacecraft before her. The princess marveled. What a grand vessel. It will surely astonish the entire continent. This hardly amounts to anything, Your Highness. I heard that last night, you used the ship to repel the gargoyles that appeared near this academy. I sincerely thank you. I must humbly decline. Compared to me, In Heng contributed far more. I merely assisted in clearing the way. The princess, glancing at In Heng amidst the crowd, felt her cheeks flush, suddenly finding it difficult to meet his gaze. Noticing the princess's reaction, In Heng couldn't help but internally scoff. What on earth is going on? Why is everyone focusing their attention on me? Well, Mr. In Heng, I must express my gratitude towards you as well. It matters little. Since I have accepted the appointment letter, I shall simply carry out my responsibilities. Qin Pingan sensed the peculiar atmosphere, his gaze flitting between the two, realizing that something extraordinary must have transpired in his absence yesterday. What? Mr. In Heng and Her Majesty the Queen. Embracing. Seeing the excitement radiating from Shay Saida, Wen Shirong hastily covered her mouth. Shoo, your voice is too loud. It's truly unbelievable. If the rival is Her Majesty the Queen, then the odds are against me. Noticing the princess's strange demeanor, Shay Saida observed that she had been fixated on In Heng, her gaze far from ordinary, and her expression towards Wen Shirong was equally odd. She began to persistently interrogate, eventually cornering Wen Shirong into a secluded spot to recount the events of yesterday, explaining the source of Shay Saida's fervor. Don't speak as if you ever had a chance. Your opponent is a woman of royalty. She can do as she pleases, can't she? Surely Mr. In Heng will soon take up a position in the royal city, and then every night what? It's rather difficult to articulate. Shay Saida quickly covered her flushed cheeks, and as she hesitated to speak, Wen Shirong grew anxious. Since we've come this far, to be straightforward. Very well, I shall disclose it. I read a passage in a book where a noble lady summoned a knight to her chamber, and then engaged in such activities. Wait, surely Her Highness the Princess wouldn't partake in such. Partake in what? Qin Pingan leaned in, having heard commotion, and approached, only to find two faces awash with panic. And nothing. Wen Shirong swiftly pulled Shay Saida away from Qin Pingan's line of sight. Qin Pingan stood there, bewildered, unaware of the nature of their conversation. Piecing together Mr. In Heng's demeanor today and the princess's unusual gaze, Qin Pingan concluded that something significant had occurred yesterday. Turning his attention towards In Heng, who was leaning against the spaceship's railing, gazing at the scenery. Approaching In Heng, he observed him in a trance, seemingly troubled. Do you have something on your mind, brother? In Heng slowly turned his head to face Qin Pingan. Surprised to realize he had been unaware of Qin Pingan's approach, noticing In Heng's demeanor, Qin Pingan could guess something was amiss but refrained from broaching the events of the previous day. By the way, brother, do you know the name of this ship? What is it? It is called the Dongfang, representing the East, and one day it shall take you to the distant Orient, named with a certain wish in mind. I have many wonderful things to show you. Will you join me? Though In Heng felt no particular enthusiasm, he always found himself agreeing to Qin Pingan's requests, somewhat absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Her Highness the Princess stood by the window of her chamber at the academy, reminiscing about the kiss she had shared with In Heng the previous day. Why did I? Your Majesty, the carriage back to the palace is ready. Gazing at Milan before her, she understood that as queen, she must return to her duties. But what troubles you, Your Majesty? The princess, who had been poised to exit the room, paused, leaving Milan perplexed. I wish to linger here a little longer. So, it appears that something transpired between Mr. In Heng and Her Majesty the Queen. Due to their oversight, a fourth person had become privy to this information. Tifa. Speaking of which, why are you not surprised? CS Saida observed Tifa's expression, which remained unchanged, prompting her confusion. Although I am surprised, I believe there must be a reason behind it. I feel the same way. As when Shirong spoke, a tinge of disappointment crept into her heart. However, it's all Mr. Inhing's fault for not clarifying. Miss Wen Shirong. If you don't mind, please make use of this. It is a magical artifact known as the Crystal of Last Night. I know. CS Saida, seemingly well acquainted with the item, surprised when Shirong. How do you know about this? It is currently quite popular among women, as it is a one-time use item, and it has long since sold out. Where did you acquire it? Oh, it was a gift from that haughty young lady. Given to me as a token of reconciliation, this crystal allows one to glimpse into another's past night. It will reveal images of that person. Chapter 83. A new trouble approaches. It seems that women use this to investigate their husband's fidelity. Is that so? Yet I have reservations about such an artifact. The notion of women investigating their husbands made when Shirong blushed. I too trust Mr. Inhing, but if this could help ease Miss Wen Shirong's anxious heart, would using this dispel my unease? When Shirong reached out to take it, but as her hand neared, she hesitated and withdrew. CS Saida, however, effortlessly snatched it up. Allow me to use it. Huh? Didn't you say it was unnecessary? I never said that. When Shirong swiftly reclaimed the artifact from CS Saida's grasp. Of course, I shall be the one to use it, as it is my familiar. That spinning propeller grants this vessel 3 times its usual propulsion, enabling long-distance voyages. Quite impressive. Inheng surveyed the ship, when suddenly a blue light flashed, landing squarely on Qin Pingin's face. What's the matter, brother? Nothing. Since the light shone on his face, Qin Pingin remained oblivious, while Inheng noticed that on the ship's 3rd level, they were using a magnifying glass to observe the 3 of them. This will allow us to see Mr. Qin Pingin. Seeing when Shirong fixated on Qin Pingin, CS Saida grew anxious, fearing the magical artifact might be wasted. I know, but it's difficult to aim accurately. What are those 3 up to? Inheng observed when Shirong continuously adjusting the magnifying glass, aiming it at him. Inheng, run. Brother, I have something to attend to. I must leave first. The voice of 9527 rang out unexpectedly, leaving Inheng bewildered by this sudden dismissal, yet he still fled from the magnifying glass's range. He has escaped. There is something amiss. We must follow. Tifa, initially dazed, was tugged along by CS Saida towards Inheng's direction, with when Shirong desperately chasing after them. Why must I run? Inheng was perplexed by 9527's insistence on his flight, when Shirong was wielding a terrifying artifact capable of revealing a man's nakedness. Can we not joke at a time like this? What do you mean by naked? In any case, we must flee. At that moment, when Shirong's shouts echoed behind them, Inheng, cease your futile resistance. Wow, what have I done to deserve this? Why must I be stripped bare? Unbeknownst to him, Inheng rounded a corner, glancing at the corridors and doors, and without hesitation, dove into one of the rooms. Observing the corridors, when Shirong quickly devised the best plan. We shall split up to search, then I shall investigate this way. With the 2 of them sprinting off in opposite directions, Tifa found herself at a loss, unsure which path to take in the 2 corridors. Gazing at the door in the center, Tifa hesitated, uncertain whether to enter. Is this truly the interior of the ship? Why does it resemble the movement of a traditional vessel? Inheng inadvertently stumbled into the ship's engine room, marveling at the immense machinery before him. Truly remarkable. Just by observing, one could construct such marvels. My brother is truly impressive. I almost feel nostalgic, as in my previous world. At that moment, the door behind him swung open, a beam of light spilling in. Mr. Inheng. Wow. Before Inheng could react, Tifa lunged at him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Why are you hugging me so tightly? I apologize. This is for Miss Wen Shirong. Wait, this is unacceptable. If seen, what would happen to my dignity as a man? Inheng struggled to break free, but the pressure was overwhelming, leaving him somewhat powerless. Found Mr. Inheng. Hearing the commotion, when Shirong and CS Saida rushed in as well. Accept your fate, Inheng. Wait, don't come any closer. When Shirong, with the magical artifact in hand, slowly approached Inheng's face, who resolutely shook his head in defiance, seeing Inheng's resistance. CS Saida and when Shirong attempted to restrain his head. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. Inheng performed a swift maneuver, crouching and rolling away, escaping their grasp and darting out. Inheng, upon reaching the corner, he glanced back, relieved to see no one following, only to be startled as the 3 emerged from an unexpected direction, when Shirong, filled with indignation, forcefully brought In Hang down to the ground and, taking advantage of the situation, seated herself atop him. Pinching his face between her legs. How could such a mere familiar cause her master so much trouble? Wait, please. Don't do that, young lady. I won't let you escape again. I want to see what In Hang did last night. Soon, a magnifying glass revealed everything that had transpired yesterday, showcasing the battle between Tabata and In Hang. Despite his utmost efforts to suppress the magic induced by the artifact, he was ultimately powerless. Though his face remained expressionless, his heart was already streaming with tears. It's over that I was ultimately possessed. Indeed, Tabata obstructed my attempt to rescue the young lady, but that was not her intention. It was Shefid who commanded her. She remarked that Tabata was merely a loyal watchdog. This leaves me even more perplexed. Why would Tabata heed that woman's orders? In Hung shook his head in resignation. For he, too, was uncertain, his mind conjuring an image of the girl beside Tabata. Perhaps inquiring with Qiu Nianhua might yield some clues. Tabata. Was it? The group searched the academy for quite a while, ultimately locating Qiu Nianhua in the cafeteria. So, do you know anything about her? Qiu Nianhua? In Hang, desperate to understand why Tabata had distanced herself from them, reasoned that no one enjoyed aligning with villains. Alas, let me share the only piece of information I possess. Tabata is not an ordinary noble. She hails from the royal family of Gakali. Her father was the brother of the reigning king and was slain during the struggle for succession. Tabata nearly fell victim to poisoning herself. But her mother took her place. After that, her mother succumbed to a mental illness and isolated herself in their home. Subsequently, the Gakali royal family appointed her as a knight, burdening her with impossible tasks. Impossible tasks, you say, such as exterminating monsters or undertaking perilous investigative missions. Was she not previously engaged in battle with you in the Lake of the Water Spirits? So, yesterday's events were largely dictated by the Gakali royal family. Truly remarkable, utilizing one's own kin as cannon fodder. Now, let us set forth to Gakali, young lady. In Hung found it utterly unforgivable, the actions of the Gakali clan, having acquired royal power. They still sought to exacerbate Tabata's plight. Wait a moment, since I am currently unscathed, I wonder what fate awaits Tabata for her failure in this mission. Chapter 84. Tabata's sister In Hang hesitated, as he genuinely wished to visit the Gakali royal family. However, when Shirong's disapproval left him with no choice but to relent. Hello, can you hear me, brother? At that moment, In Hang's earpiece crackled with Qin Pingan's voice, prompting him to step aside to respond. What's the matter? That girl you fought yesterday, her name is Tabata, correct? Yes, by the way, how did you know, brother? This was also reported by Jin Zhuaxin, but that is not the pressing matter. What is crucial is that the girl named Tabata has returned to her family. Has she not faced any repercussions? In Hang recalled that Tabata had succumbed to an illusion, inexplicably vanishing. No, but her home is in disarray, as if invaded, and most critically, she was attacked by someone who, like Tifa, belongs to the elven race. What? In Hang's exclamation drew the attention of those around him, who turned to look at him. What's wrong? Did something happen? No, it's nothing. I just need to step out for a moment. My brother requires me. With that, In Hang dashed out of the cafeteria, reaching the academy entrance, observing In Hang's hurried departure, when Shirong couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. All right, brother, please continue. Well, the assailant was male, proficient in elven magic, and effortlessly deflected Tabata's attacks, rendering even the blue dragon's attempts to rescue her futile. Understood. In Hung was increasingly convinced that Tabata had fallen into this predicament for her mother's sake. It seemed Shefid was not as foolish as he appeared. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he wished to expedite his journey to Gakali, seeking the princess would be the solution. With this thought in mind, In Hang hurried towards the dormitory, recalling having seen the princess in a particular room aboard the airship. As expected, he found her there. Mr. In Hang, what brings you here, your highness? I require your assistance with a matter. In Hang recounted the battle with Tabata and the words spoken by Shefid, presenting the account to the princess in its entirety. So, the Gakali royal family seeks to capture Wen Shirong? Yes, and not only that. But Tabata has also been manipulated. Otherwise, she would not have attacked me. But why? Because Shefid has long coveted the young lady's ethereal power. Upon hearing this, the princess hesitated. Your highness, please allow me to venture to Gakali. It is inexcusable that they would abduct the young lady and exploit Tabata in the process. It is utterly outrageous. I must take the initiative. I wish to make them pay dearly for their provocations. As In Hang spoke with growing fervor, his fists trembled with rage, his bloodline awakening in response. Still consumed by anger, In Hang felt a gentle hand grasp his, pulling him from his tumultuous thoughts. No, you cannot undertake such perilous actions. Huh? In Hung found himself captivated by the princess's pleading eyes, an indescribable sensation washing over him as he noticed her gaze had shifted towards him in an increasingly peculiar manner. Allow me to handle this matter. But first, let us gather evidence if it is indeed the doing of Gakali. I shall mobilize all the resources of my kingdom to protect you all. Promise me you will not engage in dangerous actions. I understand. In Heng had initially thought that approaching the princess would secure a decree for expedition, but it seemed that would not be the case. Disappointed, he exited the dormitory, gazing up at the sky. Feeling a sense of helplessness as the wind carried an air of resignation. If we could just launch a direct assault, why must we wait? Furthermore, what is that dark spot? Suddenly, In Heng noticed a humanoid figure plummeting from the sky towards him. Just before it struck, he rolled aside, and a cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Coughing, he exclaimed, "What is that?" With a wave of his Susanoo, he dispersed the smoke, revealing a blue-haired girl before him. However, her attire. What is this? Is she truly going about in broad daylight without clothing? As In Heng scrutinized the girl before him, he found himself questioning whether she was human or spirit. Clearly, the girl held no reservations. As she joyfully lunged towards In Heng upon spotting him, "I finally found you. Who are you? And why do you keep hugging me for no reason? You must go save my sister." Sister? In Heng, still bewildered, suddenly felt a sharp blow to his lower regions, causing him to collapse to the ground. Recognizing that familiar sensation, he immediately deduced who was responsible. Why young lady? It turned out that when Shirong, having noticed In Heng's prolonged absence, decided to check on him. Upon witnessing him embracing a naked girl, her fury erupted, resulting in a swift kick. "I can hardly believe this. One after another, you lecherous familiar. And who are you, roaming about in broad daylight without clothing?" Upon hearing herself addressed, the girl puffed up in indignation. "I'm not what you call you. My name is Iroh. Names are irrelevant. Just put on some clothes." Iroh seemed disinclined to heed when Shirong, her concern for In Hung apparent as she observed his current state. "What should I do? He is in no condition to save my sister." In Heng, on the verge of tears, couldn't he comprehend where this girl had come from or why he had been so abruptly compromised. Trembling, he asked, "Can you please clarify who your sister is? I'm utterly at a loss here." "Of course, it's my sister Tabata." "Tabata? I had no idea." "What? Tabata?" In Hung, as if forgetting his pain, sprang to his feet, gazing in shock at Iroh. Truth be told, he had never known that Tabata had a sister. "You will help rescue her, right?" Yes, we will help, but you must return with us to the dormitory so that the young lady can lend you an outfit." When Shirong, in a fit of rage, seized In Heng by the ear, exclaiming, "How audacious of you to lend out your master's clothing. It hurts. Surely it's unreasonable for the young lady not to provide a single piece of clothing. It would be a perfect opportunity to return and understand the situation. Humph, then hurry up." When Shirong released her grip and set off toward the dormitory, leaving In Heng with no choice but to beckon Iroh to follow. After dressing Iroh, In Heng fetched a chair for her to sit on before commencing his inquiry. "Speak." "Well, because Sister Tabata spared In Heng, she was charged with treason and had her status as a knight revoked. Had I known, I would have gone with her. This is turning into an increasingly troublesome affair. Not only that, but their mother has also been captured, and what of Tabata herself? She intended to rescue their mother." But In Heng recalled Qin Pingan's revelation about Tabata's plight, though he chose to keep the information to himself. Chapter 85. Shedding the so-called nobility. It is truly astonishing to hear that she has accomplished numerous tasks deemed impossible. And a formidable contender has been vanquished. The opponent must undoubtedly be of the fourth tier. Listening to Yilu's account, when Shirong is able to ascertain that this individual possesses a high level of magical prowess. For to have defeated Tabata suggests an exceptional capability. What when Shirong remains unaware of is that Tabata was incapacitated almost instantaneously by her own magic, with the elf hardly exerting any effort at all. "I must hurry over immediately," I said. "So you have come to seek our assistance. I implore you. My foolish brother, do you not suspect that she might be someone sent by Jelly?" Qin Pingan pushed open the door and stepped inside slowly. Having witnessed the earlier scene and eavesdropped for quite some time, "Brother, are you doubting her?" Qin Ping and Sharingan scrutinized Yilu, surveying her closely and noting the many differences from Tabata. She stands significantly taller. And while she possesses blue hair, her facial features seem hardly reminiscent of Tabata. "I am her sister. Trust me." Proof. Qin Pingan was not inclined to engage in pointless discourse with Yilu. He desired to ascertain whether she was indeed Tabata's blue dragon. Under Qin Pingan's penetrating gaze, Yilu slowly lowered her head, realizing she had nothing to substantiate her claim. A thought surfaced in Yilu's mind. And she stood up, fixing her resolute gaze upon Qin Ping. And I will fetch the evidence. With that, she dashed out of the dormitory. Yin Hang and Qin Ping exchanged glances before following suit. And Wen Shirong, noticing the two brothers had merely shared a glance before departing, felt a tinge of confusion, yet followed in their footsteps. Upon reaching outside the dormitory, the two men surveyed the empty lawn, but could not spot Yilu. However, they soon noticed Tabata's dragon soaring in the sky. Qin Ping's suspicions were confirmed. Yilu was indeed the blue dragon. Yin Hang also realized that the one who had sought his aid moments ago was none other than Tabata's blue dragon. Yilu originally. Hush, do not speak. Qin Ping halted Yin Hang, as when Shirong had just arrived, thinking that revealing too much too soon could be detrimental. The blue dragon gradually descended before the trio. And it was time for Qin Ping to showcase his acting skills. By any chance, have you seen a girl with blue hair? The blue dragon nodded, occasionally emitting soft dragon sounds. It seems this is the evidence I seek. I have further inquiries. Does your master have a sister named Yilu? The blue dragon nodded once more in affirmation. I see. Then has your master been captured? At this juncture, the blue dragon did not nod but instead emitted a whimper. Tears glistening in its eyes. It was evident to anyone that the person had indeed been taken away. Very well. I understand. We shall endeavor to rescue your master. We will not turn a blind eye to this matter. However, without the princess's permission, we cannot act recklessly. Then let us seek the princess. Yin Hang shook his head in resignation. I do not share your optimism. The princess will surely deny the request for permission. Oh, she surely will. The princess trusts you immensely. Why not give it a try? As he spoke, Qin Ping nudged Yin Hang's shoulder with his elbow, while Wen Shirong's expression grew somber, as he couldn't help but envision the scene of the princess sharing a kiss with Yin Hang. Indeed, Yin Hang and the princess. Mississippi. Yin Hang's call snapped when Shirong back to reality. Please assist me in pleading my case to the princess. Fine. Fine, I understand. All right, let us hasten to the royal capital. At this moment, Tabata was being brought to the royal court of Jelly by the elves, lying in a state of unconsciousness. Before her, a man with blue hair akin to Tabata's praised her, saying, "Truly remarkable. You have effortlessly captured my niece. It seems your ancestors' magic is indeed authentic. I have fulfilled your demand to capture the traitor. Now it is your turn to heed our request. Pray tell. Recently, the demon gate we protect has been unusually active. The demon gate. You refer to the holy site. To us, it is a dread-filled demon gate that caused great calamity 6,000 years ago. Are you suggesting that its reawakening signifies some ominous portent? We possess a prophecy. When 4 demons gather, the true demonic power will awaken, bringing forth immense disaster once more. The true demonic power. As you stated, the force of the void. Oh, the void. If this continues, we cannot guarantee our peace. Upon finishing, the elf gazed gravely at the man. What do you intend for me to do? I hope you can prevent those who wish to approach the demon gate. Ah, this is quite a matter of significance. You have prepared a corresponding gift, I trust. You are permitted to mine windstones in the desert for 100 years. Windstones are vital materials for airships, as elves and humans are regarded as opposing factions, making such materials exceedingly rare, not sufficient. What? In my lifetime, you shall serve my needs. The man was met with incredulous stares, as his words seemed utterly nonsensical. What foolishness are you spouting? The man smirked, unfazed. If you are unwilling, then this matter is settled. He was well aware of what the elves required. Even without agreeing, he would incur no loss, whereas compliance would yield him substantial benefits. As he anticipated, the elves found themselves unable to refuse his request, ultimately acquiescing. Very well, I understand. Shada. I have one question. What is it? What is your true aim? What do you seek to accomplish? I am merely exceedingly bored. I see. Recognizing the man's reluctance to divulge further details, Shada chose not to press the matter and simply turned to depart. As Shada left, the man turned his gaze back to the unconscious Tabata and remarked, "As a mere hound, you dare to defy your master. As punishment, I shall ensure you share your mother's fate. Until the potion is ready, you and your mother shall live together, and this is my gift as your utterly incompetent uncle." Meanwhile, Yin Hang, who had arrived at the royal court to request permission, remained oblivious to the events transpiring in Jieli. I cannot grant you permission to proceed to Jieli. Why not, Your Highness? Your presence may provoke a war. Your actions will be perceived as those of the kingdom. As far as I know, Tabata is currently imprisoned as a criminal, is she not? If you insist on rescuing such an individual, it will undoubtedly be viewed as a significant hostile action. Do you comprehend? Then I shall return this noble attire to you. Yin Hang had initially believed that possessing a title would bestow certain privileges, only to find it utterly useless, and he realized it might even hinder his freedom of movement. Mr. In Hung. In Hung? Miss, Your Highness. This way, we shall not burden the kingdom further. Chapter 86. Commoner when she wronged you. Of all people. Gazing into In Hang's determined eyes, the princess felt a twinge of helplessness. Even so, she remained resolute in her refusal. Milan, seize these individuals. Ha. Qin Pingan was left bewildered by the princess's actions and immediately protested. How foolish. To attempt to arrest us. How could that possibly? Just as Qin Pingan was about to retaliate, he was halted by In Hang. Brother, remain calm. But they are about to. Enough. Qin Pingan was silenced by the outburst, his spirits plummeting, leaving him devoid of the desire to resist. Thus, the two were escorted into a room. Its windows barred with iron. Alas. It is all my fault. I should not have sought the permit. In Hang sat on the bed, consumed by self-reproach, lamenting not only his failure to obtain the permit but also the predicament it had brought upon others. It is nothing. Do not burden yourself further, dear brother. Alas. Now we are confined within the castle. What shall we do? By the way, Miss Wen Shirong is not without her own troubles. She is likely speaking to the princess on our behalf at this very moment. Indeed, In Hang's expression darkened considerably, as the recent events made him feel as though he were plummeting into an abyss. Why can you not understand me? Why willingly plunge into danger? Yet still, everyone wishes to save her. However, that I cannot bear to lose someone dear to me again. The princess clutched her chest, her heart aching with pain, rendering her unable to consent to such perilous endeavors. Indeed, Your Highness, I have a question to pose to you. What is it? Wen Shirong, what are your thoughts on In Hang? It appeared that Wen Shirong still harbored doubts. Despite In Hang's explanations, she remained unwilling to embrace those sincere words. What do you think? As a knight, he performs admirably, not as a queen, but as a friend, as a woman. I implore you to respond. Wen Shirong, the princess gazed at Wen Shirong, momentarily entranced, seeking an answer within her eyes. Do you not admire In Hang as a man? Thus, it was at the recent ball that I found myself with In Hang. I feel so lonely, with no one to rely on. Perhaps I merely yearn to indulge in some affection. Can anyone fulfill that role? Wen Shirong, astonished that a princess would utter such words, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, her body trembling uncontrollably. I am not entirely certain myself. Not sure? Very well, Your Highness's feelings are her own. I should refrain from voicing my thoughts. However, In Hang is my familiar, and should you intend to take action against him, I hope you are prepared for the psychological ramifications. Wen Shirong's words not only served as a precautionary measure for the princess but also asserted her claim. Yet, the princess remained unfazed by Wen Shirong's declaration, her demeanor calm. Indeed. To Mr. In Hang is of great significance. And I envy you for having someone to articulate such sentiments. However. I have lost that. I apologize, Wen Shirong, but given the current circumstances, we must dissuade Mr. In Hang from his intentions of heading to Jiali. That is unfeasible. Why? Can you simply stand by while someone important goes to battle? All along, Tabata has been considered a dear friend of ours, thus we must rescue her. Wen Shirong, could it be that you also? Wen Shirong removed the cloak, a symbol of her noble status, and handed it to the princess. In doing so, I relinquish my nobility, becoming merely the commoner. Wen Shirong, please treat me as a traitor to Your Highness, thus preventing any trouble for the kingdom. Jelly, however, is wary of your void power. I am aware, yet in my capacity as a noble, this is simply a matter of principle. If you are to adhere to your principles, then I too must uphold my own. The princess's principle is that she cannot bear to watch those close to her leave time and again. I wonder how the young lady fared in her appeal to the princess. I hope she isn't being put in a difficult position. At this thought, In Hang could not help but sigh, glancing at the restless Qin Pingan, feeling his own agitation intensifying. Just as In Hang was about to speak, he heard footsteps approaching from outside, causing even the fidgety Qin Pingan to settle down. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Wen Shirong, her presence startling both of them. Young lady, In Hang exclaimed, noticing something amiss as he surveyed Wen Shirong. The cloak draped over her shoulders was conspicuously absent. Where has your noble cloak gone? I returned it to the princess. What? Returned it? As Wen Shirong stepped into the room, the guard promptly shut the door and locked it. Did you not notice? I have also been arrested for defying the princess. It seems I was of no assistance after all. In Hang slumped helplessly onto the bed, akin to a dumpling that had lost its filling, devoid of any spirit, while Qin Pingan merely observed in silence. There was no other choice. To spare the princess any trouble, this was the only course of action. Now a mere commoner's familiar, you must be disappointed. Not at all. It seems that discarding your noble status is, in fact, a misfortune. I currently lack the energy to concern myself with anything else. In Hang buried his face into the pillow, his voice barely a whisper. However, I am touched. You would forsake your noble identity for me. Thank you, young lady. In Hang. Am I simply to abandon all hope? I shall not yield. I am determined to escape. When Shiron concealed her sorrow, understanding that now was not the time for despair, she fixed her gaze steadfastly upon the window, her eyes filled with resolve. Although Qin Pingan longed to use his abilities to break free, he was thwarted by his foolish brother, leaving him to lie on the bed and gaze at the ceiling. In a distant room, Tabata slowly opened her eyes, feeling a softness enveloping her body, her consciousness sharpening as she stared at the blanket draped over her. You are awake. The elf glanced at Tabata before returning to her reading. You are the one from before. The elf slowly closed her book, her gaze finally meeting Tabata's. I am Shada, and I have your staff. Where are we? Jelly, being a royal name, should be familiar to you. Where is my mother? The elf offered no further words, merely gesturing for Tabata to follow her to another room, where a woman resembling Tabata lay asleep on the bed. Mother. Upon seeing her mother, Tabata rushed forward, finding solace in her mother clutching a doll identical to her. Due to her loud outbursts, I allowed her to rest. Do not worry, she has not been harmed. The elf resumed reading her book, casually warning, by the way, do not think of escaping. Gazing at the dozens of guards outside the window, Tabata remained undeterred, inquiring, what about my familiar? Chapter 87. Turmoil. You mean that blue dragon? He has fled. It is best not to entertain thoughts of rescue, as you are aware of our clan's power. What do you intend to do? Keeping me imprisoned in such a place. The elf faced Tabata's inquiry without reservation, providing her with all the answers. I am currently concocting a potion. Once completed, you shall drink it. A potion, the same as the one your mother consumed. A potion to dull the mind. What does that potion do? Only we possess the knowledge to brew it. Should you find yourself bored before I finish, feel free to read. The elf approached Tabata, extending a book towards her, which she found quite intriguing. This book tells the tale of a young man named Valu, a hero who set out to rescue a maiden captured by a dragon. Tabata gazed at the dragon depicted on the cover, her mind wandering. When will my brother make his move? It has already been too long. Let us wait a little longer. In Hang inhaled deeply, fixating on the door before stating, it is time. Bang. The door was instantly shattered by Qin Ping and Sisanu. A momentary explosion. Oh, I can hardly breathe. I must hasten to Jelly. Indeed. With that, In Hung scooped up Wen Shiron, who was seated nearby, and together with Qin Pingan, they dashed out of the royal capital. Upon exiting the capital and entering the wild forest, they unexpectedly encountered Alu. The trio pondered their next move. When Fate. Alu, what brings you here? In Hung questioned, puzzled by Alu's presence. I say, Alu, your master forbids you from revealing your true form, does she not? Nevertheless, it is about time for the truth to be disclosed. If you refuse, I shall expose you myself. Qin Pingan was not one to believe in mere coincidences, and realizing the gravity of the situation, he pressed for transparency. Honestly, I had promised my sister I would remain silent. Yet, having been seen through, Alu had no reason to withhold her true form. Bound by the silent winds, transform my shape. As Alu completed her incantation, a powerful blue gust enveloped her, and she transformed into a blue dragon in the sky. So it is. Alu is indeed Tabata's familiar, which explains the inexplicable familiarity I felt earlier. In Hung was not particularly surprised by Alu's transformation into a blue dragon. Rather, he considered the use of Susanu to approach Jelly far too conspicuous. Their objective was to infiltrate stealthily and observe. I never anticipated such an occurrence while stationed here. I sincerely apologize. Milan lamented as she gazed at the shattered door and the knight sprawled on the ground. No, this is not Milan's fault. The blame lies with me. Your Majesty, what should we do now? We are currently exerting all efforts to search the city yet have received no leads. Milan, should you find them, do not resort to violence. Understood. With that, Milan exited the room, leaving the princess alone, her face etched with sorrow. Just as In Hang and the others mounted Alu to head towards Jelly, they discovered chaos erupting in the town. Soldiers patrolling the streets, several of whom were advancing towards them. They had no choice but to conceal themselves among the trees. This is bad. Soldiers are everywhere. If we proceed now, we will be discovered. What a predicament. Brother, what do you suggest we do? Qin Pingan felt that eliminating all the soldiers would resolve the issue, but the situation had become far too complicated, leaving him unable to act. All right, brother, I know you are anxious, but now is not the time for rashness. Yin Heng observed the panicking crowd, and a rather convenient idea struck him. Brother, I need to borrow a black armored beast from you. By the way, can it be repaired? Huh, of course, that is not a problem. What do you intend to do? I plan to use the black armored beast as bait to draw the soldiers' attention, after which we can accelerate our ascent into the sky towards Jelly. Fine, I will dispatch it immediately. With that, Qin Pinyin used his earpiece to relay information to the Golden Claw God, and Yin Heng sensed that another battle was about to commence. Soon, a black armored beast approached from another direction. Kneeling before Qin Pinyin. Boss, what are your orders? You seek to attract attention. Surely, there is no need for me to intervene, is there? Indeed, the black armored beast slowly raised a small machine gun from one of its arms, gradually making its way towards the street. Before long, the startled gasps of the crowd echoed through the thoroughfare, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Brother, have you perhaps gone too far? Fong Xin, it is merely the Ma family's marksmanship. It will not harm any innocent souls. One can only hope so. To be honest, when Yin Heng first proposed this idea, he felt a twinge of regret. He genuinely feared that Qin Pinyin would unleash the black armored beast upon the soldiers of the town, leading to even greater complications. However, those concerns were not the only ones. They needed to hasten towards Jelly. Dilu, who had been taken by the dragon, fought back tears, burdened by the pain her parents had endured due to Edie's actions. As their daughter, she felt unworthy of shedding tears. This was her deserved punishment. Tabata sat at her mother's bedside, reciting tales from her books, her thoughts wavering at the notion of punishment, the punishment for betraying a friend. Little did she know, a colossal monster was slowly being birthed beneath Jelly. Chapter 88. Infiltrating Jelly. Thus, the only thing that remained was to traverse the hills. A vast city blurred into view before the crowd. Were it not for Ilu leading the way, Yin Heng might have believed they had returned to the city of Star. Let us not disturb the grass and startle the serpent. That city still appears quite expansive. Qin Pinyin glanced at the enormous metropolis, feeling a slight headache. The inability to observe from the air indicated they would need to proceed cautiously, step by step. Indeed, let us hope for a smooth journey. Yin Heng, unlike Qin Pinyin, seemed less preoccupied with strategy. He sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Lowering his head, he found Wen Shirong staring at him in a daze. Miss, huh? Yin Heng's voice broke through, pulling the bewildered Wen Shirong back to reality. Miss, what troubles you? You seem lost in thought. Nothing. Wen Shirong quickly lowered her head, leaning slightly closer to Yin Heng. What a peculiar young lady she is. Wen Shirong appeared to be troubled by something lingering in her thoughts. Indeed, I have forsaken my family's title and become a commoner, severing ties with my father, mother, and sisters. From now on, Yin Heng shall be my only kin. Wen had been deep in contemplation, wrestling with the realization that his betrayal had endangered his friends. Thus, it was only natural that I should suffer such consequences. The beginnings of these tales seemed to narrate the night of Tabata's battle with Yin Heng. Filled with regret and perhaps sorrow, Wen's final wish was to obtain forgiveness from the friend he had betrayed. Yet that was an unattainable desire. How could he ever hope for forgiveness, gazing at his mother on the bed? A wave of sorrow surged within Tabata, her eyes betraying her emotions as tears slipped forth, filling the silent room with her weeping. Noticing that Yin Heng had ceased to observe her, Wen Shirong once again turned her gaze towards him. Looking into Yin Heng's profound eyes, she recalled their first meeting. Yin Heng has always appeared to be alone since his arrival in this world. Though Qin Pinyin eventually joined him, I still cannot comprehend how he mustered such courage before. Does he not feel lost? Why, then, do I feel so unsettled? We have arrived in the royal capital of Jelly. Ilu, let us first head to the town near Tabata's home. We shall infiltrate from there. With Qin Pinyin present, Yin Heng found himself relieved of many troubles. He could entrust these plans to Qin Pinyin, and while focusing on ensuring Wen Shirong's safety, while the plan was to gather intelligence around Tabata's residence. They likely wouldn't learn much from the townsfolk. Yin Heng worried that perhaps Qin Pinyin had already anticipated this, pointing to his own eyes. Have you forgotten we possess the Sharingan? I can ensnare a soldier with an illusion, compelling him to divulge the information we seek. You truly have a knack for manipulating the hearts of men. Your resourcefulness is impressive. Once Ilu transformed back into her human form, the group made their way to the bustling streets, where the lively night scene reminded Yin Heng of his time in the city of Star, with the occasional soldier patrolling the streets. Brother, Qin Pinyin subtly gestured towards two patrolling soldiers, signaling Yin Heng. As the enemies approached the corner, Yin Heng understood the cue and sent a shadow clone to confront them. Wait, Yin. It's nothing. He can handle this. Seeing Wen Shirong's worried expression, Qin Pinyin quickly reassured her. In Heng stealthily approached the soldiers, who seemed to sense an impending threat. As one turned, he was swiftly knocked unconscious by In Heng's powerful punch. How troublesome. Why turn around at all? Having subdued the two, In Heng beckoned to the others, and Qin Ping and realized the first step had been successfully completed. He led Wen Shirong to follow suit. Qin Ping observed the two soldiers before prying open their eyelids to cast an illusion, immersing them in a conversation with Shefid. After some probing, they gleaned valuable information. In the city of Beulah, the location where Tabata's mother had been taken, Tabata would undoubtedly be there too, situated at the eastern edge of Jiao. My lady, it is time for us to depart. In Heng gently pushed open the door and walked over to Wen Shirong, lifting her into his arms without waiting for her to speak. Do we not need to check out of that room? To be honest, this one was also arranged by Qin Ping, serving as their observation based. No worries. Let us go. In Heng leapt from the window with Wen Shirong in his embrace, calling out to Yi Lu, who was still playing nearby. Yi Lu, it is time for action. Lead us to the highest point of the city. Understood. Yi Lu responded, chanting an incantation to transform back into a blue dragon, carrying the two above the city. With In Heng's movement, the other clones sprang into action as well. The clones formed a circle around the city, shattering the potions in their hands, the scent wafting inward. Soon, some soldiers began to feel drowsy, and the effects did not spread within the royal capital. Before long, one by one, the soldiers collapsed. Seeing the potions taking effect, In Heng dispelled his shadow clone but did not descend immediately, as he needed to wait a while to avoid being affected. After approximately 5 minutes, noticing that the scent of the potions had become negligible, he spoke to Yi Lu. Yi Lu, you may descend now. The potion scent has dissipated. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu dared to land on the ground. While In Heng jumped down from Yi Lu's back, holding Wen Shirong. It seems the situation is nearly resolved. Yi Lu, having dealt with the dragon, arrived at a chamber deep within the cave, where a girl sat shivering. Hugging her knees, Yi Lu extended a hand to her. Alas, without the hero's arrival, no one will come. Those strong exteriors are merely a facade, concealing a fragile heart. Tabata has lost count of how many times she has cried today. Regretting this very moment, the elf, initially outside the door, was engrossed in another book. Gradually, he sensed something was amiss, realizing the eerie silence outside. Even the soldiers' voices were absent. The elf closed the book and ventured outside, only to find soldiers sprawled on the ground, none of whom were awake. His gaze slowly settled on In Heng and the others standing in the center. What are you doing? Under the glow of the night, Shada's figure appeared imposing, exuding a sense of pressure. In Heng regarded Shada with evident disdain, soon noticing the pointed ears. An elf, recognizing the two pairs of sharp ears. In Heng concluded that this was the very being who had abducted Tabata. Let us test this. In Heng set Wen Shirong down and formed a seal, launching a fireball toward Shada. Seeing In Heng's actions, Yi Lu gasped in horror. No. Unfortunately, the fireball reached the elf but did not strike as In Heng had hoped. It rebounded instead. Uchiha's rebound. Observing the fireball bouncing back, In Heng summoned Susanoo to block it. What a futile endeavor. In Heng, magic is ineffective against him. He is the one who took your sister. Witnessing the scene, Shada understood the situation. You were the blue dragon from that time? Have you traveled such a distance to rescue her? Yet, I cannot reciprocate your goodwill. The power of the elves, contained in stone, obeys our ancient covenant. I command it to transform into flying stones, attacking those who wish to harm me. In an instant, as Shada completed the incantation, the stone bricks from the wall detached as if drawn by him. In Heng merely concentrated Susanoo, and with a wave of its massive hand, the stones crumbled to dust. Yi Lu, I entrust this to you. With that, In Heng dashed swiftly to Shada, raising the Susanoo sword to strike down. Shada displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly raised a barrier-like shield to deflect In Heng's attack, sending In Heng stumbling back, puzzled by the invisible obstruction that thwarted his strike. Step aside, barbarian warrior. You cannot hope to defeat me. In Heng pondered a strategy, but soon halted his thoughts, realizing a more effective and violent approach. Indeed, I cannot win alone, but what if there are two of us? What? Before Shada could react, Qin Ping had stealthily approached from behind, but fortunately, Shada reacted swiftly to defend against him. You've blocked him, but do not forget about me. In Heng rushed forward, seizing Shada with Susanoo amid Shada's horrified gaze. Slamming him against the wall, creating a human-shaped indentation, In Heng slowly approached, drawing the Kusanagi sword, aiming at Shada's eyes. It is time for theatrics. Let us see how well you can handle a rebound. The blood-red Sharingan fixed its gaze on Shada, and In Heng was satisfied to see a flicker of panic on Shada's face, for he had begun to believe that elves were fearless beings. Chapter 90. A peculiar creature having elicited the desired expression, Hang gradually lost interest in the ongoing battle, lifting the Kusanagi sword, ready to strike down, only to have his wrist seized by Qin Pinyin. Brother, it is too premature to kill him now, but this fellow poses a threat to Tabata and everyone. Did Tifa not mention that elves do not relish combat? Perhaps he has his reasons for acting as he does. Yet, Hang's eyes still radiated a murderous intent. He found Shada's earlier demeanor contemptible, perceiving the elf as overly arrogant. We are here to rescue Tabata, and currently, we are unaware of her whereabouts. If this elf does not hinder us, leaving a path for future encounters is wise. With no other choice, Hang slowly lowered the Kusanagi sword. Qin Pinyin, sensing the situation stabilizing, then inquired of Shada, "Where is Tabata?" "That girl is in the tower to the north. The door is sealed by elven power. I shall break it." Acknowledging the opportunity for survival granted by Qin Pinyin, Shada understood that persisting in conflict would serve no purpose for either side, especially since it was not his intention. "Thank you. However, I must give you a warning. The king here is a cold-hearted man, and this matter will not conclude easily. Keep that in mind." With that, Shada led the way, gradually arriving at a loft where Tabata sat, slumped over on a chair. "Tabata, sister." At the calls of Hang and Lu, Tabata slowly lifted her head toward the source, her face reflecting shock upon seeing them. "It is all right now." As Hang's comforting words reached her ears, she lost track of how many times she had cried today. Perhaps the earlier tears were of regret, but this time, they were of relief. Within the royal capital, Shafi'id seemed to sense something amiss. As he stepped out to investigate, he encountered a sea of soldiers and the group that had just emerged. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurried back to report to the man. "Shada seems to have botched it. Tabata has been rescued by the Void User and his minions. What a letdown." Alas, merely an appetizer before the grand feast. Observing the blood-red creature conjured by Shafi'id, the man could not help but smirk. "Let us see how this new toy performs." Qin Pinyin led the group to a forest not far from Gialakali and soon halted. "Everyone, let us make do for the night here. I have already sent the black-armored beast with blankets. Given the commotion we caused tonight, Gialakali will not take this lightly. Indeed, the effects of the potions had likely worn off, and the soldiers would awaken, undoubtedly conducting extensive searches throughout the city." Hang felt that if Lu were to lead them away, they might be spotted by the airborne cavalry, and their energy would be significantly depleted. Before long, 3 black-armored beasts gradually emerged from the darkness of the forest, presenting a plethora of overnight supplies. Qin Pinyin laid the blankets on the ground, gazing at Gialakali in the distance, sensing an ominous premonition. "First, let us settle Tabata's mother. I shall go assess the situation. I leave things here to you, brother." After Qin Pinyin spoke, he took the black-armored beasts toward the outskirts of Gialakali. Lu, seeing the blankets spread on the ground, was instantly overcome by drowsiness and collapsed. "My lady, you should also rest. We must rise early to return to the kingdom tomorrow." But Hang would not allow Wenshi-Rong to refuse, picking her up and placing her under the covers. Thus, Wenshi-Rong was forcibly put to sleep by Hang. Hang's gaze turned to Tabata, who was seated beneath a tree, engrossed in a book. Curiosity piqued by the cover adorned with dragons, he approached her. "Tabata, are you not going to sleep?" "Ah, no, I will rest shortly." "What is this?" Hang leaned closer, briefly scanning the contents of her book. "It is a story about heroes, filled with memories." "Is that so?" Hang's head inched closer, having realized that he had scarcely read anything during this time. At that moment, a blush crept onto Tabata's face as Hang leaned in, but he remained focused on the book, entirely oblivious. "Then I shall read it to you." Hang, somewhat puzzled, shifted his gaze from the book to Tabata's face. "Because you are my savior. It does not seem that serious. Helping a friend is only natural. To repay a debt of gratitude." Tabata pointed to a passage in the book and elucidated. "It is a tale of a brave hero rescuing a maiden. One that my mother used to read to me in the past." "Is that so?" Unfortunately, Hang does not possess much fondness for literature. To be frank, he is slightly more interested in paintings. Wow, the colossal earth golem of the square rank is truly a monstrous entity, almost devilish in nature. It is hard to believe. As he gazed upon the imposing figure before him, the man found himself increasingly satisfied with Sheffield's masterpiece. "I am quite pleased that it is indeed an honor. So, where have Tabata and the others ventured off to?" "They departed early this morning from the nearby forest, making their way towards the national border." "Is that so? Then let the bells of destruction toll, and let the winds of the bell sound sweep through the canyon, heralding this demise. The hero who vanquished the dragon is heading towards the cave." Lu had already taken a few companions and was gradually making her way to the kingdom's borders. Hang initially wished to relish the cool breeze, But Tabata insisted on sharing the contents of this book. It is a cave.o. As we advance into the depths of the cave, it seems I can only comprehend parts of it. There are some words I genuinely cannot decipher. Speaking of which, that is the power of the familiar runes. It is said that if governed by the contract runes, one's body and mind will undergo transformation. In Heng did not quite share that sentiment. Perhaps he should be grateful to 9527 for enabling him to understand the language and script of this world. Or else he would likely be illiterate. Just as he was about to continue reading, he sensed an impending danger approaching. He looked up and discovered a gigantic monster descending towards them. Ilu, quick, dodge, in a moment of panic. In Heng embraced Ilu's neck and tilted to the left, narrowly evading the creature. However, this caused Ilu to lose her balance, and everyone else tumbled down as well. In Heng hastily summoned Susanoo, catching everyone in its massive hand. While Ilu gradually regained her balance and soared into the air once more. Upon landing, In Heng set everyone down and turned his gaze back to the monster, his face betraying astonishment. What is that? The creature's appearance loomed before them, clad in armor, wielding a large iron sword, with red eyes peering out from beneath its helmet, an unsettling sight indeed. Chapter 91, Black Flame. Long time no see, In Heng. That voice. Could it be? In Heng's gaze roamed over the monster, quickly spotting Sheffield perched upon its shoulder. Sheffield looked down disdainfully at In Heng, speaking with arrogance. Surely, you do not believe you can escape so easily? In Heng, confronted by the towering behemoth, felt for the first time the palpable aura of danger, causing his nerves to tense. Ilu, Tabata, observing Sheffield on the monster's shoulder, urgently called out to Ilu in midair. I understand. Seeing Ilu divert the target's attention, she addressed In Heng. Her focus is on me. Seize the opportunity to cross the bridge. With that, Tabata dashed beneath the monster's feet, raising her wand and reciting a particular incantation. Oh, is that not the princess? It is a relief to see you unharmed. To confront Gandhi is indeed a display of admirable courage. Sheffield paid no heed to Tabata's attack, allowing her spellcasting to proceed unimpeded. Upon completing her final incantation, a colossal ice pillar rose before the monster, charging towards it. Watching the ice pillar approach, Sheffield smirked wickedly, as if a barrier had materialized in front of her, thwarting the attack. Regrettably, I did not come here for you. Step aside. Witnessing Tabata's assault being nullified, In Heng recognized this as similar to the magic the elf had employed against him previously, although this time it merely blocked rather than repelled. In Heng, it is about time to reveal your trump card. Wouldn't you agree? A trump card. In Heng was perplexed by Sheffield's mention of a trump card. Since the last great battle, he had not retained any hidden strength. Very well, if you do not comprehend, then I shall simply destroy that girl. You shall not. In an instant, In Heng realized what the trump card entailed. It was the void magic of Wenshirong. In Heng. Wenshirong urgently grasped In Heng's arm. Young lady, you must quickly move aside. She is targeting you. No, I want to join as well. In Heng understood that this was not the time for levity. He summoned two clones to restrain Wenshirong and rushed towards Sheffield. Let me go, In Heng. You too. Hurry and get the young lady across the border. The clones, receiving their orders, attempted to drag Wenshirong away. But for some unknown reason, her strength had significantly increased, and in a flurry, she punched the clones apart. In Heng concentrated, manifesting Susanoo, the colossal form appearing before Sheffield. Even so, its size was only comparable to that of the monster. Yet, In Heng chose not to dwell on that, taking a swift step towards the monster and delivering a downward strike with Susanoo's greatsword. Futile, as expected, the attack was directly rebuffed by the creature, forcing In Heng to perform a backflip to create distance. Damn it. Could the rebound be related to the size of the attack? Just as In Heng contemplated launching another assault, he noticed the monster crouching down, seemingly searching for something. Moments later, it appeared to grasp an object. In Heng's eyes widened in horror. This is bad. That fool. Sheffield had captured Wenshirong and slowly remarked, Come now, let me witness your true power. The strength of a void user. Release me, you despicable wretch. I have no reason to obey you. It seems you have yet to grasp your predicament. Witnessing Wenshirong's defiance, Sheffield's frustration grew, compelling her to tighten her grip on the monster. You scoundrel! Release her! Sheffield's actions undeniably enraged In Heng, who had somehow maneuvered behind the monster to launch an attack. Did I not tell you? None of this will work. In Heng's strike was once more thwarted by the barrier, sending him flying backward. Damn it. I cannot harm her at all. Wait, Black Flame. In Heng suddenly recalled that such a thing could also be considered a celestial technique. He could not afford to concern himself with that now. He hurriedly opened the shop, searching through the ninjutsu, and finally found what he had been seeking. As the successful exchange notification chimed, In Heng felt a surge of heat coursing through his hand. And soon the great sword of Susanoo was enveloped in black flames. Gazing at Wen Shirong, who was now held captive, he questioned the necessity of defeating the monster. He sprinted towards it, and upon seeing In Heng approaching, Wen Shirong struggled internally, though gradually her heart seemed to calm. She cried out to Sheffield, "You want me, right? Then do not involve everyone else." With that, Wen Shirong brandished her wand, chanting the void magic, as In Heng drew nearer. Fully aware of the spell she was casting, "Young lady, what are you doing? Enough already. But if you use void magic, I have no time to babysit you. Do not come any closer, given the circumstances." How could he possibly stay away? In Heng raised the Susanoo greatsword, now imbued with black flames, and struck downwards. This time, the attack was not thwarted, it was genuine. The monster howled in pain as it felt the searing agony in its hand. Releasing its grip on Wen Shirong, she plummeted from its grasp, but In Heng was unable to reach her in time. Watching her fall, his heart raced. Yet soon the tension began to ease. It turned out that Tabata and Ilu had seized the opportunity to catch her midfall. Swiftly ascending towards the borders, seeing Wen Shirong safe and sound, In Heng wished to avoid prolonging the encounter, addressing Sheffield with disdain. "This time, you have caught me off guard. The next time we meet, I shall tear you to shreds." With that, In Heng soared into the sky, heading towards the borders. Sheffield dared not impede him, noting that the iron armor of the monster, once struck, was being corroded by the black flames. In Heng flew above Ilu, carefully timing his descent, dispelling Susanoo, and leaping onto Ilu's back. "Young lady, are you unharmed?" In Heng hurriedly checked Wen Shirong for any injuries, worried that being grasped by such a colossal beast might have caused internal harm. "What are you doing, you fool? I was trying to buy time." "What are you talking about? That is my responsibility. Why do you fail to understand? I have reverted to the commoner, Wen Shirong. I no longer hold value for protection." "Huh? What nonsensical talk is this? Are you truly so foolish as to consider sacrificing yourself?" At times, In Heng found it bewildering how the young lady's mind operated, not comprehending why becoming a commoner would negate her worthiness of protection. Observing the silent yet sorrowful expression on Wen Shirong's face, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, unconsciously, his arms wrapped around her. He could not fathom why. Perhaps it was merely intuition. Chapter 92. A stroll by the anticipated seaside. Ilu's flight was swift, and as the embrace between the two concluded, they had already arrived at the royal capital. Gazing upon the majestic city, coupled with the previous defiance of orders and the forced journey to Gakari, In Heng found himself hesitant to meet the gaze of the princess. Yet, what was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. He did not waver. Upon arriving before the princess, all knelt in the most fundamental gesture of respect. Just as In Heng was about to confess his transgressions, Wen Shirong spoke ahead of him. "Your Majesty, we are prepared to accept any consequences for our actions that defy your command." Gazing at the princess, whose expression was serene yet devoid of luster, In Heng found himself unable to discern whether this was anger or relief. "Stand. Wen Shirong. I shall impose punishment upon you for your incursion into Gakali." A profound silence enveloped the scene, yet Wen Shirong did not falter. She rose as commanded. When she turned to face the princess, she was not met with retribution but rather a royal cloak. In that moment of bewilderment, the princess had already approached from behind, personally draping this emblem of honor upon her. "Thus, you become my sister, the second heir to the throne. As a wielder of the void, strive with fervor for our kingdom." The surprise was not limited to Wen Shirong. In Heng too felt joy for her. This abrupt act was not as unreasonable as it had initially seemed. It revealed the righteousness of their predicament. In this way, the future life and reputation of the young lady are no longer my concern. It is merely my own survival that remains uncertain. For the enemies that emerge are no longer those I can easily vanquish. Contemplating this, a sorrowful expression crept across In Heng's face, which gradually morphed into a bitter smile, though it was fleeting as he quickly composed himself. "Mr. In Heng." "Huh?" In Heng glanced at the cloak in the princess's hands, his brow furrowed in confusion. "This knight's cloak is returned to you. Please, do not give up. Oh, understood." In Heng, finally coming to his senses, looked at the cloak in his grasp. The princess turned her gaze to Tabata beside him, speaking softly. "Tabata, here. No, it is Princess Tabata. I once welcomed you to our kingdom. As the princess concluded her command, Luluo joyfully embraced Tabata, while Wen Shirong similarly clutched In Heng's arm in delight. In Heng felt a gaze upon him and slowly turned towards the window, discovering Qin Ping suspended in the sky, held aloft by the golden-clawed deity. Their eyes met, and Qin Ping simply smiled and nodded before departing. "It seems having such friends is a commendable choice. I seem to have forgotten when I earned my brother's acknowledgement. Qin Pinyin and the Golden Claw deity arrived at the entrance of the Magic Academy. Spotting a wooden box nearby, he picked it up and entered. This was the box he had left there the previous day, expecting to return soon. He had not anticipated the delay, but fortunately, the box remained. Slowly, he approached the headmaster's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Upon hearing the headmaster's voice, Qin Pinyin pushed the door open. The man before him looked puzzled. May I ask who you are? Ah, greetings, headmaster. I am Qin Heng's brother, Qin Pinyin. Oh, I see. Are you here to find Heng? I heard he hasn't returned to school. Yes, I am aware. I have brought you something that requires your assistance. With that, Qin Pinyin placed the box on the headmaster's desk and opened it, revealing its contents to the headmaster's astonished gaze. Is this possible? Indeed. I know that although you have reached the age of 58, your heart still burns with youthful fervor. How could that be? Rest assured, headmaster, I am well aware of how to utilize this. Cough, cough. The headmaster blushed at the thought of such an item being usable. Very well. What can I do to assist you? Seeing the headmaster's willingness, Qin Pinyin whispered a great deal into the headmaster's ear, causing his hormones to surge. On the beach. Where this? Yes. Agreed. It's settled. Then I shall entrust my brother's affairs to you. After all, he has not relaxed for quite some time. With that, Qin Pinyin departed the office with the Golden Claw deity, leaving the headmaster to observe the contents with great scrutiny. Upon returning to the academy, everyone felt the sweltering heat of summer. Perhaps due to the differing terrains of Gakali in this place, the climate varied greatly. Unable to bear the heat any longer, when Shirong dragged Tabata, Xiaonianhua, Mengyamo Laxi, and Tifa beneath a large tree on campus to seek solace. Even in the shade, the oppressive summer heat was unrelenting, and Xiaonianhua was particularly affected. By the way, you all began summer vacation as soon as you returned. What does vacation entail? The girl, who had always lived in the forest, was perplexed by the concept of vacation. In her solitary freedom amongst the trees, she was curious about all things. A group trip. Regardless of the timing, Tabata always clutched her book about heroes rescuing maidens. I heard this year we are not visiting a museum but going to the beach instead. The beach? I have longed to see it. Although Tifa did not comprehend what a museum entailed, she had heard of the beach and yearned to visit. It had never had the opportunity. Upon hearing the mention of the beach, her pointed ears perked up. By the way, Miss Tifa, have you never seen the ocean? Observing the expression of anticipation on Tifa's face, when Shirong was astonished to learn that Tifa had never laid eyes on the sea. Well, I have always been in the forest. The beach is wonderful, especially the seaside at night, both mysterious and romantic. Mengyamo Laxi mused, lost in thoughts of the nocturnal seaside, while when Shirong envisioned a romantic setting, only to feel a surge of anger when reminded of Heng's foolishness. That idiot. Perhaps I should invite him for a stroll by the sea, but he always ends up lost. It happens every time. Noticing her ire, Xiaonianhua recognized that such expressions from when Shirong were commonly provoked by Heng's presence. By the way, when Shirong, aren't you planning to deepen your relationship with Heng during this vacation? It seems your connection was not very strong last time. Ugh, do you not know how to approach this? Let me teach you. It should be like this. With that, Xiaonianhua tackled when Shirong to the ground. Looking down at her in triumph. As when Shirong found herself pinned, her mind conjured images of Heng doing the same, causing a blush to bloom across her cheeks. A moment later, she huffed in annoyance. Really, Xiaonianhua, what are you doing? Ha ha ha. After the playful tussle, when Shirong sat with her knees hugged to her chest, staring blankly ahead with a hint of disappointment. I wonder, will Heng stay in the room tonight, or will he remain by my side? I long to walk with him along the beach. Chapter 93. A little temptation at this moment. Heng languished in the academy corridor, feeling as if the heat of summer had turned him into a puddle. How had he not realized the academy was so sweltering? It left him feeling neither human nor beast. Heng silently grumbled as he sensed someone standing before him. He lifted his gaze slightly to see a grinning Qin Pinyin. Brother, the Golden Claw deity is here too. Brother, you are also seeking refuge from the heat. By the way, are you hot? At this, Heng's eyelids twitched. For a fleeting moment, he was rendered speechless by Qin Pinyin's comment. What a pointless question. Am I not hot? You think I'm just lounging here for fun? You must be utterly bored. Why are you cursing? You don't usually act this way. I look like I have the energy to chat on such a scorching day. Since your arrival, I have not had a moment's peace. Now with summer upon us, sleep is even more elusive. While I am overwhelmed with tasks, you seem to have none. If you could lend me a hand, I wouldn't be so exhausted. But let's set that aside, if there's trouble. Just tell me quickly. I'm utterly spent. All right. I heard the academy has organized a trip to the beach. Are you planning to go? The beach. In Heng recalled that he had not visited the seaside many times. It was quite pleasant there, as the sea helped moderate the heat. By the way, don't you want to see Miss when she rung in a swimsuit? Qin Ping raised an eyebrow, crouching down to In Heng's level. Of course, I want to go. How could I miss that? What is this? Who wouldn't he want to see the young lady in a swimsuit? Then let's go. The students have mostly set off already. By the way, I can summon a giant bird for us to get there faster. With that, In Heng seemed to be infused with energy, transforming from lethargy to vigor in an instant, under Qin Ping's guidance. The two soon arrived at the beach where the students gathered. Gazing at the vast sea before him, In Heng felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been so long since he last visited. The temperature around him noticeably dropped. What? In Heng looked at the thin short-sleeved shirt and shorts in Qin Ping's hands, puzzled. Aren't you just supposed to wear a pair of shorts, unless you want to be blown away? Yes, this thought conjured images of when Shi Rong using explosive magic against him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. In that case, perhaps I'll pass. Standing by the seaside, Tifa gazed with curious eyes, surveying the vast expanse of the azure ocean before her. A joyful expression illuminating her face. How wondrous it was for Tifa to behold the sea for the very first time. The occasional cries of seagulls added to the elation in Shi Rong's heart, as she marveled at the boundless and vibrant blue waters that, and it is quite salty, indeed. Saida, observing the cerulean waves, instinctively dipped his finger into the water to savor its taste. He shared his experience. Tifa imitated him, dipping her hand into the sea and bringing it to her lips. It truly is salty. Indeed, summer is meant for the beach. However, upon noticing Saida's unexpected presence, Shi Rong's mood soured, and she inquired, Saida, why are you here? And in a swimsuit no less. Note, this swimsuit is not the kind from the Silver Harmony world, but rather a purple dress paired with bell-bottom pants. I have been entrusted by Her Majesty the Queen to take good care of Mr. Silver Harmony, Saida replied, producing the certificate that irked Shi Rong, yet compelled her to concede. Just as the atmosphere threatened to ignite with tension, Saida caught a whiff of a familiar scent and turned to see Silver Harmony standing beside Qin Ping. Mr. Silver Harmony, upon encountering Shi Rong's peculiar swimsuit, felt his spirits plummet, greeting Saida with a vacant stare. This attire, indeed, cannot be rightly termed a swimsuit. Witnessing Silver Harmony's disheartened expression, Qin Ping felt a pang of sympathy. Realizing he should have warned Silver Harmony not to harbor overly high expectations to avoid disappointment. All right, little brother, I have prepared the swimsuits. Now we just need to wait. You've been quite idle lately. Haven't you? Never mind. I lack the mood to chat. I shall sit over there for a while, Silver Harmony declared, shuffling away with a gait reminiscent of a zombie, making his way towards a sunshade. Observing this, Qin Ping shrugged, knowing that the real beach scene would soon unfold. Before long, the principal's figure emerged on the sandy shore, and Qin Ping recognized that the moment for visual delight had arrived. Ahem, everyone, gather around me. The principal called out to the beachgoers, waiting until everyone was arranged in a rectangular formation before continuing. Before we enter the water, Her Majesty the Queen shall speak first. With that, the principal stepped aside, revealing the silhouette of Princess Hormone Milan, donned in matching swimwear with the others. Esteemed guests, I am grateful for the invitation from the Academy's principal to partake in the customary summer retreat of the Magic Academy. Let us seize this opportunity to interact freely, unencumbered by our titles. The principal, unable to contain himself, quickly interjected after the princess finished speaking. Without further ado, ladies, please change into these. He then presented a wooden box, opening it to reveal garments that caused the faces of the young women to flush with embarrassment. When Shi Rong picked up a pink student swimsuit, observing it closely, her blush intensifying. What on earth is this? The other girls also examined the swimsuits, each of them turning red with embarrassment on this land. Prior to entering the sea, it is a time-honored tradition to prepare special attire for our esteemed young ladies. Are we really expected to wear these? Is there a water sprite present? Indeed. In response to the girls' queries, the principal hastily denied any such notion. In any case, without donning these, one cannot enter the sea. Yet the young women were engulfed by a sense of shame at the sight of the swimsuits. Observing their hesitance, the principal grew anxious, focusing on the princess. If your majesty were to lead by example, the students would surely follow suit. He knelt before the princess, holding out 2 swimsuits. Gazing at the swimsuits made her hesitate, but recalling her duty as a royal, she ultimately acquiesced. This tactic proved effective, as the princess's example encouraged the young women to abandon their reluctance and don modern swimwear. The principal's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. He never anticipated the benefits of such attire. Feeling fulfilled in his life's endeavors, now, in honor of the water sprites, we shall commence the purification ritual. First, let us splash water upon one another to cleanse ourselves of impurities. With that, the principal splashed water towards the crowd. The cool ocean spray refreshing their faces. The unexpected action startled everyone, but they soon realized how invigorating it felt, leading to a playful exchange of splashes, gradually morphing into a lively scene of chase. Chapter 94. The allure of the beach. Qin Pingyan stood at a distance, watching the young women frolic in their swimsuits, recognizing the principal's youthful spirit at play. Truly remarkable, the principal could convince the girls to embrace the moment, while he himself struggled to find the words. Observing Silver Harmony, enveloped in a cloud of melancholy, Qin Pingyan approached him gently. "Brother, do not dwell in such a mood. It would be nice to join in the fun." Upon hearing Qin Pingyan's voice, Silver Harmony slowly lifted his head, his gloom undiminished, still troubled by thoughts of how he might face stronger foes in the future. Oh, not wear such a countenance. Look at the beach before you. Is it not as you envisioned? After saying this, Qin Pingyan stepped aside, allowing the sight of the young women's swimwear to reflect in Silver Harmony's gaze. Instantly, the oppressive atmosphere around him dissipated, replaced by a hint of joy. What on earth is happening here? Silver Harmony, taken aback by the scene, quickly discerned the situation, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Pingyan. It seems you have not truly relaxed. Your nerves are still tense. Now is the perfect time to unwind. Qin Pingyan pulled Silver Harmony up and nudged him toward the lively group. Brother, look, it's the watermelon game. Does this not seem familiar? Silver Harmony watched as Siesida, blindfolded, moved cautiously towards the watermelon under the guidance of others. What a nostalgic moment. Indeed. Now, let go of your worries and enjoy. Silver Harmony intended to observe what others were doing but felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Turning, he found Wenshirong before him. Miss. In that moment, Silver Harmony's gaze inadvertently drifted to Wenshirong's swimsuit. Captivated by her charming figure, noticing his attention, Wenshirong glanced down, her cheeks flushing crimson. What are you looking at? Well, how should I put it that I think the swimsuit suits you quite well. Silver Harmony remained oblivious to how entranced he had become, nearly lost in daydreams, until Wenshirong's voice snapped him back to reality. Her blush deepened at his words as she turned away bashfully. Why do you say such embarrassing things? Just then, a collective gasp drew Silver Harmony's focus. Wenshirong, clenching her fists, gathered her courage to speak after a moment. Silver Harmony, if you would like, how about an evening stroll? Silver Harmony turned just in time to see it was Tifa's turn to hit the watermelon. Confused by the commotion, he failed to register Wenshirong's question, responding in a dazed manner. Really? That's wonderful. Then, see you tonight. Wenshirong's heart soared at Silver Harmony's reply, reassured that he would not suddenly leave. With that, she dashed towards the other side of the beach. And only then did Silver Harmony realize, hastily calling out, "Wait, what did you say, miss? I didn't catch that." When he turned back, Wenshirong had already run far away. Bewildered, Silver Harmony looked at Qin Pingyan. "Brother, did you hear what the miss said?" "No, my attention was on Tifa," Qin Pingyan replied, shaking his head. He preferred to divert his focus, not wanting to be a bystander to romantic entanglements. Never mind, what she said didn't seem significant. Perhaps she was merely sharing her joy. All right, everyone, look this way." The principal waved his arms, beckoning the crowd. Hearing his call, the beachgoers paused and approached with curiosity. We shall now commence the ball game ritual. The victorious team in this ritual shall earn the right to wear the priestess attire, reserved only for the chosen young ladies. The mention of the priestess attire piqued the interest of the girls, who now took the impending battle with newfound seriousness. Priestess attire? Brother, can you tell me what that is? Well, if you wish to see it, you can come to my room tonight, and you'll find out, Qin Pingyan replied, his expression hinting at something more intriguing. Silver Harmony found the concept of priestess attire rather mundane. Yet Qin Pingyan's demeanor suggested it was something more illicit. First up, we have Her Majesty the Queen and Milan's team versus Tifa and Siesida. The principal's whistle drew Heng's thoughts back, directing his gaze towards the competition venue. Siesida was the first to serve. Upon encountering the incoming ball, Milan had already devised a strategy and skillfully tossed it back to the princess behind her at the moment of contact. The princess did not disappoint Milan, returning the ball deftly. Tifa, witnessing this, attempted to rush over to receive the ball, but alas, the two explosive stars on her body seemed to hinder her, slowing her down. In the end, when she lunged for the ball, it went out of bounds. In Hung observed this scene, feeling his adrenaline surge. Such matches truly spark the imagination. This isn't just a competition. It's clearly a display of bouncing assets. With this thought, In Heng hurriedly made his way away from the crowd, perhaps seeking some tranquility. Brother. Qin Ping'an watched In Heng's retreating figure, sensing the immense pressure weighing on him. Yet, he found himself at a loss for ways to unwind. Glancing back at the ongoing match and then at In Heng, he hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to follow in Heng's footsteps. In Heng gradually walked to a spot by the seaside, far from the throngs of people, and took a seat. He now had his own unique method of relaxation. He had exchanged supplies for painting at the shop, ensuring he had everything related to his craft. With that, In Heng began to paint the seaside scenery. To be honest, since arriving in this world, he hadn't painted in a long while, and this long-lost sensation felt somewhat unfamiliar. It seems your painting skills haven't diminished at all. In Heng paused as he noticed Qin Ping'an approaching him, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Brother? Weren't you watching their competition over there? Oh, it didn't look interesting, so I came to find you. It's far more enjoyable to be with my brother. All right then, I need to focus on my painting. What you do is of no concern to me. In Heng dismissed Qin Ping'an and returned to his artwork. Qin Ping'an merely chuckled softly and exchanged for a guitar at the shop, sitting beside In Heng. Well then, let me play you a song called The Last Page. In Heng did not respond, merely casting a sidelong glance before immersing himself back into his painting. Qin Ping'an began to strum the guitar, a skill honed through the shop's offerings. Chapter 95, The Truth Unveiled. Has time passed so swiftly? It's already dusk. In Heng halted his brush, gazing at his creation, which contrasted the now golden hue of the twilight. The painting depicted a blue sky, now transformed into dusk. Perhaps he would find another opportunity to paint. After speaking, In Heng turned to Qin Ping'an and handed him the painting. Observing the artwork featuring a cerulean sky accompanied by a beach, Qin Ping'an couldn't help but praise. Honestly, after such a long hiatus from painting, you can still produce something so magnificent. Truly, you are my brother. This is for you. This painting is a gift for you. It has some intricate details. Take your time to observe it. I'll return to the inn for a while. With that, In Heng pressed the painting into Qin Ping'an's embrace and headed off towards the inn. Curiosity piqued within Qin Ping'an as he contemplated In Heng's words, prompting him to examine the painting's entirety. Gradually, he noticed two small figures on the edge of the beach, immediately recognizing who they were. It seemed this painting held a special significance for him. A warm current flowed through Qin Ping'an's heart, but this feeling was short-lived as he recalled his promise to In Heng regarding the shrine maiden attire. Knock, knock, knock. In Heng, it's about time to take a stroll. Reclining on his bed, In Heng was engaged in a conversation with Qin Ping'an, having just learned which room he was in when the knock echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, he found Wen Shirong standing before him, her expression one of youthful shyness. Miss, what brings you here? Wait a moment, miss. I'm rather busy at the moment. We can speak later. With that, In Heng dashed out of his room, heading towards the room Qin Ping'an had mentioned, leaving Wen Shirong bewildered. After a moment, Wen Shirong regained her composure, feeling a surge of anger at In Heng's abrupt dismissal of their arrangement. Shaking with indignation as she made her way to the staircase. What is this? I went out of my way to invite you. How infuriating. I will not forgive you. Wait, what is happening here? As Wen Shirong descended to the first floor, she heard In Heng's shocked exclamation, causing her to glance towards a nearby room. Within, three individuals were oblivious to her presence as they examined the shrine maiden attire. This cannot possibly be clothing meant for a person. Brother, you've gone too far. Oh dear, isn't there something similar in our world? But the fabric is far too scant. And what on earth are those shells for modesty? The principal gazed at the shrine maiden attire before him, eyes wide with disbelief. He thought the swimsuit-clad girls from earlier had been shocking, but this, incredible. I can't believe this is actually swimwear. You all are truly idle. I shall take my leave. With that, In Heng pushed the door open to exit. Noticing In Heng's departure, Qin Ping'an hastily pulled the entranced principal to follow him. Unbeknownst to them, Wen Shirong was hiding around the corner, believing no one would venture to the principal's room. Qin Ping'an neglected to lock the door. Once the three had left, Wen Shirong approached the door, finding it unlocked, and stepped inside, only to be met with the shockingly scant swimwear. I knew something was amiss. What sort of depravity is this? It's utterly perverse. Just wait and see. I won't let this matter rest. With that, she gathered the swimwear and approached Tifa and the others, detailing the events and her meticulously crafted revenge plan. What the three were unaware of was the nightmare that awaited them the following day. The next day, the beach volleyball court was eerily quiet, devoid of any girls, which rendered the principal quite impatient. Why is this taking so long? What on earth are they doing? Seeing the principal's agitation, Qin Pingan intended to head to the inn for answers when he spotted Ming Malasi approaching them. Ming Malasi, why are you so slow? Where is everyone? Ming Malasi looked grave as she addressed the three. They were too invested in yesterday's game. Some twisted their ankles, and others are too sore from the new outfits to continue. As she spoke, Ming Malasi leaned in closer to Yin Hang and whispered, by the way, when Shirong asked me to pass a message to you. Ming Malasi whispered a lengthy message into Yin Hang's ear, to which he nodded in understanding. Understood. He then made his way towards the rocky area, and just as Qin Pingan intended to follow, he was stopped by Ming Malasi. Mr. Qin Pingan, Tifa also asked me to convey a message to you. But you'll have to wait a moment. Why? Just a little longer. Hearing it was Tifa's message, Qin Pingan bore no suspicion. After all, Tifa was so shy that her words should be nothing out of the ordinary. Yin Hang slowly approached the rocky area by the sea, stepping inside and pondering Ming Malasi's words. Why has the young lady suddenly summoned me here to be alone with her? This doesn't feel like a good sign. While most would have lewd thoughts, Yin Hang was different. He had entered a sage mode. Gradually, he saw when Shirong standing still. Mississippi. The moment when Shirong laid eyes on Yin Hang, she merely squinted and smiled, and soon, Jianyanhua, Siasida, Tifa, and even Tabata appeared before her. Each of them wielded a rope thicker than Yin Hang's very life. Upon seeing the ropes in their hands, Yin Hang felt an ominous premonition. As he attempted to flee, he was already encircled by the group of girls. Wait. What are you all planning? Stay back. As Yin Hang's frantic cries echoed, the waves crashed against the rocks, muffling his shouts. Before long, Qin Pingan and the principal arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the envelope in Qin Pingan's hand, his brow furrowed. Is this a letter from Tifa? Why does it feel like the tone is different? Slowly, those thoughts were pulled back to the present as he observed the girls surrounding him with ropes in hand. Tightening his heart, turning around, he spotted Tifa and Wen Shirong approaching them with ropes. What are you all doing? I owe you an apology, Mr. Qin Pingan. An apology? For what, Tifa? Before the two could react, the girls pounced on them like hungry wolves, binding them tightly. Thus, the three found themselves tied up by the rocks, and upon seeing Qin Pingan arrive, Yin Hang greeted him cheerfully. Hey, brother, what a coincidence. You've been tied up too. Shut up. How dare you deceive us? Yin Hang was utterly bewildered by Wen Shirong's accusations. Being inexplicably tied up was already strange enough, and now he was being charged with deceiving them. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Feigning innocence won't help you. When Shirong brandished the swimwear before Yin Hang's eyes, the principal glanced awkwardly at the swimwear, feeling the atmosphere grow tense. Oh dear, the truth has come to light. However, Yin Hang's mood was anything but pleasant. He glared at Qin Pingan, his anger boiling over. Qin Ping, and this is all your fault. I can't believe you have nothing better to do. I'm going to. You absolute fool. Yin Hang felt that mere insults were insufficient. Activating his bloodline powers as he continued to glare at Qin Pingan. Caught in this predicament, Qin Pingan resolved to ensure he would always lock his door in the future. Chapter 96. The holiday has come to an end, though it was meant to be a vacation. Your behavior has been utterly reckless. I apologize. Truly, I am sincerely sorry. We shall not engage in such antics again. Please spare us. Qin Pingan looked pleadingly at the others. What was intended as a relaxing beach party for Yin Hang had now turned into a source of trouble, achieving the opposite effect and further unsettling Yin Hang's mood. Impossible. Just stay here for a while longer. All right, everyone, let us depart, said Wen Shirong, leading the group of girls towards the shore, leaving behind the three boys, with Yin Hang at their center, exuding an aura of resentment. Qin Pingan stiffly turned to Yin Hang and whispered, that younger brother, please allow me a moment of silence. Do not speak. Yin Hang, lacking the patience to deal with these matters, simply desired tranquility. Noticing Yin Hang's demeanor, Qin Pingan hastily fell silent. The principal observed the girls frolicking and sighed in resignation. The wand has been left inside the house. We are truly at a loss now. At that moment, Siasida and Wen Shirong were assisting Tifa in practicing swimming. Yes, just like that. You're becoming increasingly proficient, Tifa. Really. Suddenly, it felt as if something had brushed against Wen Shirong's foot, causing her to scream in fright and quickly look down, only to find nothing there. What's wrong, Miss Wen Shirong? Siasida asked, puzzled by Wen Shirong's sudden outcry, which had startled her. I don't know. As Wen Shirong remained bewildered, the water behind her erupted, splashing upward before quickly falling back down. Enormous tentacles emerged before the girls, gradually revealing the vast form of an octopus. Moments later, the octopus's tentacles began to reach towards the girls' feet, ensnaring them and lifting them into the air. The commotion created by the octopus jolted In Heng, who had already drifted into slumber, awake instantly. As Qin Pingyan witnessed the unfolding scene and attempted to break free, he suddenly sensed a wave of lethal intent rushing towards him. In Heng slowly raised his head, his blood-red aura swirling menacingly as he fixated intently on the colossal octopus. Humph, ha ha ha. Must I not enjoy a peaceful nap in peace? In Heng's body flickered like an afterimage as he rose, effortlessly slipping through the ropes as if they were mere air. Observing this, Qin Pingyan froze in place, realizing that the octopus before as the spaceship glided through the billowing clouds, a magnificent edifice suddenly emerged before them. Everyone, we are almost in Rome. Qin Pingyan shouted through the intercom to the crowd on deck. As the spacecraft descended, the onlookers began to survey the surrounding architecture, although it bore little difference from their own homeland. An indescribable feeling permeated the atmosphere. In Heng cast a cursory glance at the structures before him, showing little interest. All right, everyone, let us proceed to the hotel we have pre-booked, Qin Pingyan announced, striding deeper into the town. The group followed suit, with In Heng lingering at the rear, observing the environment and the people around him. I cannot fathom why the princess summoned us to Rome. It seems all the nobles are here, including Qiao Nianhua and Ming Molisai. As for Tabata, being a princess doesn't appear problematic. Qin Pingyan led the group to the hotel, where he summoned Wen Shirong and Tifa, gradually approaching In Heng. We shall depart first. There are other matters to discuss, specifically concerning the three of you. With that, Qin Pingyan ushered the three into a prepared carriage. In Heng noticed the coachman was clad in a white cloak. Could this be an ambassador of Rome? Why are only the few of us chosen? Tifa's confusion mirrored In Heng's realization about their unusual separation from the group. Chapter 99. His Holiness the Pope seeing the two in such a state. Qin Pingyan clarified the purpose of their mission. It is, of course, the request of Her Highness the Princess, as well as another esteemed individual. Another esteemed individual? Observing Qin Pingyan's grin, In Heng lost interest in pursuing the matter further. It appears this predicament is more complex than anticipated. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle halt at the grand entrance of a magnificent hall. The imposing doors before them were resplendent, and within lay a golden expanse reminiscent of a cathedral, where the princess stood prominently. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, she slowly turned, her face adorned with a smile as she addressed the newcomers. When Shirong, Mr. In Heng, and Tifa have also arrived, the group approached the princess, and In Heng merely glanced around at the opulent surroundings. It seems everyone has gathered, he remarked. Just then, an unfamiliar voice emanated from a shadowy corner, prompting In Heng to turn towards its source. There, emerging from the darkness, was a man clad in white adorned with red and gold. Upon seeing him, Wen Shirong swiftly knelt on one knee, and Tifa followed suit. Even the princess, noticing the man before him, In Heng instinctively heightened his guard, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Brother, do not be alarmed. That is His Holiness. His Holiness, In Heng, you must kneel. That is the Pope. When Shirong urged, tugging at In Heng's arm to compel him down. To be frank, In Heng despised the notion of kneeling at a moment's notice. He simply lowered his head, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, wishing to disregard the situation. Indeed, as expected, Lord In Heng is as unconcerned with formalities as the rumors suggested, truly deserving of his origins from another realm. May I raise my head? I wish to behold the countenance of you all, the Pope requested. At this, In Heng slowly opened his eyes, lifting his head, though his expression remained largely neutral. I am Vittorio, also known as the Pope of Rome. I look forward to your acquaintance, users of the void and their familiars. Your Holiness. How do you know of this? When Shirong inquired, astonishment etched across her features. Your valiant tales have already spread throughout Rome, Miss Wen Shirong. You possess formidable powers. I was aware of this beforehand. It is indeed an honor, Your Holiness. And Miss Tifa, perhaps you remain unaware, but you too are among the users of the void. Although it seems you have yet to summon a familiar, your forgotten magic serves as ample proof. The void. Could it be that I am like Wen Shirong? Tifa's gaze shifted to Wen Shirong, who had never considered herself a user of the void, only recognizing her half-elf heritage. And there is another here. I too am a user of the void. We bear the legendary power, entrusted with the ability to guide humanity towards understanding. Companions. You, Your Holiness, are our companions. The incredulity and delight in Wen Shirong's eyes reflected the honor of standing alongside the Pope. By the way, this is my familiar. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, and as the light gradually illuminated his face, In Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. Alice. And he is my familiar. Alice approached Vittorio, slowly removing his glove to reveal the runes etched on the back of his hand. Long time no see, In Heng. This is my familiar rune, allowing me to command beasts. Or more accurately, it forms a pair with you. Huh, what just is this? Alice did not respond to Yin Heng's bewilderment. Instead, he was interrupted by Vittorio. Now, we have gathered 3 users and 2 familiars. I shall now entrust the matter to Her Highness. The princess rose gracefully, smiling at those before her. When Shirong, Tifa, we are about to hold the 3rd anniversary celebration of His Holiness's papacy.